A month ago, Yi Xian engaged in a relationship with the enigmatic goddess Yin Ruoxi that on the first day of the new semester, Yin Ruoxi approached Yi Xian, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be my man." "Little one," she remarked, as she departed the school gates in her luxury sports car, her alluring gaze hinting at mischief. "Surely, you do not believe that mere handsomeness qualifies you to be my chosen one. Allow me to remind you, a month prior, at the Fenglin Manor in the outskirts of Jiangnan, Yi Xian retorted. That night, you performed quite admirably. In the midst of Yi Xian's bewilderment, the formidable task system activated. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. 8s September rolled in. The summer waned, marking yet another academic season. With a sigh, Yi Xian, pushing his suitcase, arrived at the gates of Jiangnan University, reflecting on the significance of this moment. After enduring the rigors of the college entrance examination, he was now poised for a fresh beginning. Surrounded by an array of upperclassmen clad in short skirts, Yi Xian could not help but be captivated. Indeed, university is a veritable paradise for countless young men. Observing clusters of new students entering the campus in an orderly fashion under the guidance of their seniors, Yi Xian realized the new chapter of his life was about to commence. "Junior, which department are you in?" "Yes, senior. Let me add you." With his striking good looks, Yi Xian quickly became the center of attention. Enthusiastic upperclassmen, dressed in revealing attire, eagerly circled him, brandishing their phones to acquire the contact details of this seemingly pure and handsome junior. In their youthful ignorance, they mistook the junior for a treasure, having missed opportunities in previous years. This year, they were determined not to let another chance slip away, envisioning sweet memories of romance with such an attractive junior. Suddenly, a convoy of vehicles approached, the roar of the sports cars capturing everyone's attention. Is that a Ferrari LaFerrari? The global limited edition top model costs 30 million. Could it be that a super-rich second-generation student has enrolled in our university? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the convoy came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, 20 impeccably dressed attendants lined up, creating an unprecedented spectacle. From the sports car emerged a breathtaking figure, a girl whose beauty seemed otherworldly. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features exquisitely refined, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of every male in the vicinity, even eliciting envy from the females, for her extraordinary beauty was universally appealing. With confident strides, Yin Ruoxi surveyed the scene, her gaze ultimately landing on Yi Xian, revealing a cunning and intriguing smile. "Little one, at last, sister has found you." This time, she would not allow him to slip from her grasp. He was destined to belong solely to her. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yin Ruoxi approached Yi Xian directly, who felt the weight of hundreds of gazes upon him, overwhelmed by the pressure. A month prior, fate had intertwined their paths. However, in the aftermath, Yin Ruoxi discovered that she was unexpectedly pregnant, which resulted in a nearly twisted possessiveness towards Yi Xian. Furthermore, with her father in a coma, her younger brother still in his infancy, and the board of directors pressuring her to marry, the gravity of her situation only exacerbated her darker tendencies. This distorted possessiveness became her most immediate outlet for stress relief. Thus, her purpose in approaching Yi Xian was to solidify their relationship and silence the board members' incessant chatter. Ding! Suitable host detected. Invincible task system activated successfully. At that moment, a notification echoed in Yi Xian's ears, causing him to pause in surprise. A system? Was he merely imagining things? Before he could ponder further, the system's voice resonated again. Ding! Host's physical constitution is too weak. Enhancement procedure initiated. Immediately, Yi Xian felt his muscles and bones writhing, a sensation so profound that it defied description. Soon after, he instinctively reached for his abdomen, discovering that what was once a solid mass of abdominal muscle had transformed into distinct, chiseled 8-pack abs, complemented by a toned waist and a sculpted back. What the hell? This is real. I am not dreaming. The palpable sense of change made Yi Xian realize that everything was indeed true. He had acquired a system. Yi Xian, the gaze of a nearly predatory beauty fell upon him, making him feel like a helpless lamb. Long time no see. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or not, Yi Xian sensed a terrifying fervor in the eyes of the stunning girl before him. Gulp. Hearing her words, Yi Xian swallowed hard. This goddess was indeed approaching him. Ahem, do we know each other? Clearing his throat, he inquired, acutely aware of the multitude of eyes upon him, each potentially harboring murderous intent. Indeed, they were seething with envy. Why did such fortune not fall upon them? Yes. Yin Ruoshi's sickly aggressive gaze bore into Yi Xian as if seeking to unearth all his secrets. It seems you do not remember. But that is of no consequence. With a charming smile, Yin Ruoshi declared, from now on, you are my man. Boom! Her proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, the weight of her words resonating profoundly. What? She was claiming him as her man? What on earth was happening? Had something transpired between them that they were oblivious to? Of course. You may agree or disagree. With that, 20 formidable subordinates turned their attention toward him, their demeanor clearly indicating that refusal would not be tolerated. You are too domineering. Indeed. Not far away. The senior's words had yet to escape her lips when Yin Ruoshi's piercing gaze, sharp enough to penetrate through all facades, struck her, nearly rendering the senior breathless. Cough, cough. Beautiful lady. With a dry cough, Yi Xian found himself somewhat bewildered. Was he truly that sought after? I consent, then. Yet, this manner of acquiescence felt peculiar to him. With such beauty, was it truly necessary to pursue him so openly? Had the current generation of women become this fervent? You're obedient, I'll grant you that. Yin Ruoshi cast her eyes over this man who ignited her possessiveness, the father of her unborn child. Yi Xian intended to retort, but upon noticing the 20 imposing subordinates, he lost his temper entirely. Fine, he would endure this. You lot. Yin Ruoshi then directed her gaze towards the group of seniors. Was it you who sought to acquire my man's contact information? We wouldn't dare. In an instant, the seniors lost all bravado facing such an assertive goddess. Merely standing there was their final act of defiance. Must be that way. Yin Ruoshi swept her gaze across the assembly, her voice commanding. I warn all of you, anyone who covets my man shall find themselves unable to tread in Jiangnan. Of course. At this juncture, a teasing smile graced Yin Ruoshi's lips. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. My goodness, Yi Xian was genuinely captivated by the goddess's domineering nature. It seemed to shatter all his fantasies. Could this woman possibly be a madwoman? Yet, why did she seem so familiar? Had he encountered such a stunning beauty before? But surely he had never come across someone so breathtakingly lovely. How odd. Before the school gates, a profound silence reigned. With over 20 robust subordinates, they dared not utter a word. Come with me. Yin Ruoxi's imperious voice brooked no refusal. Causing those around to tremble, this commanding goddess intended to take that young man away. How overwhelmingly forceful. Yi Xian grumbled inwardly. After all, he was a man with a system now. As he pondered, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Agree to leave with Yin Ruoshi and receive 30 shares of the Yin Group as a reward. The Yin Group? Listening to the system's announcement, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Could it be that this goddess hailed from a family of such stature? If so, was the system truly urging him to conquer this delicate yet deranged woman? Setting aside all else, her physique and beauty were beyond reproach. Rest assured, noticing Yi Xian's hesitance, Yin Ruoshi smirked with a playful tilt. I've already made arrangements with the school. She then cast a glance at her subordinate beside her. Understood. The understanding subordinate stepped forward towards Yi Xian, causing his lips to twitch. He had no doubt that a refusal would lead to his immediate abduction. Cough, well. Very well. With a dry cough, Yi Xian acquiesced. What could he do when faced with such a formidable woman? Excellent. Yin Ruoshi nodded in satisfaction. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around them, she delicately lifted Yi Xian's handsome chin with her fair fingers. From now on, be a little more obedient, and you shall reap the benefits. Goodness! Yi Xian sensed Yin Ruoshi's unsettling demeanor. His entire being erupted with alarm. What on earth was this? A chilling presence descended upon him. Could this madwoman possess some peculiar quirk? In an instant, a myriad of images flooded Yi Xian's mind. However, this scene stirred envy among the onlookers, especially the senior girls, who looked on with pity. Indeed, the handsome junior had succumbed to reality. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yin Ruoshi turned to leave. At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of her enchanting crimson gaze vanished. This. Why Yi Xian coughed again, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease emanating from this woman, even bordering on fear. Given her assertive nature, he had no choice but to follow Yin Ruoshi into the car. Come. With her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, she leaned in with an almost obsessive fervor. Sister will help you fasten your seatbelt. Under her scrutinizing gaze, the pressure mounted as he sensed a disturbing intensity lurking beneath her surface. Yi Xian realized he had unwittingly walked into a lion's den. Beautiful sister, can I have a moment of regret? Oh. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yin Ruoshi merely smiled, unperturbed. What do you think? Cough, cough. Let's pretend I didn't say that. Faced with her domineering and shadowy gaze, Yi Xian coughed again. Little one. As Yin Ruoshi drove the sports car out of the school gates, a seductive glint appeared at the corners of her eyes. You don't genuinely believe that being handsome grants you the right to be my man, do you? Her calm voice struck Yi Xian like thunder, leaving him bewildered. Hee. It seems you have truly forgotten. Yin Ruoshi's sickly, obsessive gaze fixed upon the man within arm's reach. Allow me to remind you, 1 month ago, at the Maple Grove Manor in the outskirts of Jiangnan. That night, little one, you performed admirably. Boom! At her words, Yi Xian's mind erupted. A month ago, he had visited Jiangnan with classmates, drinking to the point of inebriation at a bar, only to lose consciousness. The next thing he remembered was finding himself in a room at Maple Grove Manor, with a plum blossom mark on the bedding. Moreover, there was a fleeting encounter with a stunning girl. Maple Grove Manor, you are that girl. In that moment, Yi Xian understood no wonder this woman knew his name and behaved so unusually. It's no wonder the scent seems familiar. Inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from Yin Ruoshi, it was reminiscent of a month ago, and the memories of that night surged back with vivid clarity, the breathtaking beauty of the girl merging seamlessly with Yin Ruoshi's visage. Before he could delve deeper in his thoughts, Yin Ruoshi delicately caressed his handsome face, remarking, "Little fellow, you're not quite as foolish as before. Hee. Though it seems your physique has improved significantly since last month," that a shiver ran through Yi Xian. Instinctively, could this woman be a bit unhinged? After that encounter, I found myself with child. Yin Ruoshi's playful gaze was nonchalant, yet her calmness sent a chill through Yi Xian's heart. Was this the typical reaction of a normal girl upon discovering her pregnancy? Are you so certain that child belongs to me? Indeed. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, Yin Ruoshi's slender fingers gripped his chin, her piercing eyes locking onto his. Little fellow, are you doubting me? Cough, cough. I wouldn't dare. Why Yi Xian cleared his throat, pondering if this woman was indeed mentally unstable. I shall bear this child. And of course, it has nothing to do with you. At this, Yin Ruoshi smiled wickedly. Anything I have indulged in can only belong to me. If you dare to disobey, I won't hesitate to destroy it. Gulp. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt a jolt of fear. Could this woman truly be contemplating his demise? Her domineering nature and morbid possessiveness painted her as a lunatic. This was too ruthless. System, you wretched thing. Is this how you intend to lead me to my doom? In that moment, Yi Xian cursed the system's ancestors, truly a loss for tears. Where are we going? Yi Xian looked ahead, suspicion clouding his mind. This madwoman surely had ulterior motives for bringing him along, yet he could hardly believe that she was indeed pregnant. As for the authenticity, given her status, it was unnecessary to question the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. The unmistakable voice echoed, leaving Yi Xian utterly stunned. What? He was genuinely taken aback. The Civil Affairs Bureau, to obtain a marriage certificate? What else did you think I brought you here for? Yin Ruoshi continued, her enchanting eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. The Yin group has encountered some troubles, and the old board members wish to use my marriage as a pretext to force me into submission. Think they could succeed with such a ploy is to underestimate me. At this, Yin Ruoshi's enigmatic smile made Yi Xian's skin crawl. Was sacrificing himself truly the best course of action? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of leaving with Yin Ruoshi. Reward: 30 shares of the Yin Group. As he beheld the wicked smile gracing Yin Ruoshi's lips, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Then, a status panel appeared before him. Name: Yixian. Age, 18. Realm, unremarkable. Abilities, none. Items, 30 shares of the Yin Group. Wealth, 1,500. Observing the attributes panel with a slight furrow of his brow, Yixian pondered, what is this realm? To respond to the host, the classification of realms in your current world, from lowest to highest, is as follows. Unclassed, yellow grade, profound grade, celestial grade. Listening to the system's explanation, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. This world appeared to be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. A S for the Yin Corporation. Should Yin Ruashi become aware of this, her expression would undoubtedly be most remarkable. Chapter 3. Rest assured, dear sister, you will be graciously entertained at Maple Grove Manor. Civil Affairs Bureau, Marriage Certificate Room. Miss Yin. The staff bowed slightly, presenting the marriage certificate with both hands, trembling as they spoke. This is the marriage certificate for you, and Mr. Yi. Yin Ruashi accepted it and handed one to Yixian, teasingly saying, little guy, from now on, you are my man. Of course, you may seek out other women if you wish. At this, Yin Ruashi narrowed her enchanting eyes, filled with possessiveness, and added, just ensure I do not discover it. Should I find out, that woman will vanish from existence. And you. Yin Ruashi's gaze scrutinized Yixian from head to toe, will also face severe consequences. Oh ho ho. Taking a deep breath, Yixian coughed lightly, pondering that anyone with a rebellious spirit would not easily succumb. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Stay one night at Maple Grove Manor. Reward. A complete set of the D Yuan number 1 manor. Before Yixian could contemplate this, the system's voice chimed in once more. D Yuan number 1 manor? Upon learning of the system's reward, Yixian was genuinely taken aback. After all, it was the most expensive manor in Jiangnan City, reputed to be worth at least $1 billion, with no market available. However, staying one night at Maple Grove Manor, was this leading himself into a den of tigers? Gurgle. Just then, Yixian's stomach protested, having eaten nothing all morning. Little guy, are you hungry? Yin Ruashi's gaze fell upon the possessive man. Sister will take you to a grand feast. Looking at the red book in his hands, Yixian was filled with mixed emotions. Damn it, had he really just gotten married? Soon, they arrived at the Rose Restaurant. Miss Yin, please come in. The lobby manager of the Rose Restaurant greeted obsequiously, but as he was about to enter the private room, he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. Their faces cold. No entry for outsiders. Cough, cough, Miss Yin, enjoy your meal. The lobby manager took a deep breath, his heart surging like a storm. The eldest daughter of the Yin family was actually dining alone with a handsome man in a private room. If this news got out, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout Jiangnan. That lad truly had remarkable fortune. After inhaling deeply, the lobby manager's eyes brimmed with envy in Jiangnan. The suitors for Yin Ruashi would stretch all the way to the outskirts of the city, gazing at the table adorned with Australian lobster, sea cucumber, and steak. The total was no less than 100,000 at the very least. Yixian, I must say, under the flickering candlelight, Yixian's handsome visage appeared even more striking. He truly deserved to be called my man. Quite dashing indeed. Yixian felt speechless upon hearing this. Did this domineering, obsessive, and utterly mad woman need to be so self-absorbed? Smack. Then, Yin Ruashi placed a black card on the table, encrusted with diamonds and gold. Clearly not an ordinary item. Here, Yin Ruashi slid the card toward Yixian. This is my credit card. Feel free to use it without limit. Cough, cough. This seems inappropriate. Yixian coughed again, further convinced that this card was extraordinary. Indeed, Yin Ruashi directed her piercing gaze towards Yixian, causing an unsettling sensation to creep over him. Little man, take it if I offer it. This is a gift from me, and you must not refuse. As she spoke, her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. I wonder, little one, are you willing to test your luck? In that moment, Yin Ruashi stood so close. Her fixation on her personal masterpiece was palpable. I dare not. Yixian shivered slightly, accepting the black card. I shall accept it then. Much better, she replied, lifting his chin with a teasing gesture. The crimson allure in her eyes faded as she planted a soft kiss on his lips. Consider this a reward. Yixian's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. That audacious woman was far too bold. Remember, you belong solely to me. Yin Ruashi nodded in satisfaction before taking a bite of her steak. Come, little one. Sister will feed you steak, now open wide. All right. As he savored the tender steak, he found the taste delightful, yet the situation grew increasingly awkward. Suddenly, Recalling his system task, he steeled himself to speak. Beautiful sister. Yin Ruashi's gaze glinted with a wicked smile. From now on, call me Ruashi. Cough, cough. Ruashi. He hesitated. May I spend the night at the Maple Forest Manor? Upon uttering those words, Yixin felt utterly drained. Knowing that he would never have dared to ask if it weren't for the system task, the risk of leaving with nothing was all too real. Oh? At his request. Yin Ruashi's eyes narrowed slightly, a tantalizing smile curling at her lips. Little one, you possess quite the audacity. Of course, you may. The Maple Forest Manor welcomes you any time you dare to come. As she spoke, her fervent gaze, filled with a twisted excitement, sent a chill down Yixin's spine. Damn it. If this continues, the system will surely lead me to my doom. Taking a deep breath, Yixin resolved to brave it for the sake of the Du-On No. 1 Manor. Where to next? After finishing their meal and returning to the car, Yixin relished the calm before the impending storm. Of course, we shall go shopping for clothes. Yin Ruashi glanced at him dismissively. Get rid of the trash you're wearing. What? Yixin protested, instantly displeased. What do you mean trash? This outfit cost me quite a bit. Yin Ruashi scrutinized him closely, her eyes narrowing. What did you just say? Are you already growing impatient? Rest assured, when we reach the Maple Forest Manor, I will treat you well. Hearing this, Yixin felt a wave of despair wash over him. He hadn't done anything to warrant such treatment. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Jiang'an Shopping Center, home to the flagship stores of luxury brands. As the fitting room door swung open, a striking figure emerged. And under the elegant sheen of a bespoke handcrafted suit, Yixin appeared even more dashing. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Indeed, he possesses more charisma than our brand ambassador. The shop assistants gazed at Yixin with starry eyes, chattering excitedly. Not bad at all. Upon seeing Yixin, Yin Ruashi's eyes sparkled with an alluring intensity. After all, he was her man. I'll take the entire collection. After circling Yixin and appraising him, Yin Ruashi was enchantingly satisfied. What? The shop assistant was momentarily taken aback. Miss, are you certain? This entire collection is valued at over 500,000. The beauty was extravagantly bold. Ruashi, there is no need for such splurging, is there? Yixin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Each piece was priced over 20,000. And this audacious woman was ready to purchase 20 garments at once. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi's eyes glimmered with a seductive crimson hue as she delicately grasped his chin. I've told you, anything I offer you is non-negotiable. It seems you have a poor memory. Chapter 4. Should this happen again, I shall personally ensure your demise. Yixin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He knew that one day he would have this wild woman completely under his thumb. Ma'am, here is the warranty card. The cashier handed over the card. To which Yin Ruashi replied with a smile, no need. If it breaks, I'll simply discard it. With that, she linked her arm with Yixin's and strode confidently towards the exit. As they departed, the shop assistant stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend such audacity. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond their understanding. Ruashi, this is too extravagant, Yixin observed, noting that their expenditure in this single store exceeded 1 million. You are my man, Yin Ruashi proclaimed, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on Yixin's lips. Is it not perfectly normal for me to spend on you? But I do not wish to be a kept man. Yixin finally voiced his sentiments prior to encountering this wild woman. He had always looked down upon those who lived off the wealth of others. A kept man? Yin Ruashi's eyes flashed with a bewitching coldness. You are the father of my child. Who dares to label you as such? Should I find out, I shall ensure they meet a grim fate. Hearing Yin Ruashi's fierce protectiveness, Yixin felt a mix of agony and joy. He was certain he was not a kept man. At least he didn't have to grovel. Thus, with Yin Ruashi affectionately linked to his arm, they appeared like a couple in love. Yet, Yixin understood that beneath her seemingly harmless exterior lay a pathological, fervent, and obsessive possessiveness. Following them were Yin Ruashi's subordinates, burdened with numerous bags. Miss is rather indulgent towards this young man, a newly assigned subordinate murmured quietly, prompting his companions to shiver in response, anticipating the repercussions. Slap. As Yin Ruashi walked ahead, she swiftly turned and slapped one of her subordinates across the face, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Her eyes glinted with a lethal coldness, causing the temperature around her to plummet by several degrees. In a chilling tone, she declared, Should there be a next time, I shall personally take your life. I'm sorry, miss. The subordinate bowed in apology, nearly soiling himself in fear, while his companions dared not utter a word. Humph. Observing this, Yin Ruashi cast a glance at her other subordinates, stating, "From now on, show proper respect to my man. Furthermore, Yu Xian is to be regarded as your future master. If I hear anyone speak disrespectfully, I will toss you into the river to feed the fish." "Yes, miss." Upon hearing this, her followers bowed in compliance. This woman, although Yu Xian found Yin Ruashi's behavior somewhat unpalatable, he could not deny that she treated him differently than her other suitors. As for his relationship with this tempestuous woman, he decided to take it one step at a time. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted the atmosphere. Two figures approached, one of whom was a flamboyantly dressed girl accompanied by a middle-aged man. The girl's name was Chun Meyer, the daughter of the prestigious Chun family from Jiangnan, and she had numerous admirers. However, she harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Yin Ruashi, resenting how both her cousin and the man she fancied were enamored with her rival. It was fair to say that her disdain for Yin Ruashi had been brewing for quite some time, especially now that the latter's father lay in a coma, an opportune moment to humiliate her. "Isn't that the stunning Yin Ruashi?" she sneered. Previously, she would have never dared to speak so brazenly, but with the Yin family now nearly in ruins, she felt emboldened. Her gaze shifted to Yi Xian, taunting, "What's this? The illustrious Miss Yin has fallen for this pretty boy?" Before Chun Meyer could finish her sentence, Yin Ruashi delivered another slap, her aura emanating an icy chill as she warned, "Mind your tongue. Were it not for the Chun family status, you would already be dead. You dare to touch me?" Chun Meyer stared in disbelief at Yin Ruashi, but before she could utter another word, a dagger appeared in Yin Ruashi's hand, slicing through the air to cut her wrist, crimson blood seeping forth. This madwoman! Yu Xian was taken aback. Such violence over a mere disagreement? Would she truly kill the girl? Chun Meyer, a sheltered flower, had never encountered such brutality, and her piercing scream instantly drew the attention of the crowd, who quickly recoiled in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Meyer. Chun Tianhe's face flushed with rage as he lunged toward Yin Ruashi, for he too was a peak-level practitioner and sought to capture her to present to the young master of the Lin family, a feat that would bring him great honor. With a thunderous impact, he was sent sprawling away before he could approach, blood surging up his throat, which he forcefully swallowed down. In disbelief, he gazed at the bodyguard not far off, a master of the Xian level. Chun Tianhe's expression turned grave, clearly taken aback by Yin Ruashi's unexpected company. "Cough, cough. Yin Ruashi, do not overstep," Chun Tianhe exclaimed, choking from the severe blow he had just received, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Yin Ruashi. "Overstep?" Yin Ruashi's enchanting crimson eyes turned towards Chun Meyer. "For showing disrespect towards my man, I have already spared her life as a courtesy to the Chen family. Now, kneel and apologize. Otherwise." Here, Yin Ruashi playfully tilted Yu Xian's chin with her delicate finger, her voice laced with menace. "You shall leave here with but half a life." This woman? Yu Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Her brutality was chilling, her ferocity palpable. "You." Chun Meyer felt the murderous intent in Yin Ruashi's gaze, her heart sinking. "Just wait, you vile woman." With a thud, she knelt on the ground, fist clenched, wishing she could tear Yin Ruashi apart. Her remaining rationality warned her that if she did not concede today, she might very well perish. "I'm sorry. I should not have spoken so rashly." "Scram," Yin Ruashi retorted, slapping her aside, sending her tumbling a meter away, where Chun Tianhe caught her. "Remember, even if the Yin family is weak, it is not for your Chun family to provoke." Though Yin Ruashi looked down upon the Chun family, they were nonetheless backed by the Lin family, another of the three great clans, which was no less formidable than the Yin family. Chun Meyer was the cousin of the Lin family's heir. Currently, the Yin family found themselves in a precarious position, with various forces eyeing them, making it imperative to avoid unnecessary complications. "Let us depart." With that, Yin Ruashi linked arms with Yu Xian and walked towards the shopping center's exit, her subordinates remaining vigilant, ready to eliminate any threats posed by the Chun family duo. Damn it. It was only after Yin Ruashi's group vanished from view that Chun Meyer's expression contorted with rage. Cough, cough. At that moment, Chun Tianhe could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. "Uncle, are you all right?" Chun Meyer's expression changed drastically as she hurried to support him, concerned. Chun Tianhe took a deep breath before forcing a bitter smile. Indeed, even in decline, the three great clans are not something our Chun family can contend with. "This grudge, I shall remember," Chun Tianhe warned. "Meyer, do not act recklessly." "Do not worry, uncle." Chun Meyer's eyes glinted with malice as she fixed her gaze on the distance. "Though I cannot touch Yin Ruashi, that young man must die." Chapter 5. Task accomplished. Reward, $1 billion estate, DU1 number 1. Half an hour later, at Fonlin Manor. Miss. Upon arriving at the manor, the 2 guards on duty greeted her respectfully. Yin Ruashi nodded in acknowledgement, the nightfall drawing near. How do you feel? How much do you remember? Yin Ruashi teased. A playful smile curving her lips as she observed the man who belonged solely to her. Coughing lightly, I swallowed my saliva. To claim that I remembered nothing would be a deceit. The familiar surroundings evoked a sense of déjà vu, as though I had been ensnared by this madwoman. Yet, my memories were somewhat hazy, weren't they? With sharp, captivating eyes, Yin Ruashi's gaze shimmered with a beguiling crimson, causing Yushin to swallow hard. Was this madwoman a seductive enchantress? Clearly, Yin Ruashi already knew the answer. Come in, she beckoned with a smile. From now on, this will be our secret rendezvous. Greetings. Young master. Upon entering the villa, a composed young woman bowed respectfully, and the surrounding maids followed suit, indicating that Yin Ruashi had meticulously prepared for this moment. Cough. Hello to you all, Yushin greeted, realizing that even without a system, he was enjoying a rather splendid treatment, albeit at the cost of enduring the torment of that madwoman. Miss, should you inform the lady about such a significant matter as your marriage certificate with the young master? Oh. Yin Ruashi's smile, laced with mischief, faded as she turned her gaze toward Xiaoying. My apologies, miss. Xiaoying, sensing the oppressive aura, immediately recognized her blunder. Where's the mistake? Yin Ruashi, unperturbed, gazed calmly at Xiaoying. After all, you have informed the lady before. With a thud, Xiaoying fell to her knees. Miss, I was wrong. Is that so? Yin Ruashi's cold eyes narrowed slightly, her demeanor as light as a cloud. If there is a next time, you may return whence you came. Thank you, miss. Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief, only daring to rise once Yin Ruashi granted her permission. By the way, Yin Ruashi turned her attention to Yishian, who had just entered the villa, prepare some nourishing dishes for the young master. After all, he will need his strength tonight. Her eyes sparkled with hidden meanings as she stepped into the villa, leaving Yishian wondering if he would indeed be overwhelmed. How is it? Is it delicious? She watched quietly as Yishian savored the exquisite meal crafted by a 5-star chef, enriched with numerous nourishing ingredients. Quite good, Yishian nodded, blissfully unaware of the underlying schemes. Slow down. Yin Ruashi gently wiped the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the man who belonged solely to her. Little one, would you be interested in living here permanently? Hearing such an unexpected proposition, Yishian, still chewing, spat it all out. Well, I still have school. Taking a deep breath, he thought, living here? What a joke. Each day felt like sitting on pins and needles. The pressure overwhelming. If he were to stay indefinitely, he might suffocate. After dinner, splash, emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Yushin was met with the sight of Yin Ruashi entering. Upon seeing his chiseled 8-pack abs, her enchanting gaze intensified. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. As Yin Ruashi gazed at him, a scene from a month ago flashed through his mind, causing a subtle shift in his expression. Ruashi, it's getting late. You should go to bed. Why don't you step outside? Instead of retreating, Yin Ruashi took a step closer, their faces merely inches apart. This is my villa. Why should I leave? Furthermore, your performance today was somewhat lacking. Consequently, I shall impose a punishment upon you. The following morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a stunning visage. At that moment, the enchanting girl wore a pale, obsessive smile, her fervent gaze fixed upon a slumbering young man. Yushin, you belong to me. No one can take you away. With a glance at the handsome figure before her, Yin Ruashi placed a soft kiss on his lips, feeling utterly satisfied as she reminisced about the events of the previous day. Unbeknownst to her, Yishin stirred, his bleary eyes meeting the sight of Yin Ruashi admiring him like a cherished work of art. When did you wake up? He asked, instinctively swallowing hard at the sight of her infatuated gaze. This madwoman was far too intense. He had nearly lost his life, yet she seemed unfazed. Well done. As a reward, you may return to school for a day. Her delicate fingers caressed his face, causing Yushian's lips to twitch. However, you must return to the estate before tomorrow night. Otherwise, I will have someone bring you back from school. All right. Though Yushian was speechless, he chose not to argue, fully aware of the lengths this crazy woman would go to. That's more like it. Yin Ruashi nodded slightly, prompting Yushian to find an excuse to leave. Little man, you are destined to be mine, she mused, watching him depart in a rather disheveled state. A fervent glint in her eyes as a wicked smile graced her lips. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone interrupted Yin Ruashi's thoughts. Hello? She answered, her expression turning icy upon hearing the news from the other end. What did you say? The Yin Group's 30 shares have all been acquired by a mysterious individual? All right, I understand. After ending the call, her demeanor grew serious. The Yin Group held 70 of its shares with the board, leaving the remaining 30 in the hands of shareholders. The acquisition of all these shares was no small feat, achievable only by extraordinary means. With a market valuation of $200 billion, the 30 stake amounted to a staggering $60 billion, an undertaking beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In Jiangnan City, only 2 of the 3 prominent families possessed such capabilities. Could it be that the other 2 families were seizing this opportunity? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, an aura of chill enveloped Yin Ruoxi. Whoever dares to covet the Yin Group shall face dire consequences. Meanwhile, in the living room of Fenglin Villa, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Ding! Congratulations. Host. After spending a night at Fenglin Manor, you have been rewarded with a complete set of the Diyuan No. 1 manor. Yi Xian, who was admiring the villa, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh. Yi Xian's gaze narrowed slightly as he contemplated the implications of acquiring the Diyuan No. 1 estate, which signified the possession of a property worth 1 billion. His spirits soared immediately. After breakfast, he stepped outside the villa. Boom. The roar of a beast echoed as Yin Ruoxi pressed the accelerator, speeding away in a striking red Ferrari. Young master. At that moment, Xiaoying approached Yi Xian, extending her hands to offer him the keys to a supercar. The young lady has said that this supercar is yours to use temporarily. Temporarily? Yi Xian mused. Looking at the keys in his hand, he pressed the button, and the dazzling lights of the sleek supercar illuminated. An Aston Martin. Yi Xian recognized it instantly, for it stood among the elite in the realm of multi-million-dollar supercars. Despite her aloof demeanor, that wild woman had a generous side. With that in mind, he graciously accepted it, regarding it as a reward for his hard work yesterday. Chapter 6. Dare to lay a hand on my brother-in-law. Have you lost your mind? Boom. With another roar, Yi Xian sped off in the supercar, the overwhelming acceleration invigorating him. He could already sense the pinnacle of life. As he exited the estate, he activated the navigation system and raced towards Jiangnan University. Ding. The system's voice suddenly chimed in his ear, announcing a new task: make Zhou Kaiyang bark like a dog. With a reward of 10 years of cultivation. 10 years of cultivation? Here it comes. This was the crucial step in conquering that woman, Yin Ruoxi. At that moment, a call came through, and upon seeing it was his mother, Yi Xian felt a pang of guilt. Hello, Mom. He took a deep breath before answering the call. You little rascal. You get to school and don't even bother to send your mother a message? You don't answer my calls. Have you grown wings? His mother launched into a tirade. Yi Xian connected the phone to the supercar's hand-free system. Ahem, while Yi Xian chuckled awkwardly. Initially planning to assure his mother of his safety after a shower, but unexpectedly, a wild woman had appeared, leaving him exhausted and confused, resulting in him falling asleep. Mom, let me explain. Oh no, I must clarify that I drank too much with my roommate yesterday. After a convoluted explanation, Yi Xian narrowly escaped his mother's wrath. He had intended to inform her about the prospect of grandchildren, but clearly, this was not the right moment. Well, I want to question how you spend time with your friends, but you must find a daughter-in-law within 6 months. His mother issued a firm decree. If you fail to do so, don't bother coming home for the new year. Beep, beep, beep. With that, his mother hung up, prideful as ever. However, unbeknownst to her, her precious grandson was already a month into his pregnancy, and should she learn of it, she might very well rush to Fenglin Manor in a fit of fury. Before long, Yi Xian brought the supercar to a sudden stop beneath the dormitory building. Oh. The appearance of the supercar immediately drew the attention of nearby students. This is the latest model of Aston Martin. Indeed. It is rumored to be worth at least 15 million. And yet it remains priceless. Behold, the unmistakable scion of wealth. The surrounding students, both male and female, buzzed with excitement as Yi Xian's charismatic figure emerged upon alighting from his vehicle. Clad in casual luxury brands, his aura was elevated several notches compared to before. Wow. No way. A newcomer, upon witnessing the arrival, hastily retrieved their phone to access the school's forum. In a fit of exhilaration, they exclaimed, "It's him. The very one who was whisked away by the aloof goddess yesterday." What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting many to immediately check their phones. Their gazes toward Yi Xian transformed. Goodness, it truly is that lad, who overnight has exchanged a mere bird's gun for a cannon. now cruising in a luxury vehicle worth millions. This lavish life is simply irresistible. At that moment, a freshman in the throng hastily dialed a number. "Hello, young Master Mu," they said respectfully, addressing the figure in the crowd. "The person you instructed me to keep an eye on has appeared, right beneath the dormitory. The esteemed sister-in-law has arrived. I'll head over immediately." The individual on the other end, without delay, made their way, revealing himself as Mu Tiannan, the young master of the Mu family from Jiangnan, and also the cousin of Yin Ruoshi. His motivation was clear. He wished to discern what kind of individual warranted such significant attention from his cousin, who had specifically tasked him with oversight. Just as the freshmen concluded the call, they noticed a group approaching in the distance, their expression shifting dramatically. "Ah, the prodigal second-generation heirs have arrived." A contingent of 5 or 6 individuals, wielding basketballs, approached. "Isn't this our school's renowned figure?" Captured by a wealthy lady on the very first day of school. Among them was none other than Zhou Kaiong, the suitor of Chen Meyer, hailing from a second-tier family. His presence here was evidently sanctioned by the goddess herself. While he dared not provoke Yin Ruoshi, he regarded Yu Xian as nothing more than an insignificant insect, easily crushed with a mere finger. "Are you Zhou Kaiong?" Yu Xian inquired, deducing the identity of the approaching heir. "Indeed," Zhou Kaiong replied, his eyes narrowing. "Impressive, you know my name. It seems Yin Ruoshi has whispered in your ear." At this point, he signaled to his entourage. "Come, let us have a word with our benefactor." As the group prepared to encircle Yi Xian, the freshman's expression shifted to one of alarm. This fellow is under young Master Mu's protection. If anything happens, young Master Mu would bear the consequences. Just as he was about to call for assistance, a voice rang out from nearby. "Stop." Upon hearing the command, Zhou Kaiong turned to see who had spoken. "Young Master Mu." With swiftness, Mu Tiannan approached and delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Kaiong's face, sending him sprawling. It was worth noting that Mu Tiannan was now a practitioner of the initial stage of the yellow level. "Mu Tiannan, have you lost your mind?" Zhou Kaiong, a scion of a second-tier family, glared at Mu Tiannan with a face full of fury. With a resounding slap, Mu Tiannan showed no regard for him. And upon seeing that Yu Xian was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something were to happen to his brother-in-law, Yin Ruoshi would surely flay him alive. "How dare you lay a hand on my brother-in-law?" Mu Tiannan exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Zhou Kaiong felt a shiver run down his spine. He had nearly forgotten this crucial detail. Mu Tiannan's grandfather was Yin Ruoshi's maternal grandfather, a fact that also contributed to the Yin family's stability amidst turmoil. The Mu family of Jiangnan was a formidable presence, ranking just below the 3 major families. Even the Qin family, where his beloved goddess resided, had to tread carefully around them. Initially, he had intended to teach Yi Xian a lesson to keep him away from Yin Ruoshi. "Hey, brother-in-law," Mu Tiannan said with a sycophantic smile, approaching Yi Xian without a hint of concern for their age difference. "Yin Ruoshi is my cousin. She sent me here." "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded slightly, aware that he could handle the situation himself, yet he was not averse to engaging in a confrontation. However, this was of little consequence compared to his greater concern, the prospect of a decade's worth of cultivation, wondering if, in the end, he might transform into something akin to a superhero. "Oh, it's nothing. We're all family here." Mu Tiannan chuckled heartily, more intrigued by how his brother-in-law had captured his cousin's attention. "By the way," Mu Tiannan suddenly remembered, turning to Yi Xian, "how should we deal with this fellow? Perhaps I should incapacitate him." He spoke with an air of seriousness, knowing that if his cousin were to find out, the likelihood of severe repercussions was high. Yu Xian's gaze shifted to Zhou Kaiong, whose eyes widened in fear, realizing the grave mistake he had made. "No need to incapacitate him. Just have him bark like a dog 3 times, Yu Xian replied calmly. The surrounding crowd was left in utter shock, with Zhou Kaiong's eyes bulging in disbelief. "You brat. Don't push your luck." With that, Mu Tiannan delivered a swift kick, sending Zhou Kaiong flying several meters, causing turmoil in the latter's stomach. "What nonsense is this? If he doesn't bark, then let him be crippled." As he spoke, Mu Tiannan commanded his subordinates to take action, a sight that sent Zhou Kaiong into a state of panic. "Stop." Taking a deep breath, Mu Tiannan's eyes flashed with vengeful intent. "I command it. Woof, woof, woof." After the 3 barks, the entire place erupted in laughter, and Mu Tiannan shot Zhou Kaiong a scornful glance. "Brother-in-law, is that sufficient?" he inquired, looking toward Yu Xian. The latter cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Kaiong, finding the sight of such filth offensive to his senses. Get lost. Chapter 7, A Frantic Mission. Reward, Lamborghini Demon Spawn. "Brother-in-law, how impressive." Mu Tiannan marveled at his brother-in-law's display of dominance, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly worthy of being my cousin's partner. He had received an ultimatum from his cousin. Should his brother-in-law lose even a single hair at school, he would face dire consequences upon returning home. This was one of the few commands bestowed upon him by his cousin, highlighting the significant place his brother-in-law held in her heart. Was Ruashi always this domineering? Yi Xian's lips twitched slightly. One could not deny that she was exceedingly meticulous. Ahem, Mu Tiannan coughed softly and nodded, then leaned closer to Yi Xian's ear and whispered, "What my brother-in-law may not realize is that once my sister gets angry, no one can sway her, not even my uncle or my grandfather." Indeed, though the nature of that deranged woman's experiences remained a mystery, he could vaguely deduce that they were likely tied to her childhood. However, what could have transpired in her past to shape her into this mad, domineering, and pathologically obsessive person? Hey. Next, Mu Tiannan's gaze fell upon the Aston Martin, brother-in-law. This is impressive. This car was gifted to my sister by my uncle 3 years ago for her birthday. It is her favorite among all her vehicles. She usually treasures it so much that she rarely drives it, yet here you are using it. Upon seeing the car, Mu Tiannan felt as if he had discovered a new realm, understanding that this vehicle held special significance for his cousin, especially since it marked a time when her relationship with her uncle had improved considerably. Is that so? Yi Xian remarked, glancing at the car, surprised to learn of this. Indeed, Mu Tiannan continued, casting a furtive glance around to ensure his sister was not in sight. Over the years, I have asked for it countless times, only to be rejected by her each time. There was even an occasion when, half in jest, she struck me so hard that I fractured 3 ribs and it took me a month to recover. Such brutality? Yi Xian was genuinely taken aback. That mad woman was merciless when angered. After a brief exchange, Mu Tiannan bid farewell, waving to his brother-in-law, knowing that anyone capable of managing his violent, domineering, and pathological cousin must be extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making Zhou Kaiyang bark like a dog. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. With the sound echoing, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the depths of Yi Xian's being, instantly radiating throughout his limbs and body, causing his strength to increase in a miraculous, explosive manner. After a moment, Yi Xian exhaled deeply, savoring the invigorating energy. This is remarkably potent. He then summoned his attribute panel. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 18. Realm: initial stage of the profound level abilities. None items. 30 shares of the Yin Corporation. Supreme Diamond Black Card. Unlimited. DU1 number 1 Manor Wealth. 1500 profound level. As he gazed at the virtual panel, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If memory served him correctly, the most formidable subordinate of Yin Ruashi, that insane woman, should have been at this level. The profound level seemed quite formidable indeed. He murmured, recalling how that madwoman's subordinates could send their opponents flying with a single punch. Speaking of which, in the present moment, Yi Xian speculated that he should be able to subdue that beguiling and unhealthy woman, envisioning her on her knees singing his praises. The mere thought brought a smile to his lips, uplifting his spirits considerably. However, the revelation of that madwoman's pregnancy left him somewhat unsettled. Was he now to be a father? He sighed, contemplating that he would simply take things as they come. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his ears. Host has triggered a random task. Kiss Yin Ruashi in public. Reward: 80 million Lamborghini Demon. Yi Xian froze in astonishment. What? Kiss that woman in front of everyone? This absurd system, was it out of its mind? But the reward of a Lamborghini Demon was simply too enticing to dismiss. The system was ruthless. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian uttered 2 words. Good sir. At that moment, 2 beautiful maids entered the dormitory, busily making his bed. Upon seeing Yi Xian, they hurriedly greeted him. What brings you here? Yi Xian recognized them as the maids from Fengling Villa. And the 3 in the dorm admired the elegant sight of them arranging the bedding with grace. Young master, the lady sent us to assist you, one of the maids explained. After a few minutes, the 2 maids finished their task. You may return now. Yi Xian nodded at the 2 stunning maids, who were at least of the beauty level of campus goddesses. Yes, young master. They bowed respectfully before departing, careful not to slack off, for any misstep would surely incur the lady's wrath. As the charming maids left, 2 pairs of eyes in the dorm fixated on them, instinctively swallowing hard, while another male student reading nearby wore a knowing smile. Goodness, my friend, you're impressive. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up, while Wei Lin chuckled in agreement. After becoming acquainted, it was established that Yixian was the eldest, followed by Lu Zihong, Wei Lin, and the youngest, Lin Xiao. Big brother, you become quite popular, Lu Zihong exclaimed, pulling out his phone to check the school forum, which was brimming with discussions about Yixian. On the first day of school, he caught the attention of the aloof goddess. How enviable. Well, it's not too bad, Yixian replied, clearing his throat, feeling a bit sheepish. He then turned to Wei Lin with a look of surprise, for he sensed an innate nobility about him. Wei Lin glanced at the two discussing and smirked. Yin Ruoxi, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan City, heiress of the Yin family, embodying wisdom, strength, and beauty. She has countless suitors, all of whom are from prominent families. The sudden introduction left Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. What? The most beautiful woman in Jiangnan? Heiress of the Yin family? They exchanged bewildered glances before turning their skeptical gaze back to Wei Lin. How do you know this, their brother? Yixian was taken aback by the words of the third brother, gazing at the boy whose looks were only slightly inferior to his own. This is quite a secret. Wei Lin's lips curled into a smirk, which prompted a dramatic eye roll from the eagerly anticipating Lu Zihong and his companion. Damn, third brother is shameless. The two muttered, though they subtly sensed that the third brother was extraordinary. Otherwise, they would have surely confronted him. At that moment, a rumble echoed from the stomach of the fourth brother, protesting against the hunger, especially since they had not eaten breakfast. Fourth brother, are you hungry? Lu Zihong glanced at Lin Xiao and suggested, how about we head to the cafeteria for a meal? The cafeteria? Wei Lin's face twisted with distaste upon hearing this. Forget it. The food there is dreadful. We might as well dine out. That works. Yixian, who was pleased to have finally gathered with his roommates and held a favorable impression of them, declared, as the elder brother, I shall treat you today. Long live the elder brother. Lu Zihong and his friend cheered with enthusiasm, while Wei Lin let out a sigh of relief, pondering whether to reveal his identity as a young master from the imperial capital. Chapter 8. Young Master, the Tianzi Hotel is Mrs. Private Property. Elder brother, you are truly enviable. Indeed, Lu Zihong and his friend looked up at Yixian with admiration, for she was the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, the dream of countless hearts. Although they were puzzled as to why she had chosen to approach Yixian specifically, Yin Ruoxi? Wei Lin's gaze drifted towards the Yin family's direction in Jiangnan, murmuring, that is one of the three prominent families in Jiangnan, akin to my maternal grandfather's family. Yet, it seemed that this elder brother was also extraordinary. The journey to Jiangnan grew increasingly intriguing. With a slight smile, he mused about this, but was soon interrupted by the enthusiastic senior girls. Handsome, could we add each other on WeChat? Let's get to know each other. A few elegantly dressed seniors bravely approached Wei Lin for his contact information, causing Lu Zihong and his friend to envy them greatly. How odd. Lin Xiao looked at Yixian, perplexed. Why is no one adding the elder brother's WeChat? Thud. Lu Zihong promptly tapped Lin Xiao on the head. Fool. Have you forgotten what happened yesterday? The sister-in-law publicly declared her claim in front of everyone, making it impossible for anyone to covet the elder brother. Is that so? Lin Xiao nodded, somewhat understanding. The sister-in-law is quite domineering. Finally stepping outside the school gates, Wei Lin breathed a sigh of relief, having found the earlier scene somewhat daunting. Elder brother, where are we headed? Upon reaching a taxi, Lu Zihong inquired of Yixian. Let us go to the Tianzi Hotel. Yixian contemplated for a moment before responding. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, swallowing hard. The Tianzi Hotel? Elder brother, are you out of your mind? That is one of the top hotels in Jiangnan, rumored to require a minimum spending of at least 100,000. Indeed. Yixian nodded slightly, then produced a diamond black card. Ruoxi gave me this card, allowing for unlimited spending. Well, as soon as the words were spoken, Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the black card in their leader's hand. Was it truly necessary for it to be limitless? It was surprising to see that the elder sister-in-law possessed a somewhat obsessive affection for her husband. Wei Lin smiled teasingly, for he had indeed encountered that supreme diamond black card before. Such a credit card was universally accepted within the borders of Huaxia, and one had to deposit at least 300 billion to be eligible for it. Ahem, Yixian, listening to Wei Lin's words, cleared his throat. It's acceptable, I suppose. Under normal circumstances, it was manageable, but at times, the pathological, brutal, and fervent possessiveness could be chilling. It was uncertain whether having such a woman was a blessing or a curse, especially considering she was carrying his child. Look, in the midst of contemplation, Lin Xiao's shrill voice pierced through as she pointed in a particular direction. Boss, sister-in-law, That's our sister-in-law. The group turned their gaze and were startled to see the official announcement video outside a distant building. The broadcast reported, half an hour ago, Miss Yin Ruoshi of the Yin Group will assume the position of acting chairman and executive president of the Yin Group. The Yin Group will soon engage in collaborations across various sectors. We will continue to provide updates. Acting chairman? Executive president? Yu Xian was taken aback, realizing that the eccentric woman had indeed succeeded. Haha. The driver glanced at the announcement before chuckling. Today's youth must not dwell in fantasies. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiao retorted, clearly displeased. That is truly our sister-in-law. Calm down, fourth. Yu Xian reassured Lin Xiao, for he wished to keep his connection with that unpredictable woman discreet, at least for now. The driver smiled silently, evidently unconvinced by the earlier statements. Before long, the majestic Tianzi Hotel came into view. Goodness. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Zihong and Lin Zhao's eyes widened once more, as the opulent golden decor radiated luxury in every corner. Truly, it was one of the premier hotels in Jiangnan. This place is splendid, Wei Lin remarked, surveying the surroundings. Such elegance would be commendable even in the imperial capital, and he nodded in satisfaction. Excuse me, are there private rooms available? He inquired at the front desk on the first floor, addressing a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady, who instantly captivated Wei Lin's attention. Sir. The front desk lady turned at the sound of his voice, and when her gaze landed on Yu Xian, her eyes widened in surprise. Gongzi, you have arrived. She hurriedly greeted, the honorific leaving Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao bewildered, while astonishment flickered in Wei Lin's eyes. My word. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao exchanged incredulous glances. Looking at Yu Xian, boss, this Tianzi hotel isn't owned by our sister-in-law, is it? Cough, cough, you recognize me. Yu Xian was evidently a bit dazed, as he had initially intended to use the black card. Gongzi, the Tianzi Hotel is a private enterprise of the young lady. After a brief pause, the receptionist continued. The young lady has instructed that all expenses incurred by the son-in-law under the Yin Group's enterprises will be charged to her account. Upon hearing this, both Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, thinking to themselves, goodness, this must be the epitome of a pampered man. How enviable. This indulgence was truly something to covet. You certainly have a charmed life, boss, Wei Lin remarked, nodding in admiration, even as a prominent figure in the capital. Wei Lin was filled with envy. Such treatment was far from ordinary. Soon, the manager of the Tianzi Hotel approached briskly. Young sir, welcome to our hotel for an inspection. Fang Jinming greeted respectfully, adding, I am the general manager of Tianzi Hotel, Fang Jinming. Just call me Xiao Fang. Goodness. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao gasped again. The personal reception by the hotel manager would undoubtedly create a stir throughout Jiangnan. I'm here to treat a few friends to a meal. Yu Xian was also taken aback by Fang Jinming's enthusiasm, pondering how many enterprises that crazy woman owned in Jiangnan. Understood, Fang Jinming replied solemnly, rest assured. I will make the arrangements. This way, please. Guided by Fang Jinming, Yu Xian and his companions entered the luxurious private room of the Longting Shenshi Hall. Upon entering, their vision expanded, revealing gilded tables, chairs, and ornate decorations that exuded opulence. Wei Lin, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with awe. The renovations alone must have cost tens of millions. Are you satisfied with this, young sir? Fang Jinming inquired earnestly. The young lady personally issued the order. Anyone who displeases you will be dismissed immediately. Not bad, Yu Xian sighed with relief, beginning to grasp the joy of a wealthy capitalist. Abalone, Australian lobster, sea cucumbers, and a variety of extravagant dishes were presented, complemented by 4 bottles of 1982 Lafite, a truly prestigious selection. Meanwhile, Fang Jinming stood guard outside the private room. Boss. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao exclaimed at the sight of the lavish spread. Goodness, are we dreaming? Chapter 9. Boss, did you say Ruoshi is pregnant? After a hearty feast, Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao, feeling tipsy, exclaimed, Boss, let us toast. As it was getting late, Wei Lin observed their drunken state, and with Yu Xian's nod, the group exited the hotel. Take care, young sir. Fang Jinming personally saw Yu Xian off, initially intending to arrange transport to the school, but was politely declined. However, they had not gone far when they encountered a few individuals. Yu Xian, the leader, Zhou Kaiyong, glared at Yu Xian with a face full of hatred. Pretty boy, we meet again. Today, let us see who can save you. The intoxicated fourth brother, hearing this, exploded with anger. To hell with you. He was about to kick out in fury. You scoundrel. Zhou Kaiyang, upon witnessing Lin Zhao's actions, glared with fierce intensity and commanded, "Dispose of him." His two subordinates, sensing the gravity of the situation, displayed a predatory glint in their eyes. However, before they could act, Yi Xian swiftly struck one of them, sending him sprawling across the ground. His lips split from the impact. The sudden turn of events left Wei Lin wide-eyed in astonishment. This strength is at least at the initial stage of the yellow level. He had intended to intervene but instead relinquished his grip. For though he was a young master from the capital, he too possessed strength at the mid-yellow level, a fact known to very few. And this was in spite of his usual indulgence in alcohol and extravagance. "You haven't even finished speaking, Zhou Kaiyang," he thought, as his two subordinates' faces paled. Urgently urging their master, "Young master, we must leave." Under their insistence, Zhou Kaiyang retreated in disarray, while Wei Lin exhaled in relief. He wished to keep his identity concealed for a while longer. Useless. Zhou Kaiyang seethed, casting a furious glance at his subordinates. "You are both skilled fighters. Yet you couldn't even contend with that young brat." His subordinates, on the verge of tears, exchanged glances filled with trepidation. "Young master, you may not be aware, but that boy is formidable. Although we are not yellow-level masters, united we should not have been so easily defeated by a mere youth. That Yi Xian is likely a yellow-level expert." "Oh," Zhou Kaiyang frowned, reflecting on the earlier encounter. No wonder that young man appeared so self-assured this morning. It seems he possesses considerable prowess. "Humph," he sneered coldly, inhaling deeply. "But do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Just wait." Half an hour later, beneath the dormitory building, Yi Xian retrieved his car keys and prepared to unveil his supercar. "Help me bring my things upstairs." Well, both Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao rushed over, captivated by the sleek vehicle. "Boss, this must be the car that sister-in-law got for you." "Incredible!" As they spoke, they opened the car doors, eagerly gathering their belongings to depart. Suddenly, Lu Zihong noticed something. He picked up a red booklet and opened it. Upon seeing its contents, his pupils dilated in shock. "What the, boss? You and sister-in-law have already registered your marriage?" In an instant, Lu Zihong's drunkenness evaporated, utterly astonished by his boss's rapid progression. "Impressive. Truly remarkable." Lin Xiao and Wei Lin exchanged glances, raising their thumbs in approval for Yi Xian. Wei Lin's eyes sparkled. This was astonishing. It seemed even his cousin held a favorable impression of Yin Ruoxi and might have even intended to pursue her. Little did they expect that Yi Xian had already secured her. Yi Xian stared at the red booklet, momentarily taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about it. "Ahem, about that. This matter must remain confidential." Clearing his throat, he added, for he was not yet ready to be ensnared by public scrutiny. "Rest assured." Lu Zihong assured with a punch to his shoulder, "We will keep it a secret." "Of course." Lin Xiao chuckled and continued, "But boss, your relationship with sister-in-law seems to be progressing rather quickly." "Indeed," Lu Zihong remarked, followed by a wave of curiosity. "By the way," he paused, "how does sister-in-law know your exact whereabouts? Could it be that you and sister-in-law have known each other for quite some time?" Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiao and Wei Lin turned their gazes towards him, clearly eager to unravel this juicy tidbit. "Cough. It's not a big deal," Yi Xian interjected with a cough, letting out a sigh. "About a month ago, I traveled to Jiang'an." With that, Yi Xian recounted the events regarding the woman, though he refrained from mentioning her pathological, obsessive, and domineering tendencies. However, as Yi Xian explained, all three, including Wei Lin, were left in a state of bewilderment, their eyes wide with shock. "My goodness, boss. Are you saying that Ruoxi's sister-in-law is pregnant?" Lu Zihong and the others were astounded, their eyes fixated on their leader, while Wei Lin's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. This news, if known by their cousin, would surely cause him considerable distress. "Cough. I only found out yesterday myself." Yi Xian coughed again. This being another reason for his agreement to get married. "To conceive at the first attempt, I must say, I am impressed," Wei Lin exclaimed, his admiration unrestrained, prompting Yi Xian to roll his eyes in response. "Indeed, the boss is a true man." Lu Zihong and the others fanned the flames, fully aware that if this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake Jiangnan to its core. Truly, the revelation was explosive. Nonetheless, the bond of trust shared amongst them was palpable. Such a deeply personal secret from their leader was not lost on them. They were astonished to discover that their leader had such a history with Ruoxi's sister-in-law. No wonder she had stormed into the school at the start of the semester, boldly asserting her claim, suggesting they had already shared a past. Ding dong. At that moment, Lu Zihong received a message. "Boss, they're SA gathering in the main lecture hall this afternoon." Yixian nodded slightly, and the group made their way to the dormitory. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Yin group, Miss Xiaoying entered respectfully from outside the office. How is that young man doing? Yin Ruoshi inquired, savoring a fine red wine, a sly smile playing on her lips. Gulp. Observing the mistress's expression, Xiaoying couldn't help but swallow hard. Reporting to the miss. The son-in-law encountered difficulties from Zhou Kaiwen at school today, but was stopped by the cousin. Then he went to Tianzi Hotel for dinner with his roommates. Is that so? Yin Ruoshi took a sip of her red wine, a faintly amused smile gracing her lips. That young man seems quite busy. And Xiaoying hesitated at this point. Speak. An undeniable voice resonated, causing a tremor in Xiao Ying's heart. Miss, I have received news that Lin Xiaoyang may go to Jiangnan University this afternoon to trouble your fiancé. Crack. As the words fell, the goblet in Yin Ruoshi's hand shattered with a sound, an icy chill emanating from her, causing the temperature in the office to plummet dramatically. Lin Xiaoyang. A wicked crimson glint flickered in Yin Ruoshi's eyes, followed by a chilling smile. Troubling my man? He must be tired of living. Chapter 10. Let me disappear. Who do you think you are? In the afternoon, the sun shone warmly. Boss, over here. Lu Zihong waved. And Yixian smiled slightly as he and Wei Lin took their seats in the back row. Look, that's Yixian, the one favored by the aloof goddess. I didn't expect he was our classmate. So handsome, but I dare not covet. In an instant, Yixian became the center of attention. Though soon the girls shifted their focus to Wei Lin. Classmate, can we add each other on WeChat? Me too. Wei Lin was immediately surrounded by girls. A mix of pain and joy evident on his face. After adding a few female classmates as a mere formality, he managed to brush them off. Third brother, not bad. Yixian teased, noting that with such stunning looks, it was difficult not to attract attention. Cough, cough. Boss, you're also making fun of me. Wei Lin coughed, then sighed. Honestly, I envy you a bit, boss. If I had a fierce girlfriend publicly declaring our relationship, I could avoid all this hassle. Upon hearing this, Lu Zihong and the others were considerably disheartened. What the hell? Third brother, how shameless. Damn, you don't need to boast like that. Although Wei Lin spoke without intent, it struck a painful chord in Lu Zihong and the others. Without comparison, there would be no harm, and they felt utterly crushed. The third brother was pursued relentlessly, while the boss had the goddess sister-in-law publicly defending him. Cough, cough, enough. Li Wenbin, who was running for class monitor, cleared his throat as he saw the girl he secretly admired adding Wei Lin on WeChat, his anger igniting. Everyone worked hard to get into college. So let us focus on our studies. Don't follow the example of certain individuals who are so ostentatious right at the start of the semester. Smack. Lu Zihong slammed his palm on the table and stood up. Who has Li Wenbin talking about? Whoever it is, who knows? Li Wenbin glanced at Lu Zihong without any regard for him, causing Lu Zihong's temper to flare. Do you believe I want to take you down? Lu Zihong threatened. But Yixian shook his head, preventing him from escalating the situation. Boss, you can tolerate this? Lu Zihong glared at Li Wenbin, while Lin Xiao chimed in. Yeah? This is clearly tarnishing your reputation. Why not find a time to teach him a lesson? Wei Lin shot a cold glance at Li Wenbin on the stage, his anger evident. No need. Yixian paid no heed to the surrounding commotion and remarked, why should we stoop to the level of beasts? To put it bluntly, if we triumph, it merely proves we are no better than those creatures. Should we falter, we would not even reach their level. Cough, cough. Wei Lin, taken aback by Yixian's words, cast a bewildered glance at him, pondering the peculiar logic of their leader. There was a semblance of reason in his words. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding to let the young man be. Bang! At that moment, a loud crash resonated as a group of individuals forcefully entered the large classroom, their imposing presence announcing their arrival. Yixian felt a jolt of surprise as he sensed the energy radiating from them. They were all at least of the yellow level, and two accompanying a young man were even at the Xin level. Lin Xiaoyang. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wei Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Boss, that's Lin Xiaoyang, one of the suitors for Sister Ruoshi. His background in Jiangnan is substantial. What? Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao were taken aback, their hearts racing in alarm. Their leader's rival had arrived rather swiftly. Who are you? On the podium, class monitor Li Wenbin furrowed his brow, feeling compelled to assert authority. This is a classroom. Please leave. Bang. Before Li Wenbin could finish his statement, he was struck in the abdomen by a yellow-level expert, sending him flying several meters away and crashing through the side door. Before any further words could be uttered, Li Wenbin's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. His attempt to assert dominance prematurely concluded. As Lin Xiaoyang entered the classroom, his gaze swept across the room, settling on Yi Xian. "Boss, he is here." Wei Lin noticed Lin Xiaoyang had spotted their leader and took a deep breath, pulling out his phone, preparing to make a call. Especially given the two Xian-level experts beside Lin Xiaoyang. "You are Yi Xian?" Lin Xiaoyang stepped forward, flanked by the two Xian-level experts who intensified their pressure upon him. Lin Xiaoyang himself was formidable at the peak of the yellow level. "Not bad looking. But I advise you to keep your distance from Ruoxi, otherwise, I will ensure you vanish from Jiangnan." "You." Lin Xiao was about to rise in anger. But Yi Xian restrained him, recognizing the complexity of the situation and wishing to keep Lin Xiaoyan involved. "Is that so?" Yi Xian met Lin Xiaoyang's gaze, his expression unperturbed. "You think you have the authority to make me disappear? Who do you think you are?" Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. Had that fellow lost his mind? "Boss," Wei Lin gulped, originally intending to buy some time with a warning, but now he had inadvertently provoked Lin Xiaoyang. This is intriguing," Lin Xiaoyang smirked, his smile deepening, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. "It has been a while since someone spoke to me in such a manner. Kid, you truly have no idea what death looks like. Since that is the case, allow me to let you taste the flavor of death." As Lin Xiaoyang spoke, he was already preparing to strike, while Yi Xian's gaze remained icy. What a load of nonsense, Lin family heir. Is being a Xian-level expert truly so remarkable? Stop. Amidst the standoff, a chilling voice rang out, and once again, a group of people surged in from outside the classroom, led by Yin Ruoxi. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, accompanied by a dozen others. "Ruoxi?" Lin Xiaoyang's brows furrowed slightly. He clearly did not expect her arrival. "Lin Xiaoyang." Yin Ruoxi interposed herself in front of Yi Xian, her furious and fierce gaze fixed upon him. "How dare you lay hands on my man?" Lin Xiaoyang's expression shifted at her words. How dare that wretched woman publicly declare another as hers in front of him? "So, you are Yi Xian?" He directed his gaze at the youth behind Yin Ruoxi. "Are you truly her boyfriend?" In that instant, all eyes turned to Yi Xian, including those of the middle-aged man beside Yin Ruoxi. And even she regarded him with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. "Boss, that guy is truly despicable." Wei Lin glared at Lin Xiaoyang, as Yi Xian was one of the few who made him feel the bond of brotherhood. Standing up amidst the astonished crowd, Yi Xian wrapped his arm around Yin Ruoxi's slender waist and gently pressed his lips against hers. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he finally released her scarlet lips, then turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaoyang. "Now you know." Chapter 11. A Kiss with Yin Ruoxi, the Lamborghini demon child in hand. This young fellow. As Yin Ruoxi felt the kiss, her enchanting crimson eyes sparkled with surprise. He certainly had some audacity. Wow. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao were left wide-eyed, while Wei Lin couldn't help but swallow hard, impressed by his boss's boldness. "You have potential, kid. I'll remember you." Lin Xiaoyang glared at the affectionate pair, a murderous intent brewing within him. This young man must perish, otherwise he would not be called Lin Xiaoyang. "Yin Ruoxi." He then directed his gaze at her. "You better ensure his safety for a lifetime." In a fit of rage, Lin Xiaoyang glanced at the middle-aged man beside Yin Ruoxi before storming off. Once outside the large classroom, anger flickered in his eyes. A Xian-level expert, Yin Ruoxi certainly plays a grand game. "You and the Yin family are all beneath me." Lin Xiaoyang narrowed his ambitious eyes. "One day, I shall make you bow before me. Are you all right, little one?" Yin Ruoxi tenderly caressed Yi Xian's face. A scene that left Lu Zihong and the others swallowing nervously, sensing something peculiar in her demeanor. It seemed as though the boss was the prey of his sister-in-law. "Come with me." Her voice brooked no dissent as she lifted Yi Xian's chin. Cough, cough. "All right." After a brief cough, Yi Xian turned to Lu Zihong. "Little brother, I won't be back tonight." "Oh, okay." Under the oppressive atmosphere, Lu Zihong cleared his throat, hesitant to utter a word of dissent, until he was out of sight. "Good." Lin Xiaoshan inhaled deeply, swallowing hard with suspicion. "Second brother, fourth brother, don't you find sister-in-law a bit strange? She seems to possess an overwhelming sense of possessiveness towards the eldest." Wei Lin, sensing something amiss, nodded in contemplation. "Indeed, it is possessiveness. It appears that the eldest's life is not as easy as we presumed." Lu Zihong sighed, adding, however, "It is still 10 times better than ours." Meanwhile, in the luxury sports car, "Little man, you are quite domineering today," Yin Ruoxi remarked, her enchanting gaze falling upon Yi Xian, before she playfully bit his lip. The sharp sting caused Yixian to squint. She was indeed a madwoman. Next time, be even more assertive. It would be even more delightful. With a wicked smile gracing her lips, Yin Ruoshi declared, "Rest assured, I shall reward you handsomely." Yixian sighed at Yin Ruoshi's sickly sweet smile, uncertain whether encountering her was a blessing or a curse. Where are we headed? Soon, Yixian realized they were not bound for Fenglin Manor, but rather in the opposite direction. Yin Ruoshi scrutinized Yixian, teasingly suggesting, "Lin Xiaoyang is known for his vengeful nature. It would be wise for you to stay obediently at Fenglin Manor. Being a golden bird in a cage wouldn't be so bad." Hearing her words, Yixian felt a pang of anxiety. The madwoman indeed harbored ulterior motives, her mind too dark. Fortunately, he had already reached the initial stage of the profound realm, granting him more options for resistance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the public kissing task with Yin Ruoshi. You are rewarded with an 80 million Lamborghini Demon. Note, the Lamborghini Demon is parked in the garage of Diyuan No. 1 Manor, available for the host to collect at will. Hearing the system notification, Yixian's lips curled into a slight smile. The Lamborghini Demon has been credited? That is the dream car of countless young men. I must take a look when I have the chance. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Slap Chen Meyer, reward 100 shares of the Taodai Group. Note, the Taodai Group is the most mysterious conglomerate in Jiangnan, feared by the three prominent families. Upon hearing the newly triggered task, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Just as he completed one task, another emerged. Did the system fear he might be idle? However, this task seemed rather appealing. At a certain moment, Yixian snapped back to reality, frowning as he sensed a strong killing intent approaching. Could it be an assassination attempt? At that moment, Yin Ruoshi suddenly slammed the brakes, and the elite members of the Yin family in the convoy became alert. "Miss, there's danger." Uncle Ling approached the sports car, casting a serious glance around. He was the expert at the later stage of the profound realm. Swish. In an instant, figures appeared around them. "I will take on this expert at the later stage of the profound realm. Fight to the death." "Yes, my lord." As the sound fell, dozens of assassins surged forward. Uncle Ing, witnessing this, exclaimed, "You seek death. Protect the young lady." A remarkable sight indeed. Observing the surrounding assassins, there was one at the late stage of the Xin level, 3 others at the same level, and the rest were at least at the Huang level. "Stay close to me," he instructed. Yin Ruoshi's expression was grave. This assassination squad was larger than any previous attempt, indicating that someone could no longer contain themselves. "All right." Yixian followed closely behind Yin Ruoshi, noting her violent, frenzied, and almost deranged demeanor. Did this woman not feel fear at all? "Watch out, miss." In that instant, 2 Huang-level experts, having slipped through the cracks, lunged at Yin Ruoshi with exceptionally vicious tactics. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, Yixian resolved. It seemed he had no choice but to reveal his strength. Although he was not fond of this madwoman, he still bore a child with her. And in truth, he did not dislike her that much. At least she harbored no malicious intentions, merely an overwhelming possessiveness. Suddenly, within his thoughts, he witnessed 2 flashes of blade light, and the next moment, the 2 Huang-level assassins were instantaneously annihilated. To Yixian's astonishment, the one who struck was none other than Yin Ruoshi, the pinnacle of the Huang level. As he sensed her aura, it became evident that she was indeed at the pinnacle of the Huang level and was not far from the Xin level. This girl possessed such formidable strength. Oh no! Yin Ruoshi has reached the pinnacle of the Huang level? The leader of the assassins immediately sensed her power, causing his expression to darken. Retreat. Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to withdraw from the battle. Where do you think you are going? Uncle Ing was furious. Had it not been for the young lady revealing her remarkable strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. No need to pursue them, he added, glancing into the distance. Yin Ruoshi smirked. In all of Jiangnan, there are only a few forces capable of placing me in such peril. Let us continue our journey. Returning to the car, Yin Ruoshi playfully looked at Yixian. Little man, you don't seem nearly as frightened. Her piercing gaze seemed ready to devour him. How could that be? Yixian coughed lightly. I just didn't expect you to be this formidable. Is that so? Yin Ruoshi's sharp eyes fixated on him, as if trying to penetrate his thoughts. Then, with a sly grin, she added, so do not harbor any illusions about escaping from my grasp. Chapter 12. Little fellow, I've noticed your courage has increased. Do you know who orchestrated this? After a considerable time in the supercar, Yixian questioned with suspicion. Oh? Upon hearing his words, Yin Ruoshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Little fellow, are you concerned for me? Cough, cough. Who is concerned for you? How narcissistic. Yu Xian rolled his eyes at Yin Ruashi. This woman could not be judged by ordinary standards. Giggle, little man, you're becoming increasingly interesting. Yin Ruashi's enchanting crimson eyes were strikingly intense, leaving Yu Xian startled. Questioning more than once whether this madwoman was even human. How audacious she was to lay hands on a lady of her stature. As she spoke, a cunning glint flickered in her wise gaze. It was neither the Lin family nor the Shangguan clan, but rather the elderly within the company. Or perhaps some other scarce forces. A motley crew, destined for annihilation at my hands. Yet, unbeknownst to Yin Ruashi, it was only in Yu Xian's presence that she felt a sense of ease to lower her guard and converse. As they spoke, the Jiangnan hospital loomed ahead. Are you unwell? Yu Xian pondered the madwoman's pathological mindset, suspiciously assuming she was about to confront him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi seemed to pierce through Yu Xian's thoughts, her delicate fingers lifting his chin. Young man, I see you've grown quite bold. Are you perhaps contemplating having me submit beneath your feet, at your mercy? A shiver ran through Yu Xian. Truth be told, he harbored such thoughts, as any man might. Ah, it seems I've hit the mark, she said with a chuckle. Yin Ruashi's sickly gaze lingered on Yu Xian, then she smirked. To dare to overstep with me. You shall be punished. 5 minutes later, she released her grip on Yu Xian's lips. It felt rather pleasant. After exiting the car, Yu Xian reflected on the near suffocation he had just endured. That woman was utterly insane. Come here. Yin Ruashi called to Yu Xian, narrowing her eyes. Kiss me. Under the piercing intensity of her gaze, Yu Xian felt a jolt, while beside him, Uncle Ing exuded an imposing aura. All right. Yielding to the pressure, Yu Xian pressed his lips against Yin Ruashi's crimson ones, which prompted her to nod in satisfaction. Uncle Ing, however, could only manage a bittersweet smile, as he understood that the young lady was the sole pillar of the Yin family and had endured immense hardship throughout her life. Her current extreme behavior was, to some extent, understandable. Ruashi, you've arrived. At the entrance of the special care ward, Yan's mother hastily rose upon seeing her daughter, only to be met with a cold nod from Yin Ruashi. Director Chiu, how is he? Yin Ruashi bypassed her mother and directly addressed the director, who sighed, Miss Yin. The hospital has convened a panel of experts, but your father's awakening remains quite challenging. You must be Yu Xian, Yan's mother observed the handsome Yu Xian, then glanced at her daughter with a sigh. Hello, Aunt. Yu Xian coughed lightly and nodded, sensing that the woman was unaware of her daughter's pregnancy. Xiaoyi. Yan's mother then pulled Yu Xian aside. Ruashi has been under considerable stress lately. Her temperament may seem erratic, so please be understanding. What? Hearing Yan's mother's words, Yu Xian's lips twitched as he began to realize the implications. Indeed, Mother Yin gazed at her daughter in the distance, a wave of regret washing over her. Ruashi is a good child, always bearing her burdens silently, while both her father and I were preoccupied with business, neglecting her. Her strong-willed nature has led to a profound absence of parental love, and during her school years, she concealed her identity, resulting in her being bullied. Instead of offering her solace, her father and I repeatedly chastised her, while we showered her younger brother with affection. Listening to Mother Yan's words, Yu Xian envisioned a young girl living in her own world, devoid of support, without the love of parents, and lacking friends to understand her. No wonder her temperament is so peculiar. Yu Xian nodded in understanding. She has been unconsciously seeking to heal her unfortunate childhood through various means. Mom. At that moment, a boy approached from afar, accompanied by his subordinates, who were undoubtedly skilled in their own right. Madam. One of the subordinates stepped forward and nodded to Mother Yin. Mother Yin acknowledged him, then turned to Yin Shaoqian. School is over. Yin Shaoqian nodded, then his gaze fell upon Yu Xian. This is your sister's boyfriend, Mother Yin introduced. What? Yin Shaoqian's eyes widened in astonishment. My brother-in-law. My sister is actually dating? His incredulous exclamation naturally caught Yin Ruashi's attention. Shaoqian. A piercing gaze shot toward him, causing Yin Shaoqian to gulp nervously. Sister, I misspoke. He was acutely aware of his sister's elevated status. When she was angry, no one was spared. Misspoke. Yin Ruashi's eyes narrowed playfully as she regarded her younger brother. My dear brother, how could you ever be wrong? You are the center of the family. As she spoke, Yin Ruashi cast a cold glance at Mother Yin. Unlike me, who was ignored since childhood. Ruashi. Mother Yin trembled, wanting to say something but ultimately remaining silent. All right. Since he is fine, I shall take my leave. Yin Ruashi glanced at the hospital room before turning to exit without even stepping inside. Uncle Ing sighed upon witnessing this, The young lady always behaved this way during her visits. Gulping, Yin Xiaoqian watched his sister depart, puzzled. Mom, did I say something wrong? It has nothing to do with you. Mother Yan's expression was filled with bitterness. She understood that no matter how much she tried to make amends over the years, she could never heal her daughter's wounded childhood. Oh. Yin Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat confused, then looked into the distance. But why did my sister suddenly decide to date Ruoshi? Are you too cold towards Andy? Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, the temperature around them plummeted. Suddenly, a delicate hand gripped his throat. A sinister smile and a fierce gaze locking onto him, her crimson eyes sending a shiver down his spine. That is a matter that concerns me alone. As she spoke, she traced her fingers down his forehead and nose. Don't think that being brought to the hospital means anything significant. Should you dare to provoke my limits once more, I shall ruin you. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Yu Xian, she savagely bit down on his lip, drawing forth a hint of crimson. Remember, you are merely a gilded bird in my cage. I can grant you freedom, yet I can just as easily confine you. Should I discover any attempt on your part to break free from your restraints, at this point, Yin Ruoshi's lips curled into a sinister smile. I would not hesitate to ensure that the child grows up without a father. He. As punishment, you shall return to the Maple Forest Villa tonight. Yi Xian's lips twitched at her words. This insane woman is truly overstepping her bounds. Chapter 13. Should Yi Xian suffer even a single hair's injury, I shall not rest until your Lin family is annihilated. Do not go too far. Yi Xian glared at the deranged woman who was so close, and if it weren't for her pregnancy, he would have relished the thought of striking her. Even with his shadow uncle at the late Shin stage at his side. Overstepping? Yin Ruoshi dismissed the notion with a cold laugh. Your life belongs to me. So how could I be excessive? For now, accompany me to the banquet. Just then, the shrill ring of a mobile phone interrupted. Hello, Mr. Yi. A respectful voice greeted him as he answered. Good day, I am Wang Chongshan, the property manager of the Emperor Yuan No. 1 Manor. Your purchase contract has been drafted and completed. May I inquire if you have time to meet soon? Yes, I will make time to visit. Yi Xian nodded slightly. To which Wang Chongshan responded, Very well, we shall await your esteemed presence. This Mr. Yi is the proprietor of the $10 billion Emperor Yuan No. 1 Manor, and deserves utmost courtesy. Who was that? After hanging up, Yin Ruoshi cast a curious glance his way. Ahem, just a friend, Yi Xian replied while clearing his throat. Pondering how this madwoman would react if she discovered he had purchased the Emperor Yuan No. 1 Manor. Oh, Yin Ruoshi, ever perceptive, detected the fleeting hint of guilt in his demeanor. Is that so? It would be best if it were the truth. Should I find out you have deceived me at this? Her lips curled into an ominous grin. Henceforth, I shall ensure you cannot leave the Maple Forest Manor. Me. This woman is utterly unreasonable. Amidst the outpouring of her possessiveness, they soon arrived at the venue of the banquet. Get out. As Yi Xian, now dressed suitably, stepped out, she entwined her arm with his. A sense of dread creeping over him from her morbid possessiveness. Is this the Taodai Hotel? Upon seeing the venue, Yi Xian was taken aback. Could it possibly belong to the Taodai group? In an instant, his expression turned peculiar. Oh. Yin Ruoshi observed him with her enchanting gaze. Little one, I had no idea you were quite clever. President Yin. Upon entering the hall, the general manager of the Taodai Hotel warmly greeted them and nodded toward Yi Xian. Manager Li. Yin Ruoshi noticed that the person was Li Fangren, the general manager of the Taodai Hotel, and frowned slightly, as the two had had little interaction previously. However, Li Fangren's actions attracted the attention of those around him, as the Taodai Group is the leading giant in the business realm of Jiangnan City, and the three prominent families regard it with apprehension. After engaging in conversation for a while, they entered the venue of the banquet. Rushi, I am going to the restroom. Yin Rushi glanced at someone, losing interest, for there were no secrets left for her. What kind of look is that? Yi Xian remarked in exasperation, then proceeded towards the restroom. Sir. After Yi Xian had entered, a staff member politely bowed in greeting. Is there something you need? Yi Xian asked suspiciously upon seeing the staff member. It is this way. Our president wishes to meet you. Please follow me. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at an elegant private room, where a gentleman had been waiting for some time. Mr. Yi. The waiting man exuded an extraordinary demeanor and smiled slightly upon seeing Yi Xian. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Songhai, president of the Taodai Group. I hope you do not take offense at this sudden invitation. President Wang is looking for me? Yi Xian observed Wang Songhai before him. He had yet to acquire shares in the Taodai Group, and now he was being sought out. The earlier actions of the general manager of Taodai Hotel came to mind. Could it be because of Yin Rushi? Haha, Mr. Yi is indeed astute, Wang Songhai remarked, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. No wonder Rushi has taken a liking to you. To be candid, I have been close friends with Rushi's father for many years. Before his recent coma, he entrusted me with supervising the Yin family. Though our relationship remains unknown to the public, including Rushi, Rushi has endured considerable hardship since childhood. Now, with her father in a coma and various forces eyeing her, the pressure rests entirely upon her shoulders. President Wang did not summon me merely to share this information, did he? Yu Xian inquired. Sensing that Wang Songhai's words were merely a prelude. Haha, young man, you are quite impatient. Wang Songhai chuckled before continuing. Naturally, that is not the case. Being alongside Rushi in the future will undoubtedly entail numerous risks. If you are merely toying with her affections, I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, you will encounter endless troubles. The Yin family is currently weak, and many are eager to prey upon them, even to the point of risking their lives. After a brief pause, Wang Songhai added, after all, just because they dare not harm Rushi does not mean they will refrain from targeting you. A short while later, Yi Xian departed the private room, now acutely aware of the precarious situation the chaotic woman was in. The eldest daughter of the Yin family in Jiangnan, Yu Xian had not anticipated that the girl had such a significant background, and he found himself inadvertently embroiled in a struggle among the aristocratic families. Upon returning to the banquet, Yu Xian unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Chen Meyer, whom he had met in the marketplace previously. Isn't this the pretty boy? He is undeniably handsome. Upon closer inspection, Chen Meyer felt a surge of jealousy. Why should Yin Rushi be favored by such an attractive young man? This banquet is quite the affair. Allowing all sorts of people to attend, Chen Meyer deliberately raised her voice, garnering the attention of many around her. Chen Meyer. As Yin Ruoshi witnessed Yu Xian being harassed, she prepared to stride forth with fierce determination to protect her husband. However, she was intercepted by Lin Xiaoyang. Where do you think you're going, Ruoshi? Lin Xiaoyang sneered coldly. It seems that you hold that pretty boy in high regard. Step aside. Yin Ruoshi's gaze turned frigid, radiating an aura of icy menace. Do not compel me to take action. Lin Xiaoyang, upon hearing this, regarded her with mockery. Ruoshi, are you still oblivious to the predicament of the Yin family? I command you to move. Yin Ruoshi's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, startling Lin Xiaoyang. If even a single hair on Yi Xian is harmed, I shall make the Lin family pay dearly. The fierce, pathological madness in Yin Ruoshi's eyes sent a shiver through Lin Xiaoyang. Had this woman truly lost her senses? Willing to provoke a relentless feud with the Lin family for the sake of a pretty boy? Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed between them, followed by the sight of Chen Meyer being sent sprawling to the ground, struck by none other than Yi Xian. Lin Xiaoyang gazed on in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Yi Xian's audacity. Damn it! Chen Meyer clutched her cheek, her eyes burning with resentment as she glared at Yi Xian. You dare strike me? Get rid of him. She immediately commanded the elite expert from the Chen family who had accompanied her, and with a swift motion, he launched a punch towards Yi Xian. Should that blow land, it would surely guarantee his demise. Impudent. Yin Ruoshi's frosty gaze turned towards Chen Meyer. Do you dare lay a finger on my man? Are you seeking death, Chen Meyer? Chapter 14. The young lady is actually pregnant. Attack. Chen Meyer's face twisted into a sinister smile. With her cousin backing her, she believed the Yin family was far too preoccupied to pose a threat. Yes, miss. With that, the Chen family's elite expert charged forward with incredible speed. It appeared that it was time to reveal their trump card. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This vile woman was truly insufferable, and her elders seemed to think he had the upper hand. However, just as Yu Xian was about to retaliate, a figure soared into the fray, sending the Chen family's expert flying, and standing before Yi Xian was another person. Chen Meyer, dare to touch my brother-in-law. Who gave you the audacity? A young man entered the scene. It was Mu Tianan, and the one who had intervened was a mid-level expert from the Mu family. Mu Tianan. Chen Meyer's expression shifted as she realized the unexpected turn of events. She had assumed Yin Ruoshi had come without her own elite. But now a formidable ally had emerged. Meyer. Lin Xiaoyang, witnessing Mu Tianan's arrival, understood that their plan to teach Yi Xian a lesson had failed. Humph. Chen Meyer glared at Yi Xian. I refuse to believe you will be this fortunate every time. Cousin, should we take this chance to eliminate that scoundrel Lin Xiaoyang? Mu Tianan approached Yin Ruoshi, eager to engage. Enough, Yin Ruoshi replied coldly, directing her gaze towards Li Xiaoyang and his group. This is not the moment to escalate our conflict. Awaiting my command, I shall first eradicate the Chen family. Gulp. Mu Tianin swallowed hard. Her cousin's terrifying gaze clearly indicated her murderous intent. Hey, brother-in-law, you're impressive. Mu Tianin glanced at her brother-in-law, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I've longed to deal with that wretched Shenmaier, but I never dared. What a thrill. Well done. Yin Ruoshi, rarely one to compliment, praised him, though her gaze towards Yixian brimmed with possessiveness. Thank you for your timely intervention. Yixian was taken aback that she would risk her standing against the Lin family for him. While it was rather domineering, he could not deny the sentiment. Is that so? Yin Ruoshi smiled slyly at Yixian. If you truly wish to express gratitude, do make a good showing tonight. Oh, Mu Tianan, caught off guard, nearly stumbled to the ground. Her cousin was far too audacious. Thankfully, she had been drinking water, or she would have choked. This woman. Yixian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him as he regarded her stunning visage, finding her words quite incongruous. Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the task of dealing with Shenmaier. Reward, 100 shares in the Taotai Group. Given your perfect execution of the task, an additional reward of 1 billion Huaxia coins has been granted. Wow. Yixian was momentarily stunned by the system's voice ringing in his ears, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected windfall. 1 billion Huaxia coins, quite impressive indeed. He casually summoned his attributes panel. Name, Yixian. Age, 18. Realm. Initial stage of the profound level ability. None items. 30 shares in the Yin Group. Supreme Diamond Black Card. Unlimited. D Yuan No. 1 manner. 100 shares in the Taotai Group. Wealth. 1 billion. Observing his financial status, a smile crept onto Yixian's lips. Am I already a billionaire? Certainly. However, the most significant aspect is the Taotai Group, valued at over 300 billion. The smile on my brother-in-law's face. Mu Tianin noticed the curve of Yixian's lips and, combined with her cousin's earlier words, her eyelids began to twitch frantically. Goodness. Are my cousin and brother-in-law's audacity too great? Meanwhile, on the other side, is today's incident going to be brushed aside? Outside the Taotai Hotel, Shenmaier glared venomously at the establishment. Even now, her face burned with humiliation. If word got out, she would certainly be the subject of ridicule. Meyer, you've suffered, Lin Xiaoyang said, narrowing his eyes, unwilling to let the matter rest. I shall help you avenge this grievance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaoyang continued. I've heard that Zhou Kaiyang from the second-tier family has an interest in you and wishes to ally with our Lin family, correct? Yes. Shenmaier nodded at this revelation, and Lin Xiaoyang proceeded to unveil a plan that ignited a spark of excitement in her eyes. Brilliant! Shenmaier exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Cousin, this plan to use a knife to kill is absolutely ingenious. Although the Zhou family lacks a profound-level expert, a peak yellow-level fighter can easily handle a pretty boy. Upon returning, I shall contact Zhou Kaiyang. Shenmaier chuckled mischievously, oblivious to the fact that her actions would plunge the Zhou family into irreparable ruin. After the soiree concluded, we returned to Folin Manor. Upon arriving at the villa, Yin Ruoshi was immediately overcome with nausea. Miss, are you all right? This scene truly alarmed the maids, who feared that the young lady might lose her temper. Here. At that moment, Yixian approached from the side, pouring a glass of lemonade. I heard that lemonade can alleviate morning sickness. I don't need your help. Yin Ruoshi pushed aside the lemonade, a remark that left Xiaoying and the others utterly stunned. What? The young lady is actually pregnant. However, it was only a month ago that the young lady and her fiancé. Before Xiaoying and the others could ponder further, Yin Ruoshi's piercing gaze enveloped them. Swallowing hard, they were instantly frightened. They knew that she meant every word. Little one, are you challenging me? Yin Ruoshi's eyes gleamed with a chilling smile as she focused on Yixian. Come to my room at once to receive your punishment. Gasping, Xiaoying and the others exchanged sympathetic glances as they watched the fiancé depart, thinking he truly had a formidable presence. As Yixian entered the room, he was greeted by the sound of the young lady bathing. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Kunping Group. A smile played on his lips at the familiar name. Hello. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of Wang Songhai, the president of Taotai Group and a close friend of Yin Ruoshi's father. Mr. Yi. Oh no, Director Yi. Wang Songhai took a deep breath, his heart racing. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Mr. Wang, this is our second conversation. Isn't it? Ahem. Wang Songhai cleared his throat and repeatedly apologized. Director Yi. I sincerely apologize for not realizing that you had acquired Taotai Group. He took a deep breath, regretting his earlier warning and wishing he could vanish into thin air. I am truly relieved that Uncle Yin has a friend like you. After a moment of contemplation, as the sound of bathing filled the air, Yi Xian continued. From now on, Taodao Group will cease all collaborations with the Lin family and fully engage in partnerships with the Yin Group. Wang Songhai exhaled in relief, overjoyed. Yes, Director Yi. Also, my identity must remain confidential and not be disclosed to anyone. Understood. Wang Songhai dared not question further and ended the call after a few brief instructions. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a stunning figure with a beguiling smile. Little one, come and accept your punishment. Chapter 15. Lin Xiao is kidnapped. Yin Ruoxi boldly protects her husband. The following morning, the sun rose. Little one, the combat prowess is quite impressive. Yin Ruoxi gazed at Yi Xian before her, a knowing smile gracing her lips. For breakfast, I shall treat you well. Awakened, Yi Xian was startled to find someone so close, staring at him intently. What are you doing? Seeing his alarmed expression, Yin Ruoxi chuckled lightly. Oh, little one, what are you afraid of? I want tea bite. Then, she retrieved a contract from the side. Look, given your commendable performance, this house is for your parents. With a meaningful gaze, she lifted Yi Xian's chin playfully. After all, they're your grandparents. They shouldn't reside in an ordinary neighborhood. Tianyu Mansion. Yi Xian was taken aback upon seeing the housing contract. Before him stood the most luxurious Tianyu Mansion in Jiangqing, situated in a prime location where every inch is precious. It is said to be worth over 20,000 per square meter, and this 140 square meter apartment is valued at nearly 3 million. Damn it. Why do I feel increasingly like a freeloader? Ugh. It seems I must hastily escape this predicament. It truly feels quite awkward. Come, eat more. During breakfast, Yin Ruoxi personally fed him. This scene left Xiao Ying and the others speechless, fearful of disturbing their lady's enjoyment. All right. Having exerted himself, Yi Xian, feeling hungry, did not refuse. Though she was a bit eccentric, her demeanor was rather enjoyable at times. So obedient. Seeing Yi Xian comply, Yin Ruoxi nodded in satisfaction, her enchanting eyes glimmering. By the way, suddenly she instructed Xiaoying to bring over 3 red envelopes. This will serve as a meeting gift for your 3 roommates. That is fine. Observing her meticulous arrangements, Yi Xian refrained from further comment, knowing that any contradiction would only provoke her controlling nature. Has the little one become more obedient? Yin Ruoxi, admiring her handiwork, laughed sweetly, captivating Yi Xian to the point of distraction. If she could be molded to be more conventional, he would surely be entranced. Quietly, Yi Xian's mindset began to shift. Goodbye, young master. Upon exiting the Maple Forest Villa, 2 late-stage yellow-level guardians bowed respectfully, not daring to display any arrogance. They were well aware that if the lady found out, they would suffer dearly. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at Jiangnan University. A roaring sound echoed as an Aston Martin sped through the school gates, instantly igniting discussions among the crowd. Look, it's that supercar. That first-year student Yi Xian, the one favored by the aloof goddess. Indeed. It was said that he hadn't spent a night at school for the past 2 days. Rumors began to swirl. As Yi Xian's exploits had already circulated throughout the campus, the forums inundated with chatter. Along his path, he became the subject of much debate. In just 2 days, so much had transpired. Reflecting on his experiences, they felt more thrilling than all his 18 years combined. Boss, you're back. Upon returning to the villa, Lu Zihong and Wei Lin were eagerly discussing the campus forums. How have you been getting along with Sister Ruoxi? Ahem, Yi Xian coughed lightly, recalling the events of the previous day, and glared at the two. Don't inquire into matters that are none of your business. Thereupon, Yi Xian placed 3 red envelopes on the table. This is a token of greeting from Ruoxi. Well, Lu Zihong was taken aback. Sister-in-law is quite generous. He opened the envelope and was astonished to find a check, quickly glancing at the amount. Holy cow, this is 100,000. Lu Zihong sprang to his feet in disbelief, staring at the check, then turned to gaze at the check in Wei Lin's hand, marveling. Sister-in-law's gift is indeed extravagant. A 30,000 greeting gift right off the bat. This is not mere generosity. In an instant, Lu Zihong's impression of his sister-in-law soared. By the way, Yi Xian nodded, then glanced towards the dormitory. Where's the 4th one? I have no idea. Lu Zihong and Wei Lin exchanged glances. He had left this morning claiming he was going to eat, but who knew where he had gone astray? Ding dong. At that moment, Yi Xian received a message. Yi Xian, if you don't want Lin Xiao to suffer, come alone to the abandoned factory in the suburbs. If you take longer than half an hour, prepare to collect Lin Xiao's corpse. Upon reading the message and seeing the photo of Lin Xiao, clearly battered and bruised, Yu-Xian's eyes gleamed ominously, the pressure from his grip on his phone causing it to emit a sound. Boss, you. Wei Lin sensed Yu-Xian's fury, instinctively aware that something significant had transpired. I have something to attend to. I'm stepping out. Without waiting for the two to respond, he exited the dormitory. What? Lu Zihong stared in shock at the direction Yu-Xian had departed. What is going on with the third one? Let us go. Wei Lin took a deep breath, his voice steady. We must catch up with the boss. Something must have happened. Ah, wait for me, third. Lu Zihong threw aside the check and hurried after him. And thus, two supercars sped towards the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Third, this is $1 million sports car. Lu Zihong, seated in the supercar, looked incredulously at Wei Lin. Indeed, your identity is anything but ordinary. What on earth is going on? Soon, his gaze fixed upon the racing Aston Martin ahead. Boss. This is too abnormal. Second brother, call the fourth. All right. Wei Lin, piecing together the situation, spoke up. However, Lu Zihong's brow furrowed. Still can't get through. It seems so. Wei Lin took a deep breath, gazing into the distance. It's highly likely that the fourth has been captured and is being used to threaten the boss into rescuing him. What? Lu Zihong's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that scoundrel from the Lin family yesterday? Uncertain. Wei Lin's expression turned grave. Nevertheless, we must prepare for both scenarios. Hello. Cousin. Wei Lin then dialed a number. I'm facing trouble here, sending you my location. I'm not in danger. It's my friend. After hanging up, Wei Lin again looked ahead. What we need to do next is to buy as much time as possible. Ah, how delightful. Realizing that the third brother is no ordinary man, Lu Zihong exhaled a sigh of relief. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Rescue Lin Xiao, with a reward of 15 years of cultivation. As Yu-Xian sped along, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. This implies that Lin Xiao is not in any mortal danger. The system's words provided Yu-Xian with a sense of tranquility, for if Lin Xiao were facing peril, the system would not issue such a task. Meanwhile, at the Fenglin Villa, ding dong. Uncle Ing received a message, his expression darkening upon reading it. Miss. The young master may be in danger. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi's eyes glinted with a cold, ominous light. Someone has kidnapped the young master's friend, threatening him to come alone. Crack. Before Uncle Ing could finish his sentence, Yin Ruashi's icy gaze shattered the antique jade pendant in her hand. Those who seek death shall meet their end, regardless of who they are. She then retrieved her phone and opened the location, revealing the direction of the speeding supercar. Uncle Ing, accompany me to the abandoned factory in the suburbs to exact vengeance. Chapter 16. Is the Zhou family on the eve of destruction? At an abandoned factory in the outskirts of Jiang'an, Zhou Kaiang cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xiao, who lay at his feet. What are you, to dare provoke me? Slap. With a resounding blow, Lin Xiao was sent sprawling to the ground. Beat him. Zhou Kaiang lounged on the sofa, reveling in the sight of his subordinates mercilessly assaulting Lin Xiao, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. If you weren't of some use, you'd already be dead. A cold glimmer flickered in Zhou Kaiang's eyes, followed by a sneer. Rest assured that pretty boy Yu-Xian will come to rescue you soon. At that moment, I shall shatter his bones before your very eyes. You bastard. Lin Xiao spat defiantly, his struggles only serving to heighten Zhou Kaiang's excitement. Today, even the King of Heaven cannot save that pretty boy. Zhou Kaiang delivered a vicious kick to Lin Xiao's abdomen, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, the deluded Zhou Kaiang remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe. Screech. The sound of a supercar roared in the distance, as one of Zhou Kaiang's subordinates, with a glint of malice, pointed towards the approaching figure. Young master, that guy is here. With his foot planted on Lin Xiao's head. Zhou Kaiang's expression twisted with malice. Prepare yourselves, the show is about to begin. Kiki, it seems we meet again. Upon Yu-Xian's arrival, Zhou Kaiang smirked with derision. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. What audacity you possess. Boss, run. Lin Xiao's face paled as he warned. They are after you. Zhou Kaiang, seeing the foolhardy figure before him, sneered. You've successfully angered me. As he listened to Yu-Xian's words, Zhou Kaiang's face twisted in mockery. Keep pretending. Aren't you quite the fighter? With a chilling laugh, Zhou Kaiang surveyed the 10 or so men surrounding him, including a peak yellow-level master. Today, I shall let you fight to your heart's content. Attack. Kill him. A dozen individuals heard the command and surrounded the front, all of them being proficient yellow-level experts. This clearly indicated that Zhou Kaiang had made ample preparations to confront Yu-Xian. Do you truly believe you have everything under control? Yu-Xian gazed at Zhou Kaiang, And with that, he began his first battle by stepping over the bones of these individuals. Boss, don't worry about me. Shut up. The yellow-level expert who was holding Lin Xiao hostage turned furious and slapped him across the face. With a swift motion, the yellow-level expert was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, his fate uncertain. Zhou Kaiyang, witnessing this, wore a look of shock. What? That kid severely injured a yellow-level expert with a single strike. Impossible. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a supercar sped in from the distance and came to a halt in the arena. The newcomers were Lu Zihong and Wei Lin. Fourth brother, are you all right? After getting out of the supercar, the two supported Lin Xiao, who wore a bitter expression upon seeing them. Why are you here? I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lin Xiao felt immense guilt, while Zhou Kaiyang's expression turned frigid. Everyone's here. Splendid. Upon seeing Yi Xian and his companions, a sinister grin spread across his face. In that case, you shall all perish here. Is that so? Just as the crowd was about to act, a chilling voice resonated, followed by the appearance of a graceful figure in the distance. Yin Ruoxi. Upon seeing her, Zhou Kaiyang gulped nervously. Impossible. How could you be here? With that, multiple figures emerged around the arena, led by none other than Uncle Ing. You all leave. I will handle this. Observing that Yu Xian was unharmed, Yin Ruoxi's fierce aura dissipated slightly. Understood. Yu Xian and his companions took Lin Xiao and retreated, the sound of the supercar fading into the distance. How dare you touch my man? Feeling the suffocating presence of Yin Ruoxi, Zhou Kaiyang's face turned ashen. He realized the plan had collapsed. Take her hostage. At that moment, a vicious glint flickered in Zhou Kaiyang's eyes. If he could capture Yin Ruoxi, he would seize the upper hand, presenting her to the seductive goddess mayor and the esteemed Lin Xiao, securing a great achievement. However, in the next instant, a peak yellow-level expert from the Zhou family struck out with lightning speed, fully aware of Yin Ruoxi's significance. Foolish. As the peak yellow-level expert approached, a wicked smile graced Yin Ruoxi's lips. With a swift motion, before the expert could even close the distance, blood erupted from his neck, and he collapsed to the ground. Not far from Yin Ruoxi's side stood Uncle Ing. Thud. The peak yellow-level expert lay lifeless on the ground, and Zhou Kaiyang's face turned pale as he slumped to the ground, realizing it was over. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Yes, miss. The surrounding members of the Yin family sprang into action, unleashing a brutal massacre. After all, the weakest among them was at the late yellow level, and these individuals were no match for such an onslaught. In an instant, the air became thick with the stench of blood, and all, including Zhou Kaiyang, met their demise. Miss, Zhou Kaiyang and his entourage have all been eradicated. Yuan Ruoxi slightly nodded, a captivating crimson glimmer flashing in her eyes. Let us depart. By the way, Uncle Ing seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing slightly. Miss, there is a matter I believe it prudent to inform you of. Prior to our arrival, one of the early-stage Huang-level practitioners was severely wounded in a single strike. Pausing for effect, he continued, from the circumstances just witnessed, it is highly probable that the assailant was the young master. Oh. Upon hearing Uncle Ying's words, Yuan Ruoxi's icy gaze sparkled with intrigue. Is that so? It appears the little fellow has concealed much from me. Should I have you capture him for interrogation? No. Yuan Ruoxi, with an air of fascination, gazed towards the direction in which Yi Xian's supercar had sped away. Since the little one wishes to remain hidden, let him do so. One day, I shall personally peel back his layers of secrecy. Sensing the aura emanating from Yuan Ruoxi, Uncle Ing was taken aback. Miss, have you broken through to the Xian level? Indeed. Yuan Ruoxi nodded slightly, a wicked smile curling her lips as she remarked with profound intent. Speaking of which, I owe a debt of gratitude to that little fellow. Congratulations, miss. Uncle Ing bowed in congratulations, yet Yuan Ruoxi remained unfazed. Now that we have taken action, please, Uncle Ing, eradicate the Zhou family of Jiangnan as well. Understood. Uncle Ing nodded, fully aware of the miss's intentions, and seized the opportunity to stabilize the precarious situation. Using others as a tool for vengeance? Observing Uncle Ying's departure, Yuan Ruoxi's lips curled into a devilish grin. Lin Xiaoyang, such despicable tactics must surely originate from you. After this, I hope you learn to restrain yourself. With a cold smile, she added, should you dare to extend your claws towards my man again, even the Lin family will be unable to protect you. Chapter 17. Boss, is the Diyuan #1 manor yours? Gulping, after a considerable time away, Lu Zihong arrived at the edge of the forest, swallowing hard and gasping for breath, his heart racing. That was terrifying. Sister-in-law, this is truly generous of you. Regaining his composure, Lu Zihong glanced back. Boss, do you think sister-in-law and the others are all right? Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Knowing that with Uncle Ying's strength at the late Xian level, Zhou Kaiyang's group stood no chance. However, how did that girl find this place? The intelligence was far too swift. Old Four, are you all right? Yi Xian inquired, turning to Lin Xiao, who appeared equally shaken. I should be fine. Lin Xiao moved his limbs, a smile breaking through his bruised face. Just some superficial injuries, nothing serious. Wei Lin nodded, then curiously asked Lin Xiao, Old Four, how did you end up captured by them? Hey, speaking of that, it infuriates me. It was because Zhou Kaiyang and the others were bad-mouthing the boss. And I couldn't bear it, so I confronted them. Lin Xiao said, exasperated, but soon broke into a goofy grin. I didn't expect all of you would come to rescue me. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao spoke earnestly. We've been through life and death together. Today's events, Lin Xiao shall remember. However, third brother, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the nearby supercar. You certainly have kept this well hidden, a multi-million supercar. Ahem. But that cannot compare to the boss. Wei Lin felt a pang of anxiety, fearing they might discover his identity as a young master from the capital and grow distant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of rescuing Lin Xiao. Reward. 15 years of cultivation. The cultivation is being enhanced. Immediately, Yu Xin felt a warm current surging into his body, and his power was visibly increasing, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the Xian level before it ceased. It is worth noting that even Uncle Ing was only at the late Xian level. Thus, Yi Xian now stood as one of the top figures in Jiangnan. His spirit soaring. Let's go. Yi Xian then looked at Lu Zihong and the others. Accompany me to a certain place. It was indeed time to visit the Di Yuan No. 1 manor, as he would be residing there for a considerable time to come. Oh. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the three exchanged doubtful glances. However, in the speeding supercar, Wei Lin began to piece it together. Could it be that direction? Wei Lin clearly realized something. While Lu Zihong remained perplexed. What's wrong? Third? Ahem. Clearing his throat, Wei Lin continued. If I recall correctly, further ahead lies Jiangnan's most luxurious manor estate. The Di Yuan Manor District. What? Lu Zihong immediately sensed something amiss, incredulously exclaiming. You mean the boss intends to take us to the Di Yuan Manor? It was likely true. As the two spoke, the Di Yuan Manor came into view. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. From a distance. The security guard recognized Yi Xian and promptly raised the barrier. Yi Xian nodded slightly and drove in, while the security guard quickly dialed the phone of the after-sales manager on patrol. Before long, the car stopped in front of the Di Yuan No. 1 villa. Gulp. After getting out of the car, Lu Zihong stared at the luxurious manor gate. Boss, you aren't telling us this manor belongs to you, are you? Hello, Mr. Yi. At this moment, the after-sales manager, who had been waiting for a while, bowed respectfully. Welcome to Di Yuan No. 1. Lin Xiao only then realized, Boss. Is this a gift from sister-in-law? This meal is quite extravagant. Thud. Before Lin Xiao could finish his thought, Yu Xin brought him back to reality with a light tap on the head, while the property manager, Wang Chongshan, observed the situation with understanding. Sir, the Di Yuan No. 1 manor is indeed registered under Mr. Yi's name, valued at 1 billion and exceedingly rare. Lu Zihong's eyes widened, and Lin Xiao was utterly stunned, realizing the value of 1 billion that might not even be purchasable. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wei Lin's gaze towards the boss transformed, recognizing the magnitude of the situation. Mr. Yi, here are the access card and contract. Once activated, you can input facial recognition. Wang Chongshan, seeing the group, bowed with discernment. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to call me. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand, and soon 2 supercars entered the estate. Upon entering the luxurious and serene Imperial Garden No. 1, Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao were utterly astonished by the elegant yet opulent landscaping. It was simply extravagant. This configuration could easily be deemed top-tier even in the capital. Wei Lin sighed in admiration, admitting that it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't envious, as his elder would never allow him such extravagance. Truly, it was a billion-yuan estate. Yu Xian clicked his tongue, noting that this estate surpassed Fenglin Manor by several levels. Upon arriving at the villa, they were greeted by a magnificent fountain. One might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a 7-star hotel. Just the cost of this alone must be at least several million. Entering the lavish villa, Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao were nearly overwhelmed. Boss, where did you acquire such wealth? 10 billion. Nothing much. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, providing a dismissive excuse. I just made a decent amount of money earlier and invested in a few companies that are doing well. I see. Lu Zihong nodded, somewhat understanding. While Wei Lin surveyed the surroundings with unabashed envy, suddenly Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao hugged Yi Xian's legs in admiration. Boss, from now on, we'll stick with you. Wei Lin cast a bemused glance at the two. Given his status, he certainly didn't need to resort to such antics. Of course. No problem. Yi Xian waved off their display, which deeply moved Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao, realizing that with such a formidable boss, no one would dare bully them. Boss, I suppose your girlfriend doesn't know about this, right? Wei Lin inquired curiously, thinking of something. Yi Xian nodded, now at the pinnacle of Xin level. He naturally did not regard that girl. After a brief while, the four of them arrived at the garage, where Lin Zhao's eyes widened to disbelief as he stared at a car not far away. Boss, this. He dashed forward, his gaze fixated in awe. The Lamborghini Demon. Swallowing hard, Lin Xiao gasped. I heard there's only one in the world, and you actually bought it. Rumor has it. This car is worth 80 million. Lu Zihong was left utterly bewildered, staring at the supercar. 80 million for this car? Cough, cough. The boss is amazing. Wei Lin coughed lightly. This was his favorite car. I used to love this car, but my elder wouldn't let me have it, he said, caressing the demon with great affection. Yi Xian chuckled at his apparent indifference. Do you really like it? Absolutely. Wei Lin unabashedly revealed his sentiments. While Yi Xian replied with a smile, if you like it, I'll gift it to you. No. Upon hearing that it was to be a gift, Wei Lin quickly declined. I can't accept such generosity. However, a test drive would be delightful. Wei Lin rubbed his hands together in anticipation, looking at Yi Xian like a child eagerly awaiting candy. Sure. Yi Xian smiled as Lu Zihong and the others excitedly shouted, Long live the boss. Chapter 18. Principle. Is it acceptable to donate 10 million to the school? Boom. The roar of a beast echoed throughout the estate as Wei Lin drove his sports car recklessly, reveling in the exhilaration. Damn, this feeling of acceleration. Lu Zihong, in the passenger seat, exclaimed with enthusiasm, I can somewhat comprehend the joy of the wicked capitalists now. Old 3, I truly envy you for being with the boss. Casting a glance at the speeding Wei Lin, Lu Zihong jokingly categorized the two as capitalists. Or at least that was how he perceived them. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Yi Xian received a phone call from Wang Chongshan, who he had just parted ways with. Hello, Mr. Yi. Upon answering, Wang Chongshan's respectful voice came through. Manager Wang, is there something you need? Well, Wang Chongshan hesitated for a moment before continuing. I wonder if Mr. Yi would like to hire maids to manage the estate. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. And before Wang could finish, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The host has triggered a task. Hire maids to manage the estate. Reward. 72 Annihilation Guardians. Note. This Guardian's strength is at the pinnacle of the yellow level, with a loyalty of 100%. Annihilation Guardians? Hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xian's heart raced. 72 Guardians at the pinnacle of the yellow level, all utterly loyal. This strength was enough to dominate all forces in Jiang'an. Just make the arrangements, Yi Xian replied, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Money is not an issue. Understood, Mr. Yi. Wang Chongshan took a deep breath before hanging up, mindful not to waste too much of the big boss's time. Boss, who was that? After taking a few laps in the sports car, Lu Zihong poked his head out of the window, curious. Nothing much, Yi Xian waved dismissively. I asked the property management to hire some maids to manage the estate. What the hell? Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. Boss, that's too shameless. In an instant, they recalled the two beautiful maids who had once made the dormitory beds. Ding ding ding. Just then, Lu Zihong received a call. Boss, it's the counselor. He gulped upon seeing the caller ID. It was Counselor Lin Qingqing. Hello, Counselor. Once the call connected, Lin Qingqing's voice came through. Where have you been? Aren't you supposed to return to school? And is Yu Xian with you? Cough, cough. Yes. After exchanging a few words, Lu Zihong sighed in relief and hung up. Boss, the counselor has something to discuss with you. We need to head back to school, Lu Zihong conveyed the counselor's message. While Lin Xiao and Wei Lin glanced at Yi Xian, wondering if he would face any repercussions for his poor behavior. Ding. The host has triggered a task. Donate 10 million to the school. Reward. Tenfold spending rebate. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed. The attributes of a wealthy benefactor were indispensable abilities. All right. Reflecting on this, Yi Xian nodded and said, Then let us return to the school. Lu Zihong and the others exchanged glances and nodded, observing their leader with a sense of awe at his grand estate. One could only imagine the reaction if the school were to learn of this scene. As they departed the manor, Lu Zihong turned to the driver, the leader, and remarked, "With a goddess for a wife and $1 billion estate, just how many secrets are you keeping from us?" Yi Xian, gazing thoughtfully at Lu Zihong, replied with a knowing smile, "I will share them with you when the time is right, but not at this moment. After all, the 30 shares of the Yin Group, the position of chairman at the Taotai Group, and the peak strength of the Xian level are not easily accepted by anyone." "That is fair enough," Lu Zihong sighed, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "I fear that if you were to reveal everything, my heart might not withstand the shock. By the way," Lu Zihong then glanced at the sports car behind them, curiosity evident in his tone, "what do you think of the third one?" His demeanor suggests he is far from ordinary. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, when the fourth one was in trouble, I heard him calling his cousin for help. The third one clearly does not regard Zhou Kaiang with any respect." "Indeed," Yi Xian nodded slightly, "I sensed something unusual about the third one at first sight. I suspect he may very well be from a prominent family in the imperial capital." "What?" At this revelation, Lu Zihong's eyes widened in disbelief. And he swallowed hard. "The prominent families of the imperial capital? That cannot be true. If that were the case, wouldn't the two of us be riding high on ancestral glory?" Taking a deep breath, he recognized that their leader had already broadened their horizons significantly, and the arrival of the third individual would only enhance their reputation further. As they conversed, the four of them arrived at the school. "Yi Xian, come with me." Upon seeing the counselor, Lin Qingqing called Yi Xian aside. With a sigh of concern, she informed him, "The principal is looking for you. Please accompany me. I will assist you," so refrain from speaking out of turn. As a first-time counselor, Lin Qingqing naturally hoped for a positive beginning to her teaching career. "Very well." Yi Xian nodded slightly, though his thoughts were not on the principal, but rather on the matter of the 10 million in donations. "Let us go," Lin Qingqing agreed. Noting Yi Xian's agreeable demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the rumors circulating outside. Following closely, Lu Zihong and the others trailed behind as they made their way to the principal's office. "Principal." Upon arriving, Lin Qingqing took a deep breath and announced, "Yi Xian is here." "Oh?" Principal Zhao Ziqiang turned his gaze and, upon seeing Yi Xian, squinted his eyes with a welcoming smile. "Student Yu has arrived. Please, have a seat." The scene of Principal Zhao warmly inviting Yi Xian and personally preparing him tea left Lin Qingqing in a state of astonishment. "Principal? Were you not intending to punish Yi Xian? What is happening here?" The unfolding situation bewildered her, leaving her at a loss for understanding. "Punish?" Principal Zhao replied, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "When did I ever say I was going to punish him?" Lin Qingqing's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. Yi, a student of great pride for the school, was someone she had yet to commend. How could she possibly punish him? Zhao Ziqiang was no fool. While others were unaware of Yin Ruoshi's true identity, he understood well that the Yin Group was a distinguished entity in Jiangnan. Securing their sponsorship would undoubtedly yield numerous benefits. "Principal, I happen to have a matter to discuss," Yi Xian said with a smile, contemplating his task. "Oh?" Zhao Ziqiang, intrigued, inquired, "What is it, Student Yi?" Cough, cough. "It is thus. I intend to donate a sum to the school, to contribute my humble efforts," Yi Xian stated, and his words momentarily stunned even the principal, leaving Lin Qingqing beside him in a state of bewilderment. "Yi Xian, you wish to donate money to the school?" Lin Qingqing looked at her student in disbelief, as this revelation far exceeded her expectations. "How much do you plan to donate?" Zhao Ziqiang perked up, recognizing that the school was in need of funds for new equipment. "Well, perhaps 10 million, Yi Xian replied after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's mind erupted with astonishment, her eyes widening as she stared at her student. What? He actually intends to donate 10 million? Has he lost his mind? Chapter 19. Student Yi donates 10 million to the school. Cough, cough. Zhao Ziqiang nearly choked on his tea upon hearing Yi Xian's announcement. He had anticipated a donation of 1 or 2 million to address urgent needs, but never expected the figure to be 10 million. Truly, he was indeed someone favored by the heiress of the Yin Group. Is there a problem? Yi Xian asked, observing Zhao Ziqiang's reaction. The latter sighed in relief. Of course not. Before long, Yi Xian transferred the funds to the school's official account. Thank you, Student Yi, for supporting the school's endeavors. Zhao Ziqiang was pleasantly surprised by the swift arrival of such benefits and turned to Lin Qingqing. Teacher Lin, from now on, it is entirely up to Yi Xian whether he attends classes or not. You will need to coordinate this. Principal, that seems inappropriate, Lin Qingqing said. Her expression complex as she regarded Yi Xian, the very first student she had mentored. Was this the legendary power of wealth? Ah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's settled then, Zhao Ziqiang declared decisively. Lin Qingqing, recognizing her own youth, refrained from further objections. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of donating 10 million to the school. Reward, tenfold consumption rebate. Upon exiting the principal's office, the system's voice echoed in Yi Xian's ear. A tenfold consumption rebate was now at his disposal. From this moment onward, his godly wealth attribute had been successfully activated. Boss. As soon as he left the principal's office, Lu Zihong and the others surrounded him. Is everything all right? Lu Zihong asked anxiously, while Wei Lin appeared less concerned. All is well. The principal merely wanted to have a heart-to-heart, Yi Xian replied with a smile. Lin Qingqing glanced at him. Yes. It was just that student Yi decided to donate 10 million to the school. Huh. Lu Zihong's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his boss. Is this for real? Indeed. Yi Xian nodded, while the counselor remained lost in the shock of the day's events, struggling to accept what had transpired. It was getting late, so I shall return to Maple Grove Manor. Farewell, my esteemed leader. At the foot of the dormitory, Lu Zihong and the others watched their leader depart, their eyes filled with envy. With a roar, the Aston Martin sped away from the campus, feeling quite exhilarated. Ding. The system detected that the host had completed 1/10 of their life's pinnacle task, rewarding them with divine driving skills. Oh, as the voice echoed in his ears, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, the first skill slot unlocking before him. Soon after, a plethora of driving techniques and experiences flooded his mind, as if imprinted in his memory, allowing him to execute them effortlessly. Looking once more at the supercar, he realized his handling and operational prowess had drastically improved. Unexpectedly, such a reward had bestowed him with exceptional driving skills, enabling him to maneuver with such finesse that even racing champions seemed like mere children in his presence. As night approached, he found himself on the route back to the manor, passing through a square. To his surprise, he spotted a girl with a gaze rife with struggle, shame, and helplessness. Beside her lay a sign that read, "Selling myself to save my mother?" Another deceitful plea. What is wrong with today's youth? The world is in decline, and humanity has lost its way. The surrounding bystanders hurled insults, leaving the girl utterly humiliated. Yet, the thought of her mother's urgent need for a substantial sum for cancer treatment weighed heavily on her heart. How could she, a recent graduate, bear such a burden? Having grown up relying solely on her mother, she understood that her mother was her only family. With Yi Xian's discerning eye, he recognized that the girl was indeed in dire straits. Ding. The host triggered a mission to assist the girl in overcoming her predicament, rewarding them with divine massage abilities. Oh. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian felt a smile form, realizing there was no reason not to extend his help. 1. 8 million to sell herself to save her mother? Glancing at the sign, he focused on the girl, imagining the immense resolve it took for her to resort to such measures. Ning Xian nodded in embarrassment, saying, I am truly not lying. My mother is in the late stages of cancer. The treatment and subsequent recovery require a substantial amount of money. I had no other option. In these past few days, no one had understood her plight, and even when she cast aside her dignity, no one believed her. I believe you, Yi Xian replied, looking at the girl, causing Ning Xian to gaze at him in disbelief, her eyes meeting his starry ones. Thank you. Thank you so much. Feeling the trust bestowed upon her was like the last straw that broke her resolve, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Then, Yi Xian produced a black card. This card contains 3 million. A portion is for your mother's medical expenses, and the remainder can be used for your daily needs. Thud. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Thank you, benefactor. Once my mother recovers, I will repay you with all my strength. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then provided an address. Once Annie recovers, please go to this place to manage the estate for me. By the time Ning Xian regained her senses, Yi Xian had already departed in a sports car. Thank you, benefactor. Gripping the bank card tightly, she felt as if she were in a dream. This profound trust marked a turning point in her life. Mom, you were right. There are still good people in this world. Tears of excitement streamed down Ning Xian's face as she silently vowed to repay her benefactor in full in the future. Ding. The system announced, host has spent 3 million, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 30 million. Shortly after leaving the plaza, Yi Xian heard the sound of the tenfold rebate echo in his ears. The 30 million was, without a doubt, within reach. Feeling exhilarated by this small victory, Yixian soon arrived at Maple Grove Manor. Upon seeing the familiar estate, Yixian sighed in relief. Speaking of which, the little one will be 2 months old in a few days, right? Ugh, this is troublesome. The thought of Yin Ruoshi's pregnancy weighed heavily on his mind, especially since his parents were still unaware. The little one is back. Upon seeing Yixian return, Yin Ruoshi smirked mischievously, causing Yixian's lips to twitch. Thank you for today. Yixian coughed awkwardly, looking at the woman before him. At least you have a bit of conscience. Yin Ruoshi approached him, lifting his chin. 3 million to win a girl's heart. You're quite extravagant, aren't you? So, do you wish to secretly raise a mistress behind my back? You know, Yixian looked at Yin Ruoshi in astonishment. This woman was rather formidable, and he hadn't noticed anything at all. Indeed, Yin Ruoshi nodded with an air of control, continuing, in my presence, how many secrets do you think you can keep? As they spoke, Yin Ruoshi playfully kissed Yixian's lips, smirking. If there's a next time, I shall ensure you have no descendants. As for now, she fixed her gaze on Yixian with undeniable authority. Come here, give me a massage. Chapter 20, Little Man, are you worried about me? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of helping the girl through her difficulties. Reward, God-tier massageability. The system's voice rang in his ears. This girl was still quite domineering. Very well. After all, it was thanks to her today. As she enjoyed the massage, Yin Ruoshi's enchanting eyes turned toward Yixian. I didn't expect your massage skills to be quite good. Just then, a figure entered from outside the villa. It was Uncle Ling. Miss, there's trouble. Approaching closely, Uncle Ling looked at Yin Ruoshi with grave concern. There are assassins attacking the estate. The intruders are formidable. What? Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Yin Ruoshi's eyes. As expected, those lurking in the shadows can no longer restrain themselves. Follow me to take a look. Yin Ruoshi then turned to Yixian. Stay inside the villa. Do not go out. With that, the villa was soon left with only one person remaining. Kill. Maple Grove Manor, a place devoid of mercy. Yixian could faintly hear the sounds of battle erupting outside the villa. Although he did not witness the chaos, he could vividly imagine the fierce confrontation taking place. Suddenly, he sensed a palpable aura of malevolence approaching, emanating from within the villa itself. Kid. At that moment, a figure emerged into the fray, declaring, it won't be easy to kill you. A master of the Profound Realm? Stunned, Yixian did not anticipate that a profound-level assassin could stealthily infiltrate the villa. You were here for me. He narrowed his eyes as the Profound Master across from him sneered. Indeed, I initially intended to strike when you were alone, but I did not foresee the attack on Maple Grove Manor. This provides the perfect opportunity to eliminate you. Is that so? Yixian smiled at the formidable opponent before him. Let me take a wild guess. First, you incited Zhou Qiang to kidnap Lin Xiao as a threat. And now you are eager to kill me here. Lin Xiaoyang would not go through such convoluted efforts. You were sent by Chen Meyer, aren't you? What? Upon hearing this, the assassin's pupils constricted, unable to escape Yixian's keen perception. It seems my guess was correct. Yixian's smile revealed his insight. Yet the profound assassin's demeanor turned icy. You deceived me. What a meticulous little brat. Taking a deep breath, the Chen family's profound master glared with fierce intensity. In that case, you shall not escape. I shall not hesitate to reveal my identity before your demise. I am indeed from the Chen family. To publicly harm my family's young lady, you cannot atone with a mere death. With that, the profound master, aware of the dangers of prolonged engagement, refrained from further words and launched a palm strike toward Yixian. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Observing the profound master's overwhelming aura, Yixian smirked. Is a profound master truly formidable? As he spoke, he extended a single finger toward the incoming palm, conjuring illusions. Naturally, the profound master dismissed him, for he was a revered guest within the Qin family and thought little of Yixian. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as an invisible force radiated from the two, yet before the Qin family's profound master could react, he was violently hurled away by the ferocious impact. Coughing up blood, the profound master crashed onto the ground, disbelief etched on his face. What? Feeling the severe damage to his body, he looked at Yixian with a grave expression. His eyes filled with astonishment. You are at the pinnacle of the profound realm. How is this possible? Yixian's strength instilled fear within him. This kid, not yet 20, possessed terrifying prowess at the peak of the profound realm. What could this signify? Who on earth are you? Indeed, the profound master was terrified. What a joke. The profound realm's pinnacle in Jiangnan was exceedingly rare. Yet here stood a mere youth who had achieved such heights. He could not fathom the implications of this reality. Are you perhaps from the imperial capital? Contemplating the existence of such a formidable master, he swallowed hard. Aside from that place teeming with experts, he could conceive of no other force capable of nurturing such a prodigious being. Flee. With this thought, the master from the Qin family turned to leave without a second thought, vowing never to return to Jiangnan again. However, before he could finish his thought, a hand clasped around his neck. No. Crack. The master from the Qin family had yet to regain his senses when his neck was twisted, his head lolling to one side, rendering him lifeless. Kill. At that moment, a dozen figures surged into the villa, rushing towards Yi Xian with the intent of exterminating everyone in the manor. Not good. Protect the young master. Several shadow guards, their expressions grim, charged towards the assassins. Should anything happen to the young master, the lady's wrath would be unbearable for them. Presumptuous. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air, and in the next moment, Yin Ruoshi, radiating an aura of lethal intent, boldly entered the scene to shield her husband. Splat. Blood sprayed as a late-stage yellow-level expert, who approached Yi Xian, was sent flying by her dagger, meeting his demise on the spot. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yin Ruoshi sneered. Anyone who dared to harm her man must die. Gulp. The shadow guards of the Yin family swallowed hard at this sight. Yes, miss. In no time, more than a dozen assassins lay dead, a scene that spared Yi Xian from having to deal with the earlier corpse. Ruoshi, I'm fortunate to have you. Yi Xian Hanti anticipated this woman's ferocity. Her vibrant energy belied any signs of pregnancy. But would her bloodlust affect the little one? Humph. My people can only be bullied by me. No one else, not even the King of Heaven, can. Her commanding voice echoed, causing the shadow guards around her to twitch at such audacity, a claim only she could make. You all stay here. Yin Ruoshi commanded the shadow guards at her side. No assassin shall escape today. With that, she swiftly made her way towards the villa's exit. This madwoman. Yi Xian felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably and coughed lightly. Be careful. You are pregnant. Little man, are you worried about me? Yin Ruoshi's enchanting crimson eyes gazed at Yi Xian, leaving him speechless. Forget I said anything. Higi, rest easy. Worry about those assassins instead. Accompanied by her delightful laughter, Yin Ruoshi left the villa again, while several shadow guards encircled Yi Xian, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Not even a mosquito would dare approach. This night, Folan Manor was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 21. This little one is not quite right. Surely, there is a secret. That girl. Observing the direction in which Yin Ruoshi departed, Yi Xian was somewhat astonished. Has she broken through to the Xian level? Such speed is rather astounding. Although he has now reached the pinnacle of the Xian level, not everyone possesses a system like he does. In her 20s, she had already reached the astonishing level of Xian. As the night descended, the fierce battle came to an end. Miss. A few shadow guards respectfully bowed upon seeing Yin Ruoshi enter. She nodded slightly, her gaze then settling on Yi Xian. You may leave. Yes, miss. The shadow guards departed, while nearby, the maids busily cleaned the bloodstains within the villa. Yi Xian noticed that Yin Ruoshi was unscathed. Little man. Yin Ruoshi stood close, her sharp eyes fixed on Yi Xian. You seem utterly unafraid. Cough, cough. Is that so? Yi Xian cleared his throat. After all, he was at the pinnacle of Xian. What was there to fear? My Ruoshi is so formidable. Of course, I'm not afraid. Uffed. The sudden remark made the maids unable to suppress a laugh. But they quickly stifled it, relieved to see their mistress was not angry. Young master truly possesses extraordinary courage. Is that so? Yin Ruoshi regarded Yi Xian with amusement, a sinister smile curling at her lips. Then later, I shall let you witness my prowess. This little fellow was certainly unusual, harboring secrets. Listening to Yin Ruoshi's ominous words, Yi Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was undeniably a little rogue. After dinner, on the balcony. Hey mom. Dialing his mother's number, Yi Xian planned to share the news about the upscale community, for the place where his parents resided now was incomparable to this luxurious locale. You little rascal, what brings you to call me? His mother's playful reprimand came through, though her tone conveyed joy. Hey, can't I call you if there is nothing going on? Yi Xian chuckled, and after a brief chat, he got to the point. What? His mother's voice froze upon hearing her son's words. Tianyu Mansion. You rascal, confess honestly, are you involved in illegal activities? A shiver ran through her. Tianyu Mansion was the most expensive in Jiang City, costing at least 2 million. Mom, do you think I'm that kind of person? Yi Xian rolled his eyes, continuing. Don't worry, This money was earned by your son. You remember the Bitcoin I bought 2 years ago, right? I made quite a fortune. Pausing for effect, he added. Now your son is a big boss. Speaking half-truths, knowing this revelation would eventually come to light, he hoped it wouldn't be too hard for them to accept. See, I told you Bitcoin was promising. At that moment, his father's voice chimed in from the other end. Good job, son. You certainly have your father's flair. Go away. His mother muttered, followed by sounds of pushing. Don't interrupt my call with my son. For now, I'll believe you, but don't forget to find a girlfriend. Predictably, his mother began her matchmaking campaign. Got it. After hanging up, Yuxian sighed, feeling as if his ears might develop calluses from her persistent nagging. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yin Ruashi opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the handsome profile before her. As memories surged within his mind, a flash of crimson flickered in Yin Ruashi's eyes. Her combat prowess was remarkable, as if she had transformed into a different person. After a refreshing slumber, she felt invigorated, her complexion radiant and more enchanting than before. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Hello? What did you say? After a brief exchange, she hastily donned her attire and departed. Those old geezers are forcing my hand. With that, Yin Ruashi imparted a few final instructions before heading to the company. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yuxian emerged from his room and inquired of a nearby maid. Where is your young mistress? Returning to the master. The young lady has gone to the company, the maid responded, nodding slightly at her words. Yuxian was interrupted by a chime. Mission activated for the host. Assertively protect your wife by confronting the shareholders of the Yin Corporation. Reward. All shops on Hongye Avenue. The notion of boldly safeguarding his wife startled Yuxian. Had the situation escalated so swiftly? He turned to the maid, pondering the system's motives for issuing such a task. After a moment of contemplation, the maid continued. It seems the board members are attempting to make things difficult for the young lady. Is that so? Yuxian's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Yin Corporation. It was evident that the system would not issue a mission for mere trifles. Very well, he mused, retracting his gaze and offering a faint smile. It is indeed time for a change in this dynamic. With a roar of the supercar's engine, the vehicle sped toward the Yin Corporation. Master, are you really heading to the company? The maids exclaimed, watching him depart the villa. Once outside the estate, he casually accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yuxian. Age, 18. Realm, peak of the profound level abilities, divine driving skills, divine massage techniques items, 30 shares of Yin Corporation, Supreme Diamond Black Card, unlimited. D Yuan number 1 estate, 100 shares of the Taotai Group, tenfold consumption rebate wealth, 10. 3 billion. Gazing at the attribute panel, Yuxian narrowed his eyes. The pinnacle of life was beckoning him. He was eager to discover what formidable figures awaited him at the board meeting. As he pondered, he arrived at the Yin Corporation. With a screech, the supercar halted before the company, leaving the security guards momentarily stunned, especially upon seeing the figure alight from the vehicle. Greetings, master. Recognizing him as the young lady's chosen companion, the guards greeted him with enthusiasm. Indeed, Yuxian nodded slightly, contemplating how such audacity could emanate from that girl. Please park the car, he instructed, tossing the keys to the guard as he entered the corporation. Good day, master. Morning, master. The receptionists and staff inhaled sharply upon seeing Yuxian. The young lady had never treated another man with such regard, and they dared not be remiss. Soon, Yuxian spotted a familiar figure. It was Xiaoying, who had always accompanied Yin Ruashi. This, master. Xiaoying gazed at Yuxian, her face filled with astonishment. How did you come here? Is Ruashi in trouble? Upon hearing this, Xiaoying paused momentarily, then sighed and nodded. Yes. The board of directors is collectively making a move to force the young lady to resign from her position as acting director. As soon as Xiaoying's words left her lips, Yuxian smiled slightly, understanding the task at hand. Your young lady has protected me for so long. Today, I shall return the favor. A subtle smile graced Yuxian's lips, and his demeanor underwent a notable transformation. Lead the way. Yes, my lord. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoying guided Yuxian toward the conference room, her gaze scrutinizing him with curiosity. My lord seems different from before. Chapter 22. If a single hair on my man is harmed, I, Yin Ruashi, will not rest until the Lin family is annihilated. At the Yin Corporation's board meeting, a loud clap echoed through the room as Yin Ruashi confronted the aggressive board member. Chen Mingyi, do not overstep your bounds. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of yesterday's events. Yesterday's events? The second largest shareholder, Chen Mingyi, looked innocently at Yin Ruashi. Ruashi. I do not comprehend what you are referring to. Everyone present here are your father's sworn brothers. How could they harm you? As the two sides faced off, the board was resolute in their intent to dismiss the acting chairwoman, and Yin Ruo, she was equally determined not to retreat. A bunch of worthless fools. Just then, a chilling voice interrupted, and an individual entered the conference room. Lin Xiaoyang. Upon seeing him, Yin Ruoshi's eyes turned icy. I knew these people had someone backing them. They could not have the audacity to act alone. Chen Mingyi was about to speak, but Lin Xiaoyang cut him off. Enough. This matter no longer concerns you. He then took a document from one of his subordinates and continued. Ruoshi, I believe it would be more fitting for me to assume the role of acting chairman. Take a look at this. It contains the agreement regarding the voting rights of all shares held by Director Chun and his associates. Pausing for effect, Lin Xiaoyang smirked. If you resign from your position as acting chairwoman, these shares will become mine. This means I will possess 30% of the Yin Corporation. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoyang scrutinized Yin Ruo, she's exquisite features. Of course, it is not impossible for you to continue as acting chairwoman. His tone shifted to one of playful intrigue. Unless, of course, you agree to become my woman. Impudent. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Ing raised his hand to strike Lin Xiaoyang, only to be intercepted by one of Lin's subordinates. Late-stage Xian level? Lin Xiaoyang glanced at Uncle Ing and chuckled. Did you think I came here unprepared? The Yin Corporation will be mine. With a loud thud, the contract was slammed onto the table. You will agree, whether you want to or not. He added with a sinister smile, surely. You do not wish for your father's lifelong efforts to be in vain, do you? Lin Xiaoyang, you are courting death. Yin Ruoshi gazed at the shameless visage before her. A murderous intent surging in her eyes as her boundaries had been irreparably crossed. A threat? Lin Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at Yin Ruoshi, reminding her. Do not forget that your Yin family can barely safeguard its position among the three prominent clans. How dare you act defiantly towards me? His fervent gaze fixed upon her as he proclaimed, let it be known today that both you and the Yin group are under my dominion. Miss, I shall eliminate him. Uncle Ying's aura, resonant with the energy of a late-stage Xian-level master, bore down upon Lin Xiaoyang with an icy stare. Can you truly accomplish that? A presence equal to Uncle Ying's emerged behind Lin Xiaoyang, revealing yet another master of the late-stage Xian level, one who appeared subtly stronger. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, a voice reverberating through the space. Young Master Lin, such audacity. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the source. And Yin Ruoshi's expression contorted in disbelief. It was undeniably the owner of that voice. How could this be? Why had that young man arrived? Xiaoying. Yin Ruoshi's cold gaze fixed upon her, instilling immense pressure. Coughing lightly, Xiaoying stammered, It wasn't me, Mississippi. It was the son-in-law himself who came, and he said. Noticing Xiaoying's hesitation, Yin Ruoshi's expression grew even colder. He said what? The son-in-law said that this time, he would protect you. The words seemed to drain Xiaoying of her strength, yet they caused Yin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes to widen in shock. After all these years, it was the first time someone had pledged to safeguard her. Was it truly him? Recognizing the newcomer as Yi Xian, Lin Xiaoyang's expression shifted. He had indeed encountered a rival who sought his demise. With a broader smile, he declared, Very well. Today I shall rid myself of you in front of Ruoshi and resolve this obsession. You dare. Yin Ruoshi's voice was icy, her gaze piercing as she directed it at Lin Xiaoyang. Should a single hair on my man be harmed, I, Yin Ruoshi, will never rest until the Lin family is annihilated. Try it if you dare. The intensity of her words even caused Uncle Ing to gasp. Instinctively positioning himself before his young master, utterly astonished by the weight of her affections. It seemed to eclipse even the Yin group itself. Is this woman mad? Lin Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by her fierce loyalty to a mere impoverished boy. He felt a pang of fear. If Yin Ruoshi were to act recklessly, it would spell disaster for the Lin family. Humph. His gaze then shifted to Yi Xian, his challenge clear. You, a mere youth, I shall see what capabilities you possess. Ruoshi, leave the rest to me. As Yi Xian wrapped his arm around Yin Ruoshi's slender waist, his uncharacteristic gesture left her momentarily stunned. What was this? Cheng Mingyi, witnessing the stir surrounding the Yin family's son-in-law, sneered, Boy, with a 30 shareholding advantage, do enlighten us on how you plan to turn the tide. Shares? Yi Xian cast a glance at the share transfer intention contract laid upon the conference table, a subtle smile curving his lips, as if to question, is this truly impressive? Ha ha ha, is it really that remarkable? Chen Mingyi shot a disdainful glance at Yi Xian, thinking this fellow might just be a fool. Of course, it is impressive. With a cold snort, Chun Mingi declared. The one with the highest shares possesses absolute authority. Indeed, the surrounding board members eagerly concurred. For pushing down the formidable Yin Ruoshi and aligning with the Lin family was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Oh, Yi Xian subsequently placed a contract on the conference table. Is 30% substantial? Coincidentally, I happen to possess a contract as well. You little brat. Chun Mingi slammed his palm forcefully onto the table. Do you think you can simply overturn the situation with a mere contract, treating us like children? You have tarnished the reputation of Ruoshi's niece. Lin Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian, who appeared nothing short of a jester, at least in that moment. Ruoshi, is this your discernment? He mockingly turned to Yin Ruoshi. It seems you are not quite adept. Humph. Yin Ruoshi let out a cold snort, her gaze icy. Unsure of what this little man intended. What? Observing the reaction of Lin Xiaoyang and his entourage, Yi Xian smiled slyly, knowing that their lofty demeanor would soon be turned to one of astonishment. Are you not going to take a look at the contract first? A calm voice pierced through. And Xiaoying narrowed her eyes, murmuring that the master and the young lady held 40%, while Lin Xiaoyang currently possessed 30%, which meant there remained another 30%. Could it be? Intrigued, Xiaoying opened the contract, her pupils dilating in shock. What? This is simply impossible. Chapter 23. Miss, that mysterious shareholder is the son-in-law. Gulp. Xiaoying swallowed hard, her voice rising with excitement. Young miss. The son-in-law holds 30% of the shares in the stock market. Boom. The moment those words escaped her lips, the room erupted in chaos. What? Chun Mingi's eyes widened as he snatched the share contract from Xiaoying's hands. No, this cannot be. Then, Chun Mingi's gaze towards Yi Xian underwent a complete transformation. How can this be? Shock. Bewilderment. Dismay. A torrent of emotion surged within him as this revelation struck him with overwhelming force. How could this happen? It is worth noting that the combined shares of the 10 or so directors amounted to only 30%, with the entirety of the board holding shares equivalent to that of Yin Ruoshi's father. Lin Xiaoyang, upon seeing the share contract, wore a grim expression. Brat. You concealed yourself quite well. You are indeed the mysterious individual who purchased all the shares of the Yin family group. Hiss. Uncle Ing gasped in astonishment. Fully aware of the implications, yet struggling to comprehend the reality. It is crucial to understand that the Yin family group is valued at 200 billion. And such a significant share amounts to a staggering 60 billion. Who exactly is this son-in-law? The stock market is not merely a matter of wealth. The forces involved are immense, and even the three prominent families of Jiangnan are unable to navigate them. To the young lady's astonishment, the mysterious shareholder turned out to be her husband. Xiaoying inhaled deeply, the unexpected twist catching everyone off guard. Yin Ruoshi appeared taken aback, for the first time perceiving the man she had previously bullied as a stranger. As the stunned crowd looked on, Yi Xian turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaoyang. According to your assertions, the party with the largest shareholding possesses the most influence. May I interpret this to mean that today's board vote has failed? With an icy demeanor and unprecedented murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Xiaoyang retorted. You are quite ruthless. Just wait. With that, he departed with his subordinates, fully aware that his plans had unraveled today. Moreover, the merger he had meticulously orchestrated for the Yin group over the past 3 years had been entirely thwarted by that young man. No one anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Yin Ruoshi held 10 of the shares, while that individual possessed a staggering 40, creating an insurmountable disparity in power. This was a gap that could not be bridged through mere stratagems. Let us depart. The expressions of Chun Mingi and his associates were complex. They naturally chose not to linger and risk further embarrassment, having suffered a substantial loss. Wait. Upon seeing the board members preparing to leave, Yin Ruoshi's voice turned icy. Halting them. What is this? Are you abandoning ship now that there is no profit to be made? Her sarcastic tone struck Chun Mingi and the others like a stinging slap. One board member, visibly infuriated, exclaimed, Ruoshi, one should leave room for others. Oh, really? Yin Ruoshi signaled to her subordinates, who swiftly secured the entire conference room. You were merciless in your previous actions. Casting a cold glance at Chun Mingi and the others, she sneered, I did not wish to be ruthless, but do not blame me for this. Xiaoying. Yin Ruoshi then instructed Xiaoying to present the prepared documents to Director Chun and the others for their thorough examination. Yes, young lady. Xiaoying, ready to retaliate, looked at Chun and his associates with derision, as if to say they thought she had no aces up her sleeve. Soon, each board member found themselves confronted with a hefty dossier. What? This is Yin Ruoxi Yu. The faces of Qin Mingyi and the others paled as they realized the incriminating evidence contained within the documents. How ruthless! This sentiment resonated unanimously among them. It was indeed ruthless. Yin Ruoxi dismissed them coldly, stating, "You have two options. Either take your money and leave, or face imprisonment." Under her piercing gaze, Xiaoying understood and handed over the share transfer contract. This scene caused Qin Mingyi and his associates to twitch involuntarily. "I concede." Taking a deep breath, Qin Mingyi was the first to succumb and sign the share transfer contract, followed closely by the other board members, their faces ashen. They had brought this upon themselves. Xiaoying observed Qin Mingyi and the others, leaning closer to her husband. The young lady obtained this incriminating evidence a year ago, but refrained from taking action due to the presence of the group's elders. Now, they have effectively sealed their own fate. Xian nodded in agreement and then turned his gaze to the resolute Yin Ruoxi. "No wonder your lady is capable of single-handedly supporting the Yin family conglomerate. It seems there is indeed a reason behind it." However, Xiaoying quickly posed the most pressing question. "How did you acquire those 30 shares? It's quite astonishing." As she noticed Xiaoying's eager expression, Xian smirked. "That, my dear, is a secret." Upon hearing this, Xiaoying's forehead furrowed in disbelief. Her husband was undeniably impressive, shattering Lin Xiaoyang's schemes with a mere gesture. Yet, his earlier performance before the lady was somewhat exaggerated. Shortly thereafter, the meeting room was left with only the two of them, and the atmosphere grew oddly peculiar. "Little man," Yin Ruoxi stepped closer, gazing at the figure before her with a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. 30 shares of the Yin family conglomerate. What a bold move. You've hidden it quite well. Is that so? Xian smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "I too had not anticipated that the girl I encountered that night would turn out to be an intensely possessive and delicate goddess." Yin Ruoxi, hearing the label he placed upon her, did not refute it. "Though I am unaware of how you accomplished this, I must thank you for today." As she spoke, Yin Ruoxi gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling an unusual sense of ease for the first time. Indeed, Xian inhaled the pleasant fragrance emanating from Yin Ruoxi. "However, I still prefer your possessive and delicate side." "Oh," Yin Ruoxi glanced at Xian. "Is that so? Then allow me to reward you well tonight." After exchanging a few words, Yin Ruoxi scrutinized him with suspicion. "Little man, be honest with me." Pausing for effect, her penetrating gaze locked onto Xian. "Is there anything else you are concealing from me?" This, as their relationship subtly transformed. Xian contemplated for a moment. "If you wish to know, come with me to a place." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of asserting dominance and protecting the wife by acquiring shares in the Yin family conglomerate. Reward: all stores on Red Leaf Avenue. Given the host's perfect completion of the task, an additional reward of 3 billion in wealth. Surprised by the voice echoing in his ear, Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this endeavor would yield an extra 3 billion for the group. Boom. The roar of the supercar thundered as Xian sped off with Yin Ruoxi towards the Du Manor. Feeling the skillful driving. Yin Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Little guy, your driving skills are quite impressive." Chapter 24. The arrival of the Silent Guardian. Is it normal for 36 Xin level experts? Du Number 1 Manor. Screeching tires, they executed a perfect drift and came to a halt in front of the luxurious estate. Yin Ruoxi gazed at the opulent manor. Du Number 1. "Is this yours, little man? Valued at 1 billion. Is this what you've been hiding from me?" "Sort of," as Xian casually remarked while on the verge of entering the estate. A business vehicle approached from the side. "Mr. Yi." The foremost individual stepping out of the vehicle was none other than Wang Chongshan, the property manager. Upon seeing Wang Chongshan, Xian's expression turned momentarily skeptical. "Oh, I see." Wang Chongshan then addressed those in the business vehicle. "Everyone, please step out." Before long, 8 exquisite young ladies, each possessing fair skin and remarkable grace, emerged from the vehicle. Their beauty was of a caliber typically reserved for campus goddesses, and merely gazing upon them was a feast for the eyes. Compounding the situation, all 8 were clad in maid uniforms. "Mr. Yi, these are the maids I've hired to manage the villa for you." Wang Chongshan instructed the maids. "Have you not met your employer?" As the maids' gazes fell upon Xian, their eyes sparkled with delight. "Greetings, young master." Their melodious voices were utterly enchanting, even causing Yin Ruoxi to momentarily pause, for these girls far surpassed the beauty of those at Fenglin Manor. "Little fellow, you certainly know how to indulge." Yin Ruoxi whispered teasingly into Xian's ear. "What is this?" Is one mistress not enough? Are you seeking a seventh or eighth? Coughing lightly, Yi Xian replied with a smile, let us take them inside. The remuneration will be as per your agreement. Understood. Wang Chongshan nodded and turned to the maids. Why aren't you expressing your gratitude to the young master? Thank you, young master. The 8 maids responded obediently. If this scene were to be witnessed by the outside world, it would surely incite envy in countless hearts. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of hiring maids to manage the estate, you have been rewarded with 72 silent guardians. Upon entering the estate, the notification of the reward echoed in Yu Xian's ears. 72 guardians? He pondered their might, believing they would suffice in Jianan. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he drove toward the garage. I want to show you something. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the garage. The moment Yin Ruoxi laid her eyes on the supercar nearby, she was captivated. Its striking design was impossible to overlook. A Lamborghini Demon? She marveled at the vehicle, astonished to encounter it here. As the daughter of the Yin Group, she was well aware of this car, the only one in the world, valued at over 80 million. Countless tycoons in the country would sacrifice anything to acquire it. Yet it remained elusive, often fetching prices exceeding $1 billion due to the fervent demand. To her surprise, this young man had managed to procure it. Are you trying to show off, young man? Yin Ruoxi's enchanting gaze fell upon Yu Xian, feeling as though her status had subtly diminished in comparison. Not at all. Yu Xian wrapped his arm around Yin Ruoxi's slender waist, gazing at the supercar. If you desire it, you can take it anytime. Let us go. I'll take you for a spin. With the roar of the supercar, the two embarked on a leisurely tour of the estate. Wow, how romantic, young master. Yes, I absolutely adore this. Initially, they had presumed their employer to be an elderly gentleman, not expecting him to be so dashing. As night fell, they stood before the villa of the estate. Young master, a graceful figure approached the villa, expressing gratitude as she greeted the occupants. It was Ning Xian, the very individual whom Yu Xian had rescued. You have arrived, he acknowledged with a nod, proceeding to introduce her. This is the young mistress. Upon hearing this introduction, Yin Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Ning Xian, her eyes momentarily glinting with an enchanting brilliance. Greetings, young mistress. Ning Xian addressed her respectfully, while Yin Ruoxi merely nodded coolly in response. Ah, Ning Xian, is it? Yu Xian continued, gazing at her. I have just hired some maids. So you shall take on the role of the estate steward. Ah, but is that appropriate? Ning Xian's heart raced at the prospect. After all, she had only recently graduated and possessed little in the way of managerial experience. It is settled then. Yu Xian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. As for your remuneration, I believe the maids receive an annual salary of 500,000. How does $1 million sound for your position as steward? Ah, thank you, young master, Ning Xian exclaimed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she was acutely aware that to provide a better life for her mother in the future, financial stability was of utmost importance. This is what you deserve, Yu Xian said, handing her a black card. This card contains 20 million, of which 15 million is allocated for your and the maid's salaries over the next 3 years, while the remaining 5 million is for your daily expenses. Gazing at the card bestowed upon her by the young master, Ning Xian felt a considerable weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yes, young master, she affirmed, understanding the financial demands of managing such a vast estate, and thus refrained from refusal. Soon, the maids in the villa were abuzz with excitement. Wow, the young master is incredibly generous, advancing 3 years' salary right away. My goodness. That amounts to 1,500,000. Long live the young master. The air filled with melodious and enthusiastic voices, and under Ning Xian's guidance, they began preparing dinner. Fueled by their newfound financial motivation, the maids worked with great vigor. You certainly know how to win people over, Yin Ruoxi teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she observed Yu Xian. After dinner, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a breathtaking beauty illuminated by the warm yellow light, enhancing her allure. How beautiful! Yu Xian found himself momentarily entranced by the girl in her nightgown. Is that so? Yin Ruoxi approached him provocatively, playfully lifting his chin. Their eyes locked, conveying a silent understanding. Time seemed to slip away, and under the comforting embrace of the evening, Yin Ruoxi fell asleep, nestled against Yu Xian's arm. With a swift motion, Yu Xian vanished from the room, a feat that would surely astonish Yin Ruoxi, for she sensed not a single ripple in the air. In the next moment, at a certain location within the estate, Yu Xian called out, "Come forth." As his voice faded, 72 figures appeared with an ethereal grace. The reward he had received, the 72 divine guards. We greet our master. With a thud, all 72 knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with unwavering respect and absolute loyalty. Rise, Yushin commanded with a slight nod, his gaze settling on the leader among them. You are the first among the divine. Indeed, master. With a respectful bow, Shani responded, the 12 annihilation guards are ranked according to their strengths. The highest among them is at the pinnacle of the profound level. The top 5 are at the late profound level, the top 10 at the mid-profound level, and the top 36 are at the profound level, while the rest are at the peak of the yellow level. Listening to Shun Yi's introduction, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Their strength is commendable. The 72 annihilation guards before him were indeed capable of sweeping across Jiang'an. He then instructed, Shani, you shall guard the estate from now on. Yes, master. Shun Yi knelt on one knee in acknowledgement, and then turned to the remaining guards. You may disperse. Yes. With that command, all but 10 of the guards departed. Ah, one more thing, Yushin added, a thought occurring to him. Anyone who dares to threaten the estate shall be met with no mercy. Chapter 25. My lady, it is all thanks to the young master. The following morning, as the golden rays of the sun streamed into the room, Yin Ruashi slowly awoke, her enchanting eyes struggling to focus. Before her lay a handsome profile, and she realized that yesterday had been the most restful day she had ever experienced. The sensation of laying down her guard and relieving pressure was unprecedented. How peculiar. A frown creased her delicate brows as she pondered. Why is this happening? Could it be because of this fellow? Lost in thought, her gaze lingered on the peacefully sleeping figure beside her, time seemingly freezing at that moment. Yin Ruashi, have you lost your mind? After regaining her senses, she stared at Yushin in disbelief, feeling an unexpected attachment towards him, albeit faint, yet undeniably present. Moreover, astonishingly, she felt no aversion at all. What are you thinking about? Yishin's voice broke the silence as he awakened. What? The sudden sound made Yin Ruashi's heart race, and her cheeks flushed momentarily. Yushin regarded her with newfound curiosity. You actually blush. Stop talking nonsense. For reasons unknown, Yin Ruashi found herself unable to meet his gaze. Perhaps due to a sense of guilt. Ding-ling. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted the moment. After answering the call, she exclaimed, Hello, really? All right. I'll head to the hospital right away. After hanging up, she released a sigh of relief. Ding. The system activated a task. Visit the father-in-law upon his awakening. Reward. The ability of a divine healer. Oh. Hearing the system announce the task, she realized her father-in-law had awakened. Is uncle awake? Yushin feigned curiosity upon seeing the joy radiating from Yin Ruashi's face. Yes. Yin Ruashi was taken aback by his knowledge. How did you know? At Jiang'an Hospital. The roar of a supercar echoed as it drifted into a parking space. This is the Lamborghini Demon Child. So stylish, worth a staggering 80 million. The surrounding crowd was filled with envy, as this was the pinnacle of supercars. Let us go? Hearing the admiration from the crowd, Yishin smiled slightly. Little man, it seems you are making quite the impression again. Yin Ruashi's enchanting gaze fell upon a certain individual, an encounter she had long anticipated. Is that so? As they conversed, the two arrived before the special care ward. And, upon seeing Yan's mother, Yishin greeted her, while Yin Ruashi's eyes flickered with emotion. Mom. Ah. By the time Yan's mother regained her senses, Yin Ruashi had already entered the ward. What did Ruashi just call me? Indeed. Yan's mother was taken aback by her daughter's sudden address, the last instance being a decade prior, and it appeared that any previous animosity had dissipated. Madam. This is all thanks to the son-in-law, Uncle Ing remarked, gazing in the direction where the young lady had departed, sighing softly. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yan's mother paused, then turned her gaze towards the ward. Are you saying it's because of Xiaoyi? Yes. Pausing momentarily, Uncle Ing continued. Madam, you may not be aware, but since the son-in-law took residence in Fenglin Manor, the young lady has undergone considerable changes. She smiles more frequently, and her temperament has become less obstinate. Perhaps it is the son-in-law who has allowed her to feel an emotional anchor for the first time. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yan's mother felt a mix of guilt and relief, grateful that her daughter had found a commendable partner. With a soft click, the ward door opened, and Yi Xian beheld a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion lying on the bed. Yin Yaozong. Ruashi, you've come. Upon seeing his daughter, a smile crept onto Yin Yaozong's face. Yes. Yin Ruashi nodded, then added, there is no need to worry. The company is doing well. You've worked hard. Yan's father sighed. Having overseen the Yin Group for over 20 years, he was acutely aware of the immense pressure involved. By the way, Yin Ruashi glanced at Yi Xian beside her, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Dad, this is my boyfriend. Good day, uncle. Yi Xian greeted with a smile, while Yan's father scrutinized him, nodding in satisfaction. Both his appearance and demeanor aligned with his expectations of a son-in-law. Before his coma, his greatest concern had been his daughter's future, and seeing her with a boyfriend brought him immense joy. Haha, excellent. Yan's father beamed, then recalled his daughter's strong-willed nature. Ruashi can be quite headstrong. In the future, please be understanding when conflicts arise. Not a problem, Yi Xian replied with a gentle smile, then turned to Yin Ruashi. To be honest, uncle, I quite appreciate Ruashi's spirited temperament. This little man. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi was reminded of their early days together, where vivid images of his possessive nature flooded her mind. Could it be that she had a penchant for seeking out challenges? Is that so? Yan's father, observing Yi Xian's expression, could discern that he was speaking truthfully. That is reassuring. After a brief conversation, Yi Xian retrieved a contract. Xiao Yi, what is this? Yan's father inquired, eyeing the document with suspicion. However, when he opened it and perused its contents, he was momentarily taken aback. This is a 30 share of the company. Immediately, Yan's father's brows furrowed deeply. Wait a moment. This isn't the shares of Qin Mingyi and the others. Could it be that 30 on the stock market? Although Father Yin was aware that his daughter had reclaimed the shares from Qin Mingyi and his associates, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Xian held shares as well. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded, and Father Yin quickly deduced the reason behind his daughter's retrieval of Qin Mingyi's shares. So it was. Noticing Father Yan's understanding, Yi Xian took Yin Ruashi's delicate hand and said, Uncle, I have come not only to meet you, but also to present a betrothal gift. Oh? Upon hearing this, Father Yin was taken aback, while Yin Ruashi paused, wondering if he truly understood the implications of his words. Little Yi, do you comprehend what this signifies? Father Yin inquired, turning his gaze to his daughter, then continued, 30% of the shares equates to 600 billion Chinese yuan. Are you genuinely willing to offer this as a betrothal gift? Indeed, such a substantial gesture would undoubtedly stir a sensation throughout Jiang, and if it were to be made public. Naturally, Yi Xian smiled. In this way, uncle, you will possess all the shares of the group, while retaining them in my hands would seem somewhat wasteful. Hearing this, Father Yin looked at his daughter. Ruashi, what do you think? Feeling her father's gaze upon her, Yin Ruashi's heart raced slightly. I will heed my father's wishes. Excellent. Understanding his daughter's sentiment, Father Yin nodded. Then, little Yi, I shall accept it. I grant my approval for your union. With such a generous son-in-law, Yin Yaozong had no reason to object. And this act alone demonstrated that Yi Xian's backing was no less formidable than their own Yin family. Thus, he felt reassured to entrust his daughter to him, alleviating his own concerns. Thank you, uncle, for your support, Yi Xian remarked with a smile, which caused Yin Ruashi's cheeks to flush slightly. Observing his mischievous demeanor, she realized he had indeed acted with intent. Yet, surprisingly, she found herself not opposed to it at all. Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Divine Healer. Yin Ruashi's unique innate physique. Ruashi. Father Yin, contemplating the shares in his hand, eventually handed them over. These shares are for you. Dad, what are you? Yin Ruashi was momentarily stunned and declined, saying, There's no need. I already possess 40%. Do accept them, Father Yin smiled gently. From now on, you shall be the chairperson of the group. Besides, I have been unable to manage things effectively in recent years. As he spoke, Father Yin felt a pang of guilt. Your mother and I will have more time to spend with you and make up for lost moments. Despite her repeated insistence, Yin Ruashi ultimately accepted the shares, having anticipated this day, though she had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Little Yi. Yin Yaozong nodded, and then placed Yi Xian's hand atop his daughter's. From now on, I entrust Ruashi to you. After a brief conversation, the atmosphere was pleasant. Dad, we'll take our leave now. Seeing that her father was well, Yin Ruashi bid farewell and departed. Yi Xian, thank you. Upon exiting the hospital, Yin Ruashi's enchanting eyes sparkled, hinting at a soothing of her childhood's absence. Oh, gazing at the stunning girl before him, Yi Xian smiled. So, how does my dear Ruashi plan to express her gratitude? Does it count if my sister initiates a kiss? In the midst of Yi Xian's days, Yin Ruashi rose on her toes and delivered a fervent kiss. This sudden spectacle undoubtedly evoked envy among the onlookers, particularly due to Yin Ruashi's striking beauty, which made the crowd wish to push Yi Xian aside. Let go of that girl. Allow me to take my turn, exclaimed one admirer. Goodness. Did that fellow save the galaxy in his past life to deserve such a stunning girlfriend? How I wish to have one too. What should I do? Ahem. Following the Uncle Ing who exited the hospital, he caught sight of the passionate kiss between the young lady and her gentleman and promptly coughed, hastily retreating. For the role of a third wheel was rather uncomfortable. Are you satisfied? Upon the conclusion of the kiss, Yin Ruashi smiled sweetly, catching Yixin by surprise. Goodness. This girl truly harbors some pathological tendencies. Gulp. Upon hearing Yin Ruashi's words, the crowd's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. My word. Has the beautiful goddess truly gone mad to bestow such affectionate treatment upon him? No. How can this be? That lad is merely handsome. Is it really warranted? How infuriating. Why must I feel such envy? As they departed from the hospital, Yin Ruashi's stomach protested with hunger, a frequent occurrence since her pregnancy. Are you hungry, my dear? MHM. Yin Ruashi gazed at the driver with a playful smirk. Little man, are you not taking your sister out for a delightful meal? Ahem. Yixin felt a wave of embarrassment, as if his expression suggested he intended to starve her. Just then, a ringtone echoed through the air. Ruashi. Please answer the phone for me. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi picked up his phone, activated the speaker, and answered, Hello, Mr. Yi. As soon as the call connected, a respectful voice emerged from the other end. I hope I am not disturbing your rest. Who is this? Yixin asked, taken aback. My apologies for my abruptness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Yifeng, the sales manager of Hongye Avenue Commercial Street. You are now the landlord of all the stores in the commercial street. And there is an important document that requires your signature. Hongye Avenue? Upon hearing this, Yixin paused, then understood. Ah, I see. I happen to be dining at Hongye Avenue shortly. I will send you my location once I arrive. Understood, Mr. Yi, came the respectful reply, followed by the end of the call. Why do you gaze at me so? Yixin asked, sensing the significance in Yin Ruashi's eyes as he drove. What is it? Yin Ruashi inquired curiously, observing the man beside her. Little man, you are the landlord of all the stores in Hongye Avenue Commercial Street. The value must be in the tens of billions. You are quite the mystery. Yixin hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty. Is that so? It's merely standard procedure. We were supposed to dine, right? Is going to Hongye Avenue acceptable? Certainly. As Yixin skillfully shifted the topic, Yin Ruashi, with her enchanting gaze, chose not to reveal her awareness, yet it became evident that her curiosity about this little man was intensifying. It felt as though he was enveloped in layers of enigmas, prompting her eagerness to unravel them all. Little man, I find myself rather fond of you, she mused. After a brief pause, she fixed her gaze on Yixin with an intensity that was strikingly different from her initial possessiveness. Ahem, is that so? Yixin, feeling the weight of her penetrating stare, found himself under considerable pressure, realizing that it might take some time for her to revert to a more conventional demeanor. However, this sensation was undeniably intriguing. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Yixin was startled, taken aback by the perilous nature of this realization. Good heavens! Have I lost my mind? Am I genuinely attracted to this girl as peculiar psychology? Perhaps I have been influenced by spending too much time with her. At the Tianjin restaurant, he nodded appreciatively at the establishment's appealing facade. Indeed, Yin Ruashi concurred, glancing at the restaurant. Wow, that car is incredible. A Lamborghini Demon, my goodness. The buzz around them intensified, as the striking appearance and price of the Lamborghini made it impossible to overlook. Welcome. How many in your party? Upon entering the restaurant, a charming hostess greeted them with a sweet voice. 2, Yixin replied with a slight nod, and the hostess gracefully gestured, Please, follow me. The elegant decor of the restaurant suggested that its owner possessed refined taste, and it was evident that the renovation had required a substantial investment. After being seated at a window-side booth and placing their orders, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of visiting your father-in-law, Su Xing. Reward, the ability of the divine physician. As the dishes arrived, accompanied by a bottle of juice, Yixin's thoughts were interrupted by the system's voice. The divine physician? He pondered, realizing that this ability had indeed been acquired. Instantly, his mind filled with an array of medical techniques, each surpassing contemporary medical knowledge. Glancing across the table, Yixin noticed an uncontrollable aura of malice enveloping Yin Ruashi. Is this the innate malevolent physique? He swiftly grasped the capabilities of such a constitution. Those possessing it experienced rapid advancement, particularly when enraged, their combat power escalating exponentially, rendering them nearly invincible among their peers. Good heavens! His gaze returned to Yin Ruashi, realizing that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 27. The Fierce Guardian, striking down corrupt property management. Dear girl, Yi Xian thought, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, do you sometimes find yourself losing control? For instance, do you notice your breathing becoming rapid, your eyes glimmering crimson? Upon hearing his words, Yin Ruoshi's enchanting gaze flickered, subtly igniting with a hint of red, and under the influence of the divine physician ability. Yi Xian perceived the surrounding malevolent aura to be significantly more potent than in her calm state. How do you know? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoshi felt a jolt in her heart. This was her deepest secret, one she had never shared with anyone, not even her parents. Could it be that she spoke in her sleep? Yet, she believed she did not have such a habit. I possess considerable knowledge of medicine. At this point, Yi Xian's gaze fell upon Yin Ruoshi. The fact that you have already reached the Xian level at such a young age serves as the best proof. Yin Ruoshi was taken aback. How do you know I have already attained the Xian level? Regarding that, Yi Xian smiled slightly and then pointed a finger at Yin Ruoshi's forehead. An extraordinary aura surged forth, dissipating only as it neared her brow, followed by a playful tap on her head. You are also at the Xian level. This scene truly unsettled Yin Ruoshi. Little man, you must be only 18, right? Taking a deep breath, she stared in shock at the young man before her. An 18-year-old at the Xian level? She had never even heard of such a thing. To her, this surpassed the boundaries of humanity. Are you even human? Taking another deep breath, Yin Ruoshi continued. With your incredible prowess, you allowed yourself to be bullied before. If I were to say I like you, would you believe me? At this, Yin Ruoshi's cheeks flushed, a rare sight, making her appear quite charming from Yi Xian's perspective, evoking an irresistible urge to steal a kiss. Ruoshi, I did not expect you to have such a feminine side. Humph. At this remark, Yin Ruoshi let out a soft huff, only to quickly realize something was amiss and hurriedly composed herself. Little guy, are you provoking your elder sister? She attempted to regain her ground, playfully lifting Yi Xian's chin with her finger. Do not think that just because you are at the Xian level, you are a match for me. With a similar gesture and gaze, Yin Ruoshi felt a twinge of insecurity this time. Oh, now that the cards are laid out, I shall not hold back. Amidst the envious glances of those around them, Yi Xian playfully kissed her soft cheek, teasingly saying, Do you not know if your man is your rival? You. Hearing his audacious words, Yin Ruoshi was momentarily stunned, her eyes flashing with confusion. That fellow had not dared to speak so boldly before. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed from the side, as everyone was overwhelmed with envy. Goodness. Is it really acceptable to flaunt one's affection so shamelessly? Damn it. This was the first time Yin Ruoshi felt at a disadvantage. Beginning to understand the feeling of being bullied, yet strangely found it quite exhilarating. How could this happen? After their meal, the two departed the restaurant amidst envious gazes. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside, Yin Ruoshi sighed, her expression complex as she looked at the man beside her. Little man, I truly cannot believe you are a master at the Xian level. Do not be enamored with me. I am merely a legend. Hearing his words, Yin Ruoshi's enchanting eyes sparked with a desire to give him a good thrashing. Little guy, who is enamored with you? Do not be so vain. However, after a brief pause, Yeshuan drew closer to Yin Ruoshi, saying, Today, your audacity knows no bounds. Beware, for I may employ my familial discipline tonight. Upon hearing Yin Ruoshi's words, Yeshuan wrapped his strong arm around her slender waist, teasingly inquiring, My dear Ruoshi, what manner of discipline might that entail? Though instinctively wanting to resist, Yin Ruoshi was startled to find herself unable to break free. Could it be that this fellow possessed strength beyond her own? The thought sent chills down her spine. As she scrutinized Yeshuan anew, her gaze transformed. Despite her current status as a novice in the Xian realm, she could typically hold her own against those at the mid-level, yet here she was, utterly defenseless in his grasp. Was he truly at the late stage of the Xian realm? No, that couldn't be right. Even her uncle in the late stage was not this formidable. Witnessing his domineering demeanor, her eyes flickered with curiosity. How many secrets could he possibly harbor? Before she could ponder further, the distant clamor drew her attention back. Scanning the area, Yin Ruoshi's gaze settled on two individuals. Are those your roommates? We should investigate. Observing the commotion, it appeared that Lu Zihong and his companion were in trouble. You are being excessively unreasonable, Lu's father exclaimed, his face a stormy shade of anger. In just 3 months. You wish to raise the rent. The property staff, unfazed, retorted, Rent if you can, if not, leave. This is prime real estate, and there are many who would gladly take your place. Lu Zihong, unable to contain his indignation, moved to defend his father, only to be restrained by Lin Xiao. Second brother, do not act impulsively. That scoundrel has irked me for quite some time. At that moment, Yeshuan entered the fray, drawing the attention of the furious Lu Zihong. Boss, what brings you here? Lu Zihong exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his confrontation with the unscrupulous property manager. What is the situation? Yeshuan asked, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the scene. Lin Xiao, still seething, replied, Boss, you have no idea how despicable this property management is. They've been bullying my second brother ever since his restaurant began to thrive. Upon hearing this, Yeshuan's expression darkened. You property management have some audacity. His gaze fixed upon the property staff, questioning whether they had sought to provoke him directly. The property staff, noticing the sudden appearance of Yeshuan, furrowed his brow. He was a seasoned veteran in the area, having profited handsomely over the years, and thus felt unperturbed. Who is this brat that dares to obstruct the collection of rent? Before he could finish his sentence, Yin Ruashi delivered a swift slap, sending him sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. A cry of pain echoed through the air. And onlookers regarded Yin Ruashi with a mix of awe and trepidation, swallowing nervously. Goodness! She appeared to be a stunning beauty, yet her ferocity in combat was astonishing. Yin Ruashi cast a frigid gaze upon the property staff, declaring, Should you dare to speak insolently again, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. Lu Zihong and his companion widened their eyes in astonishment, their attention fixed upon Yin Ruashi. Goodness! My sister-in-law is fiercely formidable. It's exhilarating to witness. Chapter 28. Dare to offend Mr. Yi? Do you comprehend who he is? You dare to strike me. The property staff scrambled to his feet. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Yin Ruashi. You wish to make me vanish? Who do you think you are? Before he could fully comprehend his predicament, Yi Xian swiftly delivered a resounding slap that shattered the bones of his face, inflicting excruciating pain that made him question his very existence. Were it not for the public setting, he would have already met his demise. Goodness! Such a domineering protector of her husband, a veritable maniac in her affection. Observing their exchange, Lu Zihong and his companion swallowed hard, subsequently feeling a twinge of pity for the beleaguered property staff. What a fool he was to offend the boss and his sister-in-law. Truly, those deserving of pity often possess their own faults. Uncle Aunt. Yushin disregarded the property staff entirely, stepping forward to greet the couple. Fear not, I shall handle this matter. From now on, this establishment shall belong to you. Boss. You Lu Zihong interjected, momentarily stunned. This place costs at least 2 million. Ahem, you must be Xiao Yi, the one Zihong frequently mentions. Clearing his throat, Lu's father continued. No one's wealth comes without effort. This is not feasible. Indeed, Lu's mother added. We are already immensely grateful for your assistance in our predicament. Arrogant. The property staff. Clutching his bruised face, scoffed with sarcasm. Kid, who do you think you are? You truly believe you can simply hand over this establishment as if it were yours? What is going on here? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from nearby, followed by a frowning figure entering the scene. Mr. Tang. Upon seeing the newcomer, the property manager's face brightened. Mr. Tang was the head of the Red Leaf Avenue Property Management, with connections far beyond his own. You've arrived just in time. The individuals from this store are utterly unreasonable and have resorted to violence, he complained, suppressing his agony. Mr. Tang's brow furrowed upon hearing this. For he had come to engage Mr. Yi in signing an important contract. If he were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly leave a negative impression. He was eager to discern who dared to cause a disturbance on Red Leaf Avenue. His gaze shifted, and upon spotting Yi Xian, he was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Yi. What brings you here? Realization dawned upon Mr. Tang, and a heavy sensation settled in his heart. Mr. Tang, how do you know this young man? Silence. Mr. Tang's eyes glinted with a lethal intensity, nearly sending the property manager into a state of panic, rendering him utterly speechless. In that instant, an ominous feeling surged within him. Dare to offend Mr. Yi? Do you comprehend who he is? Fearing that his subordinate might inadvertently exacerbate the situation, he swiftly added, Mr. Yi is the owner of all establishments on Red Leaf Avenue. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, the property manager was struck as if by lightning, his legs giving way beneath him. What? All the shop owners? How could this be possible? While others might be unaware, he was acutely aware that the total value of all the shops on Maple Leaf Avenue was at least in the hundreds of millions. Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, genuinely astonished that their leader possessed such wealth, having acquired all the shops on Maple Leaf Avenue. Indeed, at this revelation, Yin Ruashi's lips curled into a subtle smile. She had ultimately been deceived by this little man. You are Tang Yifeng? Yuxian inquired, gazing at the man before him. Then casting a sidelong glance at the property manager. Your property manager truly overstepped his bounds. Indeed. Lin Xiao remarked upon learning that their leader was the owner of all the shops on Maple Leaf Avenue. He immediately began to vent his frustrations. Boss, you should know that while the original rent was acceptable at 5,000 a month, this individual has raised it twice within 3 months. And now he's boldly claiming 6,000. Upon hearing this, Tang Yifeng directed a sharp look at the property manager. What audacity, to conceal such dealings and take kickbacks. Mr. Tang, starting tomorrow, you need not come in. Tang Yifeng then disregarded the matter further, turning respectfully to Yi Xian with a bow. Mr. Yi, would this resolution be satisfactory to you? Indeed, Yi Xian replied with a slight nod. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of all the shops he has managed, and strictly demand the return of all kickbacks. If he refuses to cooperate, call the authorities. Understood, Mr. Yi. Tang Yifeng did not dare to voice any objections. He quickly instructed the security personnel to escort the property manager away. By the way, Yi Xian recalled, glancing at Mr. and Mrs. Liu. This shop will now belong to you, uncle and aunt. Please assist with the necessary paperwork. Of course. Tang Yifeng nodded vigorously, not daring to express any dissent. For the shop rightfully belonged to them. A short while later, after signing the contract, Tang Yifeng cleared his throat. Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave to handle this matter. Very well, Yi Xian nodded slightly, and with that, Tang Yifeng felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, relieved that he had managed to avoid any ire from Mr. Yi. Had Mr. Yi been angered, not even 10 lives would suffice to atone for it. Boss, thank you. Lu Zihong expressed his profound gratitude, aware that this shop would greatly assist their family. Boss is truly magnanimous. Lin Xiao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his admiration for their leader flowing endlessly like a mighty river. Let us disperse, Yi Xian said, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Upon hearing this, the crowd of shop owners swiftly departed, realizing that this esteemed figure was not someone they could afford to offend. Xiao Yi, how can we ever repay you? Mr. and Mrs. Liu sighed, not having anticipated that they would ultimately accept this favor. Uncle, aunt, Lin Xiao interjected nonchalantly. Haven't you heard that the boss is the owner of all the shops on Maple Leaf Avenue? He does not lack for this little bit. And furthermore, after a brief pause, Lin Xiao continued, everyone is aware of the boss's status. Henceforth, no one shall dare to bully you. Lu Zihong, choking back his emotions, responded. I never anticipated the boss to be so considerate. I shall remember this. With a gentle smile, Yi Xian teased, what is this? You wouldn't grow distant just because I am the proprietor of the Hongye Avenue store, would you? Ahem, what are you saying, boss? Lu Zihong coughed lightly, his heart brimming with gratitude for the boss, for this establishment would undoubtedly alter the fate of their family, sparing his parents from the arduous toil they once endured. As they exchanged pleasantries, a phone call interrupted them. It was the third brother, Wei Lin. Is that the third brother calling? Lu Zihong and the others glanced at the boss's phone, recalling how Wei Lin had not dared to act so arrogantly if he had been present earlier. Hello, third brother. Yi Xian greeted cheerfully upon answering the call. Boss. Wei Lin's voice came through. Do you have time to come to the Tianzi Hotel? I would like to introduce someone to you. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled slightly at Wei Lin's words, just as a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Spend the night with Yin Ruashi at the Tianzi Hotel. Reward, infinite spirit liquid. Note, this spirit liquid can cleanse the marrow and enhance cultivation. Chapter 29. Cousin, Sister Ruashi is expecting the boss's child. Infinite spirit liquid? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, particularly intrigued by its effects. Indeed, the system is rather generous. It offers an infinite supply right from the start. Could it truly be inexhaustible? This task is a guaranteed profit. With that thought, Yi Xian agreed, feeling quite pleased about the prospect of spending the night at the Tianzi Hotel. Goodbye, boss. Lu Zihong and the others waved farewell, only regaining their senses when the car vanished from sight. Ahem, Lu's father coughed, gazing at the departing supercar. That car must be quite expensive, right? Expensive? Of course. Lu Zihong gulped at his father's words. Dad, you have no idea. That's the only Lamborghini demon in the world. It costs a staggering 80 million. What? Lu's father nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. His eyes filled with disbelief as he turned to watch the supercar disappear. 80 million? Good heavens. The thought of a car costing 80 million was utterly beyond his imagination, truly frightening. Hey, Dad, are you shocked? Lu Zihong smirked, then added, "Do you know where the boss resides? The DUN number 1 manor. The most expensive estate in Jiangnan, worth $1 billion. Lu's father's eyes widened in disbelief. $1 billion? This figure struck his mind like a cannonball. Uncle, that is not all. Lin Xiao interjected, unable to contain herself. You must know about the Tianzi Hotel in Jiangnan. Right? That is Sister Ruoshi's private property. Moreover, my sister-in-law is the president of the Yin family conglomerate." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu was utterly taken aback, his mind reeling from the revelation. Good heavens! The Lu family. Who would have thought they would come to know such a significant figure one day? Although Mrs. Lu remained silent, the astonishment etched on her face spoke volumes. At the Tianzi Hotel, in the Londing Xingshi Hall, as the door creaked open, Yi Xian and Yin Ruoshi entered the private room, where two individuals had been waiting for some time, Wei Lin, the third brother, and his cousin, Shang Guanqi. Upon entering, Yin Ruoshi immediately recognized the other gentleman aside from Wei Lin as none other than the illustrious heir of the Shangguan family, one of the three prominent families of Jiangnan. Yin Ruoshi? Shang Guanqi exclaimed, noticing her linking arms with a young man. His lips twitched at the sight, for he, like Lin Xiaoyang, was also one of Yin Ruoshi's admirers. However, unlike Lin Xiaoyang, he managed to exercise considerable restraint. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. Observing their intimate rapport, Shang Guanqi let out a sigh, feeling notably disheartened. "Hey, big brother." Wei Lin, observing from the side, chuckled, "You may not know this, but my cousin is one of my sister-in-law's suitors. In other words, my cousin is your rival in love." Wei Lin's teasing remarks almost provoked Shang Guanqi to retaliate with a slap, as such revelations were rather unflattering. Besides, his feelings were unreciprocated. Yin Ruoshi had never consented to anything. "Is that so?" Yi Xian smiled faintly, and then turned to Shang Guanqi. "Thank you for your assistance regarding the matter with Lin Xiao." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanqi narrowed his eyes in surprise, realizing that Yi Xian had discerned his involvement. "Ahem. No need for formalities, Yi Xian," he replied, clearing his throat. He had been informed by his cousin prior to their arrival that Yi Xian was quite extraordinary. Moreover, he was curious about what could so thoroughly impress his cousin, only to discover that Yi Xian was the rumored boyfriend of the girl he secretly admired. At that moment, Yin Ruoshi experienced a wave of pregnancy symptoms and furrowed her brow. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Shall I accompany you?" Yi Xian inquired thoughtfully. But Yin Ruoshi's cheeks flushed with a rare hue. "No need. What is the matter?" Shang Guanqi questioned, puzzled, then glanced at the dining table. "Is the food unappetizing?" Suddenly, Wei Lin recalled something and exclaimed, "Cousin, I forgot to mention. Sister Ruoshi is pregnant with the big brother's child, and it's been over a month." Boom. This declaration struck Shang Guanqi like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief as he turned to Yi Xian with incredulity. "Yi, is this true?" "Indeed," Yi Xian nodded slightly. And upon receiving confirmation, Shang Guanqi's eyes filled with envy, realizing he had to relinquish any remaining hopes for Yin Ruoshi. "Ahem, Yi Xian, how fortunate you are." Taking a deep breath, Shang Guanqi expressed his admiration. If this matter were to leak, it would surely cause a stir throughout Jiangnan. "I must ask you to keep this a secret, Shangguan brother," Yi Xian replied with a smile, for the news of their child was not yet ripe for public disclosure. At least not at this moment. Naturally, Shang Guanqi inhaled deeply. However, this revelation had significantly bridged the gap between them. "Apologies." After a brief pause, Yin Ruoshi returned, sensing an unusual atmosphere. "What are you so cheerful about?" Her gaze fell upon Yi Xian, seeking to discern the content of their previous conversation through his eyes. "It's nothing," Shang Guanqi coughed lightly, shifting the topic. "By the way, Ruoshi, since we're together, I have a small favor to ask of you." "A trivial matter." Yin Ruoshi glanced at Shang Guanqi, clearly skeptical of his claim that it was merely a small issue. "Well," Shang Guanqi pondered for a moment before continuing. "I've heard that recently, the Taodai Group has been collaborating closely with your Yin family. So I was hoping you could help facilitate a connection with the Taodai Group to discuss potential cooperation." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoshi was taken aback, then replied with a hint of bitterness. "To be honest, although the Taodai Group is working with the Yin family, I have no contacts within their upper echelons." "I see." Shang Guanqi's disappointment was evident in his eyes. After all, a partnership with the Taodai Group could undoubtedly propel their company past its developmental bottleneck. Then forget it. However, Shang Guanqi understood the mystique surrounding the Taodai Group, so he held no disbelief, despite not knowing how the Yin family managed to establish a partnership with them. "The Taodai Group?" Yuxian suddenly had a thought and turned to Shang Guanqi. If you require assistance, perhaps I could lend a hand. Oh, at this statement, the eyes of all three turned toward him, and Wei Lin felt a jolt of surprise. Boss, do you know someone from the Taotai Group as upper management? In a sense, yes. Yi Xian coughed lightly, realizing he could not reveal that he was the owner of the Taotai Group. Even if he did, the trio would likely not believe him. Really? That would be fantastic. Shang Guanqi's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Brother Yi. No need for such formality. Shangguan brother. Yu Xian smiled slightly, then added, however, I have a condition. What condition? Compared to cooperating with the Taotai Group, any reasonable condition would be trivial. This? Yi Xian contemplated for a moment, speaking meaningfully. Since Shangguan brother is Wei Lin's cousin, you are not a stranger. If we can facilitate a partnership with the Taotai Group, I hope that in the future, the Shangguan Group and the Yin family can ally together to confront the Lin family. This little man, upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi's gaze shimmered with intrigue. Is he laying the groundwork for himself? Perhaps he possesses a modicum of conscience. Chapter 30. The Limitless Spirit Liquid. A small test. Ascending to the celestial level. This. Shang Guanqi fell silent upon hearing this. After all, the Lin family currently wielded immense power, and antagonizing them was not a wise course of action. Naturally, Yu Xian offered a faint smile. This matter shall remain discreet, conducted in private. Although my interactions with Lin Xiaoyang have been limited, I can sense his immense ambition. I suspect the Lin family has plotted against the Suguan Group over the years. After a moment of contemplation, Su Guanqi's gaze turned resolute. Excellent, he affirmed with a firm nod, taking a deep breath. If Brother Yi can indeed assist the Suguan Group in forging an alliance with the Taotai Group, the Suguan family is willing to ally with the Yin family. Moreover, I have faith in my cousin's discernment. Wonderful, Wei Lin exclaimed upon hearing of the alliance between his boss and cousin, significantly strengthening the bond between both parties and promising great benefits for both his boss and his grandfather's family in the future. As the evening wore on and wine flowed freely, Yin Ruashi supported the inebriated Yu Xian, settling him into the Tianzi Hotel. The following morning, golden rays of dawn streamed through the window, illuminating the bedding. Yu Xian awoke to behold the exquisite profile of a beautiful girl, particularly enchanting against the backdrop of the rising sun. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the overnight task with Yin Ruashi at the Tianzi Hotel. Reward, infinite spiritual liquid. Amidst the appreciation of her stunning beauty, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Oh, Yi Xian squinted at the sound of the system. Infinite spiritual liquid at my disposal. In the next moment, he retrieved a vial of spiritual liquid from his inventory. Just a whiff invigorated his senses, and the vial weighed a substantial pound. Gulp. He drank it down in a few swift motions, an act that would undoubtedly provoke envy in the eyes of outsiders. Soon enough, Yi Xian felt a reaction. Buzz. As his energy surged, he effortlessly broke through to the pinnacle of the Xian level, instantly becoming a celestial level master. Exhaling deeply, he reveled in the surging power within him, feeling several times stronger than before, and clenched his fists. Is this the early stage of celestial level? Clearly, his current strength far surpassed that which he had possessed prior to consuming the spiritual liquid. He then turned his attention to the attributes panel. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 18. Realm: early celestial level abilities, divine driving skills, divine massage, master healer items, 30 shares in the Yin group, supreme diamond black card, unlimited. Duyuan number 1 manner, 100 shares in the Taotai group, tenfold rebate on expenditures, infinite spiritual liquid wealth, 42. 3 billion. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger was truly intoxicating. With a slight curve of his lips, Yi Xian gazed at his stunning wife beside him and mused. I suppose I have reached the pinnacle of my life now. Suddenly, after a moment of thought, Yu Xian had an idea. Such a remarkable gift as the spiritual liquid should certainly be shared with the little one. It would serve as a present for her. As the master healer, Yu Xian was already aware that Yin Ruashi was expecting a girl, which was a matter of ease for him. With a swift motion, golden needles gently penetrated the acupoints of Yin Ruashi, ensuring that while he bestowed a great gift upon the little one, he would not neglect her. In an instant, half a pound of spiritual liquid flowed into Yin Ruashi's body. Under this surge of energy, Yin Ruashi's strength ascended to the late Xian level, causing her heartbeat to quicken significantly. Moments later, she opened her beautiful eyes, and in that instant, the surrounding dawn dimmed. What are you doing? Noticing someone staring intently at her, a fleeting blush graced Yin Ruashi's cheeks. If he were to learn of her earlier actions, who knows how he would react. Little man, you're not plotting something untoward while your sister sleeps, are you? How could that be? Yi Xian coughed lightly, feigning innocence. Am I the type to take advantage of a situation? Really? Casting a glance at the man beside her, Yin Ruashi smirked, fully aware of his tendencies. However, continuing on, she regarded him with a hint of mischief. Even if you have any ill intentions towards your sister, I wouldn't hold it against you. Yi Xian felt somewhat speechless. But soon Yin Ruashi noticed a change within her. Huh? Detecting the shift in her aura, disbelief filled her gaze. I have reached the late Xian level. It was evident. Yin Ruashi realized that her strength now rivaled that of Uncle Ing, and with her unique physique, she surmised that even he would not be her match. But how could this be possible? What's wrong? Yi Xian feigned curiosity, for after all, a performance must be complete. Little man, Yin Ruashi, no longer teasing, declared, you might not believe this, but I have reached the late Xian level. Truly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. That means I can enjoy the benefits again. Is that so? With her newfound strength, Yin Ruashi felt unprecedentedly good, her mood uplifted as she playfully tilted Yi Xian's chin, her enchanting gaze sparkling. But sister's benefits are not easy to enjoy. As she pondered, a curious thought crossed her mind. This must be due to my physique. Yi Xian remarked timely, prompting Yin Ruashi to nod in contemplation, as she was unaware of the influences attributed to a certain individual. Perhaps. Yin Ruashi sighed, continuing, however. This breakthrough seems rather swift. There can't be any hidden dangers, can there? In a moment of concern, she reflected on how Uncle Ing had taken nearly 10 years to progress from the early to the late Xian level, while she had achieved it in less than a month, no, more accurately, in just one night. Could it be because of this little man? Subtly, her gaze lingered on him. Yet she quickly dismissed the absurd notion. How could it be? Although his strength was commendable, such powers were implausible. At a certain moment, Yi Xian distinctly sensed a powerful killing intent emerging from the distance. After all, he was now a heavenly level expert, his perception greatly enhanced compared to before. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Eliminate Chen Meyer and her group. Reward: Phoenix Jade Pendant. Note: this Jade Pendant can suppress malevolent energy for personal use and cleanse the mind, altering pathological psychology. Oh, as the system's voice echoed in his ears, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Suppressing malevolent energy? Cleansing the mind? Was this not specifically prepared for that girl? However, this system truly was cunning. Chen Meyer. Yi Xian then cast his gaze towards the source of killing intent, his eyes narrowing with a chilling gleam. Since there is a task, there is even less reason to let you live. Chapter 31. Be gentle. Do not harm my lady's plaything. At the Tianzi Hotel, in the restaurant. Boss, good morning. Upon entering the restaurant, Wei Lin greeted with a wink. Sister Ruashi looks quite well. You little rascal, Yi Xian exclaimed, attempting to give him a playful knock on the head, but Wei Lin dodged. Brother Yi, you truly make others envious, Shang Wanqi remarked. For Yin Ruo, she was indeed the dream goddess of countless individuals in Jiangnan. Here, have a bun. Yi Xian offered a bun to Yin Ruashi, drawing envious glances from those around, especially considering her stunning beauty. Hey, boss's sister-in-law, could you consider the feelings of us single dogs while flaunting your affection? Wei Lin lamented, which made Shang Wanqi wish to smack him. Just then, Shang Wanqi received a phone call. Hello. Upon answering, his expression quickly turned serious. This is he. It is like this. The Taodai Group wishes to discuss a potential collaboration with the Shangwan Group. If Mr. Shangwan has time, he could come to the Taodai Group. What? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanqi leaped up from his seat. This is wonderful. I will definitely be there. After hanging up, his shoulders trembled with excitement. Cousin. What is going on? Wei Lin, witnessing his cousin's sudden exhilaration, looked puzzled and concerned. Is everything all right? Yin Ruashi also furrowed her brow and glanced over, while Yi Xian remained unsurprised, having anticipated this. Ahem, nothing. Clearing his throat, Shang Wanqi exhaled. The Taotai Group called, expressing interest in collaboration. Wei Lin shot a peculiar glance at Yi Xian. Could it be that the boss's influence is already at play? Are you joking? Just yesterday, my cousin entrusted the matter. And today the Taotai Group calls proactively. Anyone would find it hard to believe this is unrelated to the boss. Little man, did you do this? Yin Ruashi was taken aback, genuinely not expecting such swift action from the Taodai Group. Sort of. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and upon hearing this, the gazes of the three shifted towards him, subtly altered. Brother Yi, I need not say more. Shang Wanqi, visibly thrilled, assured, from now on, Anything that can be used by my elder brother. Just say the word. Haha, it's the first time I've seen my cousin so generous. Wei Lin chuckled. Then turned to his sister-in-law. By the way, cousin, is your cooperation with the Yin group also related to him? Upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi's enchanting eyes turned towards them. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the third brother's inquiry. If I were to say it doesn't matter, would you believe me? The answer was evident. No? Wei Lin nodded affirmatively, having not considered this angle before, but upon reflection. It was the only explanation for why the Tout I group had suddenly chosen to collaborate exclusively with the Yin family. After all, the partnership coincided precisely with the Yin family's most challenging times. While you discuss, I shall take a trip to the restroom, Yi Xian said, diverting the topic as he had tasks to attend to and could not linger in such discussions. The petite figure of Yin Ruashi watched Yi Xian's departing silhouette. Squinting her beautiful eyes, it appeared that he was indeed connected to the matter. Meanwhile, in the dense woods not far from the Royal Hotel, approximately a dozen figures emerged, with Chen Meyer at the center, accompanied by an elderly man. Elder Wang. Chen Meyer bowed respectfully. I may require your assistance shortly. That is no issue. As long as Miss Meyer agrees to the terms, Wang Kenong smirked, brazenly surveying the alluring Chen Meyer, a desire that had lingered for quite some time. Rest assured. Chen Meyer clenched her fists, her cheeks flushing. Once I capture Yin Ruashi, I shall be yours. Haha, splendid. Wang Qinyong laughed heartily. With his mid-level Xin capabilities, capturing a mere Peak Huang would be effortless. The experts from the Chen family exchanged alarmed glances upon hearing this. The young lady was indeed willing to make such a pact with Elder Wang to capture Yin Ruashi. You all. Chen Meyer shot a cold glance at the Chen family experts. What happens today must not leave this place. Otherwise, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. Gulping. Feeling the weight of her fierce gaze, the Chen family experts bowed their heads in submission. We dare not. As Yu Xian stealthily approached, he inadvertently overheard their conversation, leaving him momentarily stunned. Remarkable. Chen Meyer had a rather bold taste, willing to compromise her integrity to deal with her own rival, yet the approach was undeniably effective. Who? At that moment, Elder Wang narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards Yi Xian's location. Everyone, stay alert. What? Witnessing Wang's grave demeanor, the Chen family experts immediately took action, positioning themselves to shield their lady. Miss of the Chen family, truly a remarkable disposition. Yu Xian remarked with a slight smile as he stepped forward, his attention fixed on Chen Meyer. However, the Chen family's principles leave much to be desired. You heard that? Chen Meyer's heart sank upon seeing Yu Xian. This was her greatest secret, and this pretty boy must be silenced. Yet, it was of little concern. She swiftly adopted a smiling demeanor towards Yu Xian, her eyes glinting with mischief. I did not seek you out, yet you have come to me. How fortuitous. After a moment of contemplation, a playful gaze turned towards them. Having assisted that wretched Yin Ruashi, I shall take you all back with me. However, fret not. My pretty boy, I shall not demand anything from you, but rather ensure you are well treated. As she spoke, Chen Meyer glanced at Elder Wang. By the way, Elder Wang must also have a keen interest in that vile Yin Ruashi, so why not allow our pretty boy to witness a splendid performance? Haha. Miss Meyer certainly possesses an exquisite taste. Elder Wang's lips curled into a smile. He was well aware of Yin Ruashi's beauty, and having two women accompanying him would indeed be delightful. Hey, a Huang-level expert from the Chen family, upon hearing this, volunteered his services. Miss, please wait. I shall capture this pretty boy. MHM. Chen Meyer nodded slightly and added, but be gentle, do not harm my plaything. Understood. With that, the Huang-level expert lunged towards Yi Xian, exclaiming, Kid, your streak of good fortune ends here. In that moment, images of the punishment the young lady would bestow upon the pretty boy filled his mind. Is that so? Seeing the Chen family's expert rushing towards him, Yi Xian thought, if he craved death so desperately, then let him meet his demise. Chapter 32. Yi Xian strikes, leaving the Huang-level expert questioning life smack. The crisp sound resonated, and in the next instant, the Huang-level expert from the Chen family was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Oh? Glancing at the lifeless body of the Huang-level expert, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Huang family's members are quite thick-skinned. That brat. Elder Wang's gaze turned towards Yi Xian with deep contemplation. It was evident that the strength demonstrated in that slap was beyond what a Huang-level expert could contend with. How could Chen Meyer fail to perceive the veiled insult? Her fury ignited. She was seething, wishing to capture this insolent fellow immediately. to whip him mercilessly until her heart's resentment was quelled. You all, attack. Without hesitation, Chen Meyer commanded the experts of the Qin family. I want him to be unable to live or die. Yes, miss. A dozen experts from the Qin family fixed their eyes on Yi Xian, their gazes filled with mockery, pondering what courage this boy possessed. Wait. Just as they were about to strike, Elder Wang called out to everyone. Elder Wang, what is your intention? Chen Meyer, hearing his words, looked at him in suspicion. Are you attempting to stop me? Despite her conditional alliance with Elder Wang, she was, after all, a young lady of the Qin family. How could that be? Elder Wang chuckled lightly, then cast a significant glance at Yi Xian. I merely wish to prevent them from walking to their doom. The hearts of the Qin family's experts sank. They knew that Elder Wang's words were not without foundation. This boy is extraordinary. Elder Wang's gaze remained fixed on Yi Xian. Then he remarked, Little fellow, if I am not mistaken, you should be a Xian-level expert, correct? What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Qin family members changed dramatically, and they turned their eyes towards Yi Xian, their gazes transformed. A Xian-level expert? Chen Meyer's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Lord Wang, are you jesting? This pretty boy is a Xian-level master? Miss Meyer, are you questioning me? Wang Gongfeng's voice resonated as he exerted his mid-Xian-level aura upon Chen Meyer, rendering her pale and breathless. After a brief pause, Wang Gongfeng allowed her to catch her breath, at which point Chen Meyer's face was a mask of terror. I dare not. Humph. Wang Gongfeng scoffed. I initially intended to amuse myself with a young girl like you. Yet your tone is one that even your father would not dare adopt. And as for this lad, his gaze turned to Yi Xian. A young Xian-level master is indeed a rarity. Let us see what makes you extraordinary. With that, Wang Gongfeng transformed into a shadow, darting towards Yi Xian. A sharp dagger appearing in his hand, aimed directly at Yi Xian's heart. Clearly, he did not underestimate Yi Xian's early Xian-level status in the slightest. How swift. The Qin family's experts were taken aback. This was their first time witnessing Wang Gongfeng in action, and they were astonished by his formidable strength. Chen Meyer, witnessing the unfolding scene, urgently called out, Wang Gongfeng, please spare him a breath. I am willing to serve you for 3 days in exchange. Her intentions were far from benevolent. She aimed to imprison Yi Xian and torment him slowly. Oh, as you wish. Wang Gongfeng's lips curled into a smile. After all, this was a fair bargain. It seems you still have some value, boy. He maneuvered the dagger slightly to the side, avoiding a fatal strike. Buzz. Just as Wang Gongfeng was within mere inches of Yi Xian, a profound pressure enveloped Yi Xian, causing the rapidly advancing Wang Gongfeng to come to an abrupt halt. What? The sudden turn of events left Wang Gongfeng's expression drastically altered. This is bad. A bizarre scene unfolded, and Wang Gongfeng felt an ominous premonition. As he attempted to retreat, he was horrified to discover that he could not move an inch, as though his limbs were no longer under his control. Impossible. The fear of the unknown rendered Wang Gongfeng utterly terrified as he gazed at Yi Xian. What sorcery did you employ, boy? The Qin family members watched in disbelief, their hearts racing, and an unsettling dread surged within them as they involuntarily stepped back. Am I dreaming? Chen Meyer stared at the proximity of Wang Gongfeng to Yi Xian, utterly astounded. Wang Gongfeng, do not harm him. He sorcery? Yi Xian smiled faintly, then extended a finger and pointed into the air. Instantly, the pressure intensified tenfold. Bang! Wang Gongfeng, as formidable as a mid-Xian level master, fell to his knees with a resounding crash, his dagger clattering to the ground. Crack! The sound of shattered kneecaps echoed, followed by a spray of crimson blood splattering upon the earth. In that moment, Wang Gongfeng was severely injured. Impossible! Wang Gongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. As a mid-tier Xian-level expert, how could he be so utterly dominated by a mere boy? Could it be that this youth was a late-stage Xian-level practitioner, or perhaps even at the pinnacle of Xian level? No, that could not be. Terror flooded Wang Gongfeng's mind. Even if he had encountered peak Xian-level experts before, none had exhibited such overwhelming prowess. You are a heavenly master. At that moment, the horrifying realization struck him. Only an unknown, transcendent heavenly master could possess such extraordinary abilities. How had he offended such a being? Yet, how could this boy, seemingly not even 20 years old, possibly be a heavenly master? Who on earth are you? Wang Gongfeng inhaled deeply, straining to break free from his restraints. But his efforts proved futile. Demon, flee at once. The 10 or so experts from the Qin family, witnessing this, turned pale and attempted to scatter in fear. This sight ignited a flicker of hope in Wang Gongfeng. As soon as the grip on him weakened, he would make his escape. This individual must never be confronted. Thinking of fleeing? Yixian cast a glance at the fleeing figures and smirked. Before they could react, a flurry of golden needles shot forth like streaks of light. In an instant, the Tianxin family experts fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to even utter a cry before becoming mere corpses. The bizarre scene left Chen Meyer in a state of mental disarray, releasing a piercing scream. Now is the moment. Wang Gongfeng had been observing Yixian's expressions, and at a certain point, he attempted to break free. However, just as he made a move, bang. Without warning, the pressure of the heavenly master surged, obliterating the mid-tier Xian-level expert into a mist of blood. Yixian was momentarily stunned. He had lost control and inadvertently caused the mid-tier Xian level to explode. This heavenly power was indeed astonishing. Do not come any closer, I warn you. I am the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Jiangnan. If you harm me or my cousin, you will not escape unscathed, she cried. But before she could finish her threat, he seized her by the throat like a rag doll, snapping her neck with a swift motion, letting her body collapse to the ground. He cared little for her threats. His attention was far more captivated by the Phoenix Jade Pendant. Chapter 33, Yixian's Identity, son of a major stakeholder in the Taodai Group? Thud. Chen Meyer's body struck the ground, and with that, all members of the Chun family had perished. Ding. The host has triggered a random quest. Annihilate the Jiangnan family. Reward. Prime land in Jiangnan. Yixian paused, staring at Chen Meyer's lifeless form. Annihilating the Chen family? This system certainly knows how to play. Is it suggesting that I eliminate all roots? Swish. Following this, Yixian vanished from the spot, as if he had never existed. Even a peak Xian-level expert would be left in awe of such agility. Boss, where have you been? Wei Lin asked with a furrowed brow upon seeing Yixian return. I caught a chill while sleeping yesterday, Yixian casually replied, leaving Shang Wanqi momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting between the two. Particularly as Yin Ruoshi shot Yixian a disapproving look, her heart a tumult of emotions. Cough, cough. By the way, Ruoshi, Shang Wanqi cleared his throat, recalling something. Are you aware of the auction for the prime land in Jiangnan? I have heard about it. Yin Ruoshi nodded, adding, the Jiangnan know. One land is indeed a valuable asset. Major corporations are eyeing it with great interest. It is anticipated that its value will reach at least 10 billion, or even higher. Cough, 10 billion for a piece of land? Yixian was momentarily taken aback, having just triggered a task reward related to the Jiangnan #1 land. Brother Yi, are you interested? Shang Wanqi nodded, continuing, the Jiangnan #1 land is situated in the heart of the city, a location where every inch is precious. It is undoubtedly worth the investment. Is that so? Yixian replied with understanding, surprised by the system's generosity this time. You wouldn't genuinely want to buy it, would you? Yin Ruoshi inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Yixian, already aware of his financial capabilities. Why not? Yixian smiled slightly, looking at Yin Ruoshi. How about I buy it and gift it to you? Haha, the boss is quite extravagant. Wei Lin thumbed up. Amused by the idea of spending lavishly to win a smile from a beautiful woman, appreciating the boss's knack for creating excitement. After breakfast, outside the Tianzi Hotel, the valet approached. Young master, here are your car keys. Upon exiting the hotel, the valet respectfully handed over the keys. Watching with envy as his young lady linked arms with Yixian. Thank you. Accepting the keys, the two strolled towards the car park not far away. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of eliminating Chen Meyer and her entourage. Reward. Phoenix Jade Pendant. Given the host's flawless execution of the task, an additional gift of invincible dual kidneys is included. As they approached the supercar, Yixian was greeted by the system notifications in his ear. Invincible dual kidneys? Soon. He felt a warm surge rising from within, invigorating him significantly. Is this the effect of the invincible dual kidneys? Turning to Yin Ruoshi beside him, his gaze grew fervent. This ability seemed remarkably powerful. By the looks of it, this girl is in for a treat. Taking a breath, Yixian produced the Phoenix Jade Pendant. Here, consider this a token of affection from your man. Yin Ruoshi's eyes fell upon the exquisite jade pendant in his hand, clearly valuing its exquisite hue and luster. Little man, you are rather romantic. After accepting the pendant, her expression lit up with delight, her enchanting eyes sparkling with emotion. Come, let me reward you with a kiss. With a soft peck. She placed a gentle kiss on Yixian's lips, the touch soft and pleasantly cool. Where to now, little man? After adorning herself with the jade pendant, Yin Ruoshi's demeanor transformed, her spirits evidently lifted as she inquired. Just then, Yixian's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Upon answering, the respectful voice of Wang Songhai, president of the Taodai Group, resonated from the other end. "Do you have time this morning?" "Oh." Yixian was momentarily startled by Wang Songhai's words. As the latter continued, "Here's the situation." After a brief pause, he continued, "This morning, there will be a charity banquet, where an abundance of splendid items will be available. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Yixian pondered for a moment. Ding! The host has triggered a mission to draw the attention of Meichuan Sanlang at the charity banquet, with a reward of 100% ownership of Longyu Real Estate Company. Longyu Real Estate Company. That name was certainly familiar to him. It could be said to rival the formidable Taotai Group, a prized asset in the eyes of the three prominent families. After all, Longyu Real Estate Company controlled over 90% of the real estate market in Jiang'an, particularly with the prestigious Diyuan No. 1 Manor as one of its flagship properties. Thus, Yixian made a decisive resolution. Moreover, this charity banquet could also serve as an opportunity to earn some extra funds, as the tenfold consumption rebate was simply too enticing to overlook. "I understand," he concluded. After hanging up, Yin Ruoshi cast him a knowing glance. "Who was that?" "Just someone. There's a charity banquet at the Taodai Hotel. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoshi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed, you have connections with the Taodai Group." It was evident that a personal invitation from the Taodai Hotel spoke volumes. At least, she had never received such treatment herself. However, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of relationship he had with the Taodai Group and why there had been no prior indication of it. "One day, I shall uncover all your secrets." "Ahem, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yixian coughed lightly, looking at the naive Yin Ruoshi. It was impossible for her to unveil his secrets unless the world were to end in chaos. "Is it not true that you have already uncovered all the secrets of your man?" he teased, earning a playful roll of the eyes from Yin Ruoshi, who had grown accustomed to his audacity. "Is that so?" Yin Ruoshi's gaze fixed on Yixian. "Why was I not informed?" As they spoke, the car arrived at the Taodai Hotel. "Mr. Yi, Miss Yin, you have arrived." General Manager Li Fangren had been waiting for quite some time. His manner of address was particularly telling, and Yin Ruoshi immediately sensed something amiss. Moreover, was it her imagination? Or did Li Fangren regard Yixian with a hint of reverence? She had never witnessed such a sight before. After all, Li Fangren was backed by the Taodai Group and had no need to bow to anyone, including the three prominent families. This only piqued Yin Ruoshi's curiosity about the true identity of her companion. Could it be that he was the son of a major shareholder within the Taodai Group? As she entertained this thought, she began to speculate, yet it seemed improbable, as his background was quite ordinary. Both parents were just common folk. In an instant, her curiosity about Yixian's mysterious identity deepened. "Let us go inside," Yixian said with a slight smile, wrapping his arm around Yin Ruoshi's slender waist as they entered the hotel. Phew. Li Fangren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he watched his boss depart, relieved that Miss Yin had not discovered anything amiss. "If by any chance I expose Chairman Yi, I fear that not only will I face dire consequences, but I might also suffer greatly." Swallowing hard, Li Fangren took a deep breath before following suit, pondering how challenging this act of deception truly was. Chapter 34. Making my man disappear. "How audacious of you." At the charity banquet, within the hall. "Little man, honestly, what is your connection to the Taodai Group?" Pausing for a moment, Yin Ruoshi could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the most pressing question, as it was crucial for both her and the Yin family corporation. "What connection, you ask?" Yixian pondered for a moment before casually responding. "My dear, I shall lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, the mysterious mastermind behind the Taodai Group." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoshi shot him a skeptical glance. "The owner of the Taodai Group? You certainly have a vivid imagination. Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" Clearly, Yin Ruoshi was a million times unconvinced. "See? I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. I truly am the mastermind behind this organization. If you choose not to believe it, there's nothing I can do. Forget it, if you're unwilling to speak further." "I have no desire to listen," Yin Ruoshi remarked, her enchanting gaze fixed on him as she linked her arm through Yixian's, resembling a couple in love. As they entered, they instantly drew the attention of the entire room. After all, with their extraordinary attractiveness, it was nearly impossible not to be noticed. Young Master Meichuan. Not far away, Lin Xiaoyang observed the curve of their lips. "Oh, Xiaoyang?" Meichuan Saburo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. "You've come today as well." As the son of the president of the Meituan Commerce Association, Meituan Saburo's father and Lin Xiaoyang's father were close friends in their youth, and the two maintained a good relationship. Over the years, the Lin family had firmly established itself as the foremost family in Jiangnan, thanks in no small part to the Meituan Commerce Association. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyang nodded slightly before gesturing towards the distance. Do you see that girl? She is Yin Ruoxi, the heiress of the Yin family, whom countless elite youths in Jiangnan dream of courting. Indeed, Meituan Saburo turned his gaze, and upon laying eyes on Yin Ruoxi, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained admiration. What a stunning beauty! He was well aware of Meituan Saburo's nature. His intention this time was to exploit the situation to his advantage. At the very least, he aimed to publicly embarrass that young man and tarnish his reputation. Sighing theatrically, Lin Xiaoyang remarked, "What a pity. Yin Ruoxi is accompanied by a pretty boy. That's the one." Humph. Indeed, under Lin Xiaoyang's subtle persuasion, Meituan Saburo snorted coldly. What right does a mere inexperienced youth have to possess such a beauty? Xiaoyang, if I can win the heart of this beauty today, I shall reward you handsomely in the future. Young Master Meituan, you're too courteous. Lin Xiaoyang smiled, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless glint as he regarded Meituan Saburo with disdain. After all, without his father, that fellow was utterly useless. However, for now, he could still be of some use. Await my good news. Meituan Saburo strode forward, accompanied by two of his subordinates, oblivious to Li Xiaoyang's intentions. Miss Yin Ruoxi, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Meituan Saburo approached, scrutinizing Yin Ruoxi from head to toe, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. I am Meituan Saburo, son of the president of the Meituan Chamber of Commerce. Ruoxi, let us depart. Upon noticing the glint in Meituan Saburo's eyes, Yi Xian immediately discerned his intentions but chose to disregard him. Engaging with such a fool would only tarnish his own dignity. Baka, Meituan Saburo, eager for a deeper conversation, was incensed by Yi Xian's words. What are you to disturb my affairs? I'm hearing Meituan Saburo's retort. Yi Xian cast him a sideways glance. Did you consume excrement for breakfast and neglect to brush your teeth? How foul. Ha ha. This remark elicited an uproarious laughter from the surrounding crowd, though many cast sympathetic glances at Yi Xian. Had he lost his mind? Did he even realize who he was addressing? Yin Ruoxi's gaze flickered with profound meaning. She had not anticipated such a sharp rebuttal. Truly, his wit was as fierce as it was commendable. You insolent fool. The provocations ignited Meituan Saburo's fury. I shall have you dead. Smack. Before he could finish, Yin Ruoxi delivered a resounding slap, the crisp sound reverberating through the air. What did you say? How dare you threaten my man? Wow. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. They had not expected the esteemed young lady of the Yin family to be so fiercely protective, resorting to violence against the son of the Meituan Chamber of Commerce merely for a threat. Although the Yin family was formidable, such impulsiveness was rather reckless. That woman. Lin Xiaoyang gazed at Yin Ruoxi's fierce protectiveness, casting envious and resentful looks at Yi Xian, his face contorted with malice. You dare strike me? Meituan Saburo's eyes widened in disbelief. He certainly had not anticipated this reaction. Humph. Yin Ruoxi remained unfazed to her. The entirety of the Yin family paled in comparison to Yi Xian's importance. Strike you? Should you dare threaten again, I will end your life. You. Meituan Saburo's face turned ashen, his gaze towards Yin Ruoxi filled with malice. If you truly care for him, I shall kill him before your very eyes today. With a chilling smile, Meituan Saburo advanced toward Yi Xian. You dare. Yin Ruoxi's expression turned icy, just as she was about to act. She was intercepted by two late-stage, Xian-level bodyguards. Stop. At that critical moment, Uncle Ing arrived, swiftly positioning himself before Yin Ruoxi. What audacity. Do you think the Yin family is without guardians? Humph. Meituan Saburo, undeterred by the close proximity of Yi Xian, dismissed the Yin family with disdain. Others may fear the Yin family, but I do not. With that, his gaze returned to Yi Xian. I wish to see what you can do if I kill this brat. Seeking death, indeed. Yin Ruoxi watched the unfolding scene, her heart coldly scoffing. Her little man was a master of the Xian level, and this fool was no match for him. Brat, hiding behind a woman. Who do you think can save you now? Meituan Saburo, exuding an air of control, approached Yi Xian, while Lin Xiaoyang chuckled coldly from a distance. Kid. You dare to challenge me? You are not even worthy of making me lift a finger. Such noise. As the crowd focused their gaze, at a certain moment, a sharp slap resonated once more. sending the late-stage Huang-level Meichuan Saburo flying several meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Baka. The two bodyguards rushed towards Yixian, knowing that if their young master was harmed, they would share in the blame. If the esteemed chairman found out, they would be at a loss for words. Kid, die. Kill him. The two late-stage Xian-level bodyguards sneered, and with a series of dull thuds, Uncle Ling staggered back a few steps. However, the look in his eyes when he glanced at Yixian had changed. To inflict such a heavy blow on a late-stage Huang-level opponent required at least peak Huang-level strength, or even Xian-level. But how could this be? The young master was barely 20 years old, yet he possessed such formidable power, clearly hiding his true capabilities. Chapter 35. But what if I want to be bolder? However, if the young master indeed possessed Xian-level strength, why had he been bullied by the young lady earlier? It didn't seem like an act at all. How exhilarating. Witnessing the young master's prowess undoubtedly brought Uncle Ing great relief. He had long been displeased with the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce's dominance in Jiangnan. Kid, no one can save you today. The two late-stage Xian-level experts wore menacing expressions, and Yin Ruashi, hearing this, coldly remarked, "Is that so? I would like to see who dares to lay a hand on my man. Whoever dares will die." Now, Yin Ruashi had already reached late-stage Xian level. In terms of combat strength, the two of them combined were no match for her, which was her greatest source of confidence. The expressions of the two late-stage Xian-level experts darkened. After all, the Yin family had considerable influence in Jiangnan. Although they could not compete with the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce, the consequences of offending the Yin family were dire. However, the two were not to be underestimated. Are you certain this represents the Yin family? Protecting this kid is tantamount to declaring war against the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. The Meichuan Chamber of Commerce is quite arrogant, thinking it can dominate Jiangnan. Cousin, am I right? The speaker was none other than Wei Lin, accompanied by Shang Guanqi, and beside them stood another late-stage Xian-level expert. Haha. The Meichuan Chamber of Commerce truly finds itself in a tight spot. Shang Guanqi narrowed his eyes. For years, their Shangguan group had suffered from the malicious competition of the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce, and their poor relationship was common knowledge. In fact, half a year ago, the two factions had engaged in a fierce battle, and no one knew who emerged victorious. Yet, what remained unknown was that Shang Guanqi's father had nearly lost his life during that incident. Let us go. Upon seeing Shang Guanqi arrive, the two late-stage Xian-level experts felt a sense of dread. They had put considerable effort into injuring his father, and now, with two late-stage Xian-level opponents present, their situation was quite unfavorable. Is the boss all right? Upon witnessing the departure of the two individuals, Wei Lin hurriedly approached to inquire. No harm done. Yixian gently shook his head. Subsequently, Wei Lin turned to Lin Xiaoyang, exclaiming, "The Jiang and Lin family has truly stooped to such underhanded tactics. What an eye-opener. Impudent." An enraged expert of the late Xian level beside Li Xiaoyang prepared to confront Wei Lin. "Ah. Little did I expect that your friend is actually a cousin of Shang Guanqi." Lin Xiaoyang glanced at Wei Lin, then fixed his gaze on Yixian, adding, however, "You may not be so fortunate next time." Seeking death, Yin Ruashi's eyes glimmered crimson, indicating an impending eruption. As the phoenix jade pendant emitted a faint glimmer and merged into her being. "Dear girl, no need to stoop to the level of fools," Yixian remarked with a subtle smile. Soon, the group engaged in lively conversation, with Uncle Ing and the late Xian-level expert from the Shangguan family exchanging nods of acknowledgement. "When did your young master grow so close to the young lady?" Uncle Ing curiously inquired of Zhigu, who was indeed the late Xian-level expert of Shangguanqi. "I am not certain," Zhigu replied with a wry smile. Originally, the two were merely close friends, but seeing the two families grow closer was certainly a pleasing development. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the charitable banquet task of extracting Meichuan Sanlang, rewarding 100 shares in Longyu Real Estate Company. As the charitable banquet commenced, Yixian heard the system's voice resonate in his ear. "What are you smiling about, little man?" Yin Ruashi cast a sidelong glance at the grinning fellow beside her. Her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to the two of them. "Nothing much. My dear Ruashi was quite formidable just now." He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, causing Uncle Ing and Zhigu to raise their eyebrows in astonishment. "What audacity! Look, cousin." Wei Lin grinned like a single dog, prompting Shang Guanqi to nearly choke on his surprise. "You little rascal, are you asking for a beating?" Shang Guanqi glared at his unscrupulous cousin, yet could not suppress a sigh. The glimmer in his eyes reflected nothing but envy. That lad is truly fortunate. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the scene, expressed their admiration, for Yin Ruashi's beauty was renowned throughout Jiangnan, and any normal man would be captivated. Little man, your courage has certainly grown. Noticing the gazes of those around her, Yin Ruashi narrowed her eyes and playfully lifted his chin with her delicate fingers. So, how does it feel to be the object of envy? Quite nice, Yixian nodded slightly. However, I wish to be even bolder. What should I do? Such audacity. Yin Ruashi's enchanting eyes sparkled, noticing this little man becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Excellent. Just then, the charitable auction commenced. We are delighted to welcome you all to today's charitable auction. All proceeds will be directed towards charitable endeavors, with every transaction made publicly available online for complete transparency. Now, let us begin with the first auction item, a pure hand-woven cloud brocade Cheongsam. Wei Lin, upon hearing this, looked incredulously at the scene before him, the Yunjin Cheongsam. An entire piece crafted from the exquisite fabric. What an extravagant display. Boss, this is indeed a top-tier luxury item, he exclaimed, swallowing hard, continuing to marvel. It outshines those Dior and Hermès by several streets. Oh. Upon hearing Wei Lin's remarks, Yixian turned to Yin Ruashi, who was fixated on the Yunjin Cheongsam, and asked, "Do you like it?" "It's all right," Yin Ruashi replied, retracting her gaze and offering her assessment. This Yunjin Cheongsam was created through 72 meticulous processes, with every inch composed of invaluable Yunjin material. The starting auction price was set at 3 million, with each subsequent bid requiring an increase of no less than 500,000. As the auctioneer's voice rang out, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 3 million right off the bat, and each bid must exceed 500,000. Truly remarkable. Wei Lin inhaled deeply, smacking his lips. Boss, even in the capital, such items are rare. If Sister Ruashi wears this, she will undoubtedly look stunning. 3 million. Casting a glance at Yixian, he noticed Lin Xiaoyang, not far away, smirking with a hint of provocation as he entered the bidding. That guy. Wei Lin felt his anger rising at Lin Xiaoyang's actions but was restrained by Yixian. 4 million. A calm voice emerged, causing the would-be bidders to hesitate. They had just witnessed a captivating scene and were eager to see what would unfold next. However, who was this person that made Yin Ruashi so protective and dared to confront the Lin family's young master so boldly? 5 million. Lin Xiaoyang maintained his smile, unaware that this was precisely what he desired, as he hoped for the bidding to escalate. Boss, we are nearing the maximum value of the Cheongsam, Wei Lin cautioned. To which Yixian nodded slightly. 10 million. The calmness of his voice nearly caused Wei Lin to spit out his tea in shock as he turned to stare at his boss. Did I hear that correctly? 10 million for a Yunjin Cheongsam? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 36. Rewarding the Thunder God Technique. Lin Xiaoyang was ruthlessly subdued. Haha, Ruashi. Your man is truly generous, Lin Xiaoyang remarked, a mocking glint flickering in his eyes, which provoked Yin Ruashi's enchanting gaze to flare with an impulse to retaliate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10 million, receiving a tenfold rebate, and gaining a fortune of 100 million. Lin Xiaoyang's behavior was indeed excessive. Shang Guanqi found this quite disgraceful, especially considering his earlier shameless flattery towards Meichuan Sanling. No matter, sensing the turbulent aura emanating from Yin Ruashi, he pondered when this naturally fierce girl would gain control over herself. Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. Hello, Director Yi. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. A respectful voice greeted him on the other end. Who are you? Yixian was taken aback by the words on the other end of the line, but judging by the tone and demeanor, it was clear that this individual was not ordinary. Ahem, I apologize for being abrupt. Wang Zetian cleared his throat and spoke. I am the president of Longyu Real Estate, and there are several important documents that require your signature, Chairman Yi, to take effect. When would it be convenient for me to visit you? He stood upright, a subconscious act despite his chairman's inability to see him. Is that so? Yixian was about to respond when suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. The host has triggered a random task. Spend 1 billion at Longyu Real Estate. Reward: 100 shares of the Sky High Bar. Note: the Sky High Bar is valued at 5 billion, and its owner, Luo Shiner, is a close friend of Yin Ruashi, the heiress of the second family of Zhonghai. The Luo family. Oh. Yixian paused momentarily at the system's explanation. Luo Shiner? That girl is her close friend? Indeed. The system does not offer rewards without reason. Is it laying the groundwork for something? Very well, I shall pay a visit tomorrow. After speaking, Yixian hung up the phone. Boss, who was that? Wei Lin. Noticing the mischievous grin on his boss's face, looked on with suspicion. He knew from experience that such a smile often heralded trouble. "Just a friend," Yu Xian evasively replied, prompting Wei Lin to roll his eyes. If he believed that, he would be truly naive. As they spoke, another item appeared on the auction stage. The 36th item was a mysterious black dog. As the voice fell, the red silk curtain was drawn back, revealing a cage that captured everyone's attention. Woof! A fierce and violent aura surged forth, immediately drawing the gaze of the crowd. Is this comparable to the Xian level? Uncle gazed in astonishment at the stage. This scene clearly indicated the black dog's extraordinary nature. What? A dog can possess a realm? Wei Lin exclaimed incredulously, finding it utterly absurd. This black dog had a starting bid of 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. The bidding commenced. As the bids soared, the atmosphere grew electric, including Lin Xiaoyang, whose interest was piqued. This black dog certainly held intrigue. A grin spread across his face, his eyes narrowing. He had decided to acquire this dog. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Bid on this black dog. Reward: Thunder Control Technique. Note: with this technique, the host can harness thunder as a weapon. The greater the realm, the more powerful the effect. The mention of the thunder control technique sent a jolt through Yi Xian's heart. The ability to manipulate thunder and gain an upper hand in battle had emerged. This black dog seemed a necessity to obtain. Moreover, Yi Xian had previously sensed that this black dog was unusual. It appeared to be under some sort of curse seal. Perhaps, in the future, this black dog would yield unexpected rewards. 10 million. Lin Xiaoyang could no longer contain himself and called out a bid. But his declaration caused the faces of the other would-be bidders to change dramatically. It is known that while Lin Xiaoyang and his allies were unafraid, the Lin family behind him was one of the 3 prominent families of Jiangnan, a status that would deter over 90% of the crowd from continuing to bid. Humph. Lin Xiaoyang surveyed the room and let out a cold snort. In Jiangnan, there was nothing he desired that he could not obtain. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaoyang's domineering bid, the auctioneer sighed, clearly aware that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Lin's bid stood at 10 million. Would there be any higher offers? If not, this black hound would belong to Lin Xiaoyang. As his voice echoed, the hall remained silent, no one daring to challenge him. After all, the Lin family of Jiangnan was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, they would find their paths obstructed in the future. After a tense silence of several seconds, the auctioneer bitterly shook his head. I announced that this item belongs to Lin Xiaoyang. Just when everyone thought it was over, a voice rang out from somewhere. Swiftly, all eyes turned to the source of the sound, landing on a solitary figure. It was him. Clearly, the crowd recognized the bidder at once. It was none other than Yi Xian. Good heavens! This would undoubtedly provoke Lin Xiaoyang's ire. Wei Lin, witnessing the scene, looked at his leader in astonishment. Impressive. Lin Xiaoyang is likely to be infuriated. Shang Guanqi smiled faintly as he regarded Lin Xiaoyang, genuinely surprised by Yi Xian's sudden intervention. Though he believed he should not be acting recklessly. This little man. Yin Ruoshi narrowed her enchanting eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She seemed to hold a grudge. Indeed, she assumed Yu Xian was harboring resentment over the recent events, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Now at the late stage of Xian level, her combat prowess was sufficient to contend with the pinnacle warriors. Even if she severed ties with the Lin family, she felt no fear. Should that oblivious fool dare to harm her little man, she would not hesitate to send Lin Xiaoyang to hell first. Lin Xiaoyang, upon hearing the identity of the bidder, darkened his expression, seeking death. 30 million. His narrowed gaze was filled with a deadly intent. Yet the surrounding crowd remained in utter silence, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. 50 million. Yu Xian's calm voice echoed as he placed his bid. Unyielding against the rewards of his formidable task, not even Lin Xiaoyang, no matter how powerful, could deter him. Crack. Lin Xiaoyang shattered the jade pendant in his hand, the temperature around him plummeting by several degrees. 100 million. At this declaration, the auctioneer on the platform was left stupefied, gazing blankly at Lin Xiaoyang. The Black Hound, after all, was merely Xian level and notoriously uncontrollable. A bid of 50 million had already been deemed extraordinary, let alone the staggering sum of 100 million. 150 million. Yu Xian cast a glance at Lin Xiaoyang before turning to the auctioneer. I want this Black Hound, and whatever the price, I will exceed it by 50 million. Boom. His audacious proclamation shocked everyone present. Goodness, was that young man truly extravagant? Wei Lin, upon hearing his leader's words, was filled with admiration. Indeed, the leader is truly impressive. Chapter 37. A dog that emits the howl of a wolf? Brother Yi, what audacity! Shang Guanqi exclaimed with a chuckle, realizing that this action had undoubtedly offended Lin Xiaoyang to the core. And it would not be an exaggeration to say they had severed ties. Furthermore, this act was a direct slap in Lin Xiaoyang's face. A moment of torment brings fleeting pleasure, yet prolonged torment brings enduring delight. You, huh? Yin Ruoxi rolled her eyes and turned to Yi Xian with such persistent provocation. Are you not afraid that Lin Xiaoyang will incapacitate you? Incapacitate me? Yi Xian, amused by Yin Ruoxi's words, playfully pinched her delicate nose. How could that be? Isn't my dear Ruoxi here to protect me? Wei Lin and the others, caught off guard by the sudden display of affection, were left speechless. Their emotions quite complex. Indeed, Yin Ruoxi nodded seriously. If Lin Xiaoyang truly dares to lay a hand on you, I wouldn't mind ensuring the Lin family dies out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of acquiring the black dog. Reward, Thunder Control Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 1.5 billion and triggering a tenfold rebate. Receiving 15 billion. At that moment, 2 system notifications echoed in Yi Xian's ear, causing a smile to play upon his lips. The Thunder Control Technique was credited, and he had also amassed a fortune of 15 billion. Lin Xiaoyang, what a generous soul. However, should he ever discover this thought, would he not faint from rage? Truly, calling oneself a good person while being utterly shameless. Such courage. Lin Xiaoyang was infuriated. As the eldest son of the Lin family, he had never endured such humiliation. Scoundrel, I will make him pay with his life. A fierce glare overtook his eyes. Had it not been a public setting, he would have lost all restraint and killed that brat on the spot. Young master, a late-stage Xin-level expert, noticing Lin Xiaoyang's unstable demeanor, advised, there is no need to contend with him for a moment's triumph. This brat may have acquired the dog, but it does not guarantee he will enjoy it. After the banquet, we can find an opportunity to eliminate him, and the black dog will rightfully belong to the young master, along with saving a significant sum of money. After all, this venue belongs to the Tiexing group. Provoking them would lead to catastrophic consequences. Lin Xiaoyang took a deep breath, calming his mind. Very well then. Let that brat live a little longer. With that said, Lin Xiaoyang's icy gaze fell upon Yi Xian. Boy, just wait. I will ensure that you find no escape from life nor death. Having faced repeated setbacks at the hands of this impudent youth, he was determined to make him pay dearly. Where's this? After the banquet, Wei Lin and others arrived at a chamber, where they were met with a red silk drape standing prominently. Mr. Yi, this is the black dog you acquired. As the staff pulled back the silk, they were once again confronted with the enigmatic black dog. At that moment, its savage fangs bared, and its manic barking revealed a creature that had clearly lost all reason. Boss, are you certain you can tame this black dog? Wei Lin, eyeing it from a distance, inquired with skepticism, his expression grave. This black dog was a double-edged sword, and one misstep could result in a fatal bite. Release it. Observing the black dog within the cage, Yi Xian spoke. The staff member was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but upon noticing the 2 late-stage Xian-level experts in the private room, he nodded. Very well, but do exercise caution. As he opened the cage, the staff member hastily fled the room, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! The moment the cage was opened, the black dog lunged menacingly at Yi Xian. Beast, seeking death. Yin Ruoxi reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful slap that sent the black dog sprawling to the ground. The malevolent energy surrounding it causing her pupils to constrict. Whimpering at the terrifying aura, the black dog emitted a soft whine. Before anyone could ponder further, dozens of golden needles pierced the various acupoints of the black dog, swiftly alleviating the sinister energy that enveloped it. The howling black dog returned to normal, albeit tilting its head to regard Yi Xian with a surprisingly human-like curiosity. Owl. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the black dog stretched lazily, emitting a howl reminiscent of a wolf. Holy cow! Wei Lin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the black dog. Goodness! This black dog has become sentient. Was that look it gave the boss just now a figment of my imagination? And now, it's howling like a wolf? Before he could continue, the black dog shot him a piercing glare, sending a chill down Wei Lin's spine. Swiftly, a late-stage Xian-level expert beside Shang Guanqi moved to stand protectively in front of Wei Lin, warily eyeing the black dog. Can you understand human speech? Yi Xian pondered for a moment before posing the question to the black dog. As the words left his mouth, all eyes turned toward him. As the black dog's earlier reaction had already sparked their curiosity, the black dog glanced at Wei Lin, then nodded. What? Yin Ruashi was momentarily stunned. Little man. This black dog seems rather intelligent. TSK? Indeed. Brother Yi possesses an extraordinary eye for talent. Shang Guanqi remarked in admiration, then turned his gaze toward the black dog. By the way, why not give this black dog a name? Upon hearing Shang Guanqi's suggestion, Wei Lin's face lit up with delight. Excellent idea. After a brief contemplation, Wei Lin assessed the black dog. Since it is entirely black, how about we name it Hazy? Woof. As soon as he spoke, the black dog bared its teeth menacingly at him, which certainly imposed considerable pressure on the nearby late-stage Xian-level expert. Ahem. Wei Lin, noticing this, cleared his throat awkwardly. It seems this black dog does not approve. Haha. Whoosh. At that moment, the black dog rolled its eyes at Wei Lin in a remarkably human manner, causing him to nearly wish for a hole to hide in. He never imagined that as a prominent young master of the capital, he would one day be scorned by a mere dog. Little man, look. Yin Ruashi's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn their gaze, only to be met with the astonishing sight of the black dog riding. Wei Lin swallowed hard, his eyes drawn to the black dog that had leapt onto the table, dipping into the water stains to write. Little fellow, you've stumbled upon a treasure. Upon witnessing this, Yin Ruashi immediately understood the implications, a creature of such intelligence, and one that could write no less. Should the outside world become aware, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded slightly, recognizing that the system would not bestow upon him a mere ordinary dog without cause. The handwriting, this was the mark of the Black Sovereign. Uncle Ling turned to observe the script, his eyes widening in astonishment. Black Sovereign? Zhi's eyelids twitched violently. Goodness. Did they not declare that no creatures could attain sentience post-establishment? Is this black dog an anomaly? Ha ha ha. Little man, this black dog is quite intriguing. Its name is certainly imposing. Yi Xian, upon witnessing the extraordinary intellect of the black dog, could not help but roll his eyes. In that case, you shall henceforth be known as Black Sovereign. Woof. Upon hearing Yi Xian's approval, Black Sovereign leapt off the table, nuzzling against Yi Xian's pant leg while casting a disdainful glance at Wei Lin. What the? Wei Lin's mind was momentarily thrown into chaos. What kind of attitude does this dog have, as if it deems my chosen name inferior to its own? With patience wearing thin, he declared, "No one stop me." As he rolled up his sleeves, he seemed ready to engage in a confrontation with Black Sovereign, exclaiming, "Damn it. This dog is utterly shameless. I could really go for some dog meat right now." Chapter 38. The Fall of the Qin Family. The Grand Reward Arrives. As time passed, night descended upon Jiangnan at the Qin family estate. Ding Ling Ling. Savoring his red wine, Chen Xiurong indulged in grapes peeled by a maid, enjoying a life of leisure. Suddenly, the sound of a phone broke the tranquility, and Chen Xiurong frowned as he glanced at it. "Master, there has been an incident." Upon answering the call, a panicked voice came through. "The young miss has been murdered." Boom. At these words, Chen Xiurong sprang from his chair, his face filled with alarm. "What did you say? Mayor has been killed? How can this be possible?" Indeed, Chen Xiurong found it hard to believe, for he had witnessed his daughter departing with a mid-level Wang offering. Even if they were not a match, she should have been safe. This is the truth. The subordinate gulped nervously. Not only young Miss Mayor, but even Wang offering has perished. Scoundrel! Chen Xiurong erupted in fury. Who is responsible for this? I do not know. Upon hearing this, a powerful aura surged from Chen Xiurong, revealing a strength comparable to the mid-level realm. It is well known that the Chen family maintained their status as a top-tier family in Jiangnan largely due to his contributions. Useless. In an instant, Chen Xiurong appeared before the trembling subordinate, gripping his throat. Idiot. Crack. With a swift motion, he snapped the subordinate's neck, discarding the body as one would refuse. "Mayor, no matter who it is, I shall ensure they pay for your death." As Chen Xiurong contemplated, a fierce expression clouded his features. At that moment, a thought struck him. He recalled Mayor mentioning a recent conflict with someone named Yu Xian. Could it be? With this in mind, Chen Xiurong's heart began to harbor suspicions. Knowing his daughter well, he surmised she would never swallow her pride, making this young man the prime suspect. Yi Xian. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of malevolence enveloped Chen Xiurong. "It all begins with you." Just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, a voice materialized in his ears. However, you may not have the opportunity. The moment the voice faded, an enigmatic figure appeared, causing Chen Xiurong's pupils to constrict. "Who are you? And how did you enter?" Almost immediately, he sensed a mid-level aura emanating from the figure. Upon feeling Chen Shirong's strength, the figure, known as Shen Yi, narrowed his eyes. There's some power here. But not much. At that moment, a fierce glint flickered in Chen Shirong's eyes. Now is the time. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to act. No matter who you are, die? In an instant, Chen Shirong's attack was unleashed, yet Shen Yi was evidently faster. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shirong's throat was severed, and he fell lifelessly. How could you? In his last moments, Chen Shirong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Even a late-stage practitioner of the Xian level could not accomplish such a feat. Could this individual truly be at the pinnacle of the Xian level? But how could such a prominent figure appear in a mere Jiangnan? Dare to threaten my master? You shall perish. Master? Chen Shirong's eyelids twitched violently in that fleeting moment. A name crossed his mind. Could it be that Yi Xian? Thud. In his final moments, Chen Shirong realized the identity of the murderer responsible for the girl's death. Yet he would never have the chance to seek revenge. Swiftly, 7 or 8 figures materialized in the surroundings. Boss, what should we do with the Chen family? Upon hearing the words of the divine guards, they glanced at Chen Shirong's lifeless body on the ground. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Understood, boss. With that, the 7 or 8 figures vanished, and a massacre unfolded silently. A quarter of an hour later, the Chen family estate fell into silence. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, and the entire Chen family was eradicated. Such ruthless methods had never been witnessed in Jiangnan. At the Di Yuan No. 1 estate. Hello, young master. Hello, young mistress. The guards positioned around the estate greeted respectfully, not daring to show any arrogance. Yin Ruoshi paused upon seeing the guards. Her eyes narrowing. Little man, who are these people? Oh, they are bodyguards I hired to protect the estate, Yi Xian replied evasively, deeming it best that she remained unaware of the presence of the Annihilation Guards. If she discovered that the 2 guards at the entrance were at the pinnacle of the Huang level, he could only imagine her reaction. Of course, this mattered little to Yi Xian. Woof, woof. Upon arriving at the villa, He Huang darted out with a swift motion, circling the grounds like a vigilant guardian before ultimately returning to Yi Xian's side. Young master, young mistress, you have returned. The housekeeper, Ning Xian, greeted them with warmth. Dinner will be ready shortly. Shall we dine soon? Very well, Yi Xian replied with a slight nod. After a long day, he was weary, and he suspected that the young lady was also quite hungry, especially with the little one drawing nourishment. I will change my clothes first, Yin Ruoshi remarked, glancing at He Huang. Yi Xian nodded in agreement before leading He Huang to a nearby patch of grass, thinking it would be a pity not to cultivate such a mysterious creature. Furthermore, he needed to delve deeper into the matter of the cursed seal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of annihilating the Chen family. Reward, Jiangnan No. 1 land. Upon reaching the open space on the lawn, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Yi Xian's ears, confirming the acquisition of Jiangnan No. 1 land. He then turned his attention to his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18. Realm. Initial stage of heaven-level abilities, divine driving skills, divine massage, master of medicine. Thunder control technique items, 30 shares of Yin Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card, unlimited. Di Yuan No. 1 Manor, 100 shares of Tao Tai Group, 10-fold consumption rebate. Infinite Spiritual Liquid, 100 shares of Longyu Real Estate, Jiangnan No. 1 Land Wealth, 58. 3 billion. Reflecting for a moment, Yi Xian felt quite pleased. He Huang. He addressed the black dog before him, speaking solemnly. I recognize your extraordinary nature, and that you are sealed. If you are willing, I would like you to accompany me henceforth. Woof woof. He Huang responded with an anthropomorphic nod, a sight that would astonish any onlookers, rendering beast tamers utterly inferior in comparison. Then it is settled, Yi Xian said, gently ruffling He Huang's head. I shall endeavor to help you break the cursed seal, but the process may be somewhat painful. He Huang remained silent, yet his eyes shone with determination. I shall begin now. With a flick of his right hand, dozens of golden needles penetrated various points on He Huang's body at an intricate angle, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow. Spiritual liquid, go? Yi Xian then infused a pound of spiritual liquid into He Huang's body, the process of breaking the seal akin to being gnawed upon by myriad insects. However, He Huang did not flinch, which startled Yi Xian. Such excruciating pain would have rendered a human unconscious multiple times over. Buzz. At a certain moment, He Huang's body trembled. and his originally mysterious aura surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Oh whoa. The sensation of relief prompted He Huang to unleash a howl, catching the attention of the maids and the hidden guardians. What on earth? Did the young master bring home a dog? Chapter 39. Xiao Shiyu. Are actually pregnant? Yixin felt the fluctuations emanating from He Huang. Peak of the mysterious level? Indeed. This individual undoubtedly harbors profound secrets. The reason for this revelation lies in the dismantling of a magical restraint, which unveiled an even stronger layer of enchantment. Indeed, there are multiple layers. Woof. The Black Emperor barked excitedly, causing the ground to crack beneath its powerful paw. Go and play, I said, affectionately ruffling the Black Emperor's head with a smile. I then turned and entered the villa, where Yin Ruashi had just changed into an elegant silk nightgown, her alluring figure unmistakably accentuated. What? Upon seeing Yin Ruashi's captivating form, particularly highlighted by her nightgown, I was momentarily entranced. What do you think? Sister looks good in this nightgown, doesn't she? Yin Ruashi stepped forward, provocatively lifting my chin as I stood there in a daze. Absolutely stunning. I wrapped my arm around Yin Ruashi's slender waist. Causing her enchanting eyes to sparkle, this little man was becoming increasingly assertive. However, I like it. Oh my. The maids observed this scene, their hands clasped together, gazing dreamily. Goodness, this is so sweet. How enviable. If only the young master were embracing one of us instead. In the distance, the Black Emperor cast a scornful glance at the maids, believing that beauty only hampers its speed in drawing the sword. Ding dong. At that moment, Yin Ruashi received a message. What is this? Upon seeing the message from Xiaoying, she paused. The land at Jiangnan No. 1 has been purchased by a mysterious person? How could this be? This news genuinely surprised her. After all, the Jiangnan No. 1 land parcel had attracted considerable attention, and she would typically receive prior notice if it were to be sold. Yet this time there were no signs whatsoever. What's wrong? Noticing Yin Ruashi's furrowed brow, I inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head slightly. Then looked at me. You performed admirably today, little man. Sister will reward you well tonight. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sound of a phone ringing filled the air. In a state of drowsiness, I answered the video call. Hello, Mom. Upon connection, my mother's figure appeared on the screen. You rascal, what time is it? And you're still asleep. Mid-sentence. My mother sensed something amiss and focused on the stunning girl beside me. Oh, that girl. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Young man, confess honestly. That girl is your girlfriend, isn't she? My mother's keen gaze suggested that if I uttered even a hint of denial, she would not hesitate to break my legs. I scanned the room, a trace of sleep dissipating as I realized I had forgotten to address this matter. Ahem, well, Mom, let me explain. After a lengthy explanation, it was evident that my mother was not convinced. All right, I'm not an old-fashioned person. A daughter-in-law as beautiful as this has exquisite taste. My mother nodded in satisfaction and continued. However, you must treat her well. It's hard to find a girl these days, especially one so lovely. Understood, Mom. After a brief exchange, Ye's mother hung up the phone, gazing into the distance. That rascal is quite quick. Securing such a beautiful girlfriend truly reflects the prowess of my son. Just then, Yin Ruashi stirred awake. Little man, who is it? She lazily leaned against Yixin, finding increasing delight in their closeness. My mother, he replied, playfully wrapping his arm around her slender waist. She insists on setting me up for blind dates, claiming she wants to cradle a plump grandson next year. Is that so? Yin Ruashi shot a skeptical glance at him, clearly unconvinced. By the way, you performed remarkably yesterday. With that, Yixin rose to wash up, leaving Yin Ruashi momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a flush crept onto her cheeks as she thought, that little man is becoming bolder. Ding dong. At that moment, Yin Ruashi received a message on her phone. Xiaoxi, come to the airport to pick me up. Alarmed, she glanced at the time and thought. Oh no, I completely forgot that Xiner is returning to Jiangnan today. In the meantime, Yixin, freshly dressed, entered the living room just in time to see Yin Ruashi speeding away in a sports car. Where is she off to in such haste? He wondered. Oh, Ning Xian interjected. Young master, young madam just asked me to inform you that she went to the airport to pick up her friend. You needn't worry. Her friend? Yixin was taken aback, recalling the incident at the skyscraper. Could it be Luo Xiner? Meanwhile, in the sports car, Yin Ruashi received a call from her father shortly after departing. What did you say? Upon hearing the distressing news from her father, disbelief washed over her features. Chen Meyer is dead? The entire Qin family has been annihilated without a survivor. How could this be possible? After ending the call, Yin Ruoshi's eyes narrowed in contemplation. The Qin family was a prominent lineage in Jiangnan, with at least 2 members at the mid-level of the Xian rank. How could they be wiped out overnight? The brutality of it was unfathomable. Forget it, she murmured to herself, as Jiangnan Airport loomed ahead. Xiaoxi, it has been ages. I've missed you dearly. A stunning beauty embraced Yin Ruoshi, inhaling her fragrance with delight. Still that enchanting scent, my dear Xiaoxi grows more alluring by the day. Tonight, Xiner shall pamper you well. Enough with your nonsense. Yin Ruoshi rolled her eyes at Luo Xiner. However, at that moment, Luo Xiner felt her friend's pulse. Her face suddenly filled with astonishment. Xiner, what are you doing? Knowing her friend was knowledgeable in medicine, Yin Ruoshi quickly withdrew her delicate hand, avoiding eye contact out of embarrassment. How peculiar. Luo Xiner gazed at her friend in disbelief. It's a pregnancy pulse. Xiaoxi, you are actually pregnant. Are you out of your mind? Yin Ruoshi hastily covered Luo Xiner's mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know? What on earth is happening? Upon entering the car, Luo Xiner eagerly inquired, which unfortunate handsome fellow have you been involved with? Naturally, her close friend was well aware of her obsessive tendencies. And she too held knowledge of the girl's greatest secret, thus her reaction was unsurprising. Do you remember 2 months ago? Listening to her friend's narration, Luo Xiner looked at her in disbelief, captivated by the notion of a youthful heartthrob. Goodness, she sighed deeply, gazing at her friend with keen interest. What on earth has transpired during my absence? Chapter 40. Confess honestly, is this the doing of your young boyfriend? TSK, Luo Xiner mused as she regarded her friend. Well, look at you, an old cow feasting on tender grass, playing the golden rooster hiding a young fresh meat. Hearing her friend's teasing, Yin Ruoshi shot her a sidelong glance, her enchanting eyes narrowed. By the way, why have you suddenly returned to Jiangnan? Yin Ruoshi regarded her friend with suspicion, pondering. Has the situation in Zhonghai been resolved? No, Luo Xiner rubbed her forehead. How could that old man relent so easily? There have been issues with the Jiuxia, and I intend to sell the skyscraper. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? Selling the Jiuxia skyscraper. At this revelation, Yin Ruoshi inhaled sharply. Are you out of your mind? That is the culmination of years of your hard work. Nothing to worry about. Luo Xiner waved her hand dismissively, then gazed out toward Zhonghai. The Jiuxia was originally established as a means of resisting that old man. However, returning to the subject at hand, Luo Xiner looked closely at her friend's lovely face, lifting a delicate finger to tilt her chin. Xiaoxi, your complexion is exceptionally youthful. Observing her friend's skin that seemed as fragile as a petal, Luo Xiner felt a pang of envy. Confess honestly, is this the work of your young boyfriend? Upon hearing Luo Xiner's words, Yin Ruoshi shot her a glare. Xiner, what nonsense are you spouting? Hey, it appears I have hit the nail on the head. Luo Xiner remarked, appraising her friend's impressive figure. Others may not know, but I am well aware of your formidable prowess when you lose your mind. Her bold words left Yin Ruoshi wishing to silence her. What on earth is this girl talking about? To be young is such a blessing. Luo Xiner gazed at her friend with envy, then teasingly added, by the way, does your young man have any brothers or anything? Introduce me. Get lost. Yin Ruoshi glared at her friend, incredulous at her audacity. Meanwhile, at Longyu Real Estate. Sir, may I ask whom you were looking for? Upon entering the lobby, the voice of the receptionist rang out. Wang Zetian, Yi Xian replied, and the receptionist paused. You were looking for General Manager Wang. May I ask who you are? Yi Xian. What? At the mention of his name, the receptionist was taken aback. General Manager Wang had specifically instructed her to treat the new owner of Longyu Real Estate, Yi Xian, with utmost respect. Mr. Yi, it is indeed you. The receptionist blushed upon seeing Yi Xian's handsome visage. Feng Tang, step aside. At that moment, a familiar voice reached my ears, and upon glancing over, I was taken aback to see my cousin, Han Yu. Han Yu, do you not realize my feelings for you? Will you be my girlfriend? My declaration elicited a complex reaction from my colleagues, as they were well aware that Feng Tang, the supervisor at Longyu Real Estate, was notorious for his advances towards women. Supervisor Feng, please maintain your decorum. Han Yu, having worked for over half a year, was fully cognizant of Feng Tang's character. Her expression icy. Han Yu, have you considered the consequences of rejecting me? Feng Tang, perceiving her lack of appreciation, abandoned his pretense. Believe it or not, I could have you expelled from Longyu Real Estate with a single word. Moreover, you would find no place to stand in Jiangnan. Hanyu, infuriated by his despicable nature, was acutely aware of his capability to follow through on his threats. Cousin, observing the standoff between the two, Yi Xian greeted them with a smile. Hanyu, upon hearing the voice, was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Xian, what are you doing here? Oh, Feng Tang, noticing the exchange, directed his gaze towards Yi Xian. So, you are just a pretty boy? Hanyu, surely you aren't involved with this brat? Slap. Before he could finish, Hanyu delivered a sharp slap across his face. Shut your mouth. The crisp sound immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Ah, what? The receptionist, covering her mouth in disbelief, looked at Feng Tang. Supervisor Feng has lost his mind. How could he slander Director Yi like this? Hey, President Wang. The receptionist hastily dialed a number. Please come quickly. It seems Director Yi is in trouble with Supervisor Feng. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Zetian's expression changed dramatically. All right. Keep an eye on the situation. I'm coming right away. Scoundrel. Feng Tang, holding his cheek, glared at Yi Xian with fury. Hanyu, you vile woman. How dare you strike me? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian retaliated with a swift slap that sent Feng Tang flying several meters, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Do you believe I would kill you? Feng Tang, feeling the chilling gaze directed at him, could not suppress a shiver. What is happening? At that moment, the captain of the security team from Longyu Real Estate arrived with a group of men. Cousin, Feng Tang, seeing the newcomers, glared at Yi Xian with malice. This brat has openly assaulted me. Dispose of him. Rest assured, Feng Eru has gained his position as captain through considerable connections, his gaze turning hostile towards Yi Xian. To dare act recklessly at Longyu Real Estate, he must be tired of living. Attack. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 bodyguards closed in. Captain Feng, the receptionist, frightened by the scene, rushed forward. Stop. Do you know who he is? I don't care who he is. Feng Eru commanded his men to act, disregarding the receptionist's words entirely. Humph. Feng Tang sneered coldly. A pretty boy daring to challenge me. I like a woman with a fiery temper. Stop. Just then, a commanding voice resonated, and Wang Zetian, his face grim, strode into the scene. President Wang. Upon the arrival of a visitor, Feng Tang, the scoundrel, shamelessly approached, exclaiming, You have arrived just in time. This rascal dares to belittle the esteemed Director Yi of Longyu Real Estate. Apologies for my tardiness. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zetian did not even cast a glance at Feng Tang, bowing to express his contrition. Meanwhile, the receptionist let out a sigh of relief, realizing that a significant crisis had been averted thanks to Wang's timely arrival. Feng Tang, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Wang Zetian in confusion. Director Wang, what is your stance towards this individual? Be silent. Wang Zetian felt a surge of anger towards Feng Tang, for this fool had nearly caused harm to Director Yi. This is the newly appointed chairman of Longyu Real Estate. How dare you? The revelation left Feng Tang's eyes wide with disbelief. What? He is the chairman of Longyu Real Estate. Wang Zetian expressed his disappointment in the employees of Longyu Real Estate. Sweat beaded on Wang Zetian's forehead as he coughed awkwardly. I accept full responsibility for my subordinates' lack of discipline. I implore Director Yi to impose suitable punishment. Director Yi spoke but a single word in response. Understood. Wang Zetian, relieved that Director Yi bore no ill will towards him, shifted his icy gaze toward Feng Tang, declaring, You are dismissed. The company shall never employ you again. What? Feng Tang's face turned ashen. Director Wang, you cannot do this. I have served the company for many years. Be silent. Do not presume I am unaware of your transgressions. My patience has reached its limit. Wang Zetian then turned to the head of security, Wang Eru. You two shall be dismissed for laying a hand on Director Yi without cause. Expel them from Longyu Real Estate, and ensure they are kept at a distance. At this command, the formerly stunned security personnel swallowed hard in trepidation. Yes, Director Wang. In truth, at this moment, they dared not delay and promptly dragged the two men away as one would a defeated dog. Hanyu, well aware of the connection between Hanyu and Director Yi, spoke softly. With Feng Tang's departure, the supervisory position is now vacant. Why not take it on? What? Hanyu was momentarily stunned, but Wang Zetian merely smiled before addressing the receptionist. Your name is Su Rou, is it not? Well done. From this day forth, you shall serve as the lobby manager of Longyu Real Estate. What? Su Rou's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such unexpected fortune. After all, the position of lobby manager held great prestige. Hanyu, with a complex expression, observed the scene, feeling as though she were in a dream. Her cousin was indeed the chairman of Longyu Real Estate. Chapter 41. Xiao Xian. Is he truly the chairman of Longyu Real Estate? Coughing lightly, Wang Zetian respectfully addressed, Director Yi, do you have anything further to add? Yes, quite satisfactory. Director Yi nodded in approval, acknowledging Wang Zetian's thorough handling of the situation. Cousin, I shall treat you to a meal another day. With a gentle smile directed towards the astonished Han Yu, Director Yi proceeded alongside Wang Zetian towards the elevator. Su Rou, please assist Supervisor Han with the handover procedures. Ah, it's President Wang. Startled, Su Rou snapped back to reality, speaking with trepidation, as if still caught in a dream. Manager Su. Han Yu glanced at Su Rou, their relationship having been quite amicable until now. Xiao Xian, is he truly the chairman of Longyu Real Estate? Although she had heard from her aunt that Yu Xian had become successful, she hadn't anticipated such remarkable heights. Longyu Real Estate is a colossal entity in the Jiangnan business world, rivaling the formidable Taodai Group. Indeed, Su Rou nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath. President Wang notified me yesterday, urging me to be attentive to visitors, lest I inadvertently slight the chairman. However, as she spoke, Su Rou's expression turned complex as she looked at Han Yu. I never imagined, Supervisor Han, that you were actually the cousin of Director Yi. Ahem. Han Yu coughed lightly, sighing. You might not believe me, but I just learned this myself. That rascal has hidden it too well. It's hard to fathom that he is only 18 years old, though how he achieved this is beyond me. Oh, really? Su Rou felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Supervisor Han, the chairman ISNT married, is he? Not at all. Han Yu regarded Su Rou with a hint of suspicion as her voice took on a playful tone. What is this? Are you taken with my cousin? Though Han Yu did not voice her thoughts, her tone conveyed everything. Ahem, however, Han Yu sighed again and continued, Manager Su, you are quite attractive. But my cousin already has a girlfriend. Moreover, she is stunningly beautiful. As she spoke, Han Yu retrieved her phone to play a video recorded by her aunt, showcasing Yi Xian on a video call with an exceptionally beautiful girl by his side. That girl is breathtaking. Upon seeing the girl, Su Rou instantly lost her confidence, realizing Han Yu's intention to dissuade her. After all, she was quite fond of this potential sister-in-law. Yet, why did she feel that the girl seemed familiar? As if she had seen her somewhere before? At a certain moment, Su Rou's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the screen. It's her. How is this possible? This reaction took Han Yu aback, and she looked at Su Rou with suspicion. Manager Su, do you know this girl? Yes, indeed. Taking a deep breath, Su Rou gazed intently at the girl. Supervisor Han, her name is Yin Ruoshi. You've heard of the Yin family, right? She is currently the acting chairwoman and CEO of Yin Group. As she spoke, Su Rou took out her phone to search for information on Yin Ruoshi. Look. Scanning the screen, she was taken aback to find Yin Ruoshi's details. The most beautiful woman in Jiangnan? Countless suitors? And yet another domineering CEO? This world is utterly insane. Yin Ruoshi gazed at the slumbering beauty on the phone screen, her stunning visage inciting envy even within Su Rou, who was also a woman. Meanwhile, in the President's office, Director Yi, please take a seat. With utmost respect, Wang Zetian guided Yi Xian into the office. Mindful of the previous displeasure he had caused, Yi Xian nodded slightly and settled into a comfortable chair. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zetian retrieved several documents from the side. Mr. Yi, these are the contracts that require your signature to become effective. Very well, Yi Xian replied, signing the contracts with a swift motion. After completing the task, Wang Zetian let out a sigh of relief and respectfully inquired, Mr. Yi, do you have any further instructions? Not quite instructions, Yi Xian said, pulling out another document. Take a look at this. Yes, Mr. Yi. With a hint of skepticism, Wang Zetian opened the document. Upon seeing its contents, his composure shattered. The land at Jiangnan No. 1. Even Wang Zetian, accustomed to grand events, was astonished. It was common knowledge that countless individuals were eager to find a way to bid on this prime piece of land. Little did they expect that before the bidding even began, their chairman had secured it. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake Jiangnan to its core. Mr. Yi, you actually acquired this land. Wang Zetian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Possessing this land could undoubtedly propel Longyu Real Estate to new heights. Indeed. Yu Xian acknowledged with a slight nod, regarding this merely as a trivial matter. Furthermore, he produced a black card and placed it on the table. This card contains 1 billion, specifically allocated for the development of Jiangnan No. 1. You have complete authority over how to proceed with the development. Gulping. Wang Zetian felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily on his shoulders. A piece of land valued at 100 billion, coupled with a sum of 1 billion? I will not betray your trust, Mr. Yi, he declared fervently, his blood boiling with excitement. After a prolonged period of stagnation, Longyu Real Estate could finally embark on a significant endeavor. Do your best. I have faith in you, Yi Xian encouraged with a reassuring glance. Do not feel overly pressured. If funds are insufficient, contact me. Understood, Mr. Yi, Wang Zetian responded, taking a deep breath. The image of this chairman, whom he was meeting for the first time, loomed large in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 1 billion, triggering a tenfold rebate, earning 100 billion. At that moment, the system voice echoed in Yi Xian's ear, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. This financial windfall was quite substantial. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Facilitate a meeting between Wei Lin and Luo Xiner. Reward, culinary mastery. Note, under this ability, the host's culinary skills are unmatched. Facilitate? Yi Xian paused, pleasantly surprised by the task presented by the system. However, this would be a boon for that fellow Wei Lin. He then dialed Wei Lin's number. Hello. Boss. Wei Lin, bored and sipping red wine at his cousin's house, perked up at the sound of his superior's voice. Come to Diyuan Manor tonight. I have someone I would like to introduce to you, Yi Xian said with a smile. What? As these words were spoken, Wei Lin sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Boss, are you serious? Of course, Yi Xian replied with a slight smile, then continued. It's your sister-in-law's best friend, who just returned to Jiang'an today. Hey, you're quite generous, boss, Wei Lin exclaimed, instantly revitalized. If your sister-in-law is so beautiful, her friend must be a stunning beauty as well. I entrust my future happiness to you. Chapter 42, A Grand Task, Rewarding All Properties of Tianyu Mansion. Outside Longyu Real Estate, Hanyu gazed at her cousin with admiration. I can hardly believe you are the owner of Longyu Real Estate. I owe you so much today. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Reflecting on the morning's events, Hanyu sighed, having finally secured a position at Longyu Real Estate. By the way, cousin, are you still single? Yi Xian looked at his shapely and attractive cousin, who had once been renowned as the most beautiful school flower in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, prompting him to recall the numerous love letters he had sent her back then. You little rascal, still bringing up old stories. Hanyu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, sighing, what else can I do when your looks are so exceptional? My standards for a partner have become quite demanding. As they spoke, they approached a supercar. Pressing the car key, the dazzling vehicle illuminated. Wow, Hanyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. You brat. This is a Lamborghini demon. It's said to be worth a staggering 80 million. Indeed, Hanyu was taken aback by the car before her. What a spendthrift. If your aunt finds out, she will surely break your legs. Pausing for a moment, she sighed. However, given your wealth, it seems rather fitting. Let us go. I invite you to dinner. Yi Xian said with a smile. Seeing her cousin's demeanor, Hanyu replied, of course you're treating. I intend to enjoy this meal thoroughly. Virum. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away, the sensation of acceleration leaving Hanyu in awe. Before long, they arrived at the Tianzi Hotel. This is the Tianzi Hotel. Hanyu marveled at Jiangnan's premier luxury hotel, astounded that she would never dare to come here herself. After all, it is famously known as a haven for the wealthy and a hell for the poor. Sir, welcome. Yi Xian had informed Fang Jinming beforehand, who had been waiting since before 9 o'clock. The room is unoccupied, right? Sir, you jest. Fang Jinming bowed respectfully, not daring to exhibit any negligence. The Longting Shengshi Hall is exclusively reserved for you, miss. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then entered the luxurious establishment alongside the bewildered Hanyu. Cousin, this is Fang Jinming, the general manager of Tianzi Hotel, Yi Xian introduced. Upon hearing this, Fang Jinming felt a jolt of realization. So she is the cousin of the esteemed gentleman. This is my cousin, Hanyu. As they spoke, the trio proceeded to the private room. Sir, I wish you and Miss Han a delightful dining experience. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jinming continued, if you require anything, feel free to command. Thank you. Hanyu nodded, somewhat taken aback. After all, he was the head of the Tianzi Hotel. Gazing at the opulent private room and recalling Fang Jinming's earlier address, her expression turned complex as she looked at her cousin. Xiao Xian, is your girlfriend really Yin Ruoxi? After all, the Tianzi Hotel was part of the Yin family conglomerate, and the head was referred to as the son-in-law, which speaks volumes. Indeed, Yi Xian affirmed, and upon hearing her cousin's words, Hanyu inhaled sharply. As expected, If my aunt were to find out, I wonder what her reaction would be. Enjoying the delectable and lavish dishes, Hanyu realized this was undoubtedly the most extravagant meal she had ever had. Ding. The host has triggered a task. Gift cousin Hanyu a supercar. Reward. All properties in the Tianyu Mansion high-end community. Huh. Startled by the announcement in his ear, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. All properties in the Tianyu Mansion? He was acutely aware of what that entailed. The Tianyu Mansion is the finest upscale community in Jiangxing, featuring numerous luxurious villas worth no less than 7 to 8 billion. With this in mind, Yi Xian was resolute. Cousin, do you like supercars? This? Hanyu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian in response. Who doesn't like supercars? Is that so? How about I gift you one? Yi Xian's calm voice rang out, causing Hanyu to freeze in disbelief as she looked at her cousin. What did you just say? You want to gift me a supercar? Yi Xian nodded slightly, observing his cousin's astonished expression. I initially intended to present you with a supercar as a gift. If you are unwilling, then forget it. Nonsense. Hanyu glared at Yi Xian. Of course I want it. Who said I didn't? With a look of satisfaction, she gazed at Yi Xian, realizing that this young man was the owner of Longyu Real Estate, and she certainly didn't want to miss such a generous offer. By the way, during their casual conversation, Hanyu turned to Yi Xian and asked, Cousin, how far have you and your sister-in-law progressed? She was genuinely curious, after all. It seemed difficult for a young man to resist such a beautiful girl. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before revealing the truth to his cousin. Listening to her cousin's words, Hanyu's expression became increasingly animated. What? At one point, Hanyu's eyes widened. Cough, cough. You mean, your sister-in-law is pregnant? This revelation greatly impacted her. She had initially thought her cousin was merely infatuated, never imagining they had progressed to such a level. You little rascal, you work quickly. In Jiangnan, at the supercar club, the roar of supercars immediately drew everyone's attention. After all, it was difficult not to notice such a dazzling display. Wow. Is that a Lamborghini Sin? Astonishing. The legendary top-tier supercar, valued at 80 million, is indeed captivating. If I were to possess such a vehicle, my joy would be boundless. The atmosphere in the showroom was electric as Yi Xian, amid a flurry of excitement, entered the club with a hint of trepidation. Sir, how may I assist you? The salesgirl inhaled deeply, bowing courteously, her demeanor cautious, for such a distinguished individual was not someone she could afford to offend. I wish to purchase a car for my cousin, Yi Xian replied with a slight nod. The salesgirl, understanding his intention, turned to Hanyu. Very well, madam. What do you think of this car? She then led Yi Xian to a striking red supercar. This model is the latest from Ferrari, specifically designed for women. It boasts a 5.0-liter V8 aluminum engine, cutting-edge technology such as variable geometry twin turbochargers, and dry-sump lubrication, delivering a staggering maximum horsepower of approximately 1,350, with a top speed exceeding 450 kilometers per hour. However, it is slightly pricey at 13 million Huaxia coins. Really? Hanyu was momentarily taken aback. It is indeed beautiful. But isn't it a bit exorbitant? Xiao Xian? Purchased, Yi Xian decisively stated, then added with a smile, over 10 million is still manageable. Very well then. Hanyu, recognizing that her cousin was not particularly constrained by finances, although it represented a fortune to her, had no further objections. Ding. After the card was swiped, the transaction for the red Ferrari was completed. Congratulations, host. You have spent 13 million and triggered a tenfold rebate, receiving 1.3 billion. Chapter 43. That kid actually defeated a pinnacle yellow-level expert with a single strike. Thank you, cousin. Hanyu exhaled deeply, contemplating the idea of owning a supercar costing millions, which she had never dared to imagine. No need for thanks. I promised you a gift, Yi Xian said nonchalantly, then inquired, by the way, where do you currently reside? After pondering her family's situation for a moment, he proposed, how about I arrange a villa near the company for you? Cough, that might be too much. Hanyu coughed lightly, feeling that gifting both a luxury car and a villa seemed rather peculiar. Why? Am I not allowed to have such intentions toward you? Yi Xian teased, recalling how his aunt had always taken care of their family, and how Hanyu had saved treats for him in her childhood. Stop joking. Hanyu rolled her eyes, knowing that if her aunt heard this, she would surely have a strong reaction. Then it's settled. After making up his mind, Yi Xian dialed Wang Zetian's number. Old Wang, arrange a villa for my cousin near the company. Money is no object. Yes, Mr. Yi. Wang Zetian responded promptly, not daring to be presumptuous, understanding that Supervisor Han seemed to have a good rapport with Mr. Yi. Han Yu observed her cousin conversing with the company president and cleared her throat. Xiao Xian, is it truly appropriate for President Wang to personally arrange a villa for me? Why would it not be? Yi Xian dismissed her concerns casually, stating, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just let me know, and I shall deal with them. Upon exiting the club, Han Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Cousin, I shall take my leave now. Glancing at the time, it seemed appropriate to head to work. I waved goodbye to Yi Xian and soon disappeared into the distance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of delivering a supercar to cousin Han Yu. Reward, all properties in the esteemed Tianyu Mansion community. Upon returning to the supercar, the sound of the task reward echoed in my ears. I casually glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18. Realm, initial stage of celestial level abilities, divine driving skills, masterful massage, medical genius, thunder control technique items, 30 shares of Yin Group. Supreme Diamond Black Card, unlimited, manor number 1 in DUN, 100 shares of Tout I Group, tenfold consumption rebate, unlimited spiritual liquid, 100 shares of Lone Yu Real Estate. Land of Jiangnan number 1 wealth, 159. 3 billion. With a sigh of relief, I felt a pleasant thrill as I sped back to Manor No. 1 in DUN. This feeling is rather delightful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of spending 1 billion at Lone Yu Real Estate. Reward, 100 shares of the Skyscraper Tavern. Before Yi Xian could ponder further, the system's voice resounded again. The Skyscraper Tavern? Has the reward finally been credited? Suddenly, amidst my swift journey, I sensed a palpable aura of malice approaching from afar. With my celestial level perception, I discerned that this murderous intent was directed at me. Such a dense malevolence could only emanate from at least a profound level expert. In a whisper, the figure of Lin Xiaoyang emerged in my mind. After all, I could hardly think of anyone else possessing such strength. Ding. The host has triggered a task. Eliminate Lin Xiaoyang. Reward, 20 years of cultivation. Oh. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. 20 years of cultivation, a most enticing reward indeed. As for the task, it was evident that the assailant was most likely him. Very well. Considering this, I gazed toward the direction of the murderous intent. Let us settle this enmity once and for all. Shortly thereafter, en route back to the manor, I declared, come out. After halting in the open, I directed my gaze toward the shadows, where a smirk began to form. Swish. As my voice fell, a dozen figures emerged, encircling Yi Xian. Notably, the leader possessed profound-level abilities, accompanied by 2 additional profound-level experts, while the rest were all peak yellow-level fighters. Oh. Observing this assassination formation, Yi Xian smiled intriguingly. Lin Xiaoyang truly spares no expense. Humph. The leading profound-level mid-stage expert, upon hearing this, snorted coldly. Kid, it seems you have some self-awareness. Not bad. Fortunately, the man did not feign. We were indeed sent by the young master. How dare a mere boy provoke my family's young master? You must possess quite the audacity. The wolf, with a cold gaze, spoke, having a considerable standing in the Lin family as a profound-level mid-stage fighter, and he volunteered to assist the young master. Boss, let me have a go at him. A peak-level yellow-tier master narrowed his eyes and suddenly launched a fierce attack towards Yi Xian, fully aware that the young man before him was no ordinary opponent. After all, he had witnessed Yi Xian effortlessly defeat Mei Chuan Saburo moments ago. Boy, prepare to meet your end. With a swift motion, the man closed the distance in an instant. If he could eliminate this youth, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. As his gaze towards Yi Xian became more intent, the force of his strike intensified. With a resounding clap, before he could even contemplate the outcome, a powerful slap struck, and he was reduced to a mist of blood with a single blow. Indeed, he had been obliterated on the spot, the might of that palm truly terrifying, the air filled with the pungent scent of blood. And the expressions of the surrounding Lin family experts changed dramatically, their hearts racing. What? That boy actually shattered a peak-level yellow-tier master with a single strike. How is that possible? In an instant, the gazes of over 10 individuals turned towards Yi Xian, their perceptions altered. Such strength could hardly be matched even by a Xian-tier expert. The wild wolf, witnessing the demise of his subordinate, wore a dark expression and seethed with rage. No wonder he dares to be so audacious. Today you shall die. With that, the wild wolf clenched his fists. Exuding the aura of a mid-tier Xian master, flanked by 2 other Xian-tier experts who mirrored his readiness. Let us take him down together. Yes, boss. A dozen peak-level yellow-tier masters advanced towards Yi Xian with fierce expressions. Not only that, the 3 Xian-tier experts, shaken by the preceding scene, also launched their assault. Perfect timing, Yi Xian thought as he smirked at the approaching group. It's just the opportunity one need to test the effectiveness of the Thunder Control technique. Thunder Control, activate. As the swarm of peak-level Yellow Tier Masters drew near, bolts of lightning struck without warning, and in the next moment, the area fell into a stunned silence. Additionally, several charred corpses collapsed onto the ground. The scene was extraordinarily bizarre, with only the 3 Xian tier experts, horrified, staring at Yi Xian, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was that lightning? The wild wolf recalled the event, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This young man could manipulate lightning, a reality that far exceeded his understanding. What an opportunity! As the 2 Xian tier experts regained their composure, they exchanged glances and noticed Yi Xian momentarily distracted. Strike! They transformed into shadows, unleashing a powerful blow aimed at Yi Xian. Even a mid-tier Xian master would be wary of such a surprise attack. Seeing the 2 approaching, Yi Xian smirked, prompting the wild wolf to inwardly exclaim in alarm, "Not good. Retreat quickly." Chapter 44. Xiaoxi, your little man is so wealthy. Boy, die. The 2 Xian tier experts, their eyes icy, launched a calculated ambush. However, just as they closed in, a terrifying pressure descended upon their shoulders. With a thud, both men fell to one knee, unable to advance an inch further. What? How can this pressure be? In the distance, a mid-level Xian class expert's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. That individual possesses an awe-inspiring power, far beyond what a mere Xian class can achieve. Could it be that the capital possesses a heavenly class expert? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of foreboding washed over him. Crack! Before he could ponder further, 2 Xian class experts had their knees shattered, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Flee! At this moment, the Wolf King could no longer maintain his composure. He turned to escape the scene, realizing that this individual was beyond the reach of both himself and the Lin family. Remaining any longer would surely spell his doom. My Lord Wolf, the 2 Xian class experts, witnessing the Wolf King abandon them, were filled with despair, fully aware of their impending fate. Fear not, your deaths will not be in vain, the terrified Wolf King declared. Upon my return, I shall avenge you. Swoosh! With a flash of blade light, the 2 Xian class experts were reduced to lifeless corpses, causing the Wolf King to tremble in fear, no longer daring to linger. As for revenge, it was a mere jest. What on earth? In his frantic escape, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow approaching, and a powerful claw struck his chest with a resounding thud. The terrifying force instantly sent him crashing to the ground, blood spraying forth as he lost all fighting capability. Was that a dog? The Wolf King's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must be dreaming. How could it be that he was severely injured by this beast with a single claw? Peak Xian class. Feeling the aura of the black dog before him, the Wolf King was paralyzed with shock, stunned, bewildered, horrified. In that moment, he began to question his existence, certain that he was not dreaming. Damn it. An 18-year-old heavenly class expert, and even a dog is at the peak of Xian class. What kind of terrifying entity has he encountered? Swoosh. Before he could think further, a bolt of lightning pierced through his brow, rendering him a cold corpse upon the ground, his body still crackling with arcs of electricity. With a swoosh, the Black Sovereign approached Yi Xian, seeking his favor. Well done. Yi Xian nodded slightly, affectionately rubbing the Black Sovereign's head and casually offering it a drop of spiritual liquid. Awoo. After absorbing the liquid, the Black Sovereign stomped its paw on the ground, producing a cracking sound as fissures spread outward. Ding. Host triggers a task, unlocking the second layer of the Black Sovereign's curse seal, with the reward being the Slave Seal secret technique. Note, those subjected to the Slave Seal secret technique will have their lives at the mercy of the host's will and will remain utterly loyal. Oh? Yi Xian was taken aback upon hearing the newly triggered task. The second layer of the curse seal? If unlocked, this Black Sovereign might be at least heavenly class, or even stronger, and the Slave Seal secret technique seems quite promising. Meanwhile, at the Di Yuan No. 1 manor. Oh. Inside a supercar, Luo Shiner surveyed the breathtaking scenery upon entering the manor, utterly astonished. The Di Yuan No. 1 villa is worth at least 1 billion. Xiaoxi. Your little man is so wealthy. Indeed, Luo Shiner was utterly captivated. Initially, she believed that her best friend had merely found a boy toy beyond her reach. But it soon became apparent that her assumptions were misguided. Good evening, young madam. The maids greeted them sweetly as they arrived at the villa, which only deepened Luo Shiner's envy. Xiaoxi, your man certainly knows how to pamper you, she remarked, observing the delightful maids with admiration. That young man seems decent enough. Yin Ruashi replied with a gentle smile, her lips curving into a small arc of happiness. "Oh, you sly girl, enjoying this in secret," Luo Xin'er thought. Having never before witnessed her friend so blissfully content, it seemed she was in good hands. Ding ding ding. Upon entering the villa, Luo Xin'er's phone rang. "Hello. What did you say?" Upon hearing Xiaoxi's voice on the other end, she was taken aback. "The Sky Tower has been acquired? All right, I understand. Not far away." Yin Ruoxi noticed her friend hanging up and inquired, "What happened?" "Nothing much," Luo Xin'er waved her hand dismissively. "Just that the Sky Tower has been sold." "What?" Yin Ruoxi exclaimed in disbelief. "How could that happen so quickly?" "It's not too surprising," Luo Xin'er replied. "After all, the Sky Tower has been doing quite well. So it's only natural for someone to take over. But what about all your hard work over the years?" Though Yin Ruoxi refrained from elaborating, her sentiment was clear. It was indeed somewhat regrettable. "It's not a big deal," Luo Xin'er replied nonchalantly, gazing towards the sea. "In comparison, I value my freedom far more." "Young madam." As they conversed, Ning Xian approached, saying, "Dinner is nearly ready. Should we wait for the young master to dine together?" "Let us wait a moment," Yin Ruoxi replied, though she felt a twinge of hunger. After all, it would be inconsiderate to begin the meal with her friend as a guest before everyone had arrived. "Xiaoxi, I truly look forward to your first meeting with your young man," Luo Xin'er said with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You ought to be careful," Yin Ruoxi retorted, rolling her eyes. "That young man is no pushover. Don't be caught off guard." "Oh, really?" Luo Xin'er's excitement grew upon hearing her proud friend's words. Not long after, the son of the devil arrived, and soon the maids' voices echoed, calling out to the young master. "You're here, young man." In the living room, Yin Ruoxi greeted him with her enchanting gaze, feeling a tinge of nostalgia for the day they had spent apart. So handsome, so beautiful, just as Wei Lin was about to greet his sister-in-law. He found himself momentarily entranced by the ethereal beauty of Luo Xin'er, and they both stood frozen in surprise. "What is this?" Yin Ruoxi observed their expressions, pondering if it was love at first sight. "Old third, what are you doing?" Yu Xian nudged Wei Lin, snapping him back to reality, while Luo Xin'er's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. "Xin'er," Yin Ruoxi looked at her friend with a knowing gaze, suggesting, "You haven't developed feelings for that handsome guy, have you?" "Xiaoxi, what nonsense are you spouting?" Luo Xin'er's cheeks flushed deeper, and she instinctively glanced at Wei Lin, though her gaze quickly averted. "I did not." She coughed, trying to divert the conversation. "By the way, who is that handsome guy?" Yet, she could not suppress her curiosity, feeling her heart race as it had never before. Chapter 45, Truth or Dare, the couple's collaborative assistance. "Ah, him?" Yin Ruoxi chuckled mischievously as she introduced. "His name is Wei Lin, a roommate of the little man." Then, as if struck by a thought, Yin Ruoxi added with a hint of significance, "His cousin is Shang Wanqi. His family background is likely not inferior to that of your Luo family in Zhonghai." After a brief pause, she teased, "If you fancy him, perhaps he could become your strong support in the future." "What nonsense!" Luo Xin'er shot her friend a glare, her heart racing as she dared not look at the man in the distance, fearing her thoughts might be exposed. Yet, her mind conjured images of him standing by her side, and she mused that it would indeed be rather delightful. "Ugh, Luo Xin'er, what are you thinking?" "Soon." Luo Xin'er snapped back to reality, though her heart fluttered like a frantic kitten. "Boss, I adore you," Wei Lin exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, wishing to express his gratitude with a kiss, were it not for the presence of others. "Who is that girl? She is stunning." Wei Lin rubbed his hands together, grinning. "No exaggeration, I even thought of names for our future children at the first sight of her." Yu Xian was equally taken aback by the beauty of his companion's friend, admitting that she was nearly on par with Yin Ruoxi, undeniably a breathtaking beauty. "However, I just noticed that your sister-in-law's friend was also looking at you. I suspect she harbors some feelings for you." "Really?" Upon hearing his boss's words, Wei Lin's eyes widened, feeling elated beyond measure, happier than if he had just purchased a multi-million-dollar supercar. "Of course. Later, I will help you. If you put in the effort, you might just win her over." "Boss, I shall say no more." Wei Lin, overwhelmed with gratitude, declared, "From now on, my life belongs to you. Get lost." Yu Xian shot a glance at Wei Lin, unimpressed. "What use is your life to me?" After a bout of banter, dinner was finally served. "Yu Xian, allow me to introduce." Upon reaching the dining table, Yin Ruoxi took the lead. "This is my best friend, Luo Xin'er." "Xin'er, this is Yu Xian, and as for him, I am Wei Lin." Wei Lin sprang to his feet, nervously introducing himself. Male, 18 years old, unmarried, no bad habits. Pfft. Luo Xiner couldn't help but giggle at Wei Lin's demeanor, and her smile felt like a ray of sunshine pouring into his heart, leaving him in a state of indescribable comfort. Calm down. Yi Xian pressed Wei Lin back into his seat. He had never seen him so anxious before, especially coming from a prominent family. Hee, boss, I am just excited. Wei Lin, seeking an escape, chuckled. Hee, just a normal operation. My goodness. This is my first experience of a heart flutter. It would be strange not to feel nervous. Why does this girl seem even more beautiful than my sister-in-law? Oh no. Could I be ensnared by her charm? Come, let us toast. Yin Ruoxi appeared to be encouraging her friend. Welcome to both of you. Luo Xiner, having just sipped her red wine, felt her cheeks flush at the awkward remarks. Xiaoxi, please choose your words carefully. Sister-in-law, I raise my glass to you. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's words, Wei Lin was overwhelmed with gratitude. I wish for your happiness and a swift arrival of a little one. You rascal. Yi Xian shot a glance at Wei Lin, who was feigning ignorance, then turned his attention to Yin Ruoxi. You ought to drink less, considering you are with child. Shall I drink for you? Luo Xiner, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but tease. Xiaoxi, your little man is quite the doting husband. What of it? Yin Ruoxi rolled her enchanting eyes at her friend, and then passed the wine to Yi Xian, knowing she should not indulge for the sake of the little one. Ahem. Sister-in-law, this isn't fair. Have you considered the feelings of a single dog like me? Wei Lin lamented pitifully, prompting a giggle from Luo Xiner. That handsome fellow was indeed quite amusing. This girl seemed rather pleased. Yin Ruoxi, seizing the opportunity, mischievously suggested, single, are you? How about I introduce Xiner to you? She is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Oh dear, Xiaoxi. Hearing her friend's words, Luo Xiner, who harbored some feelings for Wei Lin, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. Xiaoxi was utterly infuriating for saying such things. Haha, all right then, Wei Lin responded, his face lighting up with a silly grin as he envisioned scenes of happiness. Soon, dinner came to an end. Little man, have you noticed? Yin Ruoxi observed the subtle glances exchanged between the two, and as a close friend, it would have been strange if she had not noticed. Yi Xian nodded, taking Yin Ruoxi's delicate hand. It seems they are both intrigued by one another. They appear quite compatible. And you still have someone in mind, trying to take advantage of your sister. Yin Ruoxi's eyes sparkled mischievously before she shifted the topic. What if we lend a hand? That sounds good, Yi Xian agreed, acknowledging that if they were interested, it would indeed be a delightful affair. How about a game of truth or dare? Oh, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Wei Lin exhaled with relief. All right, how shall we play? He glanced at Luo Xiner before quickly averting his gaze, clearing his throat. Let's roll the dice. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, while Yin Ruoxi instinctively signaled the maid to fetch the dice. After several rounds, it was ultimately Luo Xiner who lost. Truth or dare? As a close friend, it was natural for Yin Ruoxi to take the lead. Truth, Luo Xiner replied. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xiner spoke with a hint of tension. All right. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoxi flashed a sly smile and inquired, so what are your criteria for the person you like? At that moment, Wei Lin felt his heart leap into his throat. Naturally, he was invested in the girl who had captured his heart at first sight. Well, Luo Xiner, caught off guard by the question, instinctively glanced at Wei Lin, her mind slightly muddled. It's nothing much. They should be younger than me, handsome, a bit humorous, preferably fond of wearing black clothes, and have a charmingly rakish hairstyle. Oh, Yi Xian, having listened to these specifications, turned his gaze towards Wei Lin's attire for the day. Isn't that describing you, old three? Boss, Wei Lin exclaimed, slightly flustered. Adjusting his black clothing, his handsome face flushed beneath the rakish hairstyle. While Luo Xiner was momentarily taken aback, she had spoken without thinking. How could this be? Yin Ruoxi, looking at Wei Lin with mischief in her eyes, remarked. Younger than you, handsome, humorous, likes wearing black, with that rakish hairstyle. Xiaoxi, please stop. Luo Xiner, listening to her friend's teasing, felt utterly embarrassed. After all, it was not easy for her to find someone attractive, and such revelations felt cruel. Chapter 46. My goodness, Boss's culinary skills are rather impressive. No offense. Wei Lin cleared his throat, fully aware that it was the boss and his sister-in-law assisting him. Come on, boss. It's all right. Luo Xiner sweetly addressed the person she admired, which caused Yin Ruoxi to regard her friend with newfound appreciation. This girl has quite the side to her. Ding. After a brief moment of play, Luo Xiner received a message on her phone. Yi Xian, a freshman from Jiangnan University, owner of a Lamborghini Demon, residing at the D Yuan No. 1 Villa Estate. What? Upon reading the message, Luo Xiner looked at Yi Xian with a bewildered expression. This can't be a coincidence. Can it? What's wrong? Yin Ruoshi, noticing her friend's intense reaction, approached with concern. Yi Xian, do you happen to own a Lamborghini Demon? She asked. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Wei Lin, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Yes, the boss indeed has one. Is it really you? Luo Xiner then handed her phone to her friend. Earlier, I was curious and wanted to find out who purchased the Sky Tower. This is the information? What? Yin Ruoshi, seeing the message on her friend's phone, looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. You bought the Sky Tower? The Sky Tower. Wei Lin was momentarily stunned but quickly pieced together the situation. Boss, this is extraordinarily extravagant. However, he had not anticipated that the Sky Tower would be associated with Luo Xiner. This revelation made him appreciate her even more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of facilitating the meeting between Wei Lin and Luo Xiner, awarding the culinary master ability. As the three of them marveled at the unfolding events, Yi Xian heard the system's notification of task completion, affirming that a culinary mastery was indeed essential for a traveler such as himself. Truly, the system would not allow him to have any shortcomings. The dice game concluded, and they returned to the room. You are quite impressive, Yin Ruoshi remarked, observing the man enhanced by the warm yellow light, his charm amplified. When did you acquire the Sky Tower? I was unaware of it. Ah, that, Yi Xian replied, wrapping his arm around Yin Ruoshi's slender waist, inhaling her delightful fragrance. I simply purchased it when I chanced upon it for sale. I never expected it to belong to your dear friend's wife. Pausing briefly, Yi Xian added with a smile. If you're interested, I can transfer the shares to you. Don't. Yin Ruoshi gazed at the man so close, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she playfully tugged at his chin. Xiner is a strong-willed person. It's better that you own it than someone else. However, she continued, her voice trailing off, today, let me treat you as a reward for making my sister proud. The following morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon a stunning visage. As Yi Xian awoke from his slumber, he struggled to open his eyes, only to behold a face so beautiful that it rendered the light itself dim. Her flawless features seemed ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. What incredible luck! Yi Xian smacked his lips, tucking a few stray strands behind his ear, the sunlight enhancing the serene beauty of the moment. Ding! The system announced a random task. Prepare breakfast for Yin Ruoshi, with a reward of 100 shares in Jiangnan University. Yi Xian paused, bewildered by the system's announcement. What was going on? Jiangnan University had become his asset? Well, it was a good opportunity to test his culinary skills. With that thought, he rose and left the room, unaware that Yin Ruoshi had already opened her beautiful eyes, having been awake for some time. Humph, he didn't take the chance to kiss me while I was asleep, she thought, a smile of happiness forming as a memory from the previous night crossed her mind. However, she soon furrowed her brows. Did he mention cooking? Was he preparing a meal for her? Minutes later, as Wei Ling and Luo Xiner awoke and exchanged greetings, they heard sounds emanating from the kitchen, revealing Yi Xian's silhouette. Boss, what is he doing? Wei Ling inquired, approaching the lovely maid, appreciating the sight before him. Young master said he is making breakfast for the young mistress. What? Wei Ling exclaimed, rushing over as if he had discovered a new world. I can't believe the boss is cooking. With deft precision, Yi Xian's knife danced through the ingredients. Impressive knife skills, Wei Ling remarked, while Luo Xiner turned to ask what he meant. Just as they drew close, they found themselves nearly face to face, their breaths mingling. While the maids observed the scene with wide eyes, nearly witnessing an intimate moment, the sunlight illuminating the undeniable chemistry between the two. Ahem ahem. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the two regained their senses. Wei Lin cleared his throat and remarked, well, the moon is exceptionally round today. Luo Xiner shot him a glance, thinking to herself that there was no moon in broad daylight, yet secretly delighted by the boy's playful nature. How delightful it would have been had they shared a kiss just moments ago. Gulp. Wei Lin gazed at the girl, her joyful smile illuminated by the golden morning sun, entranced as if time had frozen in that very moment. What are you staring at? Luo Xiner noticed Wei Lin's gaze and felt her cheeks flush slightly. However, he seemed oblivious, while the maids observed the scene with keen interest. This guy? For a moment, Luo Xiner felt a bit shy, especially with so many onlookers. Ahem. Ahem. After several reminders, Wei Lin finally snapped back to reality, swallowing hard, nearly drooling. I apologize. I didn't mean to. Your smile is just too sweet to resist. At that moment, Yin Ruashi entered the living room. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, she cast a curious glance at Wei Lin and her friend. What are you two up to? This feels strange. Is it? Luo Xiner's heart raced. She absolutely could not let Xiaoxi discover anything, or her image would be shattered. You must be mistaken. Good morning. Sister-in-law. Wei Lin deftly diverted the conversation, and with their seamless cooperation, Yin Ruashi dismissed her suspicions. Good morning. Yin Ruashi felt a pang of hunger and decided to prepare for breakfast. Meanwhile, a delightful aroma of noodle soup wafted from the kitchen. Gurgle. The enticing scent triggered Yin Ruashi's appetite, and she turned in surprise towards the kitchen. What kind of soup noodles is that? It smells divine. Well, Wei Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, the boss's culinary skills are remarkable. Just the smell is enough to awaken my appetite. How marvelous it would be to taste it. Chapter 47. Boss, if I were a woman, I would do everything in my power to marry you. At the dining table, after inhaling the fragrant noodles, Luo Xiner swallowed her saliva. Yi Xian, I won't hold back. Enjoy it while it's hot, Yi Xian replied with a slight smile, effortlessly preparing chopsticks and a bowl for Yin Ruashi, which made the maids envious of his attentiveness. Indeed, Yin Ruashi accepted the chopsticks, her enchanting eyes glimmering, free from the menacing aura that once surrounded her, undoubtedly thanks to the Phoenix Jade Pendant's influence. Slurp. As a mouthful of noodle soup slid down, Wei Lin's eyes widened. And he gave a thumbs up. Boss, this is incredible. This noodle soup is simply exquisite. Without a doubt. A single bowl of noodle soup had successfully captured the heart of this young master from the imperial capital. He had never tasted anything so delightful, wishing he could devour the entire bowl in one go. Absolutely. After finishing her meal, Luo Xiner chimed in. This noodle soup is beyond compare. Xiaoxi. You are so fortunate. You get to enjoy such delicious meals every day. In a fleeting moment, the envy on Luo Xiner's face was unmistakable, while Wei Lin nodded emphatically, exclaiming, honestly, boss, if I were a woman, I would do everything in my power to marry you. Get lost. Yi Xian shot a glance at Wei Lin, dismissing his banter with disdain. The notion of someone desperately wanting to marry him was laughable. Yin Ruashi opened her mouth to speak but sighed instead, for it was her first time experiencing such culinary delight. However, she was taken aback by the extraordinary skills of the chef. At that moment, Yin Ruashi pondered and turned to her close friend. Xiner, you're not planning to leave Jiang'an this time, are you? Huh? Hearing her friend's words, Luo Xiner sighed. Xiaoxi. I'm sorry. I intended to leave today, as my father is putting immense pressure on me. Nevertheless, I will never marry someone I do not love. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin felt a pang of concern. How could familial coercion still exist in this day and age? Boss, Wei Lin exclaimed in alarm, wishing to reveal his identity to protect her, yet knowing such an action would jeopardize everything he had painstakingly built. Hold on, Yi Xian reassured him, patting his arm, while Yin Ruashi furrowed her brow, asking, Isn't there any other way to resolve this? Other methods? Luo Xiner paused, glancing into the distance. There are. But the hope seems all too distant. Unless one possesses a status that would instill fear in my father, for instance, she sighed. A prominent position in a mysterious company like the Taotai Group. Otherwise, there is no other option. But how could one easily attain a significant role in a company as formidable as the Taotai Group? At this point, Luo Xiner felt disheartened. Initially, she had ventured into the towering bar as a last resort, believing it was better than doing nothing at all. The Taotai Group? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was his own company. Ding. Host has triggered a mission. Arrange for Luo Xiner to become the chief financial officer of the Taotai Group, with a reward of ownership over 3 gold mines in Zhonghai. The 3 gold mines in Zhonghai, auctioned at nearly 20 billion. The most lucrative prize among various factions in Zhonghai, with the amount of gold extracted being incalculable. 20 billion. Yi Xian was astonished. Thus, the 3 gold mines were even more precious than the prime land. This mission was indeed worth pursuing. Boss, Wei Lin suddenly had an idea and turned to Yi Xian. Don't you have connections at the Taotai Group? You even referred my cousin for a business collaboration. Why not lend a hand to Xiner? Eagerly, Wei Lin interjected, unable to overlook the plight of the girl he had fallen for at first sight. Indeed, Yin Ruashi chimed in, her enchanting eyes narrowing. Yi Xian, why don't you step in and give it a try? Responding to their suggestions, Yi Xian considered it. Well, I recently heard whispers that there is a vacancy for the chief financial officer position at the Taodai Group. As for whether I can secure the position, I cannot guarantee it. After all, Yi Xian cannot yet reveal his identity as the chairman of the Tasty Group. If others were to discover it, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. Truly, Luo Xiner exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Yi Xian, regardless of the outcome, I am immensely grateful. Not at all. Yi Xian replied with a smile, unconcerned. You are Ruoshi's close friend, thus you are naturally my friend as well. Thank you so much, boss. Wei Lin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, which caused a faint blush to rise on Luo Xiner's cheeks, for she had certainly noticed the nervousness of that fellow just moments ago. At the headquarters of the Tasty Group, upon entering the lobby, the receptionist instinctively bowed to Yi Xian, for after all, he was their chairman. Miss Luo, please follow me. The receptionist dared not show any arrogance, as the individual before her was brought by the chairman himself. Although she was not the chairman's wife, she must certainly be an important friend. Thank you. Luo Xiner took a deep breath. If she were indeed to secure the position of financial director at the Tasty Group, her voice would carry significantly more weight. Once they entered the interview room, Wang Songhai approached from a distance. Chairman Yi, he greeted respectfully as he drew near. Yes. The two then entered the elevator and ascended to the office. Everything has been arranged. Upon reaching the office, Yi Xian gazed out at the breathtaking view from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Rest assured, Chairman Yi. Wang Songhai bowed slightly. I assure you there will be no mistakes. I have had them simulate the process over 100 times. That is reassuring. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Your praise, Chairman Yi, is merely my duty. Wang Songhai took a deep breath, humbly responding, and then reported. During this time, the Tasty Group has collaborated with the Yin Group and the Shangguan Group, and all three parties have reaped considerable benefits. However, it seems the Lin Group has been stirring restlessly lately. By the way, Yi Xian recalled something and continued. During this period, you are to assemble a team to establish a branch of the Tasty Group in Zhonghai. I will arrange for some assets to serve as a foundation. As for the personnel, let Luo Xiner take full responsibility. As Yi Xian issued these commands, Wang Songhai was left bewildered, yet concerned about Zhonghai. Chairman Yi, given that Zhonghai is quite distant from Jiangnan, such a hasty entry may lead to considerable complications. No worries. Yi Xian regarded Wang Songhai and replied, You need only secure Jiangnan. I will ensure that others assist with the matters in Zhonghai. Understood, Chairman Yi. Taking a deep breath, Wang Songhai recognized that the chairman had made his decision and refrained from further discussion. However, he was unaware of the significant upheaval that this journey to Zhonghai would cause within the entire business community there. The source of the commotion was, in fact, the 3 gold mines in Zhonghai. Chapter 48. The Master commands, Lin Xiaoyang must die. Shortly thereafter, Chairman Yi, I shall take my leave. In the lobby, Wang Songhai bowed, as Luo Xiner was soon to emerge from her interview. Yes. Yi Xian nodded, and Wang Songhai then withdrew. Good day, Director Yi. The employees of the Taodai Group greeted him with utmost respect, but as soon as the interview room opened, those who had intended to offer their salutations quickly dispersed. Upon exiting, Yi Xian smiled and inquired of Luo Xiner, How did it go? I'm not certain, she replied. Although Luo Xiner held a dual master's degree in finance and trade from MIT, she was acutely aware that Taodai Group was no ordinary enterprise. The standards for selecting a director were indeed formidable. I barely qualify. Her recent experience had truly broadened her horizons. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that the interviewers at Taodai Group had rehearsed their questions countless times to ensure no inconsistencies arose. They told me to await further news, seemingly to report to the higher-ups. As they stepped into a high-performance sports car, her phone rang. Ding. Not long after leaving Taodai Group, Luo Xiner received a call. Hello, is this Miss Luo? Yes, who is this? She asked hesitantly, a hint of trepidation in her voice. After a brief pause, the caller, cautious not to reveal any slip, responded, Greetings, I am from the Human Resources Department of Taodai Group. You have successfully passed the interview. Do you have time tomorrow to complete the onboarding procedures? Is this for real? Upon hearing the news of her success, Luo Xiner's face lit up with excitement. Yes. I will come in tomorrow. Excellent, Miss Luo. The caller continued. The president has reviewed your resume and has specifically requested that you lead the project for the Zhonghai Group division. The president will personally discuss the details with you. After exchanging a few more words, the call ended. You passed, Yi Xian remarked, smiling at Luo Xiner's expression. Thank you, Yi Xian. She expressed her sincere gratitude. Though her mind was swirling with curiosity about how her best friend's single phone call had granted her this opportunity, along with the responsibility of overseeing a project in Zhonghai, she would never believe that this was without Yi Xian's influence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully arranging for Luo Xiner to serve as the financial director of Taodai Group. Reward: ownership of 3 gold mines in Zhonghai. Hearing the notification of his reward, Yi Xian smiled faintly. The 3 gold mines were now secured. System, please send the equity contracts for the 3 gold mines to Wang Songhai. Understood, host. The system responded promptly, transmitting the contracts along with information for Luo Xiner's forthcoming tasks, which greatly pleased Yi Xian. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Taotai Group, a notification chimed. Wang Songhai glanced at his phone and saw a message from the chairman. He opened it immediately. Yet, upon seeing the contents, he became visibly unsettled. What is this? Staring at the equity contract, Wang Songhai was taken aback. The contract for the 3 gold mines in Zhonghai. Good heavens. After reviewing the layout Yi Xian had sent regarding Zhonghai, he instinctively gasped. If Luo Xiner is in charge of developing the gold mine project, it will undoubtedly cause an unprecedented stir in Zhonghai. Only Wang Songhai licked his lips, astonished that the 3 coveted gold mines had actually been acquired by Director Yi. Meanwhile, at a manor on the outskirts of Jiangnan, Lin Xiaoyang's countenance turned frigid upon hearing his subordinate's report. Yi Xian is still alive. Indeed, young master. The late-stage Xian expert narrowed his eyes. The wolf pack has gone completely off the grid. They have likely met with a sinister fate. Incompetent fools. Lin Xiaoyang's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by this outcome. However, the late-stage Xian subordinate pondered for a moment. Young master, this is quite peculiar. While the wolf pack may not be the strongest, they are not the type to vanish without a trace. Unless at this point, Lin Xiaoyang, too, came to the realization, you mean the Yin family shadow guards are secretly protecting him. Crack. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang crushed an antique in his hand. Seething. A mere kid, does he truly consider himself my rival? Bring people and follow me. After speaking, Lin Xiaoyang's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. This time, I shall personally take action to eliminate this brat. Yin Ruoxi is mine, and the Yin family belongs to me as well. Yes, young master. Moments later, Lin Xiaoyang surveyed the hundreds of Lin family experts gathered before the villa. Whoosh. Suddenly, several figures appeared not far away, causing the late-stage Xian subordinate's expressions to shift. Who goes there? Subsequently, over 100 Lin family experts surrounded 7 or 8 individuals. The master has commanded, Lin Xiaoyang must die. The speaker was none other than Shen Yi, flanked by the top 10 Xian guards, whose mission was to eliminate Lin Xiaoyang. Anyone who stood in their way would perish. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, a Xian expert furiously charged at Shen Yi. How dare you disrespect the young master? This individual was incredibly swift, reaching Shen Yi in an instant, his lips curling in derision. With such meager strength, you dare to provoke my young master? Swoosh. The blade flashed, and before he could react, Shen Yi had slit his throat, blood gushing forth. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The icy command echoed, as he did not even spare a glance at the fallen Xian expert. Understood, Lord Shen Yi. With a swift motion, the divine guards unleashed a one-sided massacre, leaving Lin Xiaoyang with a grave expression. This is impossible. Truly, the prowess of those present surpassed his comprehension. When had Jiangnan seen such formidable beings? Young master. We are in trouble. The neighboring late-stage Xian experts' face turned ashen. They are all late-stage Xian experts, with the weakest among them being at least mid-stage Xian. We must flee. I will hold them off. The late-stage Xian subordinate's expression darkened as he charged at Shen Yi, while Lin Xiaoyang was now thoroughly frightened, facing at least 7 or 8 mid-stage Xian experts. Damn it! Lin Xiaoyang's face was icy as he turned and swiftly made his escape, desperate to get away. Arrogant. Before Shen Yi could act, Shen Wu's dagger sliced through the air, piercing the late-stage Xian expert from the Lin family, blood splattering forth. As he touched the blood on his neck, the subordinate of the Lin family, at the pinnacle of the Xian level, was filled with horror. How could you possibly annihilate me, when we are both at the same level? Thud. Upon uttering these words, his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Lin Xiaoyang witnessed this scene, terror-stricken. Demon, do not approach. I am the eldest of the Lin family. Nonsense. A flash of the blade severed Lin Xiaoyang's neck, sending it flying, which left the surviving Lin family experts aghast. The young master has been killed? We must flee. In an instant, the Lin family experts, gripped by fear, fled without a second thought. It was too late to escape now. Transforming into a shadow, the blade flickered, and blood splattered as over 100 corpses littered the ground. Hey, Lord 1, these individuals are quite weak. Lord 5 observed the scene with a furrowed brow, lamenting that the engagement had ended before he could even warm up. With not a single capable opponent among them. Withdraw. After a glance at Lord 5, Lord 1 led the group away, leaving the estate enveloped in silence, save for the overwhelming scent of blood that permeated the air. Moments later, several figures appeared on the scene, led by no other than Uncle Ing. Lord Ing. Lin Xiaoyang is dead. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ing surveyed the gruesome scene. Such ruthless methods. Lin Xiaoyang has met a dreadful end. A pinnacle Xian-level expert. Annihilated in an instant. Gulping hard, Uncle Ing commanded, "We must retreat. What has transpired today must not be disclosed to anyone." "Yes, my lord." The shadow guards swiftly departed. While Lord 1 gazed at the tragic scene, the skies of Jiangnan are about to collapse. Chapter 49. Look, how wonderful your little man is. I truly envy you. In the Duyuan villa. How did it go? In the living room, Yin Ruoshi and Wei Lin inquired with concern. I got hired. Letting out a sigh of relief, Luo Shiner felt a wave of ease wash over her. Really? Wei Lin exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. That's great. Congratulations, Shiner. Thank you. Nodding, Luo Shiner felt a peculiar and delightful sensation within her. Little man, quite impressive. Yin Ruoshi's enchanting gaze fell upon Yu Xian. It was no easy feat to secure a position as the financial director of the Taodai Group. Boss, thank you. Wei Lin expressed immense gratitude, realizing that the boss had safeguarded his happiness for a lifetime. You rascal. Observing the exuberance of his third subordinate, who was even more delighted than Luo Shiner, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Shiner, see? I told you he was interested in you. I. Luo Shiner's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing her friend's teasing. Xiaoxi. You. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating Lin Xiaoyang. Reward. 20 years of cultivation. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Xian's ear, surging with powerful energy within him, leading to a seamless breakthrough in his realm. Initial stage of the heavenly level. Mid-stage of the heavenly level. Pinnacle of the heavenly level. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yi Xian finally halted his ascent, having reached the pinnacle of celestial level power. He exhaled deeply, feeling the surging energy within him. Is this truly the pinnacle of celestial strength? The intangible aura dissipated in an instant, and Yin Ruoshi cast a suspicious glance at Yi Xian. Are you alright? Something feels different. Indeed, Yi Xian chuckled, then jested, do you perhaps like me more now? Ugh. Yin Ruoshi rolled her eyes. Your audacity is growing. As she listened to Yi Xian's banter, her enchanting eyes sparkled mischievously. It seems the lesson I imparted was insufficient. Ahem. Wei Lin, overhearing his sister-in-law's bold remarks, could not help but smirk. My goodness, the boss is exceedingly fortunate. Truly, she is still the same Xiaoxi I know. Luo Shiner, upon hearing her close friend, couldn't he help but smile. You all continue your conversation. I shall go check on Black Emperor. With that, Yu Xian made his way outside the villa. Luo Shiner leaned in to whisper conspiratorially to her friend, Xiaoxi, how do you plan to teach your little man a lesson? Do share. Get lost. Yin Ruoshi rolled her eyes again, then turned to Wei Lin. Since you're unoccupied, why not flirt with your little Linlin? Cough, cough. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Shiner glanced at Wei Lin and swiftly averted her gaze, yet her words stirred great excitement in him. My word, sister-in-law is truly impressive. Upon arriving at a certain area of the estate, Black Emperor scampered over, affectionately nuzzling against him. All right. Yi Xian rubbed Black Emperor's head, then added, I cannot guarantee I will successfully lift your second seal. Upon hearing this, Black Emperor nodded, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like understanding. This scene would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded. Let us commence. Yu Xian flipped his right hand, revealing dozens of golden needles, which he deftly inserted into various acupoints of Black Emperor. With the full force of his celestial level energy unleashed, he commanded the golden needles to break the second seal. A loud crack resounded as the ground, unable to withstand the pressure, began to fracture and spread, the intense residual pressure enough to severely injure even those at the pinnacle of the profound level. What a terrifying curse seal. After several attempts, Yi Xian furrowed his brows, observing Black Emperor before him. Despite his celestial level prowess combined with the control Thunder God technique, he had only managed to create slight cracks in the curse seal. However, just as Yi Xian believed he had failed, Black Emperor suddenly howled at the sky, forcefully breaking through to celestial-level power. My goodness! Yi Xian was momentarily stunned by Black Emperor's actions. This creature managed to ascend to celestial level merely through the slightest fissures in the seal? This was clearly beyond his expectations. Black Emperor, impressive indeed. Even Yi Xian could not help but marvel, while Black Emperor, proud as could be, gazed triumphantly at the heavens. Seeing the boastful Black Emperor, Yi Xian chuckled reproachfully. Go on. When my strength increases once more, I shall help you lift your seal. Black Emperor, upon hearing this, circled Yi Xian twice before darting away. Yi Xian could only shake his head with a bittersweet smile, pondering what this creature would become in the future. Upon returning to the villa, the two young women were engaged in hushed conversation, while Wei Lin rested his chin on his hand, gazing at Luo Xiner with an expression reminiscent of a simpleton from a wealthy family. Third brother, do you find her appealing? Yi Xian teased as he approached, eliciting no response from Wei Lin, who remained lost in thought. Is she beautiful? Would you like to steal a kiss? Yi Xian's voice rang out once more, prompting Wei Lin to nod enthusiastically. Yes, big brother, you're back. Coming back to reality, Wei Lin's face flushed crimson. While Yin Ruoshi playfully teased her friend, Xiner, did you hear that? Your little Wei Lin wants to kiss you. Luo Xiner rolled her eyes at her friend, exclaiming, Stop it. What little Wei Lin? That sounds awful. After exchanging playful banter, the night had fully descended. Suddenly, a soft growl emanated from Yin Ruoshi's belly. Xiaoxi, is the little one hungry? Luo Xiner inquired, gently patting Yin Ruoshi's abdomen. Her curiosity piqued. Ugh! Yin Ruoshi swatted her friend's hand away, exasperated. What are you saying? Ding! A notification echoed in the air. Host has triggered a task. Culinary showcase for dinner. Reward: 100 shares in the Zhonghai Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Really? This can trigger a task? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering the significance of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. I'm hungry. I'll go prepare dinner. He nodded at Yin Ruoshi before making his way to the kitchen. Look at your little man. He is wonderful. I truly envy you, Luo Xiner remarked, watching the bustling figure in the kitchen with admiration. Your little Wei Lin is quite impressive too, Yin Ruoshi teased, making Luo Xiner blush with embarrassment. Wishing she could silence her friend. Just then, Wei Lin noticed the television broadcasting. The Zhonghai Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's triennial auction is about to commence. Is the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce really that formidable? Yin Ruoshi asked her friend with skepticism, while Luo Xiner glanced at the screen, affirming, absolutely. The Wanjin Chamber is a leader in the Zhonghai business community, rivaling the Taodai Group. That's impressive. Wei Lin was momentarily stunned, while Yi Xian in the kitchen wore a peculiar expression, realizing the system was rather generous. Before long, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, captivating the attention of all three. Wow! Exclaimed the maid. Look, that's a dragon and phoenix carving. Young master, it's incredible. The maids were genuinely astonished, as the soaring dragon and the magnificent phoenix seemed almost lifelike, a feat not even a five-star chef could achieve. That little man. Yin Ruoshi gazed toward the kitchen, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Is his culinary skill truly that remarkable? Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Chapter 50. The little man performs admirably today. Indeed. After savoring a bite of squirrel fish, Luo Xiner squinted her eyes. I feel like my taste buds have become more discerning. Xiaoxi, I fear you'll be unable to part with your man for a lifetime. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Yin Ruoshi cast a sidelong glance at her close friend, but truth be told, the flavor was unparalleled. Just then, the melodious chime of Luo Xiner's mobile phone echoed in the air. Hello? Upon answering, Luo Xiner's expression turned grave as she recognized the caller's identity. Mr. Wang, I understand. I'll take full responsibility for the gold mine project. After hanging up, she stood frozen, utterly astonished that the Taodai Group had indeed acquired 3 gold mines in Zhonghai and entrusted her with the entire project. Could it be Yi Xian? A realization dawned upon her. Considering her qualifications, it was already remarkable for her to become the financial director of the Taodai Group. And now she was tasked with overseeing the gold mine initiative. Thank you, Yi Xian. She cast a grateful glance towards him. What's wrong? Noticing her suddenly serious demeanor, Yin Ruoshi inquired with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiner continued, Xiaoxi, you might find this hard to believe. The Taodai Group has purchased 3 gold mines in Zhonghai, and they want me. She recounted the details of the conversation, leaving the maids in disbelief as they exchanged glances with the young master. Little man, what kind of connection do you have with the Taodai Group? Even Yin Ruashi was taken aback by the extent of his influence within the organization. As the words left her lips, Wei Lin and Luo Xiner turned their curious gazes towards him, eager to know more. Guess, Yi Xian teased amidst their anticipation. Uffed. Luo Xiner burst into laughter at his unexpected response, leaving Wei Lin momentarily mesmerized by her joy. Yin Ruashi was momentarily speechless, feeling a surge of indignation. That little man had the audacity to jest with her sister. His boldness was growing by the day. If he doesn't behave tonight, I shall teach him a lesson. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the culinary showcase dinner task. Reward: 100 shares of Zhonghai Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Amidst the banter, the system's voice chimed in, eliciting a knowing smile from Yi Xian. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Yi Xian. Age: 18. Realm: Peak Heavenly Level Abilities, Divine Driving Skills, Masterful Massage. Medical Prodigy, Thunder Control Mastery, Culinary Maestro Items. 30 shares of Yin Corporation, Supreme Diamond Black Card, No Limit, D Yuan Number 1 Manor. 100 shares of Taodai Group. Tenfold Consumption Rebate, Unlimited Spiritual Liquid. 100 shares of Longyu Real Estate, Jiang'an Number 1 Land. 100 shares of Sky High Wine Tower, ownership of 3 gold mines. 100 shares of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce Wealth, 159. 3 billion well? Upon examining the attribute panel, Yi Xian was astonished to discover the considerable abilities and assets he had amassed. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, boss. As soon as he picked up, he heard Lu Zihong's voice on the other end. Hope I'm not interrupting you and your sister-in-law. You rascal. Yi Xian glanced at Yin Ruashi. Although there was nothing at present, that might soon change. What is it? Lu Zihong chuckled, then continued. Well, tomorrow's opening ceremony. The counselor asked me to inquire if you would attend. The opening ceremony? Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the ceremony at Jiangnan University would commence only after the military training. Has the military training concluded? Time has flown. Ding. The host has triggered a random task. Spend 2 billion at school. And the reward will be a tenfold increase in consumption rebate. What on earth? Hearing the system's task reward, with the rebate rising tenfold, it implies the rebate could become 100-fold. I will attend. With this thought, Yi Xian did not hesitate to agree. Really? Lu Zihong was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's wonderful. The girls at school will surely go wild. Hey, then I'll see you tomorrow. Lu Zihong, perceptive as ever, chuckled knowingly, understanding that at this hour, Yi Xian would likely be preparing to spend a cozy night with his beloved, and he certainly would not delay such a moment. Going to school? After ending the call, Wei Lin looked at Yi Xian suspiciously. With your status, do you still need to attend the opening ceremony? Huh, it's all about participation, isn't it? Just then, Yin Ruashi received a message. Upon seeing the content, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stood up. How is this possible? What's wrong? Luo Xiner, noticing her friend's unusual reaction, asked curiously, for something significant must have occurred to rattle her typically composed friend. After a moment to compose herself, Yin Ruashi's expression turned complex. Lin Xiaoyang is dead, along with a senior expert from the Lin family. What? Luo Xiner furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Lin Xiaoyang, the young master of the Jiang and Lin family? It was no surprise she reacted this way. The Lin family was on par with the Luo family. And the death of a senior expert indicated that the assailant possessed the strength to annihilate the Luo family. My goodness. Wei Lin was equally shocked. Lin Xiaoyang's death means the sky is falling in Jiang'an. Whoever did this has done us a tremendous favor. With Lin Xiaoyang gone, the Lin family will be preoccupied with their own troubles, thus relieving us of some burdens. Xiaoxi, let us keep a low profile for a while. Luo Xiner expressed her concerns, adding, after all, killing a senior expert means the assailant's strength is beyond our capability to contest. Indeed. Yin Ruashi nodded solemnly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After dinner, upon returning to her room, the bathroom doors swung open. Dressed in a gossamer nightgown, Yin Ruashi emerged, radiating an enchanting allure under the warm yellow light. Seeing her captivating silhouette, coupled with the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, Yi Xian could not help but think, this girl is truly a fairy. Little man, you performed admirably today. As she spoke, Yin Ruashi playfully lifted Yi Xian's chin with her delicate fingers, teasing, would you like your sister to reward you further? You are playing with fire. Yi Xian exclaimed as he embraced her slender waist, teasingly adding, you might end up regretting this. Oh really? Yin Ruashi giggled, then playfully blew a breath near his ear, her eyes narrowing momentarily. By the way, you seem utterly unfazed by the news of Lin Xiaoyang's demise. Could it be that you were somehow involved? At her words, Yi Xian was taken aback, realizing she had been waiting for this moment. He leaned in and kissed her fragrant lips, savoring the taste for a brief moment, and teased. Do you believe that I was the one who killed Lin Xiaoyang? Chapter 51. That little man. How did you discover this? Is it really you? Yin Ruoshi shot him an incredulous glance. I'd be a fool to believe you. Initially, she had intended to probe him, but hearing his nonchalant confession made her skeptical. After all, Lin Xiaoyang was no ordinary individual, and even the high-ranking expert tasked with protecting him had been slain. How could he possess such capability? At least, that was her impression. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do about it, Yi Xian replied with a slight smile, then jested. Why bother with that scoundrel? We have far more pressing matters to attend to. Yi Xian, you. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a striking profile, none other than Yi Xian. He stirred, blinking awake, and was greeted by the breathtaking visage that momentarily dimmed the light around him, prompting a knowing smile. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the tranquility, displaying the name of his mother on the screen. Yi Xian stared at the caller ID, momentarily perplexed. However, before he could ponder further, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Confess to your mother about your marriage and pregnancy. Reward. 100 shares in Jiangnan Hospital. Yi Xian paused at the system announcement, surprised that such an event could trigger a task. However, he had heard that Jiangnan Hospital was quite a lucrative asset. Hello, Mom. He answered the call with enthusiasm. You little rascal. His mother launched into a tirade. Now that you've struck it rich, you've grown bold. Huh? Ignoring your mother's calls for so long. Are you itching for a scolding? A wave of maternal affection washed over him, causing the corners of Yi Xian's mouth to twitch, though he had long since become accustomed to her antics. Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Xian sighed, then added with a smile. By the way, I have some good news and some bad news. Good news? Bad news? His mother's confusion was palpable, and she inquired suspiciously, what trouble have you caused now? Just tell me the good news first, so I can be happy. Without further ado, Yi Xian paused briefly before declaring, the good news is that I, your son, have gotten married. Cough cough. The revelation left his mother in shock. You're married? To a man or a woman? Yimu took a deep breath and corrected herself. I meant to ask if it's true or not. Of course. It is true. Yi Xian glanced at the girl beside him and continued. It's the same girl from the video last time. We got married then. Yimu was momentarily at a loss for words. Wait a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. When did this happen? After a brief pause, Yimu, suppressing her astonishment, inquired. This? Yi Xian cleared his throat. Mom, you might not believe it, but it was on the very first day of school. Here is what happened. He then recounted the events that transpired on the first day of school, leaving Yimu in a state of bewilderment. Why would she choose you of all people? As anticipated, Yimu pinpointed the crux of the matter. Although her son was handsome, it seemed unlikely that a beautiful girl would be so captivated, indicating there was more to the story that she was unaware of. Well, that's because... Yi Xian paused, sighed. It involves the bad news I mentioned. You rascal. Upon hearing this, Yimu became even more perplexed. What are you talking about? How does this relate to bad news? Mom. The bad news is actually, he cleared his throat and laid it all bare. You're going to be a grandmother. That girl was already pregnant a month before school started. What? The moment those words escaped his lips, Yimu felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind momentarily blank. You two are incredibly bold. At this point, Yimu was genuinely uncertain whether to feel joy or anger, while her son obtaining a marriage certificate was undoubtedly good news. The revelation of the girl's pregnancy was well beyond her expectations. Am I really going to be a grandmother? Yet, why does this feel so strange? Right. Yimu then asked her son, can you be sure that child is yours? Don't end up being a scapegoat. Mom, what are you saying? Yi Xian then explained the matter regarding the plum blossom mark, and only then did Yimu feel reassured. That's good. Yimu exhaled in relief. A beautiful daughter-in-law pregnant again. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll head to Jiangnan to see you both. And don't let my precious grandson suffer, otherwise I'll have to deal with you. Beep beep beep. With that, Yimu hung up the phone, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information she needed to process. Phew. Yi Xian let out a sigh, feeling considerably lighter. It's good to have it out in the open. Just then, Yin Ruoshi opened her eyes and woke up, her long hair cascading against someone's chest. Who's there? No one, just my mom. Oh. Yin Ruoshi nodded and casually asked, what were you talking about for so long, with good and bad news? In her drowsy state, She had caught snippets of the conversation, but hadn't fully grasped it. Nothing much, just mentioned getting the marriage certificate and then the pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruashi suddenly lost all her sleepiness, realizing something. What did you say? Have you lost your mind? Little man, your audacity is growing by the day. Her enchanting gaze fixated on someone, slender fingers brushing across his handsome visage. It seems the lesson I imparted yesterday was insufficient. Yixian coughed lightly. With the girl's enhanced constitution, her combat prowess had surged exponentially. Very well. I shall prepare breakfast for you. As if I were unaware of your pretense, he remarked, playfully tapping her on the head. Ouch! Yin Ruex winced, clutching her forehead, her wide eyes following the retreating figure. How did that little man discern my facade? How infuriating that he saw through it. Meanwhile, in the villa's kitchen, third brother, shall we head to school together today? Yixian inquired of the cheerful Wiln, who was sporting an unusual attire. School? Not a chance, Wiln grinned, responding with a mischievous tone. Boss, I'm taking XNG to register today, and perhaps I'll arrange a date. Oh? When did this happen? Yixian glanced at him, astonished. Congratulations. Thanks. Boss. Wiln beamed, relishing the memory of his successful confession, the goddess's soft kiss lingering in his mind, a delightful sensation. Good morning, sister-in-law. He greeted enthusiastically upon seeing Yin Ruex. Good morning. Yin Ruex, noticing Wiln's exuberance, queried with suspicion. What's the occasion for such happiness? Well, Yixian placed the fried rice on the table. You might not believe this. But third brother and XNO have started dating. What? Yin Ruex's eyes brightened, clearly caught off guard by the revelation. Good morning, XNR. Before XNR could finish her greeting, Yin Ruex pulled her aside for questioning. When did you start dating my little Wiln? I was completely unaware. That little XNR glanced at the foolishly grinning lad nearby, realizing that secrets were hard to keep with boys like him. We just confirmed our relationship yesterday, she admitted, her cheeks flushed as she felt a bit like a cow dating a young calf. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of revealing to your mother and receiving the pregnancy certificate. Reward, 100 shares in Jiangnan Hospital. As the two women whispered, Yixian heard the system notification of rewards being credited. Thus, he acquired yet another asset, Jiangnan Hospital. Boss, you needn't wait for us for dinner tonight. Wiln chuckled, and soon the two sped away in their sports car, leaving the estate. Little man, I'm off to the company. Don't think of me, Yin Ruex said, planting a kiss on Yixian's lips, her demeanor always so bold and candid. Feeling the lingering warmth of her kiss, Yixian glanced at the distant girl, finding the sensation rather pleasant. Suddenly, upon leaving the estate, Yixian sensed an impending danger. A business vehicle was trailing closely behind. Was he being targeted? Observing the pursuing vehicle, it seemed that many had been courting death recently. Young master, the fish has entered the net. The tattooed youth in the business car cast a menacing glance towards the distant sports car. Excellent. A voice echoed from across. Follow him. That brat must die this time. After hanging up, the tattooed youth narrowed his eyes. You have offended someone you should not have. Even the heavens cannot save you now. Soon, a truck obstructed Yixian's path, blocking the arena. In a flash, dozens of subordinates intercepted all of Yixian's escape routes, with the weakest among them being at the peak of the yellow level, and no fewer than 20 at the profound level. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated. And a young man stepped into the arena, none other than Meichuan Saburo. Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions that day? He taunted, eyeing the scene with disdain, believing Yixian to be merely a fish on the chopping block. Let us see who can save you today. With a cold smile, Meichuan Saburo's expression turned sinister. Rest assured, I shall not let you die so easily. Attack him, cripple him. Meichuan Saburo, aware of Yixian's formidable skills, directly commanded his subordinates to strike, emboldened by the presence of two late-stage profound experts by his side. Is that so? Amidst the encircling 20 or more peak yellow-level subordinates, the atmosphere grew tense, perfect for a kill. Zing! Over 20 golden rays surged forth with a thunderous explosion, piercing through the peak yellow-level experts before they could approach. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Under the thick veil of thunder, the subordinates of the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce were reduced to ash, scattered upon the ground. What is happening? The sudden turn of events astonished Meichuan Saburo and his 10 or so profound-level subordinates. How is this possible? Their gazes turned incredulous as they looked at Yixian. The young man had actually slain over 20 peak yellow-level experts in a single move. Moreover, he could control thunder, even turning bodies to ash. Gulp. The expression of the profound level subordinates grew grave. It's mere trickery. Meichuan Saburo squinted, a murderous glint intensifying in his eyes. Just sorcery. Kill him. Yes, young master. The 10 or so profound level experts glared fiercely, dismissing the fallen yellow level subordinates. After all, they were profound level experts. Die. With savage expressions, they all charged at Yi Xian, intent on killing without mercy. Is that so? Observing the frenzied assault, Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he unleashed the full pressure of his peak heavenly level aura. Boom. A terrifying pressure engulfed the arena in an instant, and from a distance, Meichuan Saburo, caught off guard, spat blood, his complexion turning pale. Thud. Before the profound level experts could close in, they all knelt on one knee, an overwhelming fear surging within them. Damn it. The oppressive force was so terrifying that one could hardly move an inch. With a sickening crack, his knee suffered a shattering fracture. Blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. What kind of power is this? As he surveyed the kneeling figures around him, Yi Xian snapped his fingers. Such feeble strength. Yet they dare to emulate others in the art of murder. With a sharp crack, dozens of lightning bolts descended from the heavens, piercing through the skulls of their targets. A chorus of anguished screams filled the air as those dozen or so Xian-level experts met their demise, reduced to ashes, including several at the mid-Xian level. Gulping nervously, the two late Xian-level warriors beside Meichuan Sanlang wore grave expressions, such might surely surpass even the pinnacle of Xian level. A heaven-level expert. The two exchanged glances. Realizing the terrifying truth, despite this boy being under 20, he possessed such unfathomable power. Young master, we must flee. Taking a deep breath, their eyes filled with determination. They declared, this person is a heaven-level expert, beyond our capabilities. With that, they transformed into streaks of black light, launching an assault towards Yi Xian. What? Meichuan Sanlang's pupils constricted in shock. That boy is indeed a heaven-level expert. Damn it. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he was now convinced, an 18-year-old heaven-level expert. How could this be? Nevertheless, even if he were a heaven-level expert, once he informed his father, the clan's elite would surely eliminate him. With a flash, the two late Xian-level warriors, intending to obstruct Yi Xian, were caught off guard as the lightning blades severed their throats. Gasping, the two late Xian-level warriors stared wide-eyed at Yi Xian, overwhelmed by the terror of a heaven-level expert. Thud. As their bodies collapsed to the ground, Meichuan Sanlang, who had fled not far, swallowed hard. You insolent brat, I will surely kill you next time. Just as he prepared to escape in his sports car, a flash of blades appeared. Suddenly, an unknown figure emerged beside Meichuan Sanlang, blood gushing from his neck before he collapsed to the ground. Master, I have arrived too late to your aid. The newcomer was Shen Yi, followed by 7 or 8 figures, each possessing formidable strength. Rise, Yi Xian nodded slightly, glancing at Meichuan Sanlang's corpse. With a hiss, 3 bolts of lightning struck the body, reducing it to ashes amidst the astonished expressions of Shen Yi and the others. Gulping in disbelief, Shen Yi and his companion's eyes widened in astonishment. What a terrifying display of power from their master. Chapter 53. Yi Xian, have you really acquired Jiangnan University? Commanding thunder and eradicating evidence, Shen Yi gained a deeper understanding of his master's strength, his gaze growing even more fervent. Ah, I almost forgot. With a thought, Yi Xian produced a vial of spiritual liquid. Take this to enhance your strength. What is this, master? Shen Yi marveled at the vial in his hand. Merely inhaling it sent instilling him with newfound vigor. With unwavering resolve, Shen Yi consumed the spiritual elixir without a moment's hesitation. Not only would he not falter at the prospect of this elixir, but he would also embrace death without a second thought. Subsequently, Yi Xian deftly flipped his right hand, revealing dozens of golden needles that he deftly inserted into various acupoints. Upon the insertion of the needles, a profound tremor coursed through Shen Yi's body, and an unmistakable shift in his aura ensued. Could it be that Shen Yi's prowess was augmenting? The onlooking divine guards regarded him with incredulous expressions, fully aware that he had already reached the pinnacle of the Xian level. After a brief moment, Shen Yi exhaled deeply, opening his eyes to feel the surging power within him. I am now at the initial stage of the celestial level. Indeed, his strength had multiplied several times over compared to before, transcending to an entirely new realm. I am grateful to my master for this bestowal. With a resounding thud, Shen Yi knelt on one knee, acknowledging the extraordinary efficacy of the elixir. No need for concern, Yi Xian replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. This is what you rightfully deserve. He then produced several vials of medicinal liquid and tossed them to Shen Yi. Here, these are for the divine guards to consume. Later tonight, I shall personally enhance your strength. What? At this proclamation, the surrounding divine guards were taken aback, realizing they too would receive such treatment. Thank you, Master. The divine guards, not daring to be complacent, knelt in unison. You all handle the rest. I shall take my leave for now. Yuxian glanced around at the disarray before departing in his luxurious sports car. We bid you farewell, Master. Shen Yi and the others bowed deeply, sending Yuxian off with utmost deference. At Jiang'an University, in the principal's office. Knock, knock. A knock resonated as the principal, engaged in conversation with Lin Qingqing, responded solemnly, "Come in." As the door swung open, a figure entered. It was none other than student Yuxian, or rather, Director Yi. Upon seeing Yuxian, Zhao Ziqiang hastily rose, acutely aware that Yuxian was now the chairman of Jiangnan University and thus deserved his full respect. Just call me Yuxian. The latter replied with a warm smile. Lin Qingqing, witnessing this exchange, was left in stunned silence, marveling at the stark contrast in demeanor. The principal was exceedingly deferential towards Yuxian. This attitude seemed rather peculiar. This cannot be. The principal hastily interjected. After all, you have acquired Jiang'an University, and such respect is only fitting. Huh? Lin Qingqing's face registered disbelief as she processed the shocking revelation that her student had indeed purchased Jiang'an University. Good heavens! Such alarming news, surely I won't be silenced for this? Ah. The principal suddenly recalled something and addressed Yuxian with utmost reverence. Director Yi. You have come to the school for the opening ceremony, correct? Yuxian nodded slightly. That is indeed the case. However, there is another matter. As he spoke, he extracted a black card and placed it upon the desk. Director Yi, what is this? Zhao Ziqiang appeared momentarily perplexed, clearly uncertain of its significance. It is thus. Yuxian contemplated the system's tasks and then stated, here is 2 billion, to be utilized for the school's research and development. Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqiang was taken aback. What? 2 billion? Indeed, Zhao Ziqiang was astonished by such a substantial sum. Although the school was in dire need of funds, 2 billion was simply excessive. Director Yi, is this truly necessary? Zhao Ziqiang coughed lightly, as it was his first encounter with such a vast amount of money. Not at all, Yuxian said with a smile, waving his hand. In the future, the school will still rely on the principal's management. Lin Qingqing stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Yuxian. Is he truly one of my students? Initially, she had thought this was just the beginning of her tenure with this cohort, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a peak experience. Ding. Congratulations, host, on spending 2 billion, triggering a tenfold return, and acquiring a wealth of 200 billion. At that instant, the system's voice echoed in his ears, causing Yuxian's eyes to narrow with intrigue. As anticipated, 200 billion had been credited to his account. Director Yi, farewell. After a brief conversation, the principal respectfully escorted Yuxian out and then turned to Lin Qingqing. Teacher Lin, please see Director Yi off. All right, Principal, Lin Qingqing replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in her circumstances. Phew. It was not until they had distanced themselves from the principal's office that Lin Qingqing sighed in relief. Her expression a blend of complexity as she looked at Yuxian. Yuxian, did you truly acquire Jiang'an University? Indeed, Yuxian replied with a slight nod, gazing at his counselor. By the way, Teacher Lin, are you still enjoying your work at the school? If not, I can assist you in finding a different job. Cough. Cough. That's unnecessary. Lin Qingqing waved her hand in refusal. I quite enjoy this position. Moreover, your domineering girlfriend has made it clear that I should avoid hospitals. That girl. Upon hearing this, Yuxian smiled bitterly, surprised that her words still held such influence. Before long, Yuxian arrived at the dormitory. Wow. Upon seeing their leader return, Lu Zihong and his companion quickly surrounded him. Boss, you're back. Lu Zihong greeted warmly, while Lin Xiao offered him water. We've missed you so much these days. Hey, I heard you introduced a girlfriend to the third one? The two inquired with curiosity, and Yuxian noted that the third one seemed rather smug. Sort of. She's your sister-in-law's friend. What? Upon hearing this, the two immediately lost their composure, their envy evident on their faces. The third one is shameless, Lu Zihong exclaimed, filled with indignation. If Wei Lin were present, he would surely have given him a beating. Ding-ling. At that moment, Yuxian's phone, resting on the table, began to ring. Boss, take a break. I'll answer it. Lu Zihong eagerly offered. as there might be other friends of sister-in-laws calling. Hello, Chairman Yi. Once the call connected, a voice spoke from the other end. Greetings, I am the director of Jiangnan Hospital. Do you have some time? The hospital has some documents that require your personal signature in order to proceed. As Lu Zihong and the other individual listened to the sounds emanating from across the table, they were momentarily taken aback. Chairman Yi? Jiangnan Hospital? Goodness. At a certain moment, both men realized something, and their incredulous gazes shifted towards their leader. Understanding dawned upon them. Yixin nodded and uttered a few words before disconnecting the call. Boss, is Jiangnan Hospital truly yours? They stammered, their astonishment evident, as the information struck them with overwhelming force. Chapter 54. Do you know who I am? My father is the chairman of Longyu Real Estate. Indeed. Yixin replied with a slight nod, taken aback by the call from Jiangnan Hospital. Holy smokes. Their hearts raced. Jiangnan Hospital was the finest in all of Jiangnan. Its market value likely nearing 100 billion. Boss, that's impressive. Lu Zihong inhaled deeply, realizing that the joy of their leader was something he, an ordinary mortal, could scarcely comprehend. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion, receiving a tenfold rebate, and acquiring a wealth of 20 billion. As they marveled, Yi Xian heard the system chime in his ear. As expected, a modest profit of 20 billion had been credited. One could only imagine the reaction of his two roommates upon learning this news. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending 2 billion at school, with the reward of a tenfold increase in spending rebate. Shortly after, another notification sounded. Oh. Yixian's lips curled into a smile as he listened to the voice, wondering if the thousandfold spending rebate was finally at hand. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Lin Xiao's phone rang. Hello, Mom. Upon realizing it was his mother calling, Lin Xiao answered, but was immediately met with a frantic voice on the other end. Xiao, your father had an accident at the construction site and is seriously injured. He is currently being rushed to Jiangnan Hospital. The situation is critical. Boom. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Xiao collapsed into his seat, his complexion turning ashen as he felt as though the sky had fallen, his mind a blank slate. Mom, I will head to the hospital immediately, he gasped, mustering his strength to respond. Don't worry, Fourth. After hanging up, Lu Zihong took a deep breath. Jiangnan Hospital belongs to our boss. They will surely employ the best doctors for treatment. Yes, boss, please save my father, Lin Xiao pleaded anxiously. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Yixian. Rest assured. Taking a deep breath, Yixian promptly dialed Jiangnan Hospital. Director Chun, a classmate's father has had an accident at the construction site and has now been brought to Jiangnan Hospital. Please ensure that the best doctors are assigned to his care. What? Upon receiving the call from Chairman Yi, Chen Minxiu inhaled deeply, responding earnestly, Understood, Chairman Yi. I will do everything in my power to save him. Okay. After concluding the call, Yixian turned to the two men. Let's go to the hospital. Thank you, boss. In the supercar, Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. His eyes filled with worry as he gazed towards Jiangnan Hospital. Meanwhile, Lu Zihong went to find his father, intending to accompany him to visit. That goes without saying. Yixian looked at Lin Xiao. You didn't hesitate when you came to my aid back then. Rest assured, the uncle will be fine. Comforting words were spoken. For even if the hospital faltered, he possessed both elixirs and medical expertise. As long as he drew breath, it would be difficult for calamity to befall him. Suddenly, an ambulance raced toward Jiangnan Hospital. Director, it is this vehicle, exclaimed the chief surgeon to Chen Minxiu, who nodded gravely. Arrange personnel and exercise utmost caution. Yes, Director. The director personally led the team as a middle-aged woman descended from the ambulance. She was Lin Xiao's mother. Save him. Do not worry. The director reassured Lin's mother. You are Lin Xiao's mother, are you not? I am, but how did you know? The director instructed his subordinates to take Lin's father directly to the intensive care unit, saying, Rest assured, Mr. Yi has given his instructions. We will do everything possible to save Lin Xiao's father. Thank you. Tears streamed down Lin's mother's cheeks upon hearing the director's words. Oh right. Suddenly recalling something, she added, My husband has a steel bar pierced through his chest. The surgery must cost a fortune. I will go and raise the funds immediately. Lin's mother did not wish for financial matters to delay her husband's surgery and treatment. It is not a problem. Money is not an issue. Mr. Yi is a friend of your son, and all expenses will be covered by the hospital. The director waved his hand dismissively, jesting, If I dare to take a single cent, then I would no longer be the director. At this moment, it is not about money, but about saving Lin Xiao's father. Very well. Lin's mother, worried for her husband, did not dwell on it further. Step aside. At that moment, a stretcher obstructed the path in front of the intensive care unit. The attending physician, upon seeing the obstruction, furrowed his brow. Do you not see that this patient is gravely injured? Nonsense. Zhao Chuan glanced at the attending physician, then turned his gaze to the filthy Lin father. How could a worthless life compare to mine? What are you doing? The director rushed forward, and upon seeing this, Lin's mother turned pale. Director, do not worry. Chen Minxiu's expression turned frosty. Director's son, you take the team inside to rescue. I will handle this. Yes, Director. Director's son shot a glance at Zhao Chuan before entering the intensive care unit. The severity of Lin father's injuries was critical, and moreover, he was the father of Mr. Yes, friend. Neither circumstance could be delayed for a moment. How dare you? Zhao Chuan's face turned green at this sight, and he erupted at the director, Chen Minxiu. How dare you treat me this way? Do you know who I am? My father is a director at Longyu Real Estate. Believe it or not, one word from me can have you unemployed. Chen Minxiu's countenance darkened. He was well aware of what being a director at Longyu Real Estate entailed. Such a significant figure was not someone he could afford to offend. Humph. Zhao Chuan sneered coldly. Deriding, what is the matter? Are you afraid now? For the sake of a worthless life, you dare to cross me. I will ensure your every step in Jiangnan is fraught with difficulty. With an air of arrogance, they looked down upon Chen Minxiu. While Lin's mother observed this scene with a complex expression. How can you act this way? My husband is evidently gravely injured. How dare you speak here? Zhao Chuan exclaimed, raising his hand to strike Lin's mother. Stop. At that moment, Yi Xian and Lin Xiao entered the scene. Upon seeing her mother being bullied, Lin Xiao swiftly kicked out. Who do you think you are, daring to touch my mother? With tremendous force, the assailant was sent flying over 2 meters. Xiao, you. Lin's mother was horrified to see her son arrive. How could you hit someone? She certainly understood that the opponent was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, Chen Minxiu quickly approached. Mr. Yi, you have come. Indeed. Observing the situation, Yi Xian furrowed his brows. What is happening? Well, the matter is as follows. Chen Minxiu recounted the events, and upon hearing the details, Yi Xian nodded. You have done well. From here on, it is my responsibility. Yes, Mr. Yi. Taking a deep breath, Chen Minxiu replied, aware that Longyu Real Estate was beyond his means to provoke. Young master. The 2 subordinates of Zhao Chuan, witnessing their master being struck, turned pale and glared at Lin Xiao. Kid, you're seeking death. With that, the 2 early-stage Huang-level experts lunged at Lin Xiao, but before they could act, Yi Xian swiftly knocked them to the ground with a single slap. Blood sprayed from their mouths as they stared in shock at Yi Xian, realizing the strength of that young man. Director Chen Minxiu was taken aback, then looked at Yi Xian with astonishment. Mr. Yi, such impressive skills. However, having struck the son of the Longyu Real Estate director, this could spell trouble. Chapter 55, Boss. What is your relationship with Longyu Real Estate? Zhao Chuan, his face cold as ice, glared at Yi Xian. Thinking of making a move, are you? Mr. Yi. His father is the director of Longyu Real Estate, Chen Minxiu reminded thoughtfully. Oh. Upon hearing Chen Minxiu's words, Yi Xian was taken aback. Longyu Real Estate? Yes. Chen Minxiu confirmed, while Zhao Chuan smirked sarcastically at Yi Xian's silence. What, are you afraid? Zhao Chuan scoffed. Kneel and apologize to me now, and I might consider forgiving you. Is that so? Yi Xian replied, then dialed a number to Wang Zetian. Mr. Yi, what do you need? Came Wang Zetian's respectful voice upon answering. Yes. Yi Xian nodded slightly, glancing at Zhao Chuan. By the way, your name? Zhao Chuan coldly smirked. You truly overestimate yourself. Zhao Chuan. As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. I wonder how much ability you possess. It was clear he recognized the implications of his words. I have heard. Indeed. Wang Zetian took a deep breath and said, Zhao Chuan, I have met him before. He is the son of Director Zhao from the board. I never expected to offend you. I will contact his father immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chuan impatiently remarked, So, who have you summoned? There is no need to rush. Observing Zhao Chuan, who had brought this upon himself, it was evident that the more exuberantly he acted now, the more disheveled he would be later. Soon, Zhao Chuan received a call from his father, Zhao Qiming. Hello, Dad, he greeted as the call connected. Humph. On the other end, Zhao Qiming's expression darkened upon hearing his son's voice. You wretched child, where are you? Oh. Zhao Chuan sensed trouble from his father's tone and replied, Dad, I am at Jiangnan Hospital. You fool. Did you get into a conflict with a young man? Zhao Chuan's heart sank upon hearing this. How do you know? You ungrateful brat. Zhao Qiming was infuriated, scolding him mercilessly. Do you even know who that person is? He has acquired all the shares of Longyu Real Estate. I have been trying to curry favor with him. And you foolishly offended him. Immediately. Go and apologize to Director Yi. Frustrated, Zhao Qiming hung up the phone, leaving Zhao Chuan stunned, his mind racing. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground. Director Yi. I am truly sorry. It was my folly to underestimate you. Please spare me. With a thud, his forehead struck the ground. The shares of Longyu Real Estate were something even his father would not dare to imagine. Realizing this, he understood that the individual before him was someone he could never afford to offend. Leave, Yi Xian said, glancing at Zhao Chuan. Unwilling to waste time on such a person. If there is a next time, you know the consequences. Yes, Zhao Chuan, now utterly humiliated, left in disgrace. Witnessing this scene, the dean was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he looked at Yi Xian. How can this be? Is it truly over just like that? What kind of person is Director Yi to instill such fear in Zhao Chuan? It was astonishing. It seemed that this Director Yi, who had acquired the hospital, was even more enigmatic than anticipated. Boss, thank you. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, grateful that his superior had managed to subdue that individual. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. Mom, let me introduce you. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and continued. This is my roommate, Yi Xian. Boss, this is my mother. Hello. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Lin's mother composed herself, saying, I have heard Xiao mention how well you take care of him at school. I never expected you to be so remarkable. You overpraise me, Annie. Yi Xian humbly waved his hand with a smile. Lin Xiao is the fourth in our dormitory. It is only natural to look after him. By the way, Lin's mother recalled, I will reimburse you for Zhao's medical expenses. No need for that, Auntie. At that moment, Lu Zihong and his family approached. Fourth brother, how is your uncle? Lu Zihong inquired with concern as he drew near, accompanied by his parents. Mom, this is my roommate. Lu Zihong. After a round of pleasantries, Lu's mother produced a bank card. Dear, this card contains some money for medical expenses. No need for that. Lin's mother was deeply touched to see her son's roommate's parents offering money, clearly indicating the strong bond between her son and his roommate. Just take it, Lu's father said. Looking at Lin Xiao and continued, Lin Xiao has been quite helpful to us during this time. Dad, Mom, Lu Zihong said with a helpless smile upon witnessing his parents' actions. There's no need for such gestures. You might not know, but he turned to Yi Xian and added with a grin. The real deal is that he is the chairman of Jiangnan Hospital. What? At this revelation, Lu's parents were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged astonished glances with Yi Xian. Xiao, is this true? Lin's mother was also stunned by the news of the chairman of Jiangnan Hospital. Ahem. Lin Xiao cleared his throat and continued. I forgot to mention that not only Jiangnan Hospital, but the entire street of Hongya Avenue next to our school belongs to the boss. Furthermore, he resides in the billion-dollar Diyuan Manor and drives an 80 million supercar. Listening to her son's explanation, Lin's mother felt as if she were in a dream. Lu's parents exchanged glances, realizing they could not insist further, but they hadn't expected this young man, Yi, to be so impressive. Just then, the door of the intensive care unit swung open. Doctor, how is it? Lin Xiao supported his mother, anxiously inquiring as everyone held their breath. Rest assured, the surgery was very successful. However, the patient is a bit weak. Make sure to provide some nutritious food in the coming days. Thank you. Lin's mother bowed deeply in sincere gratitude, and the attending physician, not daring to take credit, coughed lightly and said, You are friends of Director Yi. So you are naturally esteemed guests of the hospital. Moreover, as a doctor, it is my duty to do this. With Director Yi present, he certainly wanted to make a good impression. By the way, Chun Minxiu recalled something and suggested, to ensure everything is in order, I would like to convene a consult with specialists from various departments to rule out any potential post-operative complications. All right, go ahead, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Chun Minxiu exchanged a knowing glance with the attending physician and left the room, allowing the space to be occupied by Director Yi and his friends. Before long, Lu Zihong, having learned the entire story, pulled Yi Xian aside. Boss, you are incredible. Now, be honest, what is your connection with Longyu Real Estate? How could a single phone call intimidate the second generation into submission? Well, glancing at the curious second brother, Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, It's nothing much. Longyu Real Estate is actually mine as well. Chapter 56. Goodness. Boss, you didn't buy out all of Jiangnan, did you? What? Upon hearing the news, Lu Zihong was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Clearing his throat, he exclaimed, "Cough. Boss, did you just say Dragon Domain real estate is yours?" "Indeed." Yi Xian replied with a slight nod. As Lu Zihong recalled the incident where Zhao Chuan had been utterly shocked, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. After a moment's pause, he swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Goodness, boss. No wonder." At that instant, Lu Zihong began to connect the dots. Realizing why Zhao Chuan had seemed like a different person after that phone call, it was likely that the young man had discovered his boss's true identity. As for the reasons behind it, Lu Zihong had some inkling. Dragon Domain real estate. Even without following this sector closely, he was well aware that it was a formidable giant in Jiangnan. Astounded, he hesitated before finally expressing two words laden with amazement: first Red Leaf Avenue, then Jiangnan Hospital. And now Dragon Domain real estate. Boss, pray tell, what else is there that I do not know? Well, Yi Xian pondered for a moment, looking at his second-in-command. What if I were to tell you that the Feast Group is mine? Would you believe that? Lu Zihong's eyelids twitched at this revelation. What the hell? He was genuinely unsettled. He knew his boss would never deceive him without reason. No way. You didn't buy up all of Jiangnan, did you? Swallowing hard, he found the impact of this information overwhelming. He had thought he understood his boss well, only to realize it was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Feast Group, the leader of the Jiangnan business world. He had been aware of this even before the school year began and had often dreamed of working there after graduation. Who would have thought? His boss was the chairman of the Feast Group. Boss, I no longer wish to strive for success, Lu Zihong admitted, awestruck and envious. Regarding my post-graduation job, I owe you one. Ah, it's a trivial matter. Yi Xian waved his hand with a smile. As long as you are interested, you can report to the group at any time. Thank you, boss, Lu Zihong exclaimed, filled with excitement. His parents would surely be proud of him if they knew. After a brief moment, as he regained his composure, Lu Zihong looked at Yi Xian with newfound admiration. If only I were a girl, I would definitely marry you. Scram, Yi Xian retorted, rolling his eyes at the peculiar expression of his second-in-command, nearly kicking him out in jest. Hey, it's settled then, boss. Lu Zihong chuckled, suddenly feeling optimistic about the future. With a boss as remarkable as Yi Xian, what was the point of even attending school? Uncle, Auntie, I have to take my leave, he announced after a brief conversation. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian bid farewell to the Waking Lin father, who expressed his gratitude, saying, Xiao Yi, thank you. It's nothing, Yi Xian replied with a smile, then turned to Lin Xiao, old four, take care of uncle. If anything arises, contact the dean directly. Understood. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath. Boss, goodbye. As Lin Xiao gazed at the departing figure of his superior, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Had it not been for his leader today, he truly would have been at a loss. Second brother, what are you pondering? Lin Xiao inquired, noticing Lu Zihong lost in thought beside him. Nothing at all, Lu Zihong replied, snapping back to reality. He had intended to say something, but considering Lin Xiao's father had just regained consciousness, it was best not to provoke him. Is that so? Lin Xiao observed Lu Zihong, feeling that something was amiss. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Defeat Shintiani. Reward, a mercenary group of 10,000. Note, this mercenary group has a loyalty rate of 100% to the host. As Yi Xian sped away from the hospital in a sports car, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. A mercenary group of 10,000? What in the world? Is this leading me to conquer the world? However, who exactly is Shintiani? Ding ding ding. Yi Xian's reverie was interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Xiaoying. Hello, son-in-law. As soon as he answered, Xiaoying's anxious voice came through. This is bad. The young miss might be in danger. What happened? Upon hearing the news, Yi Xian's expression darkened as Xiaoying hesitated to continue. Speak. Given Xiaoying's reaction, it seemed this matter was quite serious. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoying continued, the young miss ordered me not to inform you. However, this situation exceeds my capabilities. Just moments ago, she received a call that young master Xiao Qian has been kidnapped, and they are threatening her to go alone to the Serene Villa in Jiangnan. They said that if a second person is discovered, they will immediately execute him. All right, I understand. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. He had initially sent people to protect Yan Ruoshi and her parents, but had overlooked his brother-in-law. He hoped nothing would go wrong. Although that girl had already reached the pinnacle of the Xian level and possessed an invincible physique beneath the heavenly rank, she was still pregnant, and the opponent's strength was unknown. This is reckless. Without delay, Yi Xian dialed a number. Shin Yi, Head immediately to the Serene Villa in Jiangnan. There must be no mistakes. Understood, master. Shani replied solemnly, quickly gathering his men and heading toward the outskirts. In Jiangnan, at the Serene Villa, a boy lay unconscious on the floor, his eyes darkened. This boy was Yin Shaoqian. At a certain moment, a red sports car appeared on the surveillance screen. Second master. Yin Ruoshi has arrived. One of the subordinates remarked with a smirk, while Lin Tian coldly smiled. That little girl is becoming more enchanting by the day. Soon, I shall savor the taste of Jiangnan's #1 beauty. Hey, second master, you're in for a treat tonight. A subordinate flattered him, and Lin Tian laughed heartily. Nodding, rest assured, as I feast, you shall have broth to savor later. Thank you, second master. Surrounded by dozens of elite members of the Lin family, their eyes gleamed with intensity. At that moment, an elderly man nodded. Tian Nan, it is said that the girl possesses considerable strength. We must not underestimate her. Rest assured, Patron Tan. Lin Tian Nan waved his hand with a smile. This time, I have brought 10 profound-level experts, and with you overseeing things, even if that girl is formidable, she cannot stir up much trouble. Bang! Just then, the door of the side courtyard was kicked open, and 2 peak-level yellow experts tumbled clumsily to the ground. Their heads tilted as they breathed their last. Lin Tian Nan, it is you. Yin Ruoshi, seeing the newcomer radiating an aura of malevolence, felt a chilling rage surge within her crimson eyes. Lin Tian Nan, as she beheld the fiery and domineering Yin Ruoshi, particularly her alluring figure, he exclaimed, Ah, my dear niece Ruoshi, you truly are a sight to behold. Soon enough, I shall let you savor the essence of life. Old dog Lin. Upon hearing Lin Tian Nan's vile words, Yin Ruoshi's fury ignited. If you dare to lay a hand on my brother, you shall meet your demise today. Chapter 57. Yin Ruoshi strikes with dominance. A mysterious figure appears. Ha ha ha, kill me. You think you can? Lin Tian Nan sneered derisively. With you? Truly. I have long desired your beauty. The most enchanting woman in Jiangnan, indeed. His frivolous words only intensified the crimson fury in Yin Ruoshi's gaze. Seeking death, Yin Ruoshi transformed into a streak of black light, charging towards Lin Tian Nan, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Attack! A calm voice commanded, and immediately, dozens of individuals surged forward, among them the profound-level experts, unleashing their full might. At such a young age, to attain the profound level. Lin Tian Nan observed Yin Ruoshi's agile movements with a cold smile. Her physique is impressive. Her combat prowess should endure longer. As he envisioned the unfolding scenes, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kill! The crowd surged forward, and particularly with the 10 profound-level experts working in perfect harmony, both sides became locked in a stalemate. Bunch of useless fools. After a prolonged period without inflicting any damage on Yin Ruoshi, Lin Tian Nan's brow furrowed. Patron Tan, I must trouble you. Attack her abdomen at all costs. His gaze fixed on Yin Ruoshi's midsection. An inscrutable thought flickered in his eyes. Understood. With a whoosh. In the next moment, Patron Tan unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yin Ruoshi's abdomen. The sudden assault caught her off guard, especially considering her current condition. Bang! After a muffled clash, Yin Ruoshi was sent flying several meters, eventually regaining her footing, but blood surged up her throat, staining her lips. This aura is at the peak of the profound level. Yin Ruoshi's expression turned grave as she faced Patron Tan. Indeed, the Lin family's hidden strength is more formidable than I had imagined. Hee. Dear niece Ruoshi, are you so fearful of being struck in the abdomen? Could it be that you were carrying some man's illegitimate child? Upon these words, the members of the Lin family were taken aback, staring at Yin Ruoshi in shock. This stunning girl is actually pregnant? No wonder. T.N. gazed thoughtfully at Yin Ru-X and nodded. So, it seems you are aware of your weaknesses. LNTNNN, your fate is sealed. A wave of dread washed over Yin Ru-X. She had never anticipated that such a well-guarded secret would fall into LNTNN's hands, which would undoubtedly place her in peril. Heh, is that so? LNTNN sneered contemptuously at Yin Ru-X. Whether I live or die remains to be seen. But I wager that if you let your guard down for even a moment, that little wildling will be gone. Boom. At that moment, a surge of malevolent energy enveloped Yin Ru-X, her aura intensifying to the point that even T.N. felt a shiver of fear. This is bad. That girl is at the pinnacle of the Xian level? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and LNTNN stared blankly. A wave of unease washing over him. Impossible. That girl is barely in her 20s. How could she be at the Xian level's peak? The scene before him far exceeded his comprehension. He had assumed Yin X had merely recently broken through to the Xian level. Kill. LNTNNN realized there was no turning back, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Everyone, attack her midsection at all costs. A reward of 10 billion Huaxiao coins to whoever eliminates the wildling. Boom. Driven by the promise of a hefty reward. The members of the LN family were invigorated, their gazes towards Yin X transforming. 10 billion. That was a fortune they might never earn in a lifetime. And it would undoubtedly elevate them within the LN family. Yin X, brimming with murderous intent, charged directly at LNTNNN, who, being only at the mid-Xian level, stood no chance. TNNN, be careful. TN rushed to LNTNNN's aid. But just as he was about to reach him, he discovered that Yin X's attack had abruptly shifted direction, her sharp dagger hurtling towards him. This is bad. She is targeting me. Swoosh. The blade flashed past, blood spraying from TN's neck, yet Yin X was also struck by a punch to her shoulder, sending her hurtling back 7 or 8 meters. What a deep scheme. TN's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. And with Yin X sacrificing herself to take him down, he had no time to react. Thud. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. The peak Xian level TN collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yin X coughed up blood. But she pressed her delicate hand against her abdomen where excruciating pain surged, beads of sweat forming on her smooth forehead. A perfect opportunity. Seeing Yin X severely injured, LNTNN's eyes glimmered with malice. Kill. Disable her for me. I want to see if you can still be so defiant. Infuriated, Yin X struggled to maintain her stance, anxiety creeping in. If the battle endangered the little one, how could she ever explain it to that person? Biting her crimson lips, her eyes filled with determination, the little one must not come to harm, even if it cost me my life. With energy surging and blood splattering, time seemed to stretch. Thud. Yin Ruoxi knelt on one knee upon the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her condition perilously close to its limit. This madman. The Lin family's experts wore grave expressions, despite Yin Ruoxi being gravely injured. She had nonetheless slain 5 of their profound-level masters and half of their elite fighters. Altogether, kill. The remaining 5 profound-level experts, their eyes glinting with malice, launched a coordinated attack, evidently intent on delivering a fatal blow, while over 20 remaining pinnacle yellow-level fighters also surged forward in a united front. Before they could strike, Yin Ruoxi coughed up more blood, exclaiming, "Little man, I cannot accompany you any longer." Excellent. Observing this, Lin Tianyin narrowed his fervent eyes. Such a proud girl could not ultimately escape his grasp. However, just as the Lin family's experts believed victory was in their grasp, a figure appeared in an instant like a bolt of lightning. You seek death. In the blink of an eye. The 5 profound-level masters and over 20 yellow-level fighters lay lifeless on the ground, and standing amidst them was none other than Shen Yi. Are you all right? Shen Yi inquired. Noting the severity of the injuries inflicted upon the woman of his master, yet unable to reveal his master's identity. I'm fine. Yin Ruoxi regarded the mysterious man before her, marveling at his formidable strength that had allowed him to dispatch so many foes in an instant. Gulp. Lin Tianyin. Witnessing the chilling figure that had suddenly entered the fray, particularly noted that his aura surpassed that of the Tanshin. Who are you? Are you a heavenly level expert? With a swift motion, Lin Tianyin found his throat severed, hot blood gushing forth, his eyes wide with disbelief. Swish. After eliminating Lin Tianyin, Shen Yi vanished in a flash as if he had never been there. Had she been saved? Yin Ruoxi, her strength utterly depleted, collapsed towards the ground. But before she could hit the earth, she was caught in a warm embrace. Upon recognizing her savior, Yin Ruoxi smiled. Little man, I am so sorry. Chapter 58. The Annihilation of the Jiang and Lin family. Acquiring the Eye of Insight. Don't move. Yi Xian spoke softly, his medical expertise allowing him to discern that the young woman's injuries were grave. Swish. With a flick of his right hand, dozens of golden needles appeared and were deftly inserted into various acupuncture points across her body. Buzz. As the healing liquid coursed through her, Yin Ruoxi's injuries began to mend, her vitality stabilizing, allowing Yi Xian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling the changes in her body and the absence of pain in her abdomen, she exclaimed, You actually know medicine? Somewhat, Yi Xian replied with a slight nod. before guiding them to Yin Xiaoqian's side. Xiaoqian. Upon seeing her unconscious brother, Yin Ruoshi's delicate face paled. He has been poisoned. Yixian frowned. The Lin family had been ruthless in their actions, and had he not intervened, her younger brother's life would have been in peril. What? Upon hearing that he had been poisoned, Yin Ruoshi's vitality wavered once more. Yixian, without further ado, stabilized the poison with several golden needles. At that moment, Yin Xiaoqian began to awaken. Sister, you must leave. He instinctively urged upon seeing his elder sister. It's all right now. Yin Ruoshi comforted her frightened younger brother. Just as Xiao Ying and her companions arrived at the scene. This is Lin Tianan. Upon seeing the corpse, Xiao Ying was incredulous. Clearly not expecting that the assailant would be from the Lin family. Xia Mingjian felt a disturbance in her pregnancy and took her back home. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying's expression changed dramatically, relieved that no major incident had occurred. Soon, only Yixian remained at the scene. In the next moment, Shun Yi appeared. Master, I failed to protect Miss Mingyan. He knelt on one knee, filled with remorse and seeking forgiveness. It is not your fault. Yixian surveyed the area. A peak celestial aura emanating from him, causing the ground beneath him to crack under immense pressure. The Jiangnan Lin family seeks death. His gaze turned towards the Lin family estate, and taking a deep breath, he declared, in that case, let the Lin family be erased from Jiangnan. Follow me to exact vengeance. With these words, Yixian and Shen vanished from the scene. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Annihilate the Jiangnan Lin family. Reward. The ability of the Eye of Insight. Note. The Eye of Insight can penetrate all things, an essential artifact for tracking. In his fury, Yixian disregarded the so-called mission. At this moment, he harbored but one thought, to annihilate the entire Lin family. At the Jiangnan Lin family estate, chaos ensued. Master. Trouble has arisen. With a loud crash, someone burst through the door, panting heavily. Second master has been kidnapped by a mysterious person, forcing Yin Ruoshi to submit. Everyone has been exterminated. Boom. These words sent Lin Tianbei into a state of shock, rising abruptly from his seat. What? The news struck him hard. The second master was killed by a mysterious assailant? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianbei felt an ominous sense of foreboding. The reason he had refrained from acting against the Yin family was precisely due to this kind of situation. All right, I understand. Lin Tianbei inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting into the distance. I never expected the day would come so swiftly. This place is no longer safe. Once his subordinates had departed, Lin Tianbei's eyes flickered. He knew well that those capable of easily annihilating his second brother and the others would surely eradicate all traces. Discretion is the better part of valor. With this thought, Lin Tianbei began to gather essential belongings in preparation for his departure. Meanwhile, Yixian had already arrived at the Lin family estate. Kill. Yixian's expression was frigid. Shun Yi unleashed a devastating punch, sending the iron gate flying. Who dares to intrude upon the Lin family? Puff. Puff. The few Lin family experts guarding the estate had barely begun to speak before being instantaneously vanquished by the silent Oblivion guards. And Yixian stepped into the Lin family estate. Today, not a single Lin shall remain. His icy declaration signified that the Lin family had grievously offended his bottom line. Presumptuous. Who is this wild brat, daring to wreak havoc in the Lin family estate? With a clatter, dozens of figures charged towards Yixian, each one formidable in strength. However, before the silent Oblivion guards, they were still insufficient. In an instant, dozens of experts from the Lin family fell lifeless to the ground. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. Alarmed, the Lin family witnessed over 100 of their elite being slaughtered. The expressions of those facing them shifted dramatically. For the strength of their adversaries was overwhelming. Retreat. Protect the family head, they urged, their faces paling as they beheld the approaching figures. Kill. Yixian's icy gaze fixated on the battlefield, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply. What an opportunity. Several Lin family experts breached the defenses of Shun Yi and his companions, intent on eliminating Yixian. Master, be cautious, Shun Yi exclaimed, taken aback by the Lin family's unwavering loyalty. Die. The triumphant expressions of a few quickly turned to horror as they realized their impending doom. A terrifying bolt of lightning pierced through their bodies in an instant, and the Lin family experts, who had once been so confident, were reduced to ashes scattered upon the ground. Gulping in disbelief, Shen Yi and the others widened their eyes. It was as if a forbidden zone had materialized before their master. So powerful, even Shen Yi felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Yixian. Our master is truly formidable. The remaining Lin family experts gasped in shock, their eyes filled with terror as they witnessed the spectacle. What had they just seen? How could someone annihilate their foes without lifting a finger? The scene far exceeded their comprehension. Flee. Without hesitation, the remaining Lin family members turned pale, realizing their opponent's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Humph. Trying to escape? Shani narrowed his eyes at the retreating Lin family members. It is too late. As his words fell, the Divine Guard sprang into action, and a massacre unfolded silently. A quarter of an hour later, the Lin family estate fell into an eerie silence. Every last soul extinguished, the Jiangnan Lin family was no more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the extermination of the Jiangnan Lin family task. Reward: Eye of Insight. As Yi Xian surveyed the chaos around him, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Master. At that moment, Shani approached, his brow furrowed. I did not locate Lin Tianbei. He must have escaped the estate. Oh? Hearing Shani's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That old wretch was rather cunning. You all withdraw. I will handle that man. Understood, Master. Shani responded with a bow before leading the Divine Guards away from the scene. Lin Tianbei truly believed that fleeing the estate would spare him from disaster. As he spoke, a cold smile crept across Yi Xian's lips as he activated the newly acquired Eye of Insight, swiftly locating the disheveled Lin Tianbei, attempting to escape. Lin Tianbei, no one can save you. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position, pursuing the direction of Lin Tianbei. Humph. Meanwhile, Lin Tianbei, far off, let out a chilling laugh. Yi Xian, the enmity of extermination will not be forgotten. His face twisted with rage, he declared. Do you truly think that a modicum of power allows you to act with impunity? Upon my return from Jiaobei, your end shall come. Chapter 59. Arriving in Tianbei City. Slaying a heavenly expert. Figures appeared at the Lin family estate, and upon witnessing the devastation, everyone's expression drastically changed. What is this? Uncle Ing, accompanied by the Ing family's shadow guards, entered the scene with a grave demeanor. The Lin family has been annihilated. Look. Is that a pinnacle expert of the Xian level? A subordinate gazed solemnly at the deceased Lin family master, and Uncle Ing, upon seeing it, wore an expression of disbelief. This, a pinnacle Xian level powerhouse has been slain. After examining the wounds, Uncle Ing was filled with shock, and it was achieved in a single strike. The assailant must be a heavenly level expert. Just then, a mobile phone rang. Hello. Xiaoing. Upon answering the call, Uncle Ying's expression changed drastically. What did you say? The young lady is in trouble. Retreat. Casting a glance over the scene, Uncle Ing led the Ying family experts away, and the other factions followed suit. Jiangnan was thrown into utter chaos. Uncle Ing sighed. The Lin family was one of the three great families of Jiangnan. The news of their overnight destruction would surely lead to a reconfiguration of power among various factions. In Jiaobei, at the ferry dock, Lin Tianbei hurriedly disembarked and made his way to the nearby Ryu Bei Lusheng Martial Arts Hall. Observing the martial arts hall before him, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Fusang Martial Hall? Noticing the prominently displayed characters of Lusheng Martial Arts Hall, Yi Xian was enlightened. Indeed, Lin Tianbei had connections, and they were significant with the hall in front of him. Lin Tianbei, gazing at the martial arts hall. Yi Xian ascended the steps. This hall cannot protect you. Entering the hall, he arrived at the training area, where numerous practitioners from the Fusang Martial Hall were training. Upon seeing the stranger, they all turned to look. Who are you? The martial hall instructor glared at Yi Xian with hostility, daring to intrude into my Lusheng Martial Arts Hall. Hand over Lin Tianbei. Casting a glance at the instructor, Yi Xian's killing intent surged. With that proclamation, dozens of martial hall elites surged forward. Lin Tianbei was a distinguished guest of their Lusheng Martial Arts Hall. It seems they are all in cahoots. With the ability to see through, Lin Tianbei's whereabouts were laid bare within the depths of the martial arts hall. Get him out. The instructor, having no patience, directly commanded his subordinates to act. Kid, get lost. A late-stage Huang-level elite charged at Yi Xian with a punch, aiming to expel him from the hall. However, with a single palm strike, that late-stage Huang-level Fusang man was instantly killed. Baka, get him, cripple him. A throng from Lusheng Martial Arts Hall surged forward, and at that moment, several late-stage Xian-level experts approached, noticing Yi Xian's formidable strength. They exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. In mere moments, dozens of individuals were knocked over, including several late-stage Xian-level experts, who clutched their faces in pain and whimpered. Their gazes towards Yi Xian transformed. Is that guy a demon? How infuriating. Several instructors stared at Yi Xian, their expressions filled with disbelief. What level of power does that guy possess? It is important to note. Several of them were at the advanced stage of the profound realm, yet even so, they could not withstand a single move from that individual. Such skill must indicate at least the pinnacle of the profound realm. No wonder Lin Tianbei appeared so flustered. It seems a significant event has transpired in Jiang'an. Lin Tianbei. Shortly after, Yi Xian ventured deep into the martial arts hall, only to discover Lin Tianbei cowering behind a man. Lu Shengjun. It is this wretch who annihilated my Lin family. Lin Tianbei glared at Yi Xian with venomous hatred, genuinely astonished that this audacious fellow dared to pursue him to such an extent. Nonetheless, at this moment, he could not help but smirk internally. After all, he was well aware of Lu Xingquamu's strength, a being at the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Should he take action, that boy would undoubtedly meet his demise. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Tianbei's words, Lu Xingquamu directed his gaze at Yi Xian. Was it you who exterminated the Lin family? Such ruthlessness indeed. Over the years, their martial arts hall had amassed considerable wealth and benefits through the Lin family, and now that this young man had obliterated them, it signified a severance of their financial lifeline. Boy, if you sever your own arms, I may spare your life. Lu Xingquamu narrowed his eyes, regarding Yi Xian with an air of superiority, as if he were observing an insignificant insect. Spare my life. Casting a glance at Lu Xingquamu, Yi Xian smirked coldly. What are you? Impudent. The two pinnacle experts of the profound realm, enraged by his words, immediately launched a decisive attack on Yi Xian. Their strength was nearly on par with the heavenly realm, and they were also the two vice presidents of the martial arts hall. Bang! As they approached, Yi Xian struck down with a single palm, an overwhelming pressure causing both of them to crash to the ground. With a resounding thud, they fell before Yi Xian, their knees shattering with a sickening crunch. A piercing scream emanated from the two vice presidents, sending shockwaves through Lin Tianbei, who was hiding behind Lu Xingquamu. What? How was that possible? He was aware that these two were nearly invincible beneath the heavenly realm. So how could they be dispatched by that boy in a single move? Lu Xingquamu, equally astonished, looked at Yi Xian with keen interest, a heavenly realm expert. Quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianbei was utterly incredulous. What? This revelation truly shook him. He stared in disbelief at Yi Xian. This boy, not even 20 years old, is actually a heavenly realm expert. How can this be? A chilling realization dawned upon him, and he silently thanked his stars for arriving at Lu Xing's martial arts hall at the earliest sign of danger. Otherwise, he feared he would have already become a corpse. Do not wish to die? Then get lost. Casting a glance at Lu Xingquamu, Yi Xian chose not to pay further attention to him. After all, this fellow's strength, while commendable, was merely that. What an arrogant young man. Lu Xingquamu flexed his wrist, turning to Yi Xian, just in time for me to stretch my muscles. Come, let us exchange a few moves. Bang. In the next moment, Yagyu Kamoku, with his feet firmly planted on the ground, launched himself towards Yi Xian like a cannonball. His velocity astonishingly swift, revealing that he was no ordinary initial stage heavenly rank practitioner. Yi Xian's expression turned stern as he retaliated with a punch of his own, the two fists colliding with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. Crack! In an instant, the sound of shattering bones echoed, and a figure was sent flying backwards at an alarming speed, crashing into the ground several meters away. That boy must be gravely injured. Lin Tianbei, not yet having time to rejoice, was left in shock upon seeing the figure that had been sent hurtling backwards. What? It's actually Yagyu Kamoku. Is that boy still human? Gulp. Lin Tianbei stumbled, clearly flustered, desperately wishing to retreat unnoticed. Cough, cough. A disheveled Yagyu Kamoku looked incredulously at his opponent. Boy, you are not at the initial stage of the heavenly rank. At this moment, his internal organs had been shattered, and his vitality had been extinguished. Yet, he could hardly believe that a mere youth possessed strength at least equivalent to the mid-stage of the heavenly rank, if not stronger. Before his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Chapter 60. A New Identity. The leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance? How could this be? Lin Tianbei's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the corpse of Yagyu Kamoku not far away. This is impossible. The scene before him was an immense shock. That boy actually killed a heavenly rank expert? What kind of joke is this? Damn it. Who on earth are you? At this moment, he fully understood the magnitude of the existence the Lin family had offended, but he had never anticipated that Yin Ruoshi's man would be this formidable. Had he known, he would never have dared to lay a hand on him. Just then, Yi Xian began to stride towards Lin Tianbei, causing his pupils to constrict. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the head of the Lin family. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Yagyu family will not let you off lightly. Before he could finish his threat, Yi Xian's foot landed squarely on his face. Bang! With a forceful stomp, Lin Tianbei's head was crushed, a gruesome scene unfolding as Yi Xian's cold gaze settled on the corpse. What is the Yagyu family to me? It would be best not to provoke me, or I would not hesitate to annihilate the Yagyu clan. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause resonated from a short distance away. Yi Xian furrowed his brow upon noticing the lack of hostility from the newcomer. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Establish the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Reward: Breaking Shin Pill, X99.99. Note: this pill can elevate the realms below heavenly rank practitioners and significantly enhance the probability of breaking through to the heavenly rank. Oh. Upon hearing the mission reward, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. The reward was undeniably generous. Young friend, what audacity. The newcomer was an elderly man who gazed at Yi Xian with satisfaction. The Yagyu Martial Academy has long been a scourge in Jiangbei. You have done us a great service by eliminating a menace. And you are? Seeing the old man before him, Yi Xian's brow furrowed. For this individual possessed strength at the mid-stage of the heavenly rank, even surpassing Yagyu Kamoku. Hiki, it seems I have been presumptuous. The old man smiled slightly. Introducing himself, my name is Jun Jianchen, leader of the Jiangbei Martial Alliance. The Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance? Contemplating the system's tasks, one might speculate that the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance is an unforeseen ally bestowed by the system. Indeed. Jun Jianchen nodded emphatically and elucidated. The Martial Arts Alliance is a newly established force, headquartered in the imperial capital. With a total of 10 branches across the realm of Huaxia, Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance is one of them. Furthermore, the purpose of the Martial Arts Alliance is to address matters that the military is unable to handle directly, while remaining independent from military command. Upon hearing Jun Jianchen's words, Yi Xian began to comprehend. In essence, it resembles the ancient Jinhui, tasked with managing affairs shrouded in secrecy. However, it wields considerable authority. Jun Alliance leader. What is it that you seek from me? Yi Xian inquired, gazing at Jun Jianchen. Surely, you do not intend to hand me over to Fusang, do you? Not at all, Jun Jianchen replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. Dear friend, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I genuinely wish to befriend you and collaborate on the significant undertakings of the Martial Arts Alliance. Thus, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance as a venerated member. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Oh. Noticing a flicker of interest in Yi Xian's eyes, Jun Jianchen thought there was potential. You may not realize, but becoming a venerated member of our Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance would place your status on par with that of the leaders of various military factions, endowing you with substantial influence. Is that so? As Jun Jianchen articulated his thoughts, Yi Xian felt a decision brewing within him. This could serve as a formidable backing. Joining the Martial Arts Alliance was indeed a consideration. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian responded, however, I have a condition. A condition? Jun Jianchen was taken aback. Then contemplated. Pray, do share. It's quite simple. I shall not serve as a venerated member of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. I aspire to be the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. Upon hearing this, Jun Jianchen was momentarily stunned. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance? One of his subordinates furrowed his brow. But there is no branch of the Martial Arts Alliance in Jiangnan? Oh. Jun Jianchen immediately grasped Yi Xian's underlying intent and broke into a hearty laugh. Haha, excellent. I can certainly relay this proposal to the higher-ups in the imperial capital. Alliance leader, are you serious about proposing the establishment of the 11th branch of the Martial Arts Alliance? One subordinate gasped, clearly recognizing the implications. Given the remarkable capabilities displayed by Yi Xian, the higher-ups in the imperial capital would likely be eager to acquiesce. By the way, Jun Jianchen recalled. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yi Xian, he replied casually. Jun Jianchen nodded. Very well. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall be partners henceforth. You may return to Jiangnan. And once the higher-ups in the imperial capital provide their consent, I will send someone to assist you. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Xian took his leave from the martial arts pavilion. Gulping, the subordinate finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Alliance leader. Are you truly proposing the establishment of the 11th Martial Arts Alliance? Naturally. Jianchen unhesitatingly stated, casting a glance at the lifeless body of Lu Xing Kuei Mu. As for the reason, you may inspect the remains of Lu Shang Kuei Mu. The mention of a corpse prompted the frowning peak-level subordinate to approach the body of Lu Xingkuei. How could this be possible? After a thorough examination, the subordinate was astounded. Lu Xingkuei's internal organs had been reduced to a pulpy mass, and all this was the result of a single strike. The strength of Yi Xian was indeed formidable. It was then that the subordinate comprehended why their leader reacted so. Such power was truly terrifying. That Yi Xian is no ordinary individual. Jianchen gazed towards the direction in which Yi Xian had departed, contemplating the youth's age at such a tender age. He possesses at least mid-tier celestial power. Even I would struggle to achieve such a feat. The subordinate's eyelids twitched in disbelief. If even the leader could not accomplish this, did it not imply that this young man surpassed the leader in strength? Cough, cough. This being the case, it seems he is indeed qualified to serve as the leader of a branch alliance. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate bowed respectfully. Leader, I understand. Jianchen nodded slightly, then addressed the assembly. The actions of the Fusang faction have become increasingly excessive in recent years. Today's incident will be classified as top secret. If the Fusang faction exerts pressure, we shall claim that the enemies were too powerful for the Jiangbei Martial Alliance to handle. Yes, my lord. The subordinate replied respectfully, aware that their leader was adept at navigating such delicate matters. Truth be told, today's events were exhilarating. If the Fusang faction were to find out, they would surely be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Chapter 61. Little man, did you annihilate the Lin family? In the Jiangnan hospital, within the special care unit, Yan Shaoqian, relieved to see his sister unharmed, exhaled deeply. Sister, I'm sorry. I had no idea you were pregnant, and yet you went to rescue me. The thought of his sister nearly in peril filled Yan Shaoqian with remorse. It's all right. Yan Ruoshi affectionately ruffled her brother's hair. I am your sister. If I don't save you, who will? Uncle Ing. Yan Ruoshi suddenly recalled something and turned to him. What were you about to say earlier? Seeing that the young lady was safe, Uncle Ing also felt relieved, but he quickly shifted to the matter at hand. Indeed, young lady. The Lin family in Jiangnan has been annihilated. Moreover, the peak-level experts concealed within the Lin family have all perished. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. The Lin family has been destroyed. When did this happen? How is there no evidence whatsoever? The slaying of peak-level experts. Whoever did this possesses unimaginable strength. The Lin family has been obliterated. Yan Ruoshi narrowed her enchanting eyes, recalling the mysterious figure encountered during her prior perilous experience in the Bun. Could it be that person? Miss, do you know who it is? Uncle Ing inquired gravely, observing the change in his young lady's demeanor. I do not know. Yan Ruoshi shook her head, her brow furrowing. When I rescued Shaoqian earlier, a mysterious individual appeared. Had it not been for him, the consequences would have been dire. That person effortlessly slaughtered the peak-level guardian of the Lin family with a mere glance. Indeed, upon hearing this, Uncle Ying's heart trembled. The instantaneous annihilation of the pinnacle of the Xian level could very well be attributed to that individual. Taking a deep breath, Uncle Ing was astonished to realize that the person who had obliterated the Lin family inadvertently saved his own young lady. What a remarkable twist of fate. Listening to the unfolding narrative, Xiaoying cleared her throat and interjected. The moment these words were spoken, Yan Ruoshi's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, it was somewhat of a coincidence. Had that person arrived, even a moment later, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Just then, the door to the intensive care unit creaked open, and Yi Xian entered from outside. Is everything all right? Observing Yan Ruoshi's return to her usual flushed complexion, Yi Xian finally relaxed. All is well. Yan Ruoshi reassured him upon noticing the man beside her. Uncle Ing, sensing the moment, cleared his throat. Miss, young master, you may converse. Young master. We shall step outside for a moment, Xiaoying said, leading Yan Shaoqian out of the room, leaving the atmosphere to grow tranquil. Little man, I am so sorry. Yan Ruoshi expressed her self-reproach, acknowledging her impulsiveness this time. It's all right, Yi Xian comforted her, reflecting on the aftermath of the battle at the other courtyard. He could only imagine the precarious situation she had found herself in. Next time, remember to inform me first, regardless of the circumstances. Yan Ruoshi nodded obediently. An uncommon display of compliance, her heart still racing from the near disaster, having underestimated the Lin family's strength. By the way, at a certain moment, Yan Ruoshi pondered, Little man, did you annihilate the Lin family? Huh? Yi Xian paused, taken aback by her inquiry. The Lin family has been destroyed. How splendid. Was it truly not you? Yan Ruoshi's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Yi Xian, but to her disappointment, She found no hint of a flaw. It was not me. Yixian shook his head, then added, I had someone handle the bodies at the other courtyard, and then I returned. When did the Lin family meet their demise? Yixian feigned surprise, while Yin Ruoxi exhaled in relief, recounting the sequence of events, including the appearances of Shen Yi. I see, Yixian mused. Considering the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance, which would eventually enable him to gain complete control over Jiangnan, thus better safeguarding those he wished to protect. I hadn't anticipated your medical skills to be so exceptional. Yin Ruoxi observed the young man before her. The doctor had indicated that had it not been for the golden needle halting her brother's poison, the consequences would have been dire. It's nothing remarkable. Yixian replied vaguely, and thus, this little farce drew to a close. Xiaoxi. Shortly thereafter, Wei Lin and Luo Xiner arrived at the intensive care unit. With Luo Xiner displaying evident concern. Are you all right? Am I not fine now? Yin Ruoxi smiled, then turned to the pair. What brings you here? Sister-in-law? How could we not come after such a significant incident? Wei Lin squinted his eyes. We heard about it. The Lin family is indeed audacious. Initially, Wei Lin had contemplated using his connections to eradicate the Lin family, but he hesitated, fearing it might bring unnecessary trouble to his sister-in-law's family. At that moment, Uncle Ling also entered from outside. Ding. At that moment, Luo Xiner received a message on her phone. Staring at the message, Luo Xiner was taken aback. How can this be? The Jiangbei Lusheng Martial Arts Hall has been destroyed. Lusheng Martial Arts Hall? Upon hearing this, Uncle Ing was momentarily stunned, incredulously asking, Miss Xiner, are you referring to that Fuso Martial Arts Hall in Jiangbei? Is the news credible? Taking a deep breath, Uncle Ing inquired solemnly. Absolutely credible, Luo Xiner affirmed with a nod, adding, my second uncle is an elite member of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. And this matter is undoubtedly true. Hiss. Hearing this, Luo Xiner gasped in disbelief. Uncle Ing, is the Lusheng Martial Arts Hall truly formidable? Xiaoying, hearing this, frowned with curiosity, as it was the first time she had heard of such a name. Formidable is an understatement. Uncle Ing paused for a moment. Reflecting, the Lusheng Martial Arts Hall is one of the few martial arts halls established by Fuso in Huaxia, especially since its master, Lu Shengkomu, is said to be a transcendent expert beyond the peak of the Xian level. What? Xiaoying exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. A heavenly level expert. Who could possibly annihilate such a being? Indeed, Uncle Ling inhaled deeply, clearly shaken by the news. The death of a heavenly level expert is undoubtedly a nightmare for Jiangnan. Meanwhile, at the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce, bang, the door to the president's office was flung open, and a panicked figure rushed in. President, something has happened in Jiangbei. Huh? Hearing his subordinate's words, Meichuan Zhao Xiong's expression changed dramatically. What has happened? President, swallowing hard and taking a deep breath, replied, the Lusheng Martial Arts Hall has been completely annihilated, and Master Lu Shengkomu has been killed. What? Upon hearing this, Meichuan Zhao Xiong sprang to his feet, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at his subordinate. Lu Sheng has been killed. How is that possible? He is a heavenly level expert. Meichuan Zhao Xiong's face turned ashen. It was precisely because of Lu Sheng Kuemu's support that the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce had become a dominant force in Jiangnan over the years. Now, without his backing, the fate of the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce was dire. Useless. Taking a deep breath, Meichuan Zhao Xiong gazed at the expansive map of Jiangnan. It seems we must accelerate the acquisition plans for Jiangnan. The Tiexing Group, it is time to take action. Meichuan Zhao Xiong's gaze shifted toward the direction of the South China Sea. A glimmer of brilliance sparking at the corners of his mouth, the gold mine project. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. Chapter 62, the arrival of the 10,000 mercenary corps, settling in the South China Sea gold mine. Xiaoxi. In the intensive care unit, Luo Xiner hesitated before speaking. I might have to go to the South China Sea for a project tomorrow. However, that means I won't be able to accompany you. Go ahead, Yin Ruoxi smiled softly. I have nothing to worry about. I can be discharged after observation today. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. What are you saying? As they conversed, Yixian's phone rang. Hello, Director Yi. Upon connecting the call, a voice resonated from the other end. Hello, I am Wan Yifeng, the acting president of the Zhonghai Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Oh? Hearing the name of the Zhonghai Wanjin Chamber, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Is there something you need? Indeed, Wan Yifeng replied, taking a deep breath. Recently, various factions in Zhonghai have been stirring, seemingly aware that the Wanjin chamber is changing leadership and attempting to take advantage of the situation. I see. As Wang Yifeng elaborated, Yi Xian comprehended the gravity of the situation. The current landscape in Zhonghai was quite unfavorable for the Wanjin chamber, and his recent ascension would undoubtedly attract those with ulterior motives. Understood. I will arrange for assistance within the next few days. Thank you, Director Yi. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Wang Yifeng exhaled, finally releasing the tension that had been weighing on him. Just then, a group of individuals entered the intensive care unit, led by Director Chen Minxiu, flanked by specialists from various departments. Director Yi. Upon arriving at the intensive care unit, Director Chen respectfully announced, Miss Yan's test results are out. All examinations indicate normalcy, and she may proceed with discharge at any time. Uncle Ing sighed in relief, and the atmosphere in the room noticeably lightened. Director Yi? Wei Lin, puzzled, turned to Yi Xian. Boss, are you a director of Jiangnan Hospital? This gentleman might not be aware, another voice chimed in. Jiangnan Hospital now belongs to Director Yi. What? Luo Xiner was taken aback, casting an incredulous glance at her best friend's partner. Yi Xian, is this true? Indeed. Yi Xian confirmed with a nod, not wishing to conceal the truth, as this identity would inevitably come to light sooner or later. Luo Xiner felt a jolt of surprise. Although she was not well acquainted with Jiangnan, she recognized it as a coveted asset, sought after by many, and was astonished that her best friend's companion had secured it. In Jiangnan Hospital's parking lot, as Luo Xiner was about to enter her vehicle, she heard a voice that made her pause. Xiner, Shintiani? Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Xiner's expression shifted, as at that moment, Shun Tianyi approached with two companions. Oh. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback and then turned his gaze to the young man before him. Shin Tianyi. You there? Shin Tianyi directed his attention to Wei Lin. You must be Wei Lin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shin Tianyi, Xiner's fiancé. Silence. Luo Xiner's demeanor turned icy. That is your unilateral assumption. I have not consented. Is that so? Shin Tianyi smirked. That is of no consequence. You cannot escape now. With that, he reached out to take Luo Xiner away. Wei Lin was about to intervene but was halted by a formidable expert. This is not Zhonghai. Uncle Ing, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, prepared to act, but was intercepted by another late-stage expert. Such meager strength. Shin Tianyi glanced dismissively at Uncle Ing. Though this may not be Zhonghai, what does that matter? Today, no one shall impede me. Shin Tianyi chuckled coldly. He believed that once he engaged in a relationship with Luo Xiner, it would merely be a matter of time before he could leverage that to compel the Luo family of Zhonghai to submit. However, before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly knocked to the ground, the assailant being Yi Xian. Is that so? The Shin family of Zhonghai certainly has a grandiose opinion of itself. Young master. Upon witnessing their master's injury, two of his subordinates rushed forward, their gazes towards Yi Xian filled with murderous intent. You have quite the audacity. The formidable expert of the Shin family, at the late stage of the Xian level, glared at Yi Xian. Were it not for Uncle Ying's presence, he would have undoubtedly taken action to cripple that insolent youth. I shall remember you. Shin Tianyi's eyes glinted with malice. He was acutely aware that he was at a disadvantage in the current situation, yet he vowed that today's grievance would be repaid 100-fold. Let us go. With fierce determination in his eyes, Shin Tianyi understood that engaging further would only lead to his own detriment. As Shin Tianyi departed, Luo Xiner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Wei Lin felt a pang of discomfort as he watched his newly established relationship with his girlfriend become strained. The Shin family of Zhonghai. You are quite formidable. I had hoped to remain incognito, but it seems I can no longer afford that luxury. Yi Xian. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiner, Wei Lin's thoughts were tumultuous, and he expressed his regret. I am sorry for the trouble my association with Shin Tianyi has caused you. Shin Tianyi belonged to the Shin family, the foremost family in Zhonghai, a family that even the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce regarded with trepidation. After a brief pause, Luo Xiner continued, the reason for this is that the Shin family is protected by a heavenly-level expert. What? Uncle Ying's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Miss Xiner, are you saying that the Shun family of Zhonghai possesses a heavenly-level expert? The news clearly struck him profoundly, for a heavenly-level expert was not a mere ordinary powerhouse. Such an individual would be a formidable force that could utterly dominate the region of Jiangnan. Is that so? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Zhonghai. This is indeed unexpected. A heavenly-level master? Wei Lin sneered at this revelation. It's just a heavenly-level expert. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of dealing with Shin Tianyi. Reward, 10,000 mercenary core. Just then, the system's voice resonated in Yi Xian's ears. A smile crept across his lips upon hearing this. The 10,000 mercenary core was finally within his grasp. Detecting that the host now possesses the 10,000 mercenary core. Would you like to select a deployment location? Before Yi Xian could ponder this, the system's voice echoed again, momentarily startling him. Deployment location? Perhaps near the 3 gold mines. To station them there and eliminate any who dare to covet them. Understood, host. The system's voice promptly responded. And thus near the 3 gold mines appeared a formidable 10,000 mercenary corps, capable of sweeping through Zhonghai. The implications of this development for the dynamics of Zhonghai remained to be seen. Following this, he accessed his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18. Realm, peak of heavenly level abilities, divine driving skills, masterful massage, medical expertise, thunder control technique, culinary mastery. I have inside items, 30 shares of Yin Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card, Unlimited, Du Yuan No. 1 Manor, 100 shares of Tao Tai Group, 100-fold consumption rebate. Unlimited Spiritual Liquid, 100 shares of Dragon Domain Real Estate, Land of Jiang and No. 1, 100 shares of Sky High Liquor Tower, ownership of 3 gold mines. 100 shares of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, 100 shares of Jiang'an Hospital, 10,000, member Mercenary Core Wealth, 35. 93 billion. Gazing at his attributes panel, Yi Xian felt a wave of emotion. In just a few days, he would become the leader of the Jiang'an Martial Arts Alliance. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Curiously, he glanced at the screen. You little rascal, I will arrive in Jiang'an tomorrow. Chapter 63, The Arrival of Mother Yi. Extravagant spending commences. The following day, morning. The golden rays of the sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bedding, draping the entire room in a golden veil. Subsequently, it illuminated a stunningly beautiful face, none other than Yin Ruoshi. With a slight struggle, her enchanting eyes fluttered open, and she was greeted by the handsome visage of Yi Xian, causing her lips to curve into a smile. This little man looks quite dashing when he is quiet. With a flicker of her captivating gaze, Yin Ruoshi smirked. Little man, don't blame your sister for stealing a kiss. It's your fault for being too handsome. Having said that, her ruby lips pressed against his cheek. It felt rather delightful. She mused, enjoying the moment. Given her sisterly affection, she decided not to linger too long. Wearing a smile that dimmed the brilliance of light, she finally rose and exited the room. This girl certainly knows how to have fun. Yi Xian opened his eyes. He had awakened just as she did, completely taken aback by her audacity. Ding-ling. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he froze momentarily. Hello? Mom. Upon answering, his mother's voice came through. You little rascal, are you really staying at Du Yuan No. 1 Manor? Yi Xian felt a slight drowsiness fade. Mom, you're coming? Yes, I'll be there in a few minutes. All right. Yi Xian let out a breath of relief and added, just have the driver bring you in. After hanging up, Yi Xian murmured to himself. That girl seems unaware of my mother's impending arrival. A few minutes later, Miss, your son truly resides here. The driver, having brought Yi Xian's mother to the manor, was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Cough, cough. This is my first time here as well. I never imagined that boy would be so wealthy. Though Yi Xian's mother was unfamiliar with the market, it was evident that this manor was of considerable value. I truly envy you. The driver expressed his admiration. And at that moment, the car arrived at the villa entrance. Hello, Auntie. As they alighted from the vehicle, the melodious voices of 2 rows of young and charming maids resonated, leaving Ye's mother momentarily stunned. Each of these maidens embodied her ideal image of a daughter-in-law. Although her own daughter-in-law surpassed them in beauty, the driver, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished, exclaiming to himself that this was indeed the pinnacle of life. Such extravagance among the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Mother, you've arrived, Yi Xian announced as he emerged from the villa, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Ah. So this is Ruoshi, Yi's mother thought, her face breaking into a radiant smile upon seeing her son's stunning fiancée. How could she not feel elated that her son had found such a lovely partner, especially one who was carrying her grandchild? Hello, Andy, Ruoshi greeted, her dulcet voice making Yi's mother unable to suppress her joy. Her gaze then shifted to the boy beside Ruoshi. You must be Ruoshi's younger brother. Xiao Qian, right? Yes, Andy, you know me, he replied eagerly. Yi's mother nodded slightly, the atmosphere brimming with warmth and delight. Ruoshi, that lad hasn't he been troublesome for you, has he? She inquired, grasping her daughter-in-law's delicate hand with concern. Not at all, Ruashi said, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. In truth, the young man had been quite the victim of her playful teasing, especially when they first met. Yet, he was exceptionally good at feigning innocence despite his remarkable capabilities, a thought that made her feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. As they gathered around the dining table to relish a delicious bowl of noodle soup, Yi's mother was taken aback by the culinary skill displayed. "This is quite impressive," she exclaimed. "Indeed, isn't it?" Xiao Qian chuckled before adding, "Auntie, this was prepared by my brother-in-law." "Oh?" Yi's mother turned her astonished gaze toward her son. "When did you become such a culinary expert?" "I had no inkling of this talent." In that moment, she realized how much she had overlooked. Previously, this young man had never cooked a meal, and she could count the number of times he had entered the kitchen. It was no wonder he had managed to win over such a stunning daughter-in-law. His culinary skills must have played a significant role during the meal. A thought struck Yi's mother, prompting her to ask Ruashi, "Ruashi, how many months along are you now?" At her question, Ruashi's face turned a shade deeper red. "Almost 2 months," she replied. "I see." Yi's mother nodded. "You've been through quite a bit these days. It's a shame this rascal has mentioned it to me." She shot a disapproving glance at her son before gently inquiring, "Has the pregnancy been particularly difficult lately?" "It's been manageable," Ruashi said with a relieved sigh. Yi's mother then turned to Xiao Qian. "Let us go shopping for some maternity clothes this afternoon. As the months progress, many of your clothes will no longer fit, and I have experience in this area." "Thank you, Auntie." Ruashi felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Having grown up without parental companionship, she yearned deeply for the love and care of a mother figure. Such a silly girl, Yi's mother thought fondly. Yimu gently patted Yin Ruashi's head, reflecting, "Why be so courteous with me? That scoundrel must have accrued several lifetimes of fortune to marry such a beautiful girl like you. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Auntie for your willingness to consider this rascal." After breakfast, Yi Xian departed the estate in an elongated supercar, heading towards the commercial center. "Welcome." Inside the flagship store, Yimu gazed in awe at the dazzling array of clothing, bags, and jewelry, marveling at the stark contrast between the paradise of the wealthy and the hell of the impoverished. "Ruashi, feel free to indulge. Today, let this scoundrel foot the bill," Yi Xian boldly declared to his daughter-in-law. For now, with a beautiful daughter-in-law expecting his grandchild, she was the most cherished. "Indeed," Yin Ruashi replied obediently, nodding her head. Although their time together had been brief, she sensed that Yi Mu was a remarkably amiable and sensible individual. "Xiao Qian, buy whatever you desire. Your brother-in-law will cover the cost," Yi Xian exuberantly announced to his bewildered brother-in-law standing nearby. "Really?" Upon hearing his brother-in-law's words, Yin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Long live brother-in-law. Ruashi, what do you think of this bag?" "Not bad. Purchase it," Yi Xian decisively replied, with the entire family indulging in shopping. It was a rare opportunity to splurge. He wouldn't hesitate to spend lavishly, even to the extent of buying out the entire mall. "This dress is lovely as well. Buy it." Thus, under the envious gaze of the sales staff, he extravagantly acquired item after item. Approximately half an hour later, the cashier cheerfully announced, "Sir, the total for these items is 1,478,000. You may proceed with a payment of 1,470,000. The cashier took a deep breath, as such an extravagant expenditure was not a common occurrence. With a successful card swipe, the group departed the flagship store amid the respectful farewells of the staff. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 1,470,000, triggering a 100-fold return and receiving 14.7 billion. At the Royal Maternity Store, Yimu excitedly held a baby outfit, asking, "Ruashi, how about this little outfit? It's quite charming. Buy it." Yi Xian transformed into a willing accomplice, while Yin Xiaoqian busied himself with a transformer toy acquired from the shopping spree, knowing that it would surely evoke envy among his classmates upon returning to school. Under Yi Mu's guidance, they proceeded to purchase a maternity bag, diapers, formula, and more. "Dear, Auntie is truly fond of you," the sales staff remarked, observing Yi Mu's hands-on approach, requiring no assistance from Yin Ruashi. Indeed, Yin Ruashi nodded, though she was uncertain about what else to prepare, given her lack of experience. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 140,000, triggering a 100-fold return and receiving 21.4 billion. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 1,760,000, triggering a 100-fold return and receiving 17.6 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 560,000, triggering a percentage return and receiving 25.6 billion. The sound of 100-fold rebates echoed in Yixian's ears, providing him with a modicum of solace. Upon leaving the shopping mall, Yin Ruashi appeared somewhat fatigued and dozed off in the passenger seat. Her propensity for sleep had notably increased in recent days. It was not until they returned to the villa, accompanied by the sound of the brakes, that Yin Ruashi stirred awake. How did I fall asleep? She yawned, bewildered. Nothing to worry about, Ye's mother remarked with a gentle smile. It's quite common during pregnancy. Resting well is beneficial for the baby. Oh, Yin Ruashi nodded, somewhat understanding. As the maids began bustling about, hauling an array of packages into the villa, despite the collective effort of the maids, it took quite some time to move everything in. Young madam, you are truly fortunate, the maids exclaimed, marveling at the living room filled with an abundance of items that would be useful during pregnancy. Feeling the warmth of affection surrounding them. By the way, Ye's mother, who had spent the day with them, chuckled, You little rascal, I'm leaving now. What? You're not staying for a couple of days? Yixian was taken aback by his mother's words. No, I have a mountain of work awaiting my attention. I'll come back when I'm less busy, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Ruashi, farewell, she said, casting a satisfied glance at her daughter-in-law. Are you sure you won't stay a few days, Auntie? Yin Shaoqian chimed in, while He Huang merely glanced at the siblings, seemingly unimpressed by their request for privacy. Goodbye, Auntie. They waved as she disappeared from sight. Cough, cough. Well then, sister, I'll go do my homework, Yin Shaoqian announced, hastily retreating into the villa. Yixian noted his brother-in-law's perceptiveness with a smirk. Yin Ruashi sighed deeply, reflecting on the day's events. Little man, thank you. Is that so? My dear Ruashi, how do you intend to express your gratitude to your husband? He gazed at her delicate visage, unable to resist planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. You. Yin Ruashi felt taken by surprise, her beautiful eyes narrowing at Yixian. You little man, just wait and see. As their gazes locked in an emotionally charged moment, a sudden ringtone interrupted them. Behave yourself. It's my mom calling. Yin Ruashi answered the phone, and after Yixian's soothing presence, she felt less resistant to her mother than before. Hello, Mom. Ruashi, what are you up to? Yan's mother asked, tension palpable in her voice. It seemed to be their first conversation of this nature. I'm just here, Yin Ruashi replied, her cheeks flushing as she sensed Yixian's mischievous grin. Instinctively reaching for him playfully. Ouch. Yixian gasped, taken aback by her feisty nature. Little Yi, are you nearby? Yan's mother continued. Tonight your father has requested that you bring little Yi over for a family dinner to properly express your gratitude. With that, Yan's mother exhaled in relief, adding, I won't keep you any longer. Beep, beep, beep. With that, she ended the call. You see, you made my mother misunderstand. Yin Ruashi glared at the fellow beside her, placing the blame squarely on him. Misunderstand what? It was merely an interruption. You still dare to speak. Yin Ruashi's enchanting eyes sparkled as she blushed and fixed her gaze on a certain individual. Little man, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. With that, she lunged towards Yixian, claws at the ready. Ding. The host has triggered a task. Attend the family banquet with a random reward of 10 supercars. Oh. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. 10 supercars as a random reward. This system certainly knows how to have fun. After dinner, Yin Ruashi returned to her room to freshen up, while Yixian sensed the approach of a formidable presence. A moment later, in a secluded corner of the estate, Yixian entered the arena. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, bowing respectfully. Subordinate Luo Qianren pays respects to the alliance leader. Hearing the title, Yixian was momentarily stunned. You were sent by Jun Jinshin? Ahem. Yes, alliance leader. Luo Qianren coughed lightly and introduced himself. I am an elite member of the Jianbei Martial Arts Alliance, and Jun Alliance leader is my direct superior. My mission here is to fully assist the alliance leader in establishing the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. Yixian scrutinized Luo Qianren before asking, What is your relationship with Luo Xiner? Observing Luo Qianren, Yixian questioned him, for there was a striking resemblance between him and Luo Xiner. Ahem. Does the alliance leader know Xiner? Luo Qianren asked, somewhat bewildered, having not returned to the Luo family for quite some time. Yes. My girlfriend is a close friend of Luo Xiner. Yixian nodded slightly, causing Luo Qianren's heart to tremble. What? Is that so? To be honest, Alliance Leader. I am actually Xinur's second uncle. No wonder. Yi Xian nodded, realizing why they bore such a likeness. Since you are Luo Xinur's second uncle, then you are one of us. There is no need for excessive formality in the future. Yes, Alliance Leader. Luo Qianren bowed deeply, beginning to understand why Jun Alliance Leader had sent him here. In the late stage of the Xian level, sensing Luo Qianren's strength, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although impressive, it is insufficient for intimidation. Drink this. Yi Xian tossed a vial of spiritual liquid to Luo Qianren. This is Alliance Leader. Luo Qianren inhaled the fragrant liquid, realizing it seemed extraordinarily beneficial to his body. Without further thought, he swallowed it in one gulp, knowing that henceforth, this Yi Xian would be his superior. Whoosh. Then, dozens of golden needles in Yi Xian's hand transformed into golden light, swiftly embedding themselves into various acupoints around Luo Qianren's body. Buzz. Immediately, a surge of robust energy erupted from within Luo Qianren, and in an instant, his power broke through to the pinnacle of the Xian level. An aura radiated outward, causing Luo Qianren's clothes to flutter without wind. Time passed, and finally, Luo Qianren opened his eyes, feeling the dense power within him. Astonished, I am but a step away from the Tian level. Chapter 65. Those who lay a finger on my brother's woman are my enemies. Gratitude for the benevolence of the Alliance Leader. With a thud, Luo Qiandun knelt on one knee, his eyes brimming with unmasked appreciation. His excitement was entirely understandable. After all, although the Luo family was the second most prominent family in Zhonghai, life had not been easy for them, particularly with the Shin family holding an iron grip over the region as the undisputed overlords. In recent years, the Shin family had covertly and overtly targeted the Luo family, fearful that one day the Luo family might usurp their position as the foremost family in Zhonghai. This sentiment was not without merit, as it is said that one cannot allow others to rest peacefully by their side. This phenomenon was not unique to Zhonghai. It was evident throughout Jiangnan and other regions. However, the situation in Zhonghai was particularly pronounced. Now, he stood on the precipice of reaching the heavenly level, which meant that the Luo family no longer needed to regard the Shin family with such trepidation. Of course, the reason the Shin family had refrained from taking action against the Luo family was twofold. First, the Luo family had considerable heritage, and second, his position as a confidant of Jun Jianchen, the leader of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance, afforded them some protection. It was often said that one need not be overly concerned about their own. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively and then proclaimed, from this day forth, you shall serve as the vice leader of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. The moment those words left his lips, Luo Qiandun gasped in astonishment. What? Indeed. The sudden arrival of such happiness left him somewhat disoriented. Are you unwilling? Yi Xian inquired, observing Luo Qiandun's bewilderment with a smile. Ahem. No. Of course, I am willing. Luo Qiandun quickly replied, fully aware of the significance of this position. It was a role entirely different from his previous one. Although he was uncertain about the strength of the current alliance leader, the fact that the higher-ups in the imperial capital had approved the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance suggested that their power was likely at least at the initial stage of the heavenly level. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward Zhonghai and asked, I heard from Luo Xiner that the Shun family in Zhonghai has arranged a marriage with her? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiandun sighed. It is not entirely accurate. To be candid, my elder brother is reluctant to engage in such a union. However, the Shun family is far too formidable for the Luo family to contend with. My brother did not officially agree, but he did not outright refuse either. With a bittersweet smile, he continued, initially, my brother resisted, but the Shin family pressed their advantage, threatening to expel the Luo family from Zhonghai if they did not comply. Is that so? Yi Xian remarked, noting Luo Qiandun's clenched jaw, and then smiled. If that is the case, it can be addressed. My brother, Wei Lin, is currently Luo Xiner's boyfriend. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiandun's heart stirred. The news of the alliance leader's brother being Xiner's boyfriend was indeed a significant boon for the Luo family. Yes, Yi Xian nodded, recognizing the excitement in Luo Qiandun's expression and understanding his thoughts. As Wei Lin's superior, I wish to present the Luo family with a gift as a betrothal token. A gift? Luo Qiandun inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. That would be splendid. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then remarked, this gift will bestow the Luo family with a celestial level master. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qianren's mind reverberated. The notion of the Luo family possessing a celestial-level master indeed struck him with considerable force. A celestial-level master? After a moment's pause, he regained his composure. Now, the Luo family surely knew what course to take. Yu Xian, in his earnest consideration for his brother's lifelong happiness, continued. I care not who the foremost family in Zhonghai may be. One thing is certain, Luo Xian shall only be the woman of my brother Wei Lin. From this day forth, anyone who dares to covet my brother's woman shall be my enemy. Yes, leader. Upon hearing his leader's declaration, Luo Qianren comprehended the gravity of the situation. Implicit in his words was the understanding that even if the Xin family of Zhonghai were to intervene, they would be regarded as adversaries by the leader. Thus, it seemed the Luo family's opportunity for resurgence was approaching. Moreover, observing Luo Qianren's expression, Yi Xian continued. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the 3 gold mines are under my purview. Henceforth, you, the Luo family, may negotiate cooperation with them. What? At this revelation, Luo Qianren's heart skipped a beat. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce actually belongs to you, leader? Furthermore, there are those 3 gold mines as well. The implications were staggering. He had previously heard from his niece that she had become the financial director of the Taodai Group and had returned to Zhonghai to oversee the 3 gold mines, intending to challenge her father. Wait. Soon, Luo Qianren realized something. Clearing his throat, he looked towards his leader and asked, Leader, could it be that the Taodai Group in Jiangnan also belongs to you? Indeed, Yu Xian did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. Not only the Taodai Group, but also Longyu Real Estate, Jiangnan Hospital, and Jiangnan University are all mine. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianren's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What astonishing revelations had he just heard? This meant that the leader had already grasped control over a significant portion of Jiangnan, and perhaps even half of Zhonghai. Such a vast scheme was utterly terrifying. Leader. Truly remarkable. Even someone as seasoned as Luo Qianren was awed by the leader's grand design. This is inconsequential. Yi Xian gently shook his head, and then handed Luo Qianren 100 portions of spiritual liquid, continuing, this is the same kind of spiritual liquid from before. Henceforth, utilize it to develop the Jiangnan Martial Alliance's influence. Remember, as long as loyalty and potential are present, one's background is of no consequence. Yes, leader. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianren felt a surge of excitement. The implication that one's background was irrelevant meant that these spiritual liquids could also be distributed to the Luo family members, correct? With this thought, he felt a rush of fervor if the Luo family were to be endowed with such spiritual liquids. What could the Mirshan family of Zhonghai possibly threaten them with? Shani, Yu Xian then called out, and soon a figure materialized in the arena. Master. Upon entering the arena, Shani respectfully bowed to Yu Xian, startling Luo Qianren at the sudden appearance. How swift. However, as his gaze fell upon Shani, he was taken aback by the palpable aura, a heavenly-level powerhouse. At this moment, Luo Qianren was utterly unsettled. My heavens! A heavenly-level expert under the command of the Alliance leader. How could this be possible? Yu Xian nodded slightly, then turned his attention to Luo Qianren. Luo Qianren, henceforth, Shen Yi will assist you in the establishment of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. Any who obstruct the creation of the alliance shall be dealt with severely. Kill. Understood. Luo Qianren replied solemnly. With a heavenly-level expert at his side, he felt invincible. It is well known that any heavenly-level master could easily serve as the leader of a martial arts alliance, and yet this individual addressed the alliance leader as master. One could only imagine the extent of the leader's influence. In the eyes of the leader, even the Shun family of Zhonghai was insignificant. At this moment, Luo Qianren felt a bright future ahead of him. Whether it was the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance or the Luo family of Zhonghai, he had never felt such boundless energy. Chapter 66. Little man, am I heavenly level already? Go forth, Yi Xian said, observing the eager Luo Qianren. Yes, my lord. I take my leave. After bowing, Luo Qianren exited the estate without drawing attention, and this night would forever alter the fate of the Luo family in Zhonghai. My lord, should we monitor this person? Shani inquired, frowning as he watched Luo Qianren depart. No need, Yu Xian replied with a slight shake of his head. Luo Qianren is astute. He knows what to do. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of establishing the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance. Reward, Breaking Xian Pill, X9999. Oh, not long after Luo Qianren left, a voice from the system echoed in Yi Xian's ears. Breaking Xian Pill? This is quite a prize. With a hint of curiosity, Yi Xian retrieved a pill, and soon a rich medicinal fragrance radiated from the breaking Xian pill, permeating the surroundings. "Master, what is this?" Shen Yi asked, his heart racing as he sensed the extraordinary nature of the item. "A type of medicinal pill." Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Shen Yi. "Since you are here, why not test its effects?" Thus, he tossed the pill to Shen Yi. "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, Shen Yi consumed the pill, not pausing even to consider whether it was a mysterious remedy or poison. Buzz. Immediately, an intense energy surged within Shen Yi, spreading throughout his limbs and body, creating a sensation akin to a baptism. "Oh." Observing the change in Shen Yi's aura, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Take another one." "Yes." Shen Yi did not dare to delay, as he too sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. Boom. With the consumption of yet another elixir, Shen Yi finally encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough, ascending to a new realm. As he opened his eyes, the energy within him dissipated into nothingness, mid-level celestial. The result was quite commendable. Yi Xian was taken aback by this outcome, having not anticipated that the breaking yuan pill would be effective even for celestial experts. Indeed, it was worthy of its origin from the system. Grateful for the master's gift. With a resounding thud, Shen Yi knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Rise," Yi Xian said with a slight smile, then produced 300 elixirs. "Here, distribute 2 elixirs to each of your subordinates. The remainder, you may arrange as you see fit." "Yes, master." Shen Yi swallowed hard, genuinely astonished by his master's generosity. Goodness, just 2 of these elixirs had propelled him from the initial to the mid-level of celestial. If bestowed upon the divine guards, their overall strength would surely increase significantly. Your subordinate takes his leave. Overflowing with enthusiasm, Shen Yi eagerly anticipated enhancing his subordinate's strength, for it would enable them to serve their master more effectively. The breaking yuan pill is indeed impressive, Yi Xian mused, savoring the lingering fragrance of the elixir on his fingertips. "I wonder if it would be beneficial if I consumed it myself." The system's response informed him that as the host had already reached the peak of celestial, the effects of the breaking yuan pill would be negligible. Utilizing it at the host's current level would indeed be a waste. Surprised by the system's words, Yi Xian paused. Very well. Clearly, he understood that receiving such a reward for his cultivation was already an extraordinary boon, so he did not dwell on it further. It was time to return. Gazing at the brightly illuminated villa in the distance, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Such a remarkable item must certainly be used by that girl. Shortly thereafter, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen of the villa, as Yi Xian prepared a steaming bowl of noodle soup, casually adding an elixir into the mix. Gurgle, gurgle. The fragrance of the soup filled the air, and Yin Ruoshi, already feeling a bit hungry, found her stomach protesting louder. "Little man, I won't hold back then." Yin Ruoshi looked at the soup, slurping it down without regard for her image, its taste as delightful as ever. Not bad. In no time, she finished the bowl of soup, while the maids began tidying up the living room. Just then, a humming sound resonated. Huh? A surge of energy enveloped her, as Yin Ruoshi's strength surged to the celestial level, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Ruoshi, my dear, you have," sensing the change in her aura. Yi Xian feigned surprise. "You've broken through." This?" Yin Ruoshi was slightly dazed, exclaiming in astonishment. It seems so. The sudden shift had clearly caught her off guard. "My little Ruoshi, truly remarkable." Yi Xian gazed at the girl before him, giving her a thumbs up. "Humph, of course. Just look at who I am." Yin Ruoshi, with a touch of haughtiness, was blissfully unaware that the little man she spoke of was the true instigator. Just then, the maid seemed to sense something and glanced over. "Look, the young mistress's complexion has improved again. Indeed, she appears even more beautiful." The chattering of the maids made Yin Ruoshi feel as though she were in a dream. "Little man, have I truly reached the celestial level? How impressive." Yi Xian nodded, contemplating that her enhanced strength would surely elevate her combat prowess significantly. It was just the right opportunity to test it tonight. Ding. Due to the host assisting Yin Ruoshi in breaking through to the celestial level, the reward of breaking Xian pill is doubled. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, amazed at the unexpected twist. However, the system was quite generous. Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Feed the Black Sovereign 10 breaking Xian pills. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Without allowing Yi Xian a moment to ponder, the system's mission notification chimed in. 10 years of cultivation. Upon hearing the mission reward, Yi Xian could not help but narrow his eyes. The reward he was most concerned about had arrived. Feeding 10 breaking Xian pills to the Black Sovereign? Indeed. The system seemed to understand that the Black Sovereign was no ordinary being. Little man, I'm going to take a bath. After breaking through to the celestial level, Yin Ruashi felt a sense of discomfort throughout her body and thus retreated to her room. Yes, wash up and wait for your man. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Yin Ruashi's enchanting eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed. Hiki, the future is indeed something to look forward to. With a slight smile, Yi Xian made his way outside the villa. Woof woof. Before long, the Black Sovereign, responding to the call, bounded out and circled Yi Xian several times. Without further ado, Yi Xian tossed 10 breaking Xian pills into the air and stated, "Here, have these." Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Black Sovereign accurately snatched up all 10 pills, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying energy erupted from within the Black Sovereign, causing the second layer of the spell seal to crack significantly, showcasing the immense efficacy of the 10 breaking Xian pills. Oh well. Following this, the Black Sovereign let out a triumphant howl, and Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. Is the Black Sovereign about to break through? Chapter 67. No more pretense. I actually have a master who is a great being. Had it truly broken through? After the Black Sovereign's howl, its power unmistakably ascended to the mid-celestial level. Although it was merely a small advancement, the surge in combat strength was immeasurable. It even felt as if the late celestial stage was within reach. Crack. As its claws struck the ground, the lawn could hardly bear the pressure, fracturing underfoot. What woof. The exhilarated Black Sovereign gazed up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of majesty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of feeding the Black Sovereign 10 breaking Xian pills. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. The blessing of 10 years of cultivation surged forth. Boom. In the preceding moment, the Black Sovereign, howling at the heavens, was abruptly cast aside by an overwhelming force, nearly landing in an undignified manner. Its eyes, imbued with a semblance of humanity, gazed in astonishment at Yi Xian. Swiftly, Shen appeared not far away, observing the scene with profound shock. The master was on the verge of a breakthrough. How formidable! Even as a mid-tier celestial, Shen felt as insignificant as an ant in the presence of the master's imposing aura. Eventually, Yi Xian's essence stabilized, then dissipated into the void. The aura momentarily retracted. The master had ascended to such an extraordinary level. However, at that moment, the Black Sovereign, unwilling to submit, bared its fangs and charged at Yi Xian, seemingly intent on reclaiming its earlier dignity. Yet, before it could draw near, Yi Xian, having appeared at an unexpected moment, sent it flying several meters with a swift slap, eliciting a pitiful yelp. That single strike left the Black Sovereign questioning its very existence. The innate realm. Sensing his own prowess, Yi Xian squinted slightly, aware from the system that beyond the celestial level lies the innate realm, and above that, the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. Indeed, quite remarkable. Yi Xian's spirits soared as he turned to the wary Black Sovereign. Come here, let me see if I can assist you in breaking the cursed seal. The previously despondent Black Sovereign, upon hearing this, scrambled to its feet and ingratiatingly approached Yi Xian, rubbing against his trousers. This sight would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded. Look at you, Yi Xian remarked, rolling his eyes at the Black Sovereign's antics, though he chose not to voice any further criticism. With a swift motion, he produced several golden needles, employing intricate techniques to channel his energy and attempt to break the cursed seal. As the initial strength of the innate realm surged forth, augmented by the Thunder God technique, the previously unyielding fissures expanded once more, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound. The rifts proliferated, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the cursed seal. Gulp. Witnessing this spectacle, Shen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What on earth is the Black Sovereign's origin? Celestial late stage. Celestial pinnacle. At a certain moment, the Black Sovereign's aura surged to the pinnacle of the celestial realm before halting, while the cursed seal lay shattered and on the brink of complete destruction. Yet, despite Yi Xian's relentless efforts, it remained unyielding. So resilient? Yi Xian furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the tenacity of the Black Sovereign's second cursed seal. Nevertheless, the creature's power surging to the celestial pinnacle exceeded all expectations. Observing the Black Sovereign, now invigorated with newfound strength, Yi Xian smacked his lips, realizing another revelation. That is to say, beneath the second cursed seal, he detected a third, with its strength escalating exponentially. Ding! The host has triggered a mission to alter the little one's constitution. Reward: Breaking Heaven Pill, 9,999. Note: this elixir can enhance the realm of innate masters, and significantly increase the probability of breaking through to the innate level. The system detected that the host lacked knowledge of formations and generously bestowed upon him the mastery of formations. Consequently, a wealth of information regarding formations flooded into Yixian's mind. Spirit gathering formation, spirit locking formation, and killing trap formation at that moment. Yixian possessed the expertise of a master in formations, even gaining a profound understanding of the Black Emperor's sealing techniques. Goodness! Listening to the system's voice, Yixian couldn't help but twitch his lips. What on earth is this? The system seems to be steering him towards creating a little monster. However, transforming one's physique is no small feat. It appears this will be a long-term endeavor. Gulp. Upon returning to the villa, Yixian found Yin Ruoxi freshly emerged from her bath, and he stood there, momentarily frozen, swallowing hard. Is she beautiful? Yes. Yixian nodded earnestly. Incredibly beautiful. Hiki, little man, you are quite perceptive. Upon seeing Yixian's reaction, Yin Ruoxi understood everything. However, after her breakthrough to the celestial level, she felt her entire aura had transformed. Come. Tonight sister will turn your card. All right. Time passed, and eventually, Yin Ruoxi leaned against Yixian, savoring the warmth of the moment. By the way, Yin Ruoxi suddenly remembered something and squinted at the man beside her. Little man, honestly tell me, what is your current strength? Even though she had broken through to the celestial level, she felt an air of mystery surrounding him. Moreover, after the previous battle, she increasingly suspected that the little man was far more formidable than just the Xian level. While enjoying the delightful scent of the enchanting woman and playing with her flowing hair, he replied, actually, I am also at the celestial level. What? Although Yin Ruoxi had her suspicions, feeling the profound strength within him, she became quite unsettled. Little man, how can you possibly be only 18 years old? Truly. Yin Ruoxi was astonished. Initially, she had contemplated whether he had some means to conceal his strength, but she never expected him to be even more powerful than her. Who had just entered the celestial level? How about that? Your man is impressive, right? Yixian teased with a smile, then added, no more pretending. I actually have a master who is exceptionally skilled. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoxi narrowed her captivating eyes. An exceptionally skilled master? Indeed. Yixian nodded earnestly and continued. My master prides himself on being the strongest in ancient martial arts, existing above the innate level. He said I have a romantic tribulation in my destiny, and only by overcoming it can I break through my bottleneck. Transforming into a sage, Yixian spoke earnestly. Whether others believed him was uncertain, but Yin Ruoxi certainly accepted his words. What a joke. Only this could explain everything about him. I see. Yin Ruoxi understood why he had previously feigned being an ordinary person. Are you implying that I am your romantic tribulation? As she spoke, her enchanting eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed. Yes. Yixian nodded slightly, and continued, in fact, my enrollment at Jiangnan University was also orchestrated by my master to help me navigate the tribulations of the world. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoxi was genuinely taken aback, as if a new realm had been unveiled before her. Chapter 68, Nurturing the Little One, the debut of the Goldmine Mercenary Corps. Navigating the world to overcome tribulations? Under Yixian's persuasion, Yin Ruoxi fell into deep contemplation. Over the years spent with his master, Yixian had been gently guiding her, and upon sensing the opportune moment, he added, I have also learned some formations. Among them, there exists a technique that can transform the constitution of a fetus, ensuring that it is born intelligent and exceptional. Is that true? Listening to this intriguing claim, Yin Ruoxi cast a skeptical glance at him. Little man, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? Of course not. Yixian smiled faintly. You will know for sure soon. All right, I'll trust you this once. After pondering for a moment, Yin Ruoxi gazed at him, convinced that he would not harm her child. Come, lie down. I will help you with the acupuncture. Yin Ruoxi blushed, and Yixian subsequently witnessed an indescribable scene. With a hum, as the golden needle flickered, it precisely pierced her lower abdomen. He then crushed 3 broken profound pills, merging their pure medicinal potency with spiritual liquid to establish a small gathering array around the little one. In this manner, he nurtured the unborn child. Exhaling deeply, he felt a touch of nervousness during his first attempt, taking several minutes to complete the formation. Ruoxi, how do you feel? It feels quite comfortable, warm and cozy. Yin Ruoxi replied, stealing a glance at the little man before her, noticing that even the symptoms of her pregnancy had somewhat lessened. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Indeed, your man also wishes to remain low-key, But alas, my strength does not allow it. Observing his smug demeanor, Yin Ruoshi's enchanting eyes sparkled. This little man was indeed climbing the ladder of success. Such audacity. Yin Ruoshi rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. But thank you. Why thank me? This is what a husband should do. Uft, who are you calling husband? Don't spout nonsense. Yin Ruoshi's face flushed, and she seemed to exude even more femininity. Humph. Don't think that being good to the little one will make me treat you well. Nonetheless, a blissful smile graced her face. Meanwhile, near the 3 gold mines of Zhonghai, dozens of figures appeared in the area, and at the forefront stood Shinya Zuka, the vice president of the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce. My lord, this is the place. Shinya Zuka nodded slightly, his aura radiating the peak of the Xian level, indicating the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce's significant investment in the gold mine project. Since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Shinya Zuka surveyed the surroundings, a smirk playing on his lips. Hee, as expected of President Shinya. Subsequently, a figure emerged from the shadows, and soon dozens of formidable presences materialized in the arena. The second master of the Shin family, renowned throughout the land. Chiba Tsuka nodded slightly, recognizing that the individual before him possessed strength equal to his own. It was evident that the Shin family was determined to seize this gold mine. President Chiba, you were too kind, Shin Qianshan responded, gesturing with his right hand. As per our prior arrangements, this is the explosive. Excellent. Let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. They exchanged pleasantries, preparing to advance towards the gold mine. Suddenly, within mere minutes of their journey, both men's expressions turned grave as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Who dares? Such audacity in coveting the gold mine? A commanding voice echoed, and a formidable man appeared, flanked by thousands of troops encircling both parties. What is this? The duo felt the powerful aura emanating from the 2 men beside the newcomer, their expressions darkening. Peak Xian level. Who are you? Chiba Tsuka's heart sank. He had never anticipated such a scene unfolding. When had such a force emerged in Zhonghai, and why was there no warning? The intruder was none other than the mercenary group stationed under Yi Xian, led by the formidable Xiao Tianzhan. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Without further ado, Xiao Tianzhan cast a glance around and issued the command. Understood, boss. The elite mercenaries surged forward, all of them Xian-level experts, over 100 strong. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. The expressions of Chiba Tsuka and his companion shifted dramatically, realizing the terrifying strength of the Taodai Group as subordinates. In an instant, the hundreds of masters from both sides were caught off guard and fell victim to a brutal slaughter. Boss, we're on our way. The 2 vice leaders, observing the situation, narrowed their eyes and joined the fray. Humph. Chiba Tsuka and his companion rushed toward the 2 vice leaders, knowing that allowing them to join would only worsen their predicament. However, before they could act, they were struck and sent flying by a terrifying force. Cough, cough. Both men were grievously injured, their faces pale as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. How is this possible? Shin Qianshan's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Xiao Tianzhan. A heavenly level expert. You're truly a heavenly level powerhouse. This is bad. We must retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Qianshan and Chiba Tsuka turned to flee, knowing they were no match for a heavenly level expert. Staying any longer would lead to certain death. Swish. A blade flashed, and before they could escape, they crashed to the ground, lifeless. An instant kill against peak Xian level. This scene sent shockwaves through both factions. What? The vice president has been slain. Second master? No. In their moment of shock, the elite mercenaries swiftly eliminated the remaining foes. Boss, it's done. 2 vice leaders spoke excitedly, as it was the first engagement of their mercenary group, though they regretted it had not been more exhilarating. Xiao Tianzhan observed the scene and nodded slightly. Clear the battlefield. We must not leave any traces. Anyone who dares to touch the gold mine shall be eliminated. Yes, boss. The mercenaries responded solemnly, then orderly retreated, leaving only a few dozen to tidy up the area. Half an hour later, at the Shin residence in Zhonghai. Master, there's been an incident. A subordinate, with a grave expression, entered the room of the head of the family, Shun Qianren. Second master, they have gone missing. Boom. Upon hearing this, Shun Qianren's face changed drastically as he sprang from his seat. What did you say? The second master is missing. Can we confirm this? This news struck him hard, for his second brother was a peak Xian level master. Even if he were to face defeat, he should be able to protect himself. Moreover, there were experts from the Jiang and Meichuan Chamber of Commerce involved. Could it be that the Meichuan Chamber had made a move? Considering this, Shin Qianren dialed Meichuan's Wuxiong's number, but his expression darkened upon hearing the response. Crack. After hanging up, the phone shattered in his hand. 2 peak Xian-level masters have been killed, without even a chance to send a warning. Could it be a Tian-level master? Chapter 69. You are my wife. Who else should I pamper? Bang. Just then, the door swung open, and a figure with an icy demeanor entered the room. Father. I want to kill. Shen Tianyi, with a gloomy expression and fierce eyes, was filled with rage at the thought of being struck by a brash young man in Jiangnan. What is the matter? Shen Qianren, already in a foul mood, felt his irritation grow upon seeing his son's demeanor. Father, you don't understand. I went to Jiangnan intending to take Luo Xiner by force, but then that brat appeared. Useless. Hearing his son's complaints, Shen Qianren felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. How could the head of the Shen family, who had maintained control for decades, have produced such a worthless offspring? If he couldn't even deal with a young punk, how would he ever manage the Shen family in the future? Father, Shen Tianyi was bewildered by the reprimand. Was this really the indulgent father he had known? Enough. Shen Qianren interrupted his son with a wave of his hand. Killing is not an option right now. Your second uncle is likely in trouble. He glared at his inept son as he spoke. What? How is that possible? My second uncle is a peak Xian-level master. How could he be in trouble? The next morning, the golden rays of the sun streamed through the window, enveloping the room in a warm, golden veil. Upon opening his eyes, Yixin was greeted by the sight of the enchanting Yin Ruoxi, who appeared even more alluring under the golden sunlight. Gulp. Unable to resist, Yixin leaned in and planted a kiss on the delicate face of the stunning girl before him. What are you doing? Upon realizing she had been stolen a kiss, Yin Ruoxi awakened. Her cheeks flushed as she caught sight of a certain individual's actions. This little man dared to steal a kiss from me. Well, isn't it simply because you are too beautiful that your husband couldn't resist? And you still blame me? Listening to his words, Yin Ruoxi shot him a fierce glance. How could this little man lie without even turning a shade of red? Of course, your husband has little resistance against you, and you know it well. What nonsense are you spouting? Yin Ruoxi's eyes flickered as she cast a sidelong glance at him. This guy, despite being a disciple of a master, had such little self-control. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Transfer all the shops on Red Leaf Avenue into Yin Ruoxi's name. Reward, 1 million acres of suburban land in Zhonghai. What? Upon hearing the system's mission reward, Yixin was momentarily stunned. 1 million acres of suburban land in Zhonghai. Was the system out of its mind? It was well known that just the land alone would be worth several billion. After regaining his composure, Yixin had made up his mind. Transferring Red Leaf Avenue to this girl was merely a matter of exchanging one hand for the other. Earning 1 million acres of suburban land without any cost, he was too foolish. Come with me to a place today. I have a gift for you. With thoughts of the mission, Yixin wore a mysterious smile, which piqued Yin Ruoxi's curiosity. A gift? What kind of gift? Well, Yixin grinned, ruffling Yin Ruoxi's hair. It's a secret. Humph. Yin Ruoxi rolled her eyes but felt her curiosity stir. After breakfast, Yixin took Yin Ruoxi to Red Leaf Avenue. Soon, their sports car came to a halt in front of Lu Zihong's family restaurant, immediately drawing the attention of onlookers. Wow, that's the boss's car. Lu Zihong exclaimed upon seeing the Lamborghini demon, speaking to Lin Xiao, who was trying to attract customers. They often came to help whenever they had time. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, visibly excited. If it weren't for the boss, his father wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Your gift is here? Yin Ruoxi eyed him suspiciously. Boss, sister-in-law greetings. They greeted enthusiastically, to which Yin Ruoxi nodded in response. Mr. Yi. At that moment, Tang Yifeng, who had been waiting for a while, approached and bowed. Let us go inside and talk, Yixin replied with a slight nod, then turned to Lu Zihong. Second brother, prepare a private room for me. Right away. Lu Zihong hurriedly agreed and cleared out the best room in the restaurant. This was the boss's first visit to his parents' establishment. What? Little Yi is here, I see. Upon learning of Yixin's presence, Lu's parents were overjoyed. They had long wished to find a moment to express their gratitude to their benefactor. Old Lu, make sure to prepare your best dishes to thank little Yi. Absolutely. Old Lu was not one to mince words. He turned to Lu Zihong and said, Son, why don't you accompany Xiao Yu? Oh, thank you, Uncle Lu. The two exchanged knowing glances before following suit. After all, it had been quite a while since they last saw the boss, and a couple of drinks were in order. Upon entering the private room, they happened upon Tang Yifeng producing a contract. Mr. Yi. After removing the contract from its folder, Tang Yifeng presented it to Yixin with both hands. This is the equity transfer contract you requested. Once you sign here, all the shops on Hongya Avenue will be transferred to Miss Yin Ruoshi. What? The unexpected announcement jolted Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao, who had just entered, leaving them stunned as they stared at the equity transfer contract laid out on the table. Goodness. The boss is actually transferring all the shops on Hongya Avenue to his sister-in-law. It should be noted that the shops on Hongya Avenue are worth over 100 billion. Such generosity from the boss is truly astonishing. The party in question, Yin Ruoshi, was also somewhat bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. All the shops on Hongya Avenue. This is your gift. Clearly, once she regained her composure, Yin Ruoshi understood the magnitude of what was being referred to as a gift. And it was indeed exceedingly extravagant. Well, do you like it? Yi Xian asked with a gentle smile before adding, I am not particularly skilled at managing these shops. It would be better to entrust them directly to you. Little man, you are so good to your sister. Yin Ruoshi's enchanting eyes sparkled. This guy always knew how to stir things up, and she rather enjoyed this feeling. Tang Yifeng, standing nearby, couldn't hide his envy, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. To simply give away shops worth 100 billion was truly beyond comprehension. Yi Xian was extraordinarily generous. Of course, you are my wife. Who else should I pamper? Yi Xian declared assertively, playfully pinching her delicate, fair face, leaving Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao to swallow their envy. You better not regret giving this to your sister. Yin Ruoshi said sweetly as she signed her name, thus becoming the new owner of Hongya Avenue. All right, let us eat, Yi Xian announced. After signing, Tang Yifeng took his leave, and the delectable dishes were served on the round table. It was only then that Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao regained their senses. Their expressions complex as they observed how adept the boss was at charming women, a skill they both admired as men. Chapter 70, Peculiar Task Reward, Angel Summoning Pool? Boss. You are spoiling your wife too much. Lu Zihong exclaimed, genuinely astonished by the boss's lavishness. Hee, what's wrong? Lu's parents, having arrived at the private room, curiously inquired upon hearing their son's words. Mom, Dad, you won't believe what just happened. Lu's father and mother exchanged astonished glances at Yi Xian, realizing he had gifted all the shops on Hongya Avenue to this girl. Little girl, you are incredibly fortunate, Lu's mother remarked, unable to contain her admiration, recognizing that such generosity was rarely seen. By the way, after a brief conversation, Yi Xian surveyed the surroundings and asked, Uncle, Auntie, are you considering expanding the restaurant? Oh. Upon hearing this, Father Lu contemplated for a moment and replied, Indeed, it is possible, but it will require a substantial sum of money. Lu Zihong, upon hearing the mention of the expansion, added, Big brother, merging the two shops to enlarge the restaurant 2 to 3 times is entirely feasible. With business booming, we simply cannot accommodate everyone. Is that so? Yi Xian interjected, producing a black card. Second brother, fourth brother, I have 3 million here, and I intend to invest in the restaurant's expansion. Thus, uncle and aunt will hold 60%, while you and fourth brother will each possess 20%. What little Yi? This is too much. Father Lu's expression changed upon hearing this, and he hurriedly declined. Indeed, 3 million is far too generous. Mother Lu chimed in, asserting that while they may be modest in means, they could not accept such a sum. Haha, uncle and aunt, this is merely a means to assist you, primarily. I wish to provide these two with some practical experience. He smiled and continued, who knows, they may even be able to assist me in the future. Hearing this, the elderly couple exchanged glances, having come to understand during this time that their son's elder brother was indeed quite remarkable and had a strong sense of loyalty. If their son were to collaborate with him, his future would undoubtedly be bright. But what about school, big brother? Lin Xiao furrowed her brow and voiced her most pressing concern, with father and mother Lu also looking on, realizing that expanding the restaurant would leave little time for school. School? That is quite simple. As he spoke, Yi Xian dialed Principal Zhao Zichang's number. Hello, Director Yi, came the principal's voice upon connection. Principal Zhao, please proceed with the issuance of graduation certificates for Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao. Understood, Director Yi. Zhao Zichang readily agreed, acknowledging the inconvenience but assuring it was manageable. Consider it done. After hanging up, Yi Xian smiled and said, within a month, you will receive your diplomas. As for attending school, it is entirely optional. Coughing lightly as she listened to her elder brother, Lin Xiao expressed her skepticism. Elder brother, you weren't just on the phone with the principal, were you? Yes. Yi Xian nodded slightly, revealing, I forgot to mention, I recently acquired Jiangnan University. Cough, cough. Lu Zihong, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered in shock, his demeanor utterly disheveled. What? He could hardly believe his ears, his eyes wide in disbelief. Elder brother, you mean you bought Jiangnan University? Now you're the chairman. Yes. One could say that. Yu Xian nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Father and Mother Lu exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the incredulity in the other's eyes. Jiangnan University? It was the finest university in Jiangnan City, and it had been purchased by their son's elder brother. The young man truly remained unfazed. No matter where he found himself, Yin Ruoxi gazed at the individual beside her, noting how this diminutive man truly performed an elaborate act upon entering the world. With a sigh of relief, both Lu Zihong and she exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. By heavens, they are on the verge of obtaining their diplomas. Yet they still engage in this farce. They could boast about it for a lifetime. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully transferring all the shops on Hongye Avenue to Yin Ruoxi's name. Reward, 1 million acres of suburban land in Zhonghai. The reward has been credited." As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Yu Xian smiled subtly. However, before he could ponder further, another system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 3 million, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and acquiring 300 million. He then turned his attention to the attributes panel. Name, Yu Xian. Age, 18. Realm, innate initial stage abilities, godly driving skills, masterful massage techniques, medical genius, thunder control technique, culinary expert, X-ray vision items, 30 shares of the Yin Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card, Unlimited, Number 1 Imperial Manor, 100 shares of the Taodai Group, 100-fold consumption rebate, Unlimited Spiritual Liquid, 100 shares of Longyu Real Estate, Jiangnan Number 1 Land, 100 shares of the Sky High Wine Tower, ownership of 3 gold mines, 100 shares of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, 100 shares of Jiangnan Hospital, 10,000 Mercenary Group, Breaking Xian Pill, million acres of suburban land in Zhonghai Wealth, 386. 3 billion Xiaoyi. Thank you. Lu's parents finally regained their composure, expressing gratitude to Yu Xian. This decision would undoubtedly allow their son to avoid 4 years of hard work. Uncle and aunt, there is no need for such formality. Zihong, please keep Xiaoyu company while I prepare a couple of dishes. Lu's father nodded at his son, and then he and Lu's mother left the private room. After a few rounds of dining, Lu Zihong and the others eagerly offered assistance, while Yin Ruoxi observed the scene with intrigue. Little man, she paused, her eyes twinkling. When will you return to your master? Well, Yu Xian pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am uncertain. My master mentioned that if we are destined, we shall meet again after I descend the mountain. Really? Hearing this, Yin Ruoxi's heart leapt with joy. Yes, but you seem rather pleased. Do I? Her heart raced at his words, and her cheeks flushed. Where shall we go next? After their meal, Yin Ruoxi inquired. Of course, to meet my future in-laws. Who are you calling future in-laws? At his remark, Yin Ruoxi's enchanting eyes sparkled, her face turning a delightful shade of crimson that evoked the irresistible urge to kiss her. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Construct a university town on the million acres of land in Zhonghai. Reward, Angel Summoning Pool. Note, this summoning pool can randomly summon angelic subordinates, with a loyalty of 100%. Upon hearing the task notification, Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback. An angel summoning pool? Summoning angels. Good heavens, the system is quite playful. Such actions may one day lead to the possession of an angelic legion. Chapter 71. The Initial Visit, the Miraculous Effects of the Youth Preservation Pill. I am heading to the restroom, Yin Ruoxi said to someone before departing from the private room. As for her safety? A jest, for she is now a celestial level expert. Yu Xian was not idle either. He dialed a number. Hello, Chairman Yi. As soon as the call connected, Wang Songhai's voice resonated. Yes. Old Wang, I plan to construct a university town in the suburbs of Zhonghai. Upon hearing Yu Xian's words, Wang Songhai nearly choked on his tea. Cough, cough. Chairman Yi, what did you just say? A university town. Indeed, this news was a considerable shock, as the construction of a university town requires a substantial amount of funding. Precisely. Shortly, I will send you the relevant documents. After a brief exchange, he hung up the phone and subsequently sent over the suburban land contract. System, transfer 10 billion to Wang Songhai. Ding. The host successfully transferred funds to Wang Songhai, taking merely 0.00001 seconds. Hearing the system's prompt, Yu Xian was taken aback by such efficiency. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10 billion, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and receiving 100 billion. Yu Xian, As he snapped back to reality, he heard Yin Ruashi calling his name. What were you thinking so deeply about? With a skeptical gaze, Yin Ruashi furrowed her brow. Nothing. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, chuckling. I was pondering how increasingly beautiful my dear Ruashi is. Humph. Yin Ruashi rolled her eyes, her enchanting gaze sparkling, as if you needed to say that. Ding. Detected host's first visit, bestowing the youth preservation pill. Note, this pill possesses beauty-enhancing effects and eternal youth. It may only be consumed once in a lifetime. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Taotai Group. Ding dong. Not long after hanging up, Wang Songhai received a notification on his phone. Dear Construction Bank user, your account ending in 7632 has received 10 billion on November 1st, 2024. Please check. Construction Bank, gazing at the deposit notification, Wang Songhai was momentarily stunned, then enlightened, clearly. This was the initial special fund provided by Chairman Yi for the construction of the university town. However, he soon became unsettled again. Moreover, what is this information? 100,000 acres of land in the outskirts of Zhonghai. Upon viewing the contract image, Wang Songhai could not help but gasp. 100,000 acres is a concept several times larger than the Jiangnan No. 1 land. The construction of the university town will surely bring a flurry of activity to Zhonghai. Hello, Director Luo. Once he regained his composure, Wang Songhai dialed Luo Xiner's number in conjunction with the development of the gold mine project. Please proceed to Zhonghai to finalize the acquisition of the 100,000 acres of land. Jiangnan, Yin family estate. Dad, Mom. Yin Ruashi returned to the Yin family villa. Greeting her parents. You have arrived. Upon hearing her daughter's address, Yan's mother was momentarily taken aback, her heart brimming with excitement. This is a gift for you, Yi Xian said with a gentle smile, presenting an exquisitely crafted brocade box. Since you've come, it would be remiss not to bring a gift. Yan's father remarked with a chuckle, confident that the present would be extraordinary, recalling their first meeting when Yi Xian had offered shares of the Yin Group as a betrothal gift. Sister, brother-in-law, Yin Shaoqian exclaimed joyfully as he approached his brother-in-law, thrilled by his visit. Here, this is for you, Yi Xian said, handing the prepared gift to his brother-in-law with a faint smile. Oh, it's a limited edition Superman figurine. Yin Shaoqian's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the gift. Brother-in-law, I adore you. You cheeky boy, Yan's mother playfully scolded, her laughter filling the room and creating a warm atmosphere. By the way, brother-in-law, Yin Shaoqian inquired, casting curious glances at the two brocade boxes. What gifts did you bring for my parents? As he spoke, he opened one of the boxes, and an intense fragrance instantly enveloped the room. Wow, it smells wonderful, he exclaimed, quickly locating the source of the aroma, a pill nestled within the box. This item, known as the Youth Retaining Pill, boasted remarkable effects for maintaining youth. Oh? At the mention of the pill, Yan's mother turned her gaze toward it, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. The allure of its youth-preserving properties was irresistible to any woman. Youth retaining? Brother-in-law, is this pill truly so extraordinary? Yin Shaoqian gazed at the enticing pill, swallowing hard. Mom, why not give it a try? All right. Yan's mother, having complete faith in her son-in-law, proceeded to consume the youth-retaining pill. Almost immediately, a miraculous transformation occurred. Her demeanor noticeably shifted, making her appear a decade younger, even resembling a sister to Yin Ruashi. This is an astonishing pill, Uncle Ing exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he regarded Yi Xian with a newfound respect. Such a wondrous elixir would surely fetch a staggering price at auction. Little man, could this possibly be a gift from your master? Yin Ruashi queried, her enchanting eyes glinting with curiosity. Yes, master? Yan's father turned his gaze toward his daughter, intrigued. Indeed, Yin Ruashi explained, recounting how Yu Xian had taken on a highly esteemed mentor. Now it makes sense, Yan's father and the others nodded in understanding. At that moment, Yin Shaoqian's attention shifted to the other brocade box. Father, do you know what brother-in-law has gifted you? He asked eagerly, then promptly opened the second box. Another pill? Upon seeing the breakthrough pill inside, Yin Shaoqian paused momentarily, noting the distinct scent compared to the previous one. This is the breakthrough pill, which can enhance physical strength and boost one's abilities. What? Uncle Ying's heart raced at this revelation. It is indeed the legendary pill. To their astonishment, it truly exists. Even the seasoned Uncle Ying couldn't help but express his admiration, exclaiming, "This is incredibly precious." Upon hearing this, Father Yin quickly declined, stating that the previously received rejuvenating elixir was already exceedingly rare, and accepting such a valuable potion would be rather inappropriate. Not to worry, uncle. You may not be aware, But this elixir possesses another function. It can heal injuries and eliminate toxins. Master, upon hearing this, Uncle Ling urged, did you not suffer from poisoning earlier? You have yet to fully recover. Consuming this elixir may yield unexpected benefits. Father Yin pondered for a moment and finally conceded, very well. The efficacy of this elixir is enhanced when combined with acupuncture. Uncle, why not use it now? Suggested Yi Xian. Father Yin, without further contemplation, nodded in agreement. Yet what transpired next far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 72. Little man, today I shall subdue you. With a swift motion, as Father Yin consumed the elixir, Yi Xian deftly revealed dozens of golden needles in his right hand. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the golden needles transformed into radiant beams, penetrating various acupoints in succession. What remarkable acupuncture skills! Uncle Ling marveled at the scene before him, his tongue nearly tied in awe. Such mastery is undoubtedly of a grandmaster level. Young master is impressive. It appears he is indeed a disciple of a great master. Initially, Uncle Ling thought it was his niece who had elevated herself, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Yet, he pondered, why had the young master previously pretended to be an ordinary person? Well, Yin Shaoqian, witnessing her brother-in-law's exceptional display of skill, was filled with envy. Brother-in-law, that's incredible! Little Miss Yin Ruoxi gazed at Yi Xian, who was earnestly administering acupuncture. From her perspective, he appeared quite handsome. And it dawned on her that this individual had concealed his true prowess amidst worldly tribulations. Moreover, at merely 18, he had already reached the pinnacle of his craft. Such talent urged her to strive for improvement as well. Just then, Father Yan's complexion grew rosy, and at one moment, blood surged forth and splattered onto the floor. Yet his aura intensified rather than diminished. His injuries were healing. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Observing the unfolding scene, Uncle Ling's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The effects of this elixir surpassed his expectations. This, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Watching the current spectacle, Yin Shaoqian transformed into an adoring fan, thinking no one would dare bully him with such a formidable brother-in-law by his side. With my brother-in-law at hand, the world is mine. After a brief moment, Father Yin opened his eyes, incredulously sensing his newfound strength. Late stage of the Xian level? I've reached the late stage of the Xian level. Little Yi. Thank you. Once he regained his composure, Father Yin expressed his gratitude, feeling as though he had been rejuvenated to his younger, more vigorous self. Uncle, there's no need for such formality. We are family, Yi Xian replied with a smile, considering this merely a small favor. Master, shall we begin the meal now? Amidst the joyous atmosphere, a maid softly inquired. Yes, let us dine. Father Yin was in high spirits, looking at Yi Xian with great satisfaction. Shall ye? Join uncle for a couple of drinks. You all should drink a bit less, Yin Ruoxi reminded with a mischievous glint in her eyes. By the way, Mom, you probably don't know yet, but my sister is pregnant. Upon hearing this, Yan's mother was momentarily stunned, nearly choking. What did you say? Ruoxi. Is what Shaoqian said true? Yin Ruoxi noticed her father looking over, while Uncle Ying's lips twitched, clearly revealing the secret. Yes. Her sharp gaze shot at Yin Shaoqian, who seemed to have stirred up trouble. Ah, sister, I forgot. I shouldn't have said that. Realizing too late. Yin Shaoqian was nearly frightened away by her piercing stare. Xiaoyi, what about you two? Father Yin turned to Yi Xian, obviously taken aback. This is true. Yes. Yi Xian nodded, laying everything bare. It was 2 months ago. He recounted the events, blending truth and fiction, including the ordeal of entering the world. So that's how it is. Father Yin looked at his daughter, clearly surprised that she was actually Yi Xian's tribulation. After dinner, in Yin Ruoxi's chamber. It smells wonderful. Upon entering the room, Yi Xian took a deep breath, a smile curving his lips. It's the same scent as you. Humph, little man, isn't my room delightful? Seeing Yi Xian enjoying the aroma, Yin Ruoxi stepped forward and lifted his chin. Your performance today has been satisfactory. The rejuvenation pill, such a treasure, I don't even possess. How could that be? Seizing her delicate, fair hand, Yi Xian produced a pill. Here, Ruoxi dear, I prepared this for you long ago. At least you have some conscience. Yin Ruoxi inhaled the pleasant fragrance, enviously recalling how she saw her mother take the rejuvenation pill earlier. So, how do you plan to repay your husband? Repay? Hearing this, she gazed at the man so close to her. Little man, how about I offer my body in return? With that, Yin Ruoxi consumed the rejuvenation pill, her rosy lips pressing against Yi Xian's. That little enchantress. Yi Xian swallowed hard. Who could resist such a scene? Little man, just wait and see if I can't conquer you tonight. As night deepened, gazing at the beautiful woman asleep in his arms, Yixian smiled. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable presence approaching from afar. Is that a heavenly level master? Ding. Host has triggered a random mission. Eliminate the enemies from the Lu Sheng family. Reward. Mysterious Key 1. The Lu Sheng family? Hearing the system's notification, Yixian recalled Lu Sheng Kuei-mu, who had been rendered useless in Jiabei. The Fusang forces are quick to act. Whoosh. With that, Yixian vanished from the room, reappearing outside the Yin family estate. Who goes there? Yingshu, accompanied by his shadow guards, was patrolling the area when he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance and called out sharply. Under normal circumstances, they would not have ventured so far. However, a series of unsettling events had transpired in Jiangnan recently. Moments later, over a dozen figures emerged, with the foremost being the formidable Lu Sheng Jiujie from the Lu Sheng clan, exuding a powerful aura. Lord Jiujie. These individuals are from the Yin family of Jiangnan, one of his subordinates reported, casting a glance at Yingshu. It appears that the woman accompanying Yixian is a miss of the Yin family. Is that so? Then eliminate them. Lu Sheng Jiujie commanded coldly. Earlier, they had received word that someone had witnessed Yixian pursuing an individual into the Lu Sheng martial arts hall, with only one person emerging. Thus, it was evident that Yixian had become the prime suspect. Yes, the subordinate replied respectfully, then turned his gaze to Yingshu before vanishing from his spot. This is bad. With a loud thud, Yingshu hastily tried to defend himself, but it was too late. The assailant struck him with a punch that sent him flying, blood spewing forth as his complexion turned pale. This is peak Xian level. Realizing the strength of his opponent, Yingshu's expression grew gravely serious. This was merely one of the subordinates, which indicated the formidable power of this group. Who are you? The Yin family has seemingly done you no wrong. The adversaries appeared menacing, their strength far surpassing theirs. It was imperative that they avoid confrontation. Humph. It's your Yin family that should not have been associated with that person. Sneered the peak Xian level subordinate of the Lu Sheng clan, launching another attack. This is not good. Yingshu, be careful. The shadow guards rushed forward to assist. Yet before they could act, several experts from the Lu Sheng clan had already dealt them severe blows. Die. The peak Xian level expert from the Lu Sheng clan's attack was imminent, and Yingshu's face was filled with despair. He had no chance to resist. The people from Fusang are indeed relentless. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed, and in the next moment, the Lu Sheng clan's peak Xian level expert was sent flying several meters away, the sound of bones cracking resonating as he fell unconscious. The newcomer was none other than Yixian. Chapter 73. It is a blessing for our Yin family that the young lady has encountered the young master. Who dares? Lu Sheng Jiujie narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the scene. Realizing that the ability to incapacitate a peak Xian level opponent in a single strike spoke volumes about the individual's strength. What? Were you not searching for me? How dare you question my identity? Humph. Lu Sheng Jiujie's eyes narrowed further upon recognizing the voice. Yixian, you are the young master. Yingshu was taken aback at the sight of the newcomer, and the experts of the Yin family stood in stunned silence. Goodness, are we dreaming? The young master has effortlessly dispatched a peak Xian level opponent. Yingshu, leave the rest to me. Yixian stepped forward, facing Lu Sheng Jiujie, whose expression darkened. It seems the Lu Sheng martial arts hall in the north has fallen into your hands. What? Upon hearing this, Yingshu's heart trembled. How could the young master have interfered with the Lu Sheng martial arts hall? It was known that Lu Sheng Kuei-mu was a heavenly level expert. Kill him. Yagyu Kyuki did not dare to act presumptuously and directly commanded over a dozen subordinates to engage. Yes, my lord. Taking a deep breath, the group of several profound-level masters surged forward. Young master, be careful. Despite knowing the young man's extraordinary strength, they could not help but offer a warning. Their hearts racing with anxiety as they focused intently on the unfolding scene, fearing they might miss a critical moment. In a flash, as they regained their senses, all of the Yagyu family's profound-level masters lay lifeless on the ground. A gasp escaped from Yingshu and the others, who could hardly believe their eyes, knowing that among the fallen were several peak profound-level experts. To annihilate over 10 profound-level masters in an instant. Surely this must be a dream. With a thud, the lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground, leaving only Yagyu Kyuki standing. Yet, at that moment, an ominous feeling surged within him. Damn it. You seek death. Striving to maintain an air of composure, Yagyu Kyuki inhaled deeply, his eyes icy. Do you truly believe I am a waste like Yagyu Kyuki? Nearly at the initial stage of the heavenly realm? Die. As his words fell, Yagyu Kyukiai launched his attack with such speed that Shu and the others hardly perceived when he moved. So swift, Shu's heart raced. For it was his first encounter witnessing the might of a heavenly realm expert, and Yagyu Kyukiai was no ordinary initial stage practitioner. His aura suggested he was perilously close to the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. Can the young master withstand it? The members of the Yin family looked on, their expressions tense. If the young master were to falter, they feared for their very lives. Die. In an instant, Yagyu Kyukiai's fist descended toward Yuxian's head. Should it connect, death would be inevitable. You have brought this upon yourself by offending the Yagyu family, he sneered. Before he could finish his menacing words, a suffocating sensation enveloped him as a large hand unexpectedly seized his throat, lifting him as though he were a mere ragdoll. What is this? The once worried Shu now stared in astonishment at the scene before him. A heavenly realm expert was being effortlessly subdued by his own young master, as if he were merely a child. As a heavenly realm master, you speak far too much. With that, Yi Xian exerted pressure, and a cracking sound echoed as Yagyu Kyukiai's life extinguished, his eyes wide in disbelief. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that he, so close to the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, was utterly powerless before this young man. Mid-stage of the heavenly realm? No. That fellow is at least in the late stage. Thus, the entire Yagyu family's investigation into the obliteration of the Yagyu martial arts hall concluded with their demise. Gulping, Shu and the others stood frozen, their minds replaying the scene they had just witnessed, as if trapped in a dream. At this moment, a singular thought resonated among them. The young master's power surpassed their wildest imaginations, to annihilate a heavenly realm expert in mere moments. After a brief pause, Shu returned to his senses and contemplated the matter of the Yagyu martial arts hall in Jianbei. That incident was indeed the doing of the young master. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind his son-in-law's destruction of the Fusang martial arts school. What struck him as most remarkable was that such a significant event seemed to have had no effect on his son-in-law at all. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission of eliminating the Yagyu family adversaries. Reward: 1 mysterious key. In light of the host's flawless execution of the task, an additional wealth of 10 billion has been granted. As he listened to the voice of the system, a subtle smile graced Yi Xian's lips. It felt quite satisfactory. Ahem. So you are quite formidable, my son-in-law. Uncle Ling cleared his throat and stared in astonishment at his son-in-law. Indeed. Yi Xian smiled slightly and then added, however, I kindly request that you keep today's events confidential. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Ling agreed, for the scene before him defied all reason. One must remember that his son-in-law was merely 18 years old, yet possessed the strength to annihilate a celestial-level powerhouse. If this were to spread, not only would Jiangnan be in an uproar, but the capital, and indeed all of Huaxiao, would be stirred. At that time, his son-in-law would undoubtedly find himself in the eye of the storm. Today's occurrences must not be disclosed to anyone. Uncle Ling solemnly instructed the shadow guards beside him. Yes, Uncle Ling. Taking a deep breath, the shadow guards understood the gravity of the situation and dared not be careless. By the way, Yuxian suddenly recalled something and produced a pill from his hand, which was none other than the Breaking Xian pill. Uncle Ling, I present this to you as a gift. This is the Breaking Xian pill? Having witnessed this type of pill firsthand, Uncle Ing was not overly surprised. My lord, this is far too precious. One must remember that the family had recovered from his injuries and ascended to the late Xian level thanks to this very pill. Please, do not refuse, Uncle Ing. I have plenty of these pills. With a wave of his hand and a smile, Yi Xian dismissed the concern, adding, moreover, your enhanced strength will better protect Ruo Shi and the others. Very well then. Weighing the matter, Uncle Ing chose not to insist further. I shall express my gratitude. My lord, it is our Yin family's fortune that the young lady has encountered you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Uncle Ing consumed the pill. Yi Xian then inserted dozens of golden needles into acupuncture points and infused spiritual liquid into his body. After all, Uncle Ing would be safeguarding his father-in-law's family for a considerable time, and one could not afford to be negligent. Buzz. Soon, Uncle Ying's aura began to shift under the influence of the Breaking Xian pill and the golden needles. Wow, Uncle Ing is growing stronger. The experts of the Yin family were filled with excitement. After all, their son-in-law's prowess reflected glory upon them as well. Time passed, and finally, Uncle Ing opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as he felt a significant enhancement in his strength. This is the pinnacle of the Xian level. Moreover, I am but a step away from the celestial level. My lord's immense kindness shall be remembered by me. Uncle Ing respectfully bowed, filled with gratitude. He had never anticipated that one day he might have the potential to become a celestial powerhouse. Henceforth, anyone who dared to offend his son-in-law would become his enemy. Chapter 74. Little man, your audacity grows. The following morning, at dawn, the golden morning sun streamed through the window, casting a shimmering layer of golden gauze over the bedding and illuminating a breathtakingly beautiful face, making the surrounding light seem dim in comparison. Beside her, a young man awakened, his gaze falling upon the girl just inches away. She appeared to be sleeping soundly. As Yi Xian looked at the girl beside him, a smile crept across his face. It must be said that her beauty was almost beyond belief. Her silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the delightful fragrance enveloped Yi Xian in a profound sense of tranquility. Ding! The host has triggered a task. Attend the Zhonghai auction. Reward: Indestructible Golden Body Technique. Note: this is a supreme skill. Mastering it to perfection grants immortality. Huh? Startled by the sound of the system ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was taken aback. Indestructible Golden Body Technique. First, the Thunder Control Technique, and now this. It seemed he would once again face an extraordinary challenge. Hey, what are you thinking about, little man? At that moment, a voice interrupted him, pulling Yi Xian back to reality. Their eyes met, and he was struck by an indescribable sight, involuntarily swallowing hard. Ruoshi, my wife, how beautiful you are. You little man, still looking. She shot him a glare, her enchanting eyes sparkling, her cheeks flushing crimson. Ding-ling. Just as the bedding was settled, a phone rang. Hello, Xiaoxi. Upon answering, the voice of her best friend, Luo Xiner, echoed through the line. So early. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest with the little man. Of course not. Ugh. A thought crossed Yin Ruoshi's mind, causing her face to redden further. Xiner, what nonsense are you saying? What's wrong with me? How can you resist such a handsome little man? Hearing her friend's teasing words, Yin Ruoshi could only roll her eyes, knowing all too well the kinds of things that might follow. All right, enough teasing. I have a purpose for calling. Do you have time to come to Zhonghai? I happen to be free these days. Upon hearing her friend's words, Yin Ruoshi pondered for a moment. Sure, it has been a while since we last met. Besides, perhaps I can offer you some advice while I'm there. Of course. Luo Xiner replied with a smile. There are some matters that are quite tricky coming up, and I could use your help. Also, bring your little man along. After a few more casual exchanges, Yin Ruoshi hung up the phone. Who was that? Yi Xian, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, inquired with curiosity. No one. Just Xiner. She swatted his hand away before playfully pinching him. Little man, your audacity is growing. If she hadn't controlled herself, her friend might have had a good laugh. Not at all. It's Ruoshi who is bold. As they spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted elsewhere, causing Yin Ruoshi's enchanting eyes to glimmer as her delicate fingers brushed across his face. Humph, it seems my lesson from yesterday wasn't enough. After a playful exchange, Yin Ruoshi said, by the way, I wish to visit Zhonghai for a few days. Would you care to join me? Upon recalling her dear friend, Yin Ruoshi inquired. Zhonghai, you say? I am quite agreeable, yet it seems I ought to bestow some favors upon my husband. You heed someone else's words. Yin Ruoshi's delicate face flushed a shade of crimson. This fellow truly has an insatiable appetite, oblivious to the potential exhaustion. Brother-in-law, farewell. After breakfast, Yin Xiaoqian waved goodbye to her elder sister and brother-in-law, only regaining her senses once the supercar had vanished from sight. How I long to accompany my sister and brother-in-law. Thud. Just as she finished speaking, her father delivered a sharp rap to her head. You little rascal, what mischief are you stirring? Yin Xiaoqian shielded her forehead with her hands, her expression one of indignation. Dad, why did you hit me? Go play. Yan's father, disinterested in his child's antics, summoned Uncle Ing. Oh. Sensing Uncle Ying's presence, Yan's father was taken aback. Ying, have you made a breakthrough? Ahem, yes. Uncle Ing coughed awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Well, it was a fortunate breakthrough. After all, I had promised my son-in-law, and I must not go back on my word. Boldly stating, I have now reached the pinnacle of the profound level. Splendid. A smile brightened Yan's father's face, lifting his spirits considerably. By the way, recalling something, Yan's father glanced towards the nearby mountains behind the estate. Did anything unusual occur last night? I thought I heard strange noises coming from that direction. Not at all? Uncle Ying's heart raced, yet he feigned a frown, his acting rivaling that of seasoned performers. Is that so? Yan's father, unaware of the events of the previous night, did not pursue the matter further. Little did he know, not only had something transpired, but it was of great consequence. Heavenly-level masters had been slain. Could it be that nothing happened? In Jiangnan, near the commercial street by the airport. Little man, how does this silk scarf strike you? Yin Ruoshi's extraordinary beauty immediately drew the attention of those around her, particularly the curious glances directed at Yi Xian, filled with envy towards him for his seemingly superior looks. Quite nice, I shall purchase it, she remarked as she admired the burgundy scarf, which complemented Yin Ruoshi's elegance splendidly. Higi, this scarf shall be mine. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed couple approached, the woman among them speaking with a teasing tone. The shopkeeper found himself in a dilemma, sensing that neither party was ordinary based on their demeanor. Charge it. Without even glancing at the couple, Yi Xian produced a card and handed it to the shopkeeper. Regardless of what this person offers, I shall pay you double. Feng Xiaoyang smirked, intrigued by Yi Xian, as a scion of the Feng family in the imperial capital. He had never encountered something he couldn't procure. Yin Ruoshi's expression turned icy upon witnessing this. These two were utterly lacking in decorum. Humph. A pretty boy dares to compete with my cousin for goods. Slap. The enchanting woman, Wang Manniao, had barely finished speaking when a crisp slap echoed through the air, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on her cheek. You dare to strike me? Wang Manniao glared at the audacious individual before her, particularly envious of his unparalleled beauty. Cousin, eliminate her. Before Wang Manniao could complete her thought, Feng Xiaoyang had already lunged toward Yin Ruoshi, his strength formidable, reaching the mid-level of the profound stage. With a resounding thud, however, he found himself staggered back a few steps, unsuccessful in his attempt. Cousin, Wang Manniao hurriedly stepped forward to support him. While Feng Xiaoyang's fiery gaze fixated on Yin Ruoshi, realizing that her prowess was not inferior to his own. Interesting, he mused, scrutinizing Yin Ruoshi with a smirk. Beautiful lady. I shall remember you. Chapter 75. Impossible, that black dog. Annihilating the late profound stage. Girl, quite imposing. Yi Xian remarked with a smile upon witnessing Yin Ruoshi's commanding demeanor. As for concern, nonsense. This girl had already attained the initial level of the celestial stage. Her combat strength could rival that of the mid-level celestial stage, making her nearly unmatched in all of Jiangnan. Humph. Only I may bully my man. No one else. The boldness in her voice evoked envy among those surrounding them. How could that lad possess the merit to have such a goddess devoted to him? How infuriating. I envy them. This dog food is so sweet. Is that so? Yi Xian's smile deepened. He found the girl rather intriguing. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Manniao was seething with rage. As a young lady from the Wang family in the imperial capital, she had never endured such humiliation. Cousin, are we just going to let this go? After all, the Wang family was merely a third-rate family in the imperial capital, while her cousin's family, the Feng family, was a second-rate one. Let it go? How could we? A playful smile danced on Feng Xiaoyang's lips as he narrowed his eyes toward the back. Manniao, that girl is not simple. From our brief encounter, her strength likely matches the mid-level of the profound stage. What? Upon hearing her cousin's words, Wang Manniao's eyes widened in disbelief. The mid-level of the profound stage? Isn't that akin to my cousin's level? How could this be in Little Jiangnan? Could she also hail from the imperial capital? Furrowing her brows, Wang Manniao voiced her thoughts, but Feng Xiaoyang shook his head. Not likely. I have never encountered her among the prominent families of the imperial capital. She must be a local prodigy from Jiangnan. As he spoke, a glimmer ignited in Feng Xiaoyang's eyes. Such a remarkable girl undoubtedly stirred his desire for possession and conquest. Has my cousin taken a liking to that woman? Wang Manniao's heart tightened. If her cousin truly intended to bring her home, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. Like her? How could that be? Feng Xiaoyang smirked, his tone playful. Just a game, and once I tire of it, I will help my cousin take revenge. Really? Upon hearing her cousin's words, Wang Manniao's face radiated with a brilliant smile. Thank you, cousin, she exclaimed. Silly girl. Feng Xiaoyang chuckled as he ruffled Wang Manniao's hair. You and I are cousins. That woman is merely a plaything for your cousin. Wang Manniao nodded, while Feng Xiaoyang's mind involuntarily conjured the enchanting visage of Yin Ruoshi, igniting a flicker of warmth in his gaze. Wait here. I'll make a call to discern that woman's background. Thus commenced a plot targeting Yin Ruoshi. Half a day later, at the Yin family estate, figures appeared in the arena, led by two pinnacle experts of the Xian level, accompanied by dozens more. Miss Minya, ahead lies Yin Ruoshi's residence. Excellent. Wang Manniao gazed at the estate in the distance, a cold smirk gracing her lips. No wonder that wretched woman dared to compete with me for possessions. She hails from one of the three prominent families of Jiangnan. However, Such a minor clan dares to provoke me at their peril. Upon discovering Yin Ruoshi's identity, Wang Minya volunteered to part ways with her cousin and, along with the Feng family subordinates, arrived here with the intent to exact a personal price from that woman's family. Ahem, Miss Minya, what are your plans for disposal? The two pinnacle experts of the Xian level coughed, knowing full well that Miss Minya was the cherished cousin of their young master. Disposal? Wang Minya pondered for a moment, a savage glint igniting in her eyes. Aside from that wretched woman's parents and younger brother, let none survive. The thought of tormenting that woman to death thrilled Wang Minya to no end. Yes, Miss Minya. The two experts twitched at the corners of their mouths, confirming that her disposition remained as disturbingly relentless as ever. Then let us proceed. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Who? Before Wang Minya could finish her sentence, the two pinnacle experts shielded her, and the surrounding dozens stood on high alert. What is it? Wang Minya, observing the seriousness of the two experts, refrained from making further threats. Miss Minya, a formidable foe approaches. What? Wang Minya's gaze narrowed in disbelief. How can this be? Our operation is exceedingly covert. Just then, a wolf's howl pierced the air, followed by the imposing silhouette of a black figure entering the arena. Is that a black dog? The two pinnacle experts exchanged bewildered glances. A dog, producing a wolf's howl? Wang Minya, equally astonished, gazed at the figure of the black sovereign, her expression hardening with disdain. How dare a beast disturb me? Dispose of it. Yes, miss. The Feng family experts narrowed their eyes, regarding the black sovereign with mockery, deeming it merely a beast. Yet, the black sovereign cast a glance at the scene, its eyes reflecting a human-like contempt. The two peak experts of the profound stage were taken aback upon witnessing the scene. The black dog exhibited a level of human-like disdain that was utterly astonishing. Had it truly attained sentience? In an instant, a sense of foreboding washed over them. Is this truly just a dog? Buzz. As anticipated, the next moment, the black sovereign effortlessly dispatched the dozen or so individuals who had rushed forward with a single swipe of its paw, including several proficient masters of the profound level. What is happening? Wang Minya could hardly believe her eyes. How could that creature possess such power? Damn it. At this moment, a late-stage profound master seized the opportunity. Now is the time. With a swift and cunning speed, he charged at the black sovereign. Excellent. The two peak experts of the profound stage narrowed their eyes, focusing intently on the unfolding scene, seeking solace for their troubled hearts. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. And in the next instant, all present were horrified to witness the black sovereign's paw striking the late-stage profound master. The sound of shattering bones echoing as the unfortunate man's eyes bulged in terror, his organs reduced to mere pulp by the devastating blow. Impossible! That black dog could annihilate a late-stage profound master in an instant. The members of the Feng family were left aghast, feeling a knot tighten in their calves. Hey! The black sovereign grinned, swiftly transforming into a harbinger of death as it surged toward the remaining experts of the Feng family. This is bad. Miss Minya, flee. We will hold them off. The two peak experts of the profound stage, now fully aware of the impending danger, urged Wang Minya to escape. Knowing a fierce battle loomed ahead. Be careful. Taking a deep breath, Wang Minya was indeed frightened and turned to flee. However, before she could distance herself significantly, she was horrified to find the black sovereign had appeared ominously close. Accompanied by a scream. As the two peak experts of the profound stage regained their senses, the black sovereign swiped at Wang Minya, and with a resounding thud, she was reduced to a mist of blood. The sudden turn of events had caught the two peak experts off guard, and they gazed in shock at the creature before them. Such strength. Could it possibly be a celestial level expert? Chapter 76. If you continue like this, I might let your little man teach you a lesson. Boom. As the two felt the gravity of the situation, a terrifying aura emanated from the black sovereign, causing the ground beneath them to crack under the immense pressure. Thud. The two peak experts of the profound stage were suddenly overwhelmed by an almost suffocating force. Collapsing to one knee, their kneecaps shattered upon impact. Hiss. A sharp pain surged through them, leaving them in utter disbelief as they looked at the creature. How could it possess an aura far stronger than that of their old master? How could such a formidable existence arise from a small family in Jiang'an? At that moment, fear gripped their very souls, and with a resounding thud, they knelt before the creature, pleading, "Spare us, my lord." The previous scenes flashed before their eyes. This black dog undoubtedly possessed extraordinary intelligence. With a disdainful curl of his lips, the Black Emperor glanced at the two, finding their weakness utterly unamusing. With a resounding thud, before they could gather their wits, He had already dispatched them with a single swipe, sending them flying, blood splattered as their lifeless bodies fell to the ground. Spare their lives? What a jest! Those who dared to lay hands on the leader's beloved family deserve their fate. Alas, he lamented, he could not indulge in their company for a while longer. A howl erupted as the Black Emperor unleashed his full aura, a resonant wolf's cry echoing across the expanse. Soon, a multitude of wolves, numbering in the hundreds, converged upon the scene, and under the Black Emperor's command, they began to feast upon the delectable corpses. Observing the wolves' fervent consumption, a human-like satisfaction spread across the Black Emperor's visage. If this scene were to be witnessed by the outside world, it would surely leave them astounded. Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai airport, Xiaoxi, over here, a voice called out, and Yi Xian and Yin Ruoxi turned to see Luo Xiner, accompanied by Wei Lin. Boss. Wei Lin greeted Yi Xian with a hearty laugh. Yi Xian was taken aback upon seeing Wei Lin, then turned to the blushing Luo Xiner. You've really put in the effort, haven't you? Skipping school for your girlfriend. Cough, cough. What are you talking about, boss? Wei Lin scratched the back of his head, somewhat sheepishly. Oddly enough, Luo Xiner's father had ceased his pressure on her and had even agreed to their relationship. Although the reason remained unclear, it was evident that the bond between the goddess and her family had significantly softened. Ding. The host has triggered a random quest. Breakthrough Xiandan to grant the Luo family a heavenly-level expert. Reward. 10 years of cultivation. Oh, hearing the quest notification, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. 10 years of cultivation? Undoubtedly, this piqued his interest. After all, he had already reached the early stage of the innate realm. The addition of 10 years of cultivation would enhance his strength considerably. Xiner, how far have you two progressed? Yin Ruoxi, aware of Wei Lin's extraordinary background, inquired curiously. If her best friend could find happiness with him, it would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? What progress? I don't understand. Luo Xiner replied under Yin Ruoxi's probing gaze, eventually revealing that they had surpassed the final barrier in their relationship. This was also why Wei Lin was so blissfully grinning and reluctant to return to school. You two are progressing quite rapidly, aren't you? Yin Ruoxi remarked, swallowing hard. While Luo Xiner blushed, Xiaoxi, stop saying nonsense. Is your relationship with your little man moving faster? Hasn't he even returned to school yet? Giggling, oh. Before she could finish, Luo Xiner's soft flesh was playfully pinched, prompting her to plead for mercy. I was wrong, Xiaoxi. Should you continue in this manner, I could have your little man teach you a lesson, declared the audacious Luoxiner, her words dripping with bravado. Wei Lin, mesmerized by the goddess's every expression, found his mind awash with unspeakable images. Goodness, I have swiftly found myself unencumbered by singlehood. Hey, boss, thank you. Without you, I would never have encountered such a true love. I suppose I am destined to be ensnared by this goddess for life. By the way, Xiaoxi, after some playful banter, the quartet departed from the airport. The gracious Luoxiner turned to her close friend. Why don't you both stay at my place? Is that appropriate? Yinxua hesitated upon hearing this, considering not just herself, but also Yi Xian. Oh, there is nothing wrong with it, Luoxiner waved dismissively, adding, Wei Lin is already staying at my home. Having you two as well is no trouble at all. What? Yinxua exclaimed in surprise, glancing incredulously at Wei Lin, who responded with a cough. So, sister-in-law. Xian's father has already given his blessing for us to be together. Wait, what? Yinxua paused, then looked at Luoxiner with suspicion. Wasn't your father previously arranging a marriage for you? Well, I am as perplexed as you are, Luoxiner frowned upon the mention. Who knows what that old man is thinking? Yi Xian, what do you think? Yinxua inquired, seeking his opinion. I'm fine with it, Yi Xian replied with a smile, prompting Luoxiner to beam. See? He has no objections. So why are you being so reserved? All right then, Yinxua conceded, recognizing that her friend's home was indeed quite spacious. You, my friend, are quite impressive, remarked Wei Lin, astonished. You've wrapped this up rather quickly. When are you planning to have children? At this, Luoxiner's cheeks flushed crimson, while Wei Lin coughed again. Boss, what are you saying? Children? Do you think everyone is as easily enchanted as you are? Before Wei Lin could continue his retort, a piercing gaze fell upon him, causing him to gasp. Cough, cough, sister-in-law, I meant no offense. Luoxiner couldn't help but laugh, surprised by Wei Lin's boldness. Is that so? She regarded him with great amusement, causing him considerable anxiety. He cast a pleading glance at his boss, fearing his sister-in-law might harbor resentment toward him. Before long, the Lu family estate came into view. Welcome, miss. Upon entering the estate, the guards greeted them, their demeanor shifting to one of respect upon seeing Yi Xian, who acknowledged this unspoken understanding. "Welcome home, miss." Upon reaching the villa, the maids lined up to greet them, and even Luo Qianhe came out to welcome them. "Father, why are you out here?" Luo Oxener asked in surprise upon seeing her father come out personally. "Good day, uncle." Upon encountering Mr. Luo, Yin Ruoshi greeted him, which indeed rendered Wei Lin rather anxious. "Hee. I must naturally welcome esteemed guests," Luo Qianhe said, taking a deep breath. He dared not be negligent in the presence of his benefactor. "Father, this is my boyfriend." Yi Xian, Luo Xiner introduced Yi Xian, while Luo Qianhe's lips twitched, striving to maintain composure. "Ahem, greetings, young Master Yi." "Eh?" Wei Lin was taken aback by the future father-in-law's address, feeling something was amiss with Xiner's father. What is going on? Why does he treat the boss so differently? Shouldn't be acquainted. Yin Ruoshi frowned as she observed the two conversing, while even Wei Lin stood in bewilderment. Is this his first visit to Zhonghai? Really? Luo Xiner glanced at Yi Xian, then recalled her employment by the Taio group, shaking her head in disbelief. "Mr. Luo has met the hall master." In a corner of the estate, Luo Qianhe expressed his respect. There is no need for excessive formalities. Yi Xian gently waved his hand, clearly informed of his identity by Luo Qianhe. With a deep sigh of relief, Yi Xian felt as though he had been in a dream. The hall master's favor will be remembered by the Luo family. If Luo Xiner and the others were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. "Regarding Wei Lin's marriage, you have my consent." "Ahem, the hall master is jesting." Upon hearing this, Luo Qianhe coughed lightly. It is indeed a blessing for Xiner to be with a friend of the hall master. Henceforth, I shall no longer interfere in her marital decisions. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then focused his gaze on Luo Qianhe. "From this day forth, the promised betrothal gifts shall not be lacking. Take this pill." As he spoke, Yi Xian tossed a Pixian pill into Luo Qianhe's hand. What kind of miraculous pill is this? Seeing the extraordinary pill mentioned by his younger brother, Luo Qianhe was filled with excitement. "Thank you for the hall master's generous gift." Gulping, he promptly consumed the Pixian pill. Considering that his younger brother had ascended to the peak of the Xian level with its aid, just a step away from the Tian level. Observing Luo Qianhe's resolute demeanor, Yi Xian smiled slightly and then, with a flick of his wrist, transformed several dozen golden needles into gleaming rays, penetrating various acupoints on Luo Qianhe's body. After all, for a considerable time to come, the Zhonghai would still require assistance from the Luo family. The golden needles would enhance his physique, further augmented by spiritual liquid, ensuring the Pixian pill's efficacy would be maximized. Buzz. Time passed, and Luo Qianhe's aura finally underwent a transformation, a surge of energy far surpassing his previous state. Unmistakably the aura of a Tian-level expert. With a deep breath, Luo Qianhe opened his eyes, feeling the energy within him. This is the initial stage of Tian level. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Qianhe realized that his strength had increased significantly. It was the lack of a Tian-level expert that had allowed the Shun family to maintain their dominance over them for years. Before his father passed away, his dying words were a plea for him to one day break free from the shackles of the Shun family, emphasizing that the most crucial element for the Luo family was to possess a master of celestial rank. Without this condition, all else would be in vain. The gratitude towards the Lord of the Palace would forever be etched in Luo Qianhe's heart. With a resounding thud, Luo Qianhe knelt on one knee, realizing not only the glimmer of hope, but also the salvation of the Luo family in Zhonghai. "Rise," Yi Xian said, raising a hand, and an irresistible force lifted him up. "This is what you deserve." The moment Luo Qianhe felt that power, his heart tightened. Such formidable strength. Even having reached celestial rank himself, he felt like an insignificant insect in the presence of the palace lord. Truly overwhelming. Moreover, what astonished him even more was that Yi Xian was merely 18 years old. Possessing such power at such a tender age foretold an extraordinary future. "Thank you, Lord of the Palace." In his excitement, Luo Qianhe felt an even greater sense of reverence towards Yi Xian. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Yi Xian's ears, announcing the task of enabling the Luo family to have a celestial master, with a reward of 10 years of cultivation. Buzz! In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Yi Xian, sending Luo Qianhe, who had just regained his composure, flying across the space. Blood surged within him as he gazed incredulously at the spectacle before him. Such a powerful aura. Steadying his mind, he observed the strength radiating from Yi Xian. This level of power must have surpassed celestial rank. Crack! Under the terrifying pressure, the ground fractured. Had it not been for Luo Qianhe's utmost effort to withstand it, he would have sustained severe injuries. The opportunity for the Luo family to rise was at hand. Amidst the shock, Luo Qianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was imperative to note that his younger brother was the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, and his daughter was the girlfriend of this esteemed individual. The Luo family was destined to soar to great heights due to these two connections. The Shen family of Zhonghai? A mere joke in the presence of such a formidable powerhouse. Mid-stage innate, late-stage innate, pinnacle of innate. As Yi Xian's aura surged, he elevated his strength to the pinnacle of innate rank before halting. The terrifying power he displayed would be etched in Luo Qianhe's memory for a lifetime. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Lord of the Palace. Although he was unaware of the current extent of Yi Xian's strength, the recent scene where he nearly suffocated him due to internal injuries spoke volumes. Feeling quite good, Yi Xian mused, experiencing an unprecedented surge of power that multiplied his strength manifold. He then turned his gaze towards the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18. Realm, peak of innate stage abilities, divine driving skills, masterful massage techniques, medical expertise, thunder manipulation, culinary mastery. X-ray vision items, 30 shares in Yin Corporation, Supreme Diamond Black Card, Unlimited, D Yuan number 1 Manor, 100 shares in Tao Tai Group, 100-fold consumption rebate, Unlimited Spiritual Liquid, 100 shares in Longyu Real Estate, Jiangnan number 1 Land, 100 shares in Skyscraper Wine House, ownership of 3 gold mines, 100 shares in Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, 100 shares in Jiangnan Hospital, 10,000 Mercenary Corps, Puxian Pill, 1 million mu of land in the suburbs of Zhonghai, 8 youth rejuvenation pills, 1 mysterious key wealth, 1 4,863 trillion peak of innate stage. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "This overwhelming sensation is truly extraordinary." Who? At a certain moment, Luo Qianhe cast his gaze towards a specific direction, a place he had instructed should remain undisturbed. Moreover, the identity of the esteemed individual must not be revealed, lest unnecessary troubles arise. Swish. Suddenly, a man appeared in the arena, radiating a powerful aura that was barely inferior to Luo Qianhe's own. A celestial-level powerhouse. Luo Qianhe felt a surge of vigilance as he regarded the newcomer, for this individual was not Shen Qianren. "Do not be alarmed. He is one of us," Yu Xian said with a smile, looking at the visitor. "My subordinate, Xiao Tianzhan, pays his respects to the master." With a thud, to Luo Qianhe's astonishment, Xiao Tianzhan knelt on one knee, his expression filled with reverence. "What?" Witnessing this scene, Luo Qianhe's eyes widened in disbelief. This celestial-level expert, who emanated an aura of immense danger, referred to Yi Xian as master. "Rise," Yi Xian said with a faint smile. This individual was indeed the leader of the 10,000 Mercenary Corps. "Yes, master," Xiao Tianzhan responded respectfully, rising to his feet and then glancing at Luo Qianhe before diverting his attention elsewhere. However, Luo Qianhe was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment, pondering the identity of the Hall Master, who commanded a celestial-level subordinate. Chapter 78. What? Are you so eager to have me turn over a new leaf? Yi Xian observed Xiao Tianzhan's proud demeanor and smiled. "From now on, the affairs of Zhonghai will be entrusted to the two of you." Xiao Tianzhan. Hearing the imposing introduction, Luo Qianhe cleared his throat. "Greetings, Brother Xiao. I am Luo Qianhe." Despite this, Luo Qianhe felt no trace of displeasure, for his instincts told him that should a confrontation arise between the two, he would likely be unable to withstand even 10 moves. "Since you are here, let us also enhance your strength." A quarter of an hour later, buzz. As the energy within Xiao Tianzhan surged, his physical form transformed, elevating his strength to the mid-celestial level, although his aura was comparable to that of the late stage. Gulp. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Xiao Tianzhan, Luo Qianhe took a deep breath. With such power, he would likely not be able to contend with even a single move. Reflecting on this, Luo Qianhe smiled bitterly. The Hall Master is indeed an extraordinary individual. With a mere flick of his hand, he enabled a celestial-level expert to break through, and given some time, perhaps he too could transcend the limits of the celestial realm. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, inadvertently changing the way he gazed at Yi Xian. "I am deeply grateful for your benevolence, Master." Xiao Tianzhan bowed in appreciation, his eyes brimming with excitement, for his strength had improved immeasurably since before. No need for formality. Yu Xian waved his hand dismissively, for to him, this was merely a trivial matter. "By the way," Yu Xian continued, recalling something, "in the next few days, instruct your subordinates to prepare. I shall visit the 3 gold mines to enhance everyone's strength. What? Everyone? Indeed, master. Upon hearing his master's words, Xiao Tianzhan gulped. After all, the mercenary group comprised over 10,000 members. Moreover, as they spoke, Yi Xian produced a black card and handed it to Xiao Tianzhan. This card contains 2 billion. Consider it for the operation of the mercenary group. Excellent. Xiao Tianzhan accepted the black card, and such a generous gesture left Luo Qianhe momentarily astonished. To part with 2 billion so casually for the mercenary group's operations was indeed remarkable. After offering a few words of instruction, Xiao Tianzhan departed the scene. Master, you still command a mercenary group? Luo Qianhe hesitated before voicing his most pressing concern, for this bore significant implications for the Luo family's future. Yes. Yi Xian replied candidly, nodding slightly. Currently, they are responsible for guarding the 3 gold mines, numbering nearly 10,000. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianhe could not help but gasp in astonishment. A mercenary group of over 10,000. This was an undeniable force, and if so, would it not strengthen the Luo family's position in the future? After a brief moment, he chuckled. Ah, young friend Yi, you truly are a prodigious talent. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Xiner glanced at her joyful elder. It has been quite some time, Wei Lin remarked, looking at his leader. One might think our leader is the son-in-law of an old man. What are you all talking about? Seeing her close friend and Wei Lin retreating to share light-hearted banter, Yin Ruoshi inquired curiously. Nothing much. Just that Xinr's father wishes to facilitate a collaboration with the Taodai group, as well as venture into Jiang'an. Yi Xian replied with utmost seriousness, while Yin Ruoshi scrutinized him skeptically. Are you sure you aren't deceiving me? Of course, Yi Xian smiled. Then teasingly looked at the close at hand Yin Ruoshi. But what if I were to deceive you? Would you dare to confront your own man? Humph, that is not necessarily true. Yin Ruoshi was not one to concede easily, playfully lifting Yi Xian's chin with her delicate finger. What? Are you so eager for this young lady to reveal her affections? You bold girl, Yi Xian remarked, embracing her slender waist. It seems that unless I assert my authority as your husband, you remain oblivious to your man's prowess. Their audacious interplay left the maids within the villa momentarily stunned. Cough, cough, today's youth truly know how to have fun. Luo Qianhe glanced around the venue, cleared his throat, and then departed, fearing that excessive attention might provoke the displeasure of the lord of the hall. By the way, during the meal, Luo Qianhe recalled something. Today is the auction day of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. If you have no other business, you might consider visiting. He refrained from revealing that the owner of the Wanjin Chamber was Yi Xian Luo Qianren, as exposing Yi Xian's identity too much could inevitably lead to discontent. Xiaoxi, what do you think? Luo Xiner looked at her close friend. The Wanjin auction will showcase many intriguing items. I'm all in. Young man, what about you? Yin Ruoshi then sought Yi Xian's opinion, and this address nearly caused Luo Qianhe to choke. Young man? The lord of the hall is a being beyond the heavenly level. Yet referred to so casually by a young girl, it seems she is unaware of his true identity. Simultaneously, Luo Qianhe was certain that this girl held significant importance in the lord's heart. Otherwise, he would not allow her such familiarity. Xiner, you have chosen a fine friend. Then it is settled. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, expressing no objections, and attending the auction would also yield him worthwhile rewards. It's decided. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiner immediately finalized the plan, fearing any change of heart. Yin Ruoshi, witnessing her friend's enthusiasm, shot her a glance. Aren't you going to ask about your little Lin Lin? Why should I ask him? Luo Xiner then turned to Wei Lin, questioning. What, do you have objections to going? Cough, cough, of course not. Wei Lin coughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, nodding and bowing, entirely lacking the demeanor expected of a young master from the imperial capital. Completely under Luo Xiner's control. You see? Luo Xiner then remarked to Yin Ruoshi, which startled Luo Qianhe, who was nearby. Xiner, mind your image. Luo Qianhe's face darkened. Glaring at his daughter, be kinder to young Wei. Dad, what are you? Luo Xiner exclaimed, as if she had heard the most incredible thing. Little rascal. She then muttered softly in Wei Lin's ear. What kind of potion did you feed my dad to have him speak on your behalf? I must be hearing things. I didn't do anything. Wei Lin looked utterly baffled. I also feel somewhat perplexed. Could it be that my identity has been discovered by my father-in-law? Surely not. His heart suddenly sank, feeling a twinge of guilt as he dared not look at the goddess sister. This lad is acting strangely. Luo Xiner, with her keen perception, instantly discerned that this fellow was concealing something from her, her eyes shining with curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder what scheme he was concocting. After the meal, Yi Xian stepped onto the balcony and dialed a number. "Hello, Chairman Yi." As soon as the call connected, the respectful voice of Ruan Yifeng came through. "Yes, I will be attending the auction shortly. Please prepare a private room for me." "Certainly, Chairman Yi." Taking a deep breath, Ruan Yifeng respectfully responded without hesitation, and soon after, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce began to bustle like ants stirred from their nest. It was no jest. This was Chairman Ye's first visit to the chamber, and it warranted serious attention. "Uncle Ruan." Upon arriving at the chamber, Luo Shiner greeted warmly. "Why are you out here?" "Haha. It is only right that Uncle Ruan welcomes you to the auction," Ruan Yifeng replied with a smile, though he discreetly nodded towards Yi Xian, fully aware that the chairman wished to keep his identity concealed. "Come, Uncle Ruan has reserved the finest private room for you." "Thank you, Uncle Ruan." Luo Shiner chimed sweetly, as her family's ties with the Wanjin Chamber were quite favorable, given her father's friendship with Ruan Yifeng. "Shiner, who is he?" Wei Lin inquired, observing Ruan Yifeng's distinguished demeanor with curiosity. "Uncle Ruan is the head of the Wanjin Chamber and has a good relationship with my family." "I see." Wei Lin nodded in understanding, although he seemed to have heard that the Wanjin Chamber was currently facing difficulties. "By the way, is it possible to bid on items here?" Yi Xian inquired of Ruan Yifeng, who immediately perked up. "Of course, little man," Yin Ruashi said, her enchanting eyes glimmering. "What is this fellow up to now? You all go ahead. I wish to bid on some items." "Oh, in that case, please follow me," Ruan Yifeng said, calling over a staff member. He turned to Luo Shiner. "Shiner, I have reserved room 1 for you." "All right. Come on," little Shishi said, linking arms with her best friend as they headed towards room 1, while Wei Lin followed with a grin. A short while later, in the chamber, Ruan Yifeng bowed respectfully to Yi Xian, saying, "I have previously offended you, Chairman." "It is of no consequence," Yi Xian waved dismissively, considering his own desire to remain incognito. "What is the current situation of the chamber?" In front of him, Ruan Yifeng reported, with the assistance of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. "The chamber is gradually getting back on track. Although there are obstacles, we are able to overcome them." He detailed the state of the Wanjin Chamber, particularly noting the significant profits from the development of 3 gold mines. "I sense a certain stagnation in your energy. You seem to be plagued by numerous ailments." "Chairman, how did you know?" "Call me Chairman," Yi Xian replied, furrowing his brow at the way Ruan Yifeng addressed him, feeling it to be somewhat awkward. "Yes, Chairman." Ruan Yifeng coughed lightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable himself. "I possess considerable knowledge of medicine." Continuing, Yi Xian added, "Since you are here, allow me to assist you in curing your ailments." Hearing his chairman's words, Ruan Yifeng was taken aback. "Chairman, you say you can cure my ailments?" He had suffered from these afflictions for years, with the pain intensifying particularly on rainy, overcast days. "Indeed." With a slight nod, Yi Xian retrieved a pill and tossed it to Ruan Yifeng. This was a breakthrough pill, capable of curing hidden ailments and enhancing strength. Additionally, Yi Xian presented him with a vial of spiritual liquid. "Drink this as well. As the head of the chamber, your strength is somewhat lacking," he added. "Ahem. Yes, President." Ruan Yifeng, clearing his throat, dared not utter another word, fully aware that his current power was indeed inadequate. Were he sufficiently strong, the challenges facing the chamber would resolve themselves effortlessly. Subsequently, dozens of golden needles flew through the air, precisely piercing Ruan Yifeng's acupoints, unleashing a surge of energy that coursed throughout his body. What is this? Such a miraculous sensation. Ruan Yifeng felt the transformation within him, his heart racing as he realized the exceptional nature of the pills and liquid he had just consumed. In a moment, the aura of his hidden ailment transformed, indicating that he had indeed broken through to the late stage of the Xian level. As he regained his composure, Ruan Yifeng examined his hands in astonishment. "President, have I truly made a breakthrough?" At that moment, he felt a bit dazed, as if in a dream. Previously, he had believed that his greatest achievement would halt at the heavenly level, yet now he found himself just 1 step away from it. Within 3 months, he would surely ascend to the heavenly level. "Thank you so much, President." Ruan Yifeng exhaled deeply, still somewhat bewildered. "This is what you deserve." After all, he held high hopes for the Wanjin Chamber, knowing that the small city of Zhonghai was far from sufficient. By the way, Yi Xian continued, producing 10 porcelain vials. "Here are 100 breakthrough pills for the development of the Wanjin Chamber. You must understand that the cooperation between the Wanjin Chamber, the Luo family, and the mercenary group is sufficient to stabilize Zhonghai. As for the Shen family, their fate is now left to time." Furthermore, Yuxian produced 2 ornate boxes. Inside are 3 breakthrough pills and 1 youth preservation pill. You are likely aware of the effects of the breakthrough pill. But as for the youth preservation pill, it grants eternal youth. Utilize it for the upcoming auction to elevate the reputation of the Wanjin Chamber. As Yuxian outlined the future plans, Ruani Feng was left utterly astonished. Yes, President. He nodded emphatically, understanding that if news of these 2 items were to spread, the Wanjin Chamber's reputation would soar beyond its previous standing. After a brief moment, Ruani Feng regained his composure. I bid you farewell, President. After exchanging a few words of advice, he respectfully saw his president off, only coming back to his senses once Yuxian had vanished from sight. With a sudden pinch of his thigh, the pain jolted him back to reality. This is all true. Good heavens. The president is indeed extraordinary. He glanced at the table overflowing with porcelain vials, realizing that the chamber was on the verge of soaring to new heights. Meanwhile, in room number 1, boss. You have arrived. Upon seeing the return of his superior, Wei Lin hurriedly rose to greet him. However, he found himself somewhat bored as he observed his 2 close friends animatedly engaged in conversation not far away. Yuxian nodded, while Luo Xian'er curiously inquired, Yuxian, what item are you auctioning? You will find out shortly, he teased, eliciting a playful roll of the eyes from Yin Ruoshi. Xian'er, don't mind him, Luo Xian'er remarked nonchalantly, her attention drawn to her friend's rosy complexion. By the way, Xiaoxi, your skin looks even better than a few days ago. Is that so? Yin Ruoshi smiled at her friend's compliment. Of course. I envy you. The 2 friends continued to chatter, and at that moment, the auction quietly commenced. Oh? Upon the appearance of a figure at the auction stage, Luo Xian'er was taken aback. Is that Uncle Wan? He is personally conducting the auction. Surprised. She thought to herself, it seems there will be something extraordinary today. Quite something to look forward to. Chapter 80. Rest assured. My master has plenty to offer at the auction stage. Ruani Feng beamed with enthusiasm. Dear guests, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the triannual Wanjin auction. I am Ruani Feng, the host of this event, and I hope each of you leaves with bountiful treasures today. After a warm introduction, he continued, now, for our first auction item. With a knowing smile, he unveiled a red silk cloth, revealing a brocade box containing a medicinal pill, the Pixian Dan. As the box opened, a rich fragrance of the pill permeated the air, invigorating everyone present and drawing their immediate attention. This pill is known as the Pixian Dan, and its effect should be apparent to you, he elaborated, captivating the audience with his words. Indeed, this pill can enhance one's strength, cure hidden ailments, and possesses immeasurable benefits. Furthermore, it can increase the likelihood of breaking through to the celestial level. An uproar erupted in the auction house. What? Enhance strength and even break through to the celestial level? Good heavens! What does that even signify? In Zhanghai, the only known celestial master was from the Shen family, making this pill exceedingly rare and valuable. In room 1, Yin Ruoshi was taken aback. Isn't this the pill that Guy gave to my father? Oh no, Wei Lin. Upon hearing this, lost his composure. The probability of breaking through to the celestial level from the peak of the Xian level is incredible. Even as a young master from the imperial capital, celestial masters are of utmost rarity. The implications of this pill are significant. He then turned his gaze toward his superior, only to furrow his brow as he noticed the calm demeanor of his boss. Cough, boss, you seem utterly unfazed. This is unexpected. Luo Xian'er gazed at her best friend's young man, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Clearing her throat, Yin Ruoshi cast an exasperated glance at someone before speaking. You may not believe it, but this broken Xian Dan is what he intends to auction. Huh. Wei Lin's eyes widened in shock as he turned to the still composed Yuxian, exclaiming, Boss, what my sister-in-law said is true. Gasping, Luo Xian'er looked at Yuxian with a changed expression. What astonishing revelation had she just heard? Was she truly not imagining things? Indeed. Yin Ruoshi shot another glance at someone, realizing that this individual was indeed up to something monumental that would shatter Zhonghai's tranquility. It turned out he had taken a formidable master as his teacher. Luo Xian'er felt a jolt of recognition. Her best friend's young man was anything but ordinary. As Wei Lin and Luo Xian'er exchanged bewildered glances, Yuxian smiled and said, Consider this broken Xian Dan a gift for you both. Taking the elixir. Wei Lin and Luo Xian'er looked at each other, astonished by the weight of the moment. Cough, boss, this is too precious, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Yuxian. They inhaled deeply, feeling the alluring fragrance of the elixir weigh heavily in their hands. Rest assured, my esteemed master has plenty more, Yuxian waved dismissively. prompting Wei Lin and Luo Xiner to nod thoughtfully and accept the gift, understanding its significance to them. With a gulp, they consumed the elixir. In the next instant, dozens of golden needles penetrated their acupoints, and a hum filled the air. Moments later, their powers underwent a dramatic transformation. My goodness, Wei Lin exhaled, opening his eyes to feel the surging energy, his gaze sparkling with excitement. Am I already at the Xian level? Peak of the Huang level. Luo Xiner was also taken aback, but quickly glanced at Wei Lin, realizing that the young man had unexpectedly reached the Xian level. Indeed, she had never sensed Wei Lin's true strength before. He had kept many things from her. Her best friend had mentioned that this young man was not to be underestimated. 10 billion. At that moment, a bid rang out from a nearby box, causing many to reconsider their participation. With a decisive thud, Wang Yifeng's eyes gleamed as he looked towards a certain box. Congratulations to the guests in box number 3 for successfully bidding on the broken Xiandan. Below, the next item for auction was about to commence. Meanwhile, in box number 3, a young man gazed at the elixir in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting. I hope it proves effective. After consuming the elixir, a surge of powerful energy enveloped him. This elixir is remarkable. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clenched his right fist, exclaiming, "This has brought me to the mid-Xian level. Cousin Xiaoyang is no match for this realm. Impressive." He smiled and turned his gaze towards the auction stage, reflecting on the unexpected gains from his journey to Shanghai. Ding dong. At that moment, a subordinate behind him received a message. "Young master." As he spoke, the peak-level expert's gaze shifted towards room 1. The lady from the Yin family, who had engaged with Miss Manyao, was indeed in room 1. It seemed she shared a close friendship with Miss Luo Shiner of the Zhonghai Luo family. Oh. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wang Tung furrowed his brow. Manyao is missing, and the Yin family from Jiangnan. It appears I have further matters to attend to. How dare they target my younger sister? I shall uncover what transpired back then. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled something. Indeed, the Zhonghai Luo family seemed to have a feud with the Xin family. A sinister smile crept onto Wang Tung's lips as he remarked, "In that case, let us see how the Xin family wields their blade." Wise young master. Upon hearing his words, the 2 peak-level experts beside him flattered him. The Xin family possesses heavenly-level experts. Capturing the Yin family's young lady will be no trouble at all. Wang Ting nodded slightly and then instructed, "You two will represent me and engage with the Xin family. As long as you eliminate the Luo family and bring the Yin girl to me, they shall reap their rewards." Understood, young master. The 2 peak-level experts bowed in response, excited at the rare opportunity to prove themselves. If they succeeded in this endeavor, they would surely be favored in the future, as young Master Tung was destined to command the Wang family of the imperial capital. Cough cough. Uncle Li, we entrust the safety of the young master to you. The 2 peak-level experts cleared their throats respectfully towards an elder beside them. Go ahead. The elder, known as Uncle Li, nodded slightly. His aura radiated heavenly-level power, and even among the Wang family, he held a position of great esteem. Yes, Uncle Li. The 2 men did not dare to be negligent as they bowed in response, their hearts pounding with excitement. They then cast fierce glances towards room 1. How dare a mere small family from Jiang and lay hands on the young lady? Chapter 81. Be careful not to harm the beauty next. The second auction item. Observing the electrifying atmosphere in the hall, Wang Yifeng smiled meaningfully as he unveiled the silk cloth. Immediately, a stronger fragrance of elixir wafted through the air, revealing 2 pills nestled within a brocade box. 2 broken Xian pills. Boom. As the 2 pills appeared, the atmosphere in the auction hall surged once more, with various factions becoming restless. Boss, incredible. Sensing the intense atmosphere, Wei Lin gave a thumbs up to his leader, smacking his lips in excitement. 100 billion. 120 billion. The bidding voices rang out in succession, and then a voice declared, 300 billion. Evidently, the bidder from the heavenly box was no ordinary individual, as such a sum was not easily attainable. Bang. With a decisive strike, Wang Yifeng felt exhilaration surge within him. With 2 successful auctions, the name of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would surely resonate throughout the world. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the second auction item. In a private room, a man let out a sigh of relief. Yi Xuanru would surely recognize him as the former Deputy Alliance leader beside Jun Jianxun of the Jiangbei Luxing Martial Arts Academy. He had indeed secured the items. Yu Song had endured considerable pressure as he stood on the brink of achieving the heavenly level. Those 2 elixirs were of utmost significance to him in the Jiangbei Martial Arts Alliance. Thus, this journey was not in vain. With the auction of 2 items concluded, anticipation mounted for the next offerings. Without further ado, the 3rd item was announced. As Ruan Yifeng's voice resonated, another ornate box was unveiled. Another elixir? This revelation astonished everyone. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce was truly impressive. The revitalizing elixir. Upon seeing the elixir on the auction platform, Yin Ruashi turned in disbelief to a certain individual. "Little man, you actually auctioned this off." Coughing lightly, Wei Lin interjected, "Boss, this is also yours." Who exactly was that remarkable master of the boss? Truly incredible. The revitalizing elixir, could it be? Luo Xiner pondered, then glanced at her best friend. Noticing her complexion was significantly improved. "Xiaoxi, you wouldn't have become so beautiful because of this revitalizing elixir, would you?" Hearing her friend's words, Yin Ruashi's cheeks flushed. "If I said no, would you believe me?" "Humph." As expected, observing Luo Xiner's envious demeanor, Yuxian produced an elixir from his hand and tossed it to her. "Here, this one is for you." "Boss, how generous." Seeing the identical revitalizing elixir on the auction platform, Wei Lin was elated, while Luo Xiner could hardly contain her excitement. "Yuxian, I have no words. You are my greatest benefactor." Indeed, no girl could resist the allure of the revitalizing elixir. Ding. Given that the host's wife's best friend had significantly increased her favorability toward him, the reward of the revitalizing elixir was multiplied tenfold. "Oh?" Hearing the voice of the system, Yuxian smiled slightly. Life was truly full of surprises. This system was quite capable. Ultimately, under Ruan Yifeng's promotion, the revitalizing elixir was auctioned off for over 10 billion to a certain faction. Wow. Wei Lin gazed at the ethereal goddess in the distance, swallowing hard. Wow. The boss's revitalizing elixir is incredible. Indeed, the effects of the revitalizing elixir surpassed his expectations. Shortly after, the group of 4 finally exited the chamber. And at that moment, unexpectedly, those 2 girls were extraordinarily beautiful. Wang Ting, upon exiting, happened to catch sight of Yin Ruashi and Luo Xiner. His eyes igniting with fervor. Does the young master fancy them? This operation will conveniently allow us to capture them for him. 2 peak Xian-level experts, with a flattering gaze, spoke, and Wang Ting nodded slightly. "Be careful, do not harm the beauties." "Yes, young master." They chuckled. Indeed, the 2 girls were stunning. And had it not been for the young master's interest, they might have indulged themselves. After a day of enjoyment, nightfall approached. "Xiaoxi, good night." Luo Xiner cast a mischievous glance at her best friend, only to receive an eye roll from Yin Ruashi, who seemed to genuinely believe that her dear Linzi would spare her. "I'm going to take a shower," she declared, and upon returning to her room, Yin Ruashi dove into the restroom, her cheeks flushed. What is she thinking? Yuxian shook his head in exasperation and then stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the gentle night breeze. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of attending the Zhonghai auction. Reward: the indestructible golden body technique. The indestructible golden body technique? In that instant, Yi Xian's mind was flooded with the cultivation method of the indestructible golden body technique. This technique is quite intriguing. It can transform the entire body into golden form. His gaze shifted towards the sound of the trickling water, and a meaningful smile crept onto his lips. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a faint aura nearby. With the eye of perception, he discerned a formidable group of individuals appearing not far from the Luo family manor. "Gentlemen, this is the Luo family of Zhonghai." Xin Qianren took a deep breath, surveying the scene. "The 2 individuals you seek are both within." "Excellent." 2 men at the pinnacle of the profound level exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Despite Xin Qianren being a heavenly level master, they held him in little regard. Or rather, they regarded him as inconsequential. After all, the Shun family was vastly inferior to the Wang family of the imperial capital. If this matter comes to fruition, we shall certainly speak favorably of the Xin family to the young master. "Thank you." Xin Qianren bowed in gratitude, his demeanor humble. For he knew that to ascend to the Wang family of the imperial capital, he still required their assistance. No trouble at all. The 2 men waved their hands and then turned their attention to the Luo family manor. "Let us proceed." "Who?" At a certain moment, Xin Qianren's gaze shifted, and the 2 from the Wang family mirrored his action. "Who are you?" A figure appeared in the scene, causing Xin Qianren to furrow his brow. "Is it that young man?" The 2 Wang family experts frowned, genuinely taken aback. "I did not expect this young man to possess such prowess." "Kill him." Xin Qianren's expression darkened. Today's events were exceedingly disgraceful, and should they be made public, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, This young man must die. Yes. Family head. Upon hearing their leader's command, over a dozen experts from the Shun family swiftly encircled him. For that young man's recent actions indicated he was far from ordinary. To eliminate him and silence him, such ruthless measures. Perish. The numerous Shun family experts smirked coldly as they surged toward Yi Xian. Suddenly, with a crackle of lightning, in the next instant, over a dozen of them collapsed to the ground, lifeless, their internal organs obliterated by the thunderous force. What? The abrupt scene made Shen Qianren's eyelids twitch violently. In a mere exchange, over a dozen of his subordinates had been slain, several of whom were proficient in the profound level. Shen Qianren's expression turned grave as he gazed at Yi Xian with trepidation. Who exactly are you? Chapter 82. President, did you say Shen Qianren is dead? Instantaneously slaying over a dozen men. Even in the early stages of the heavenly realm, he might not have been able to achieve this. In an instant, his gaze towards Yi Xian transformed entirely. Could it be that this individual possesses strength surpassing his own? Yet how could that be? The lad is merely 18. His combat prowess rivaling that of the heavenly realm. Kill. The two pinnacle experts from the Wang family of the imperial city narrowed their eyes with fierce intensity. Sensing Yi Xian's momentary lapse and decisively struck. Wait. A sudden turn of events startled Shen Qianren, who realized that even he might struggle to accomplish such a feat. This person's strength, regardless of its level, could not be inferior to his own. Were these two fools? Boy, perish. The speed of their attack was breathtaking. Arriving in the blink of an eye, Shen Qianren was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had just exhausted his tricks? Boom. Before Shen Qianren could make his move, a terrifying pressure emanated from Yi Xian, spreading like a storm. Bang. Bang. Two heavy thuds resounded, and in the next moment, he was shocked to see the two pinnacle experts kneeling on the ground, producing a crackling sound. Under the extreme agony, the two let out piercing screams, staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. It's impossible. Indeed, they could hardly fathom that merely through his aura, he had overwhelmed them both. This is bad. Shen Qianren felt his eyelids twitch violently. This man was nothing short of a monster. Flee. In an instant, he turned to escape, wishing to leave this place immediately, as any misstep could cost him his life. Slap. However, at the moment he regained his senses, he witnessed a sight he could scarcely accept. With a single slap, Yi Xian reduced the two kneeling pinnacle experts to a mist of blood. Damn it. The overwhelming stench of blood surged forth, nearly causing Shen Qianren to collapse to the ground. That boy was indeed a devil. Master Shen, where are you going? A calm voice echoed nearby, and the once fleeing Shen Qianren saw a figure materialize in the direction he intended to escape, swallowing hard. Thud. Without hesitation, Shen Qianren immediately dropped to his knees. Sir, please spare my life. For this, I am willing to offer you all the wealth of the Shen family. Oh, listening to Shen Qianren's plea, Yi Xian regarded him with keen interest. Upon witnessing this scene, a fierce glint flickered in Shen Qianren's eyes. He had awaited this opportunity, a fleeting chance. Yet, all of this was perceived by Yi Xian. Die. A cunning dagger, propelled with alarming speed, lunged towards Yi Xian's heart. Should it strike, it would be certain death. You dare to challenge me. No matter how strong you are, you shall still perish at my hands. Shen Qianren, emboldened by a moment of success, recalled that he had only used this move once before against his own elder brother in a bid for the family leadership. This was the second time, and he was absolutely confident. Is that so? At a certain moment, Yi Xian, unbeknownst to him, flicked his finger onto Shen Qianren's forehead. Boom. The terrifying energy instantly hurled Shen Qianren away, shattering his internal organs in that fleeting moment, his eyes bulging as they landed a dozen meters away. With a cough, blood mixed with his innards spewed forth, and the horrified Shen Qianren, with his last breath, fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. You are at the peak of the heavenly level. After uttering these words, his head tilted, and his lifeless body crashed to the ground, which was still his most conservative estimation, until his last breath. Shen Qianren could hardly believe that he had been annihilated by a mere young lad with a flick of his finger. A mere flick, and he was vanquished. A heavenly level initial expert. Even a peak heavenly level could scarcely achieve such a feat. Danger. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Uncle Li was filled with shock. Originally contemplating a contingency plan, he never anticipated witnessing Yi Xian's flick obliterating a heavenly level master. At that moment, he felt utterly unsettled. How could that young man possess such extraordinary prowess? In this insignificant Zhonghai, how could this be possible? Retreat. Without a second thought, Uncle Li turned to leave. Boom. Before he could make any move, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, rendering him utterly immobilized. What? Feeling the intense pressure, Li Tongren's gaze narrowed. Is this aura at the pinnacle of the heavenly level? No. Just the sheer force alone. Realizing a certain possibility, Li Tongren swallowed hard, incredulously gazing at Yi Xian. Could it be that you are the legendary innate master? The thought sent shivers down his spine. It is known that even the strongest figures among the top families in the imperial capital barely reach the pinnacle of the heavenly level. As for surpassing that pinnacle, he couldn't even dare to imagine it. Zila. Before he could ponder further, a bolt of lightning surged into his body, and in an instant, his internal organs were crushed, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. It cannot be. I refuse to accept this. As a distinguished guest of the Wang family in the imperial capital, Li Tongren's head tilted, and he perished. With Shen Qianren dead, the Shen family no longer needed to exist. Subsequently, Yi Xian dialed Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, reaching Ruan Yifeng. Hello, President. Upon connecting, Ruan Yifeng, who was about to wash up and sleep, became alert and responded respectfully. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then stated, there is something I need you to handle. What is it, President? Upon hearing that the President had a task, Ruan Yifeng paid close attention, not wanting to miss a single word. Shen Qianren is dead. Send someone to take over the Shun family's assets. The calm voice fell like a cannonball in Ruan Yifeng's mind, causing him to spring to his feet. What? President, you said Shen Qianren is dead? This is wonderful. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Yifeng responded, but by the time he regained his composure, the call had already been disconnected for quite a while. However, after the call, Ruan Yifeng was entirely wide awake. He gulped hard and then glanced in the direction of the Shen family. Goodness, the speed of our esteemed president is simply astonishing. The esteemed family of Zhonghai has been utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa in Zhonghai, a sudden crash echoed as a figure, pale as a ghost, rushed into the living room. Young master, dire news, he exclaimed. Uncle Li and the others have vanished without a trace, and chaos has erupted within the Shen family. Shen Qianren is suspected to have been murdered. Boom. Upon hearing this startling news, Wang Ting immediately dialed Uncle Li's number, but to no avail as no one answered, sending his heart into a state of turmoil. Impossible. How could this happen? Shen Qianren and Li Tongren are both formidable celestial-level warriors, and the Shen family possesses numerous adept fighters. This is simply inconceivable. Damn it. Wang Ting muttered, realizing that extraordinary circumstances often herald extraordinary occurrences. Leave Zhonghai at once. Should I uncover who is responsible, I shall ensure they are ground to dust. Chapter 83 Boss. You seem rather unfazed. The next day, as dawn broke, the melodious chime of a phone rang out in the study, where Luo Qianhe was basking in golden sunlight, engrossed in his calligraphy. Hello, Brother Ruan. He greeted warmly upon answering the call, his spirits buoyed by his newfound status as a celestial-level master. Luo, grave news from the Shen family. Ruan Yifeng inhaled deeply before conveying the shocking tidings. Last night, Shen Qianren was killed, and the entire Shen family has been eradicated. What? Luo Qianhe's eyelids twitched violently as he gasped. Brother Ruan, are you certain? The Shen family wiped out overnight? Indeed. Ruan Yifeng pondered for a moment before adding. It appears to be a vendetta. After all, I cannot disclose my identity as the president. That would be catastrophic. A vendetta? Luo Qianhe hung up the phone, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the study door swung open. Master, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is making significant moves. They are currently voraciously seizing the Shen family's assets. What did you say? Ruan Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is seizing the Shen family's estates? Yes, master. Over 60% of the Shen family's assets have already been claimed, but the subordinate hesitated, puzzled, for some unknown reason. The Shen family has not reacted at all. Hearing this, Luo Qianhe exhaled in relief. Very well, I understand. As he watched his subordinate exit the study, Luo Qianhe fell deep into thought. Is it really as simple as a vendetta against the Shen family at this juncture? It seems Brother Ruan has not been entirely forthcoming with me. Luo Qianhe was no fool. The timing of these events was far too coincidental. Even if the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce was not directly involved, they must be connected in some manner. Could it be that, at that moment, an epiphany struck Luo Qianhe? Has the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce acquired a new ally? In the breakfast room, the villa's living area. At this moment, the television broadcasts a news report. This station reports that last night, the chairman and his son of the Shen group were brutally murdered, resulting in a massacre at the Shen family's estate. The nature of this crime is exceedingly heinous, and relevant authorities have already initiated an investigation. This station will continue to provide updates. Listening to the official announcement, Luo Xiner furrows her brow. The Shen family has been annihilated, and both father and son are dead. This information leaves Luo Xiner somewhat bewildered. The Shen family of Zhonghai has been obliterated overnight. Yin Ruoxi also appears unsettled, after all. The Shen family was reputed to be under the protection of formidable heavenly-level experts. The suddenness of their demise suggests that the perpetrators possess at least mid-level heavenly strength. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. Cough, cough. Wei Lin, upon hearing this, reveals a glint in his eyes. That Shun Tianyi has been killed? Excellent. Now, no one will disturb Xiner. Wei Lin's audacious remark earns an eye roll from Luo Xiner. Wait, according to what my friend implied earlier, Wei Lin is likely from the imperial capital. Could it be that this wild act was orchestrated by him? There is no one in Zhonghai who could accomplish such a thing. The implications are chilling. Luo Xiner grows increasingly uneasy. Could that fellow truly have dismantled the Shen family because of her? When Luo Qianhe directs his gaze towards Yi Xian, he finds the lord completely unfazed. A mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This causes his heart to skip a beat. A bold hypothesis springs to mind. Could this incident be related to the Lord? Once this thought takes root, it cannot be easily dismissed. Among those he knows, if anyone possesses the power to achieve such an outcome, it is undoubtedly the Lord. For he understands, should the Lord desire it, even a Shen family several times stronger would still be no match for him. At this moment, Luo Qianhe recalls his friend Wan Yifeng's recent phone call, as well as Ruan's cryptic words. However, how could the Lord be connected to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce? A terrifying notion materializes in his mind. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's backing is intertwined with their own lord. Could it be true? As this realization dawns upon him, Luo Qianhe involuntarily exclaims, "Father, what is this?" Seeing her father's astonished expression, Luo Xiner questions suspiciously, "Could it be that you know who is behind this?" As Luo Xiner's voice fades, the eyes of everyone at the dining table turn to them, including Yi Xian. Cough, cough. How could this be? Clearing his throat, Luo Qianhe's heart races. If this were indeed the Lord's doing, he would certainly prefer to keep it hidden, though it remains merely a possibility. I am simply astonished that someone could obliterate the Shun family. He exhales deeply, seeking a pretext to divert the conversation. By the way, Zhonghai has been rather chaotic lately. Unless there is an urgent matter, it is best not to venture outside. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Qianhe's words, everyone nodded in agreement. However, when Luo Qianhe noticed the intriguing curve at the corner of the palace master's mouth, his heart jolted. Could it be that the palace master was indeed behind this? After all, the palace master had previously stated that the Luo family and the mercenary group would manage the Central Sea, and undoubtedly, the Shen family had been the greatest obstacle prior to this. Boss, you don't seem particularly surprised? Wei Lin questioned with a hint of suspicion towards his superior, curious about his reaction. Yet, this remark caused Luo Qianhe's heart to race once more. That rascal, why did he have to bring up this topic again? Goodness, how could I have such an oblivious son-in-law? For a moment, Luo Qianhe felt utterly exhausted. Should I be surprised? Yi Xian smiled faintly, glancing at the television. Is the Shen family really that formidable? Nevertheless, congratulations are in order. You will no longer have romantic rivals. Hey, come on, boss, don't joke around. Wei Lin chuckled, his amusement unabashed. This only prompted Luo Xiner to roll her eyes at him, suspecting he was secretly thrilled regardless of whether he was involved in this matter. Don't bring me into this. Wei Lin deflected, shooting a glare at his boss. Given your esteemed master, it's possible that the Shun family was dealt with by that mysterious figure behind you. His audacity to speak so boldly nearly provoked Luo Qianhe, the father-in-law, to strangle this oblivious son-in-law. However, what did he mean by esteemed master? Could it be that the palace master was backed by an even more formidable entity? With this thought, Luo Qianhe's pupils constricted. Goodness gracious, if the palace master was already so impressive, then his master must be capable of overshadowing the aristocratic families of the imperial capital. Cough. Cough. The imagery was too terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 84. Boss, are you a director of the Taodai Group? Cough. Cough. What are your plans for today? Luo Qianhe cleared his throat, attempting to shift the topic. Well? Luo Xiner responded, glancing at her friend. Oh, by the way, I happen to be going to the suburbs today to oversee the construction of the university city. Xiaoxi, why don't you come along with me? A university city? Yin Ruashi was momentarily taken aback, casting a doubtful look at her friend. You don't know yet, do you? Noticing her friend's daze, Luo Xiner sighed. The Taodai Group made a substantial investment, acquiring 1 million acres of land in the suburbs of Central Sea to build a university city. Wow. The Taodai Group is that impressive, starting off with 1 million acres. Wei Lin exclaimed, astonished. Ding. The host has triggered a random quest. Head to the suburbs of Central Sea to check on the progress of the university city. Reward, random speed doubling card. Note, this card accelerates all normal processes without any issues. The host can use it with confidence. Listening to the system's task, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Well, this seems to be a setup for more excitement. What do you think, Yi Xian? Me? At the inquisitive gaze of Yin Ruashi, Yi Xian waved his hand, stating, whatever you decide, let us go with it. Luo Xiner promptly made a decisive choice, for she was counting on her dear friend and her charming companion to provide insights for their venture to the outskirts. The planning of a 1 million-acre university town was indeed a monumental undertaking. After breakfast, 2 supercars came to a halt in the suburban area of Zhonghai. Xiaoxi, did you see that? Upon exiting the vehicle, Luo Xiner gestured towards the boundless expanse of land, exclaiming, as far as the eye can see. It's all 1 million acres of land. Wow, Wei Lin gasped, taking in the seemingly endless terrain. The Taodai Group certainly displayed remarkable grandeur. The land alone must be worth hundreds of billions. It was indeed awe-inspiring. Yin Ruashi nodded in agreement, recognizing the Taodai Group as the foremost entity in the Jiangnan business realm. Director Yi, what brings you here? At that moment, a respectful voice broke through. Belonging to Secretary Wang Lily of Wang Songhai. Secretary Wang, what did you just say? Luo Xiner, clearly taken aback, exchanged glances with her companions, both of whom were equally astonished. Confused by Luo Xiner's inquiry, Secretary Wang was momentarily flustered, apologizing profusely. Yes, I'm sorry, Director Yi. It was not my intention. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yi Xian. Boss, are you truly a director of the Taodai Group? Indeed. With his identity revealed, Yi Xian smiled. Would you believe me if I said otherwise? Secretary Wang, is this true? Luo Xiner asked, still in shock. Yes, Director Luo. Secretary Wang cleared her throat and continued. Moreover, Director Yi is the sole director of the group. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiner took a deep breath. Realizing why the attitude of the group's employees had seemed peculiar earlier, it all made sense now. She gazed at Yi Xian, her perception of him shifting entirely. Her dear friend's partner was a figure of such significance. In other words, her friend's man had become her boss? Ahem, this news is quite overwhelming, Wei Lin coughed, glancing at the vast land. So, the 1 million acres of land and 3 gold mines essentially belong to you, boss? One could say that. Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, for he was indifferent to such matters. By the way, Yi Xian then produced a black card and handed it to Luo Xiner. Now that you are aware, this is fortuitous. This card contains 2 billion, earmarked as the second tranche of funding for the university town. All right then. After a moment of deliberation, Luo Xiner accepted the black card, recognizing that the construction of the university town would indeed require unimaginable financial resources. This charming man. Yin Ruashi's enchanting eyes sparkled as she regarded Yi Xian. I can't believe you kept such a significant matter from me. One wonders how many more secrets you hold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 2 billion, triggering a 100-fold return, gaining 200 billion. As the 3 marveled at the unfolding events, Yi Xian heard the system notification of the rebate. If only Luo Xiner and the others knew he had just earned 200 billion in an instant. One could only imagine their reactions. He then turned his attention to the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18. Realm, Peak innate abilities, divine driving skills, masterful massage. Medical expertise, thunder control technique, culinary mastery, X-ray vision assets. 30 shares in Yin Group, Supreme Diamond Black Card, Unlimited, D Yuan number 1 manner. 100 shares in Taodai Group, 100-fold consumption rebate, Infinite Spiritual Liquid. 100 shares in Dragon Domain Real Estate, Land in Jiangnan number 1. 100 shares in Skyscraper Bar. Ownership of 3 gold mines, 100 shares in Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, 100 shares in Jiangnan Hospital, 10,000 Mercenary Corps, Paxian Pill. 1 million acres of suburban land in Zhonghai, 8 youth elixirs, 1 mysterious key wealth, 548. 63 billion, not too shabby. Yi Xian smirked, concluding that his trip to Zhonghai was indeed worthwhile. Given the revelation of the host's identity, A reward was granted, the supreme blueprint for a million-acre university town. As he pondered, a voice echoed in his ear again. A blueprint? Yi Xian was taken aback upon hearing this, promptly retrieving it from his inventory. Moreover, there's this. As he spoke, he handed the blueprint to Luo Xiner. With a hint of skepticism, Luo Xiner unfurled the blueprint, while Wei Lin and Yin Ruoxi leaned in for a closer look. This design, a university, shopping plaza, 7-star hotel, upscale residential community, amusement park. Upon seeing this, Wei Lin was genuinely astonished. Goodness, boss, what are you planning? This is an extraordinary endeavor. It would require at least 1,000 billion, if not more. Indeed, having a master of such caliber as your backing makes a significant difference, Wei Lin remarked, while Luo Xiner felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ahem, Yi Xian, you're entrusting such a massive project to me? Clearly, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Therefore, I intend to let Ruoxi and the others join in, along with the Yin group and your Luo family. This guy Yin Ruoxi rolled her eyes, incredulous that this little man was placing such a burden upon her. Nevertheless, if this project succeeds, the returns would be immeasurable. Impressive, boss. Wei Lin hesitated for a moment before ultimately giving a thumbs up in admiration. Truthfully, glancing at Wei Lin, Yi Xian sighed softly. I wish to remain low-key, but my abilities do not permit such. Yin Ruoxi and the two women couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was quite cheeky. Chapter 85. Not a single one shall escape from the Fan Meichuan Chamber of Commerce. Zhonghai, elegant tea house. Brother Wan. Luo Qinhe poured a cup of tea, earnestly inquiring. Speak honestly, is the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce connected to Yi Xian? Upon hearing this, Wang Yifeng paused momentarily. Brother Luo, how am I to respond to that? The identity of the president is a closely guarded secret. You have trapped me in injustice. Wang Yifeng said with a bitter shake of his head. From the moment Luo Qinhe posed that question, he realized that the secret could not be kept. Indeed, taking a deep breath, witnessing his friend's reaction, Luo Qinhe sighed. Brother Wan, you have deceived me most painfully. At this moment, Luo Qinhe understood all too well. In other words, the Shen family had indeed been annihilated by Yi Xian. As matters stood, Wang Yifeng naturally had no reservations. Brother Luo, do not hold it against me for my lack of candor. In fact, pausing momentarily, he continued, not only the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, but also the Jiangnan Feast Group and Longyu Real Estate. Most dealings involving money are linked to the president's enterprises. Cough. At this revelation, Luo Qinhe spat out his tea, utterly choked by the sudden influx of information. The Feast Group? Longyu Real Estate? It is known that combined, these entities far exceed the value of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Good heavens! Does this not position Yi Xian as the uncrowned king of Jiangnan? The implications were chilling. Luo Qinhe gasped in astonishment, then said, Brother Wan, he possesses another identity. Oh? Wang Yifeng looked at his friend with skepticism, pondering the president's other identity. You are aware that the martial alliance was recently established in Jiangnan, right? Of course, Wang Yifeng nodded, then realization dawned, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Luo Qinhe. Could it be that the founder of the alliance is? Indeed, Yi Xian is the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. Gulp. Wang Yifeng swallowed hard upon receiving this confirmation. The leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance? Goodness. He understood precisely what this signified. 2 days later, at Jiangnan Airport, inhaling the air, Yin Ruoxi reflected on her trip to Shanghai. You, my dear, truly keep secrets from me. I'm curious to know, came the teasing reply, but it will come at a cost. Surveying the stunning girl from head to toe, Yin Ruoxi rolled her eyes. Curious, you say? Do not think I can be easily intimidated. Do you believe I would hesitate to obliterate you? With a playful tilt of Yi Xian's chin, Yin Ruoxi declared assertively, leaving those around her envious of the scene. Ding ding ding. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. Hello. Director Yi. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of Qin Minxiu, the director of Jiangnan Hospital. I hope I am not disturbing you. What is it? Yi Xian furrowed his brow, knowing that Qin would not call unless it was of significance. Ahem, it is this. Qin Minxiu coughed lightly and continued. I believe it is better to inform you. Your two friends, Lu Zihong and Lin Xiao, were admitted to the hospital half a day ago with severe injuries. Their limbs have been severed, and they are likely to become disabled for life. At this revelation, Yi Xian was incredulous. What? Something has happened to them. All right. I am heading to the hospital immediately. After ending the call, Yin Ruoxi seemed to sense something amiss. What happened? The second brother has encountered some trouble. I must head to the hospital, came the response. All right. Yin Ruoxi nodded. although she was unaware of the specifics. A moment later, Yi Xian arrived at the designated intensive care unit, where the director had been waiting outside for quite some time. Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Chen Minxiu inhaled deeply before continuing. Their conditions have stabilized, but the assailant was ruthless. I understand, Yi Xian replied, and the director, along with his subordinates, departed, leaving Yi Xian to enter the ward. Boss, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Yi Xian, the two individuals displayed evident trepidation, which alerted Yi Xian to the gravity of the situation. What transpired? Who was responsible? Yi Xian's eyes glinted with intensity. Although he possessed a myriad of methods to heal them, he felt compelled to avenge this wrong. Boss, the second brother didn't want you to know, Lin Xiao said through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Last night, some members of the Meituan Chamber of Commerce dined at the restaurant and assaulted uncle and aunt. We couldn't stand idly by, so we confronted them. Who would have thought that this morning? Listening to Lin Xiao's account, Yi Xian grasped the unfolding events. The Meituan Chamber of Commerce, I see. He exhaled, casting a glance at the two severely injured individuals. Rest for now. I shall return shortly. Boss, please be careful. Lu Zihong hesitated before finally sighing. He understood that the boss was going to confront their adversaries. Understood, Yi Xian affirmed before leaving the hospital. Ding. The host has triggered a quest. Avenge the two individuals. Reward, the remnant sword of the celestial burial. Note, it can be restored with blood essence. The higher the strength, the better the effect. Yi Xian, however, paid little heed to this notification. Master. Upon exiting the ward, two divine sentinels appeared. Protect them. Anyone who dares to harm them shall perish. Yes, master. The sentinels sensed their master's fury and dared not utter a word, responding with utmost respect. Divine Sentinel 3. At your service. A sentinel replied from the side. Let us go. We have enemies to eliminate. At this moment, dusk was approaching. 15 minutes later, outside the Meituan Chamber of Commerce, numerous figures materialized, with Yi Xian at the forefront, flanked by the elite sentinels led by Divine Sentinel 3. Master. Up ahead is the Meituan Chamber of Commerce. Divine Sentinel 3 bowed, glancing at the distance. Although unaware of how these individuals had offended their master, he knew they were about to face dire consequences. Attack. Leave no one from the Meituan Chamber of Commerce alive. Yes, master. Divine Sentinel 3 replied respectfully, emanating a formidable aura clearly at the celestial level, while the sentinels behind him were no less than late-stage Xian level. Engage. With a wave of his hand, a multitude surged forth toward the Meituan Chamber of Commerce. Impudence. Who dares to intrude upon the Meituan Chamber of Commerce and seek their own demise? Before the words could fully escape his lips, a swift and silent strike from a divine guard ended his life. In a mere moment, more than 10 of the chamber's defenders lay lifeless. An ominous realization struck the Meituan Chamber. They were under attack. Hundreds of figures surged forth from the depths, led by another vice president of the chamber, GNGC-NDSH. Bastard. GNGC-NDSH's face twisted with fury upon witnessing the breach of their headquarters. Everyone, charge. I want him dead. Chapter 86. Overwhelming the Meituan Chamber, annihilating the ancients from the Chun clan. Kill. As GNGC-NDSH's command echoed, hundreds of subordinates from the Meituan Chamber rushed forward. If these individuals were not eliminated today, their chamber would become a laughingstock. Seeking death. A cold smirk crept across Shin San's face. Had it not been for offending his master, these foes would not have even qualified to provoke him. With a flash of his blade, more than a dozen fell lifelessly to the ground in an instant, a mere reflection of the chaos unfolding around them, while other divine guards continued to reap lives. In half a minute, hundreds of elite members of the Meituan Chamber lay dead. How is this possible? GNGC and DSH's eyelids twitched violently as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. It was beyond his comprehension. His pride, the elite of the chamber, turned out to be utterly powerless against these foes. I refuse to believe it. He shouted, You shall die, boy, as he lunged a dagger towards Yi Xian's heart. He was unaware of the large hand that suddenly seized his throat, choking the life out of him. This is impossible. I am at the pinnacle of the Xian level. How could you? With a sickening crunch, his head tilted grotesquely, becoming yet another lifeless body, discarded carelessly aside. Scoundrel. At that moment, several figures entered the fray. Among them the president of the Meituan Chamber, Meituan Z11ing. Those who provoke the chamber shall perish. With a resonant declaration, the aura of a heavenly level master surged from Meituan Z11ing, revealing that he had recently achieved a breakthrough, which lent him confidence. Prepare to die. Meituanzi 11ing inhaled deeply and charged at Yixian with blinding speed. You are not worthy to strike at my master. Shinsan grinned, stepping forward to meet him. A dull thud resonated as Shinsan remained unyielding, while Meituanzi 11ing was forced back several steps before he could regain his footing. Blood surged within him, causing Meituanzi 11ing to frown as he regarded his opponent, his heart sinking with foreboding. A heavenly level master? You too are a heavenly level master. Indeed, he was astonished by Shun San's strength. After all, heavenly level masters were exceedingly rare. This cannot be. The Xian-level subordinates surrounding Meituanzi 11ing gulped nervously. Their leader had been repelled by that man's subordinate. Boy, Meituanzi 11ing took a deep breath, directing his gaze towards the guarded Yixian. Who exactly are you? It seems our chamber has not wronged you. Yixian paid no heed to Meituanzi Xiong, instead directing his gaze into the shadows. Having observed for so long, why not step forth? Shun San and the others narrowed their eyes, alert to their surroundings, clearly unaware of any peculiarities. This is rather intriguing. At that moment, several figures materialized out of thin air, each possessing formidable prowess. Lord Banqing. Upon seeing the newcomers, Meituanzi Xiong's expression brightened, for he owed his ascent to the ranks of the celestial level to their assistance. These individuals were indeed from the ancient martial Qin family. Chun Ban Chung nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Yixian, esteemed guest. Might you consider departing for the sake of my ancient martial Qin family? Lord Banqing, this individual has slain numerous members of my trade association. Enough. Qin Banqing interrupted Meituanzi Xiong before he could elaborate, continuing, Meituanzi Xiong. The reason my ancient martial Qin family intervenes is due to a debt of gratitude owed by your ancestors. After today, our ties will be severed. This. Meituanzi Xiong's expression soured. He had initially hoped to forge a connection with the ancient martial Qin family, as they were far superior to the Jiangbei Fusong Martial Arts Academy. Yes, Lord Banqing. Although disheartened, Meituanzi Xiong understood that he had no other recourse. Today, he was destined to perish. Yixian's chilling voice rang out, without even mentioning the matters concerning Lu Zihong and his companion. The earlier incident with Meituanzi Sanlang has already sealed the fate of our enmity. A celestial-level expert beside Chun Banqing erupted with fury. Brat. Do not provoke the ire of the ancient martial Qin family. How audacious. Two celestial-level warriors launched themselves at Yixian with determination. Elder Tin, we shall eliminate him. These two were merely a step away from mid-celestial level, their strength far surpassing that of Meituanzi Xiong. With a resounding crash, Shinsan intercepted one of them. The other, with a cold sneer, unleashed a furious palm strike aimed at Yixian's forehead. Such a fierce assault would undoubtedly prove fatal if it connected. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as the celestial-level expert was struck down before he could even approach, his lifeless body crashing to the ground at Chun Banqing's feet. What is this? Witnessing the rapid demise of a celestial-level expert, Meituanzi Xiong's eyelids twitched violently, his gaze towards Yixian transforming entirely. To slay a celestial-level warrior in an instant. That young man is astonishingly powerful. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, the celestial-level expert engaged with Shinsan spewed blood and was sent flying, his countenance grave as he regarded his opponent. Elder Ten, this individual is peculiar. The loss of his comrade had indeed sapped his courage to fight. Withdraw. Chun Banqing cast a glance at Yixian, narrowing his eyes. At such a tender age, your strikes are remarkably ruthless. Do you truly believe that a modicum of talent can allow you to contend with my ancient martial Qin family? Today, I, this elder, shall certainly capture you. As he gazed at Yixian, Qin Banqing's eyes flickered with intensity. If he could seize the opportunities that lay within this young man, he might very well ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly level, or even attain a half-step into the innate realm. Not yet 20 years of age, he possessed the power to slay an early-stage heavenly-level warrior. The possibilities embodied in him were unfathomable. Contemplating this, Qin Banqing's eyes burned with fervor, eager to interrogate the youth before him. Meituanzi Xiong let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Yixian, a reckless young lad. Let us see who can save you this time. It was well known that Lord Banqing was a formidable figure at the late heavenly level in Jiangnan. And even in the imperial capital, he was among the elite, easily capable of dealing with a mere child. Master, be cautious. Shinsan's expression turned grave. Indeed. Qin Banqing's speed was astonishing, so swift that even he struggled to react. Boom. Just as the sound faded, a previously unseen, overwhelming aura emanated from Yixian, enveloping the area, followed by a bolt of lightning that pierced through Chun Banqing's body at breakneck speed. Cough, cough. In the next moment, the late heavenly level Chun Banqing was sent flying, his organs crushed and blood spraying forth, his eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on Yi Xian. Impossible. The diminishing awareness of defeat rendered Chun Banqing unable to close his eyes, staring incredulously at his opponent. Who on earth are you? Just now, your aura was that of an innate realm warrior. Upon uttering these words, the elder of the ancient Wu Chen family tilted his head and perished. However, Meichuan's Wuxiang's scalp prickled with fear. How could an 18-year-old be an innate warrior? Chapter 87. Boss, annihilate the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce. The term innate realm warrior echoed like a nightmare in Meichuan's Wuxiang's mind, solidified by the instantaneous defeat of a late heavenly level opponent. But how could this be? What formidable entity had their chamber offended? Moreover, this individual was so remarkably young. Thud, overwhelmed by despair at such strength. Meichuan's Wuxiang fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground in desperation. Please, spare my life. I swear, I shall never oppose you again. Was he jesting? An innate realm warrior. Even the Emperor of Huaxia had no such existence to contend with. Observing the utterly humiliated and pleading Meichuan's Wuxiang, Yi Xian exhibited no sign of emotion. Rather than letting you go, I find that the dead are far more secure. My lord, with a swift motion. Before Meichuan's Wuxiang could finish his plea, Shinsan silenced him with a single strike, his throat severed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thus, every member of the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce was eradicated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of avenging 2 individuals. Reward: the remnant sword of the burial of heaven. Oh. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian flipped his right hand, revealing an ancient, cracked remnant sword that appeared in his grasp. This is the remnant sword of the burial of heaven? Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, its name suggested it was undoubtedly an extraordinary weapon. At that moment, the remnant sword of the burial sky seemed to sense the surging blood energy, which then flowed into the sword from all directions, particularly nourished by the blood essence of the ancient martial artist from the Qin family. A master of the heaven grade late stage. This sword is remarkably mysterious. As Shen San felt the ancient sword absorbing the blood energy, he couldn't help but swallow hard. What an extraordinary sword. Once the blood energy was fully absorbed, Yi Xian could distinctly sense the exhilaration of the remnant sword. And he noticed that the cracks upon it had begun to faintly mend, albeit slightly, yet the change was indeed real. After everything was completed, Yi Xian dialed Wang Songhai's number. Hello, Director Yi. Upon the call being connected, Wang Songhai's respectful voice resonated on the other end. Casting a glance at the scene. Yi Xian continued, the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce has been removed from Jiangnan, and I have sent someone to take over. Is this really Director Yi? Wang Songhai coughed lightly, and after hanging up the phone, he inhaled sharply, remaining in a daze for quite some time before regaining his senses. Rising to approach the large floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed in the direction of the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce. His face filled with astonishment. The Meichuan Chamber of Commerce has been removed. My heavens! Director Yi, could it be that he has destroyed the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce? Wang Songhai clicked his tongue. If it were anyone else, he would never believe that such a feat could be accomplished, but if it were his own Director Yi, that was an entirely different matter. Withdraw. Yi Xian flickered away, vanishing from the scene, causing a tremor in the hearts of Shinsan and the others. Farewell, Master. The 10 or so divine guards, led by Shinsan, bowed deeply, not daring to exhibit any arrogance, reflecting on the recent events with even greater admiration for their master. The aura of their master was simply overpowering. At Jiangnan Hospital, in the special care unit. Phew. Upon seeing their leader return, Lu Zihong and the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Boss, you're back. Is everything all right? Instinctively wanting to rise, they winced in pain from their severed fingers and torn wounds. Don't move. I'm fine. Seeing the pained expressions of the two, Yi Xian spoke soothingly. By the way, your vengeance has been avenged. From this moment on, there will be no more Meichuan Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan. What? Upon hearing their leader's words, Lu Zihong and the others exchanged shocked glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had initially thought their leader had gone to teach a lesson to those who had harmed them, but instead, boss, you directly annihilated the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce, the tyrant of Jiangnan. Thank you, boss. Tears streamed down their faces. Real men do not shed tears lightly. Yet this was a moment that stirred their hearts profoundly. Such gratitude was beyond their ability to express. Brothers, there is no need for thanks. waving his hand slightly. He continued, "Next, I will help you with acupuncture to heal your meridians. You should be able to walk like a normal person by tomorrow." Boss, are you serious?" Upon hearing they would be able to stand again, the two were instantly filled with excitement. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" Yixian nodded solemnly and added, "It is time for you to know certain matters." As he spoke, Yixian took out 2 broken shin pills. "Swallow this elixir, and I shall administer the needles thereafter." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zihong and his companion tilted their heads back and consumed the elixir, placing their utmost trust in their leader. In an instant, Yixian produced over 100 golden needles, causing their eyes to widen in astonishment. The leader's skill was truly remarkable. Subsequently, he divided the needles into 2 sets, expertly inserting them into their respective acupoints, followed by the application of a spiritual liquid to restore their meridians and injuries. In conjunction with the potency of the breaking Xian pill, he also enhanced their physical constitution. A warm sensation enveloped them, eliciting soft sounds of comfort. Their previously rigid limbs began to exhibit miraculous responses. At a certain moment, they discovered that their hands and feet could indeed move, leaving them feeling as though they were in a dream. Time slipped by unnoticed until Yixian declared, "All done." He carefully collected the golden needles and smiled at the 2 individuals lying on the sickbed. "Now, try taking a few steps." Is this for real?" Lu Zihong and his companion were somewhat incredulous, for just hours earlier, they had been diagnosed by a panel of experts as incurable. If this scene were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the Jiang'an hospital. "Leader, you are truly extraordinary." Overcome with emotion, they wept tears of joy, knowing that if they had truly become incapacitated, their parents would have been heartbroken. The leader had not only saved them, but their entire family as well. "Do not exert yourselves for too long," Yixian cautioned. "Years ago, I had the privilege of studying under a master, and all of this knowledge was imparted to me," he explained casually, observing the elated expressions of the 2. With a sigh, he continued, "I had initially intended for you to lead normal lives, but today's events have given me pause." After a moment of contemplation, Yixian spoke earnestly to them. "I now wish to present you with a choice. You can either return to school and resume a typical existence, or you may join me in a life of extraordinary endeavors." Upon finishing, he exerted a slight force with his foot. Crack! Instantly, the solid ground beneath him fractured, the fissures spreading throughout the room, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that left the 2 gasping for breath. What kind of power is this? How terrifying! The spectacle before them far exceeded their comprehension, and they swallowed hard. If they possessed such strength, how had they nearly been rendered disabled? Their eyes sparkled with resolve, indicating that a decision had been reached. Chapter 88. This Black Emperor possesses divine grace and speaks with ease, yet conducts himself with utmost normalcy. "Leader, I wish to be like you." "So do I." The 2 declared resolutely, having silently vowed that such an experience must never occur again. "Very well," Yixian acknowledged, nodding at their decision. "You shall rest for the next 2 days. Once you have fully recovered, I will arrange for your training and refinement. We will heed your guidance." "Leader." Lu Zihong and his companion exchanged determined glances and nodded earnestly, fully aware that an extraordinary journey awaited them. Yixian then dialed a phone number. "Hello." Upon connecting the call, the voice of Luo Qianren resonated. "Leader." With a slight nod, Yixian continued, "In a few days, arrange for 2 friends to undergo training at the Martial Arts Alliance." "Understood, leader. I will ensure they are well taken care of." Shortly thereafter, at the Emperor Yuan Manor. Woof woof. As he arrived at the villa, the Black Emperor rushed over, its eyes reflecting a human-like melancholy. "Here," he said, rubbing the Black Emperor's head and casually tossing it a broken Xiandan. Crunch. The Black Emperor, undeterred, swallowed it like a candy, then wagged its tail in a display of affection. If the outside world were to witness this scene, who knows what kind of uproar it would incite. "Good evening, young master." The voices of the maids echoed in his ears. "Dinner is ready. Shall we serve it now?" "Yes," he replied with a slight nod, feeling pleased after acquiring a fine weapon. "Has the matter been resolved?" In the living room, Yin Ruoshi, who had been worried for a long time, sighed in relief upon seeing her beloved return. "Yes." Soon, the maids brought forth delectable dishes to the dining table. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the tranquility, with the caller ID displaying Xiaoying. "Hello, Mississippi. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest?" Upon answering the call, Yin Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoying's voice at this hour. "Is there something wrong?" "It's like this. Half a day ago, the 2 friends of the young master had a conflict with the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce. Subsequently, Xiaoling recounted the entire sequence of events. What? Listening to Xiao Ying's words, Yin Ruoshi cast a surprised glance at someone. Could it be the Jiangnan hospital? All right, I understand. It was evident that she had grasped the situation. Dinner time soon passed, and upon returning to her room, she teasingly asked, "Have you missed your man?" As he embraced Yin Ruoshi's slender waist, inhaling her delightful fragrance, he jested. "Cut it out. I don't miss you at all." Feeling the captivating scent emanating from him, Yin Ruoshi's cheeks flushed. In contrast, she leaned against him, playfully snapping her fingers near his nose. "Come clean, little man. Did you annihilate the Shin family of Zhonghai? And was it also your doing when the Meichuan Chamber of Commerce left earlier?" "Yes," he replied with a slight nod, realizing there was no need for further concealment. "I knew it." Hearing his admission, Yin Ruoshi rolled her eyes dramatically. "You little rascal, you have deceived me so painfully. Just wait until I make you pay." With the enhancement of the undying golden body technique, Yi Xian's physique had improved tremendously. After a while, Yin Ruoshi peacefully fell asleep in his arms, while Yu Xian gazed at her exquisite face, lost in contemplation. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Devilish training at the Martial Arts Alliance. Reward: activation of Spiritual Stone Exchange function. Spiritual Stone Exchange? Listening to the system's task rewards, Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, surprised by this new feature. Once activated, it would serve as a significant advantage, particularly since various formations required spirit stones for execution. At present, he fondly pinched Yin Ruoshi's delicate face before turning his gaze into the distance. First, he needed to break the second seal of the Black Emperor spell. With a swish, his figure vanished, reappearing at a certain location within the estate. Before long, the Black Emperor materialized in the arena, fawningly rubbing against Yi Xian's pant leg, as if anticipating his next move. "Let us begin." Observing the Black Emperor before him, Yi Xian wasted no time. He deftly arranged several golden needles into a formation to break the second spell seal. Boom! Releasing his innate peak aura, he infused the golden needles with thunderous energy. Crack! Under this overwhelming force, the second spell seal of the Black Emperor shattered, and a formidable aura radiated outward, centering around the Black Emperor. The ground immediately cracked, and the Black Emperor's aura surged to the early stage of innate realm. "Drink this." Yi Xian then produced 1/2 pound of spirit liquid, which the Black Emperor eagerly swallowed, solidifying its realm and advancing further. "Thank you, boss." At that moment, excitement flickered in the Black Emperor's eyes, and to Yi Xian's astonishment, it spoke human words. "Huh?" Hearing the unexpected voice, Yi Xian was taken aback, then turned his gaze to the Black Emperor. "Black Emperor, was that you just now?" Naturally, seeing Yi Xian's astonishment, the Black Emperor proudly looked into the distance. This Black Emperor is endowed with divine grace, strikingly handsome and mighty. Speaking is merely a normal feat. Faced with the arrogant Black Emperor, Yi Xian felt speechless. Indeed, the Black Emperor was quite narcissistic. However, being merely at the early stage of innate realm was still too weak. Observing its own paw, the Black Emperor shook its head helplessly. "Boss still needs to grow stronger to break the third spell seal. Curse it. If this Black Emperor finds out who sealed me, I shall surely turn over their ancestral grave." The thought of the spell sealing it filled the Black Emperor with indignation. "But boss, you are already at the pinnacle of innate realm. To break through will likely be difficult in the short term." The Black Emperor licked its lips, estimating that to shatter the third spell seal, it would need to reach the great perfection of innate realm. Is that so? Perhaps. Yi Xian did not elaborate further. While it might be a challenge for ordinary individuals, for him, it was merely a task to accomplish. "Hey, boss." The Black Emperor, regaining its composure, then ingratiatingly approached Yi Xian. "So, could I have 100 or 80 pounds of spirit liquid and a few thousand pills, please?" Thud. Yi Xian playfully thumped the Black Emperor's head. "You certainly have the audacity to ask for so much." "Hey." Subsequently, Yi Xian produced a jar of spirit liquid in 10 porcelain vials. "This is 10 pounds of spirit liquid and 100 breaking mystical pills. Boss is so generous." Upon encountering the spiritual liquid and the breaking Xian pill, the Black Emperor's eyes gleamed with an emerald hue as it lunged forward, apprehensive that someone might vie for its treasures. "Ah, indeed." The Black Emperor subsequently removed the small bell from around its neck, declaring, "Master, this is the Qian Kuan bell, which can significantly enhance the foundation of an unborn child." "Oh?" Hearing the Black Emperor's words, Yi Xian scrutinized the ancient yet extraordinary bell. "Well then, consider this a gift from me, the Black Emperor, to my future nephew." You rascal, at least you possess a sliver of conscience. With the bell in hand. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smile, realizing that with the Black Emperor's assistance, he would undoubtedly avoid many detours in the future. Chapter 89. The Black Emperor's Moment of Glory, Annihilation Training for the Divine Guards. Indeed, although I, the Black Emperor, may not have much conscience, I still possess some. The Black Emperor boasted unabashedly, then glanced toward the shadows. Master, your silent divine guards lack strength. Given your generosity, I shall assist in training them. Is that so? Listening to the Black Emperor, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Then I thank you in advance. You shall not be without your rewards. Huh. The Black Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. It is an honor for the Black Emperor to alleviate Master S. burdens. You little rascal. Yi Xian found himself both amused and exasperated. If this fellow entered the political arena, he would undoubtedly ascend swiftly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of unsealing the second layer of the Black Emperor's curse. Reward. Slave Seal Secret Technique. As the voice echoed in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, the Slave Seal Secret Technique now in his possession. He then glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 18. Realm. Innate Pinnacle Abilities, Divine Driving Skills, Divine Massage, Master Healer, Thunder Control Technique, Culinary Mastery, X-Ray Vision. Slave Seal Secret Technique Items, Supreme Diamond Black Card, Unlimited, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Manor, 100 shares of the Tao Dai Group, 100-fold Consumption Rebate, Unlimited Spiritual Liquid, 100 shares of Dragon Domain Real Estate, Jiang and No. 1 Land, 100 shares of the Skyscraper Hotel, ownership of 3 gold mines, 100 shares of the Wanjin Merchant Association, 100 shares of Jiang'an Hospital, 10,000 person mercenary group, breaking Xian Pill, 1 million acres of suburban land in Shanghai, 8 youth retaining pills, 1 mysterious key. Indestructible golden body technique, and the remnant sword of the burial sky. Wealth, 54. 863 billion. Upon examining the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mood instantly brightened. Let us strive diligently. With a smile, he vanished from the spot, while the Black Emperor revealed a more human-like smile. Training was the forte of the Black Emperor. After speaking, it swiftly appeared beside the gathering of the Divine Guards. Who is that? Is it the Black Emperor? The third Divine Guard, upon spotting the shadow, was momentarily startled, but then relaxed his guard. I didn't realize the Black Emperor has become even faster. Bang! Before the third Divine Guard could approach and greet, he was sent flying over 10 meters by a single swipe of the Black Emperor's claw, nearly losing consciousness. What audacity! How dare you cavort before me? The sudden outburst left the Divine Guards wide-eyed, each one incredulous as they gazed upon the Black Emperor, including the third Divine Guard who had just been knocked aside. What on earth? The Black Sovereign has spoken. Cough. Black Sovereign? You? Before Divine One could finish his words, the Black Sovereign struck again with a mighty paw. This is bad. Divine One, at the mid-tier of the heavenly level, changed his expression drastically, but barely had a reaction before being violently sent flying by the Black Sovereign. Insolence. From now on, address me as Lord Black Sovereign. Humph. Casting a glance at Divine One, he then surveyed the entire arena. Dare to act recklessly again, and you shall face dire consequences. At this moment, the Divine Guards finally regained their senses. Goodness, the Black Sovereign is truly formidable now. Even their leader, Divine One, has been utterly humiliated. In fact, Divine One didn't even have the chance to retaliate. I promised the leader that I shall train you all in the time to come. The Black Sovereign glanced over the crowd and proclaimed, I demand that within a month, no, within half a month, all Divine Guards must elevate their abilities by 1 minor tier. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourselves. Boom. As the proclamation echoed, cracks appeared and spread through the ground, sending the previously fortunate Divine Guards hurtling through the air. Thud. Dozens of them crashed down like dumplings. Their gazes towards the Black Sovereign now filled with awe. Just how powerful is that Black Sovereign? Cough, cough. What realm is he currently in? For a moment, Divine One and the others were deeply engrossed in speculation. Humph. Hearing their murmurs, the Black Sovereign shot them a disdainful glance. Enough of your whispers. I have transcended the heavenly level and am now a master of the innate realm. Even if you toil for a decade, you will not catch up to me. Prepare yourselves. The Black Sovereign assumed a combat stance, his gaze menacing as he looked at Divine One and the others. I shall show no mercy. Damn it. Before Divine One and the others could react, the Black Sovereign's attack was already upon them. Defend yourselves, everyone. Seeing that the Black Sovereign was not adhering to the expected norms, Divine One's expression darkened. This being had clearly surpassed the heavenly level, and it was evident that none of them were a match for him. A thorough beating was inevitable. However, to alter the situation, there was only one possibility: to exceed this fiend's strength. Yes, the Divine Guards, witnessing the Black Sovereign's overwhelming aggression, were enraged. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, reality proved harsh. In an instant, including Divine One, the entire Divine Guard force was annihilated, each one left battered and bruised. Cough. Goodness. How formidable was the innate realm. Divine One and the others felt their lips twitch. In just one encounter, they had all been utterly defeated. This was a battle of entirely different tiers. Once more, the Black Sovereign, contemplating the rewards promised by the leader, knew that should he successfully train these youngsters, he would undoubtedly gain access to more spiritual liquid and elixirs. Ah! The delight of such a prospect would surely be exquisite. Divine One, we? Ah, no. Before that Divine Guard could finish his sentence, he was met with a second wave of thorough humiliation, chaos reigning in the arena. And thus, the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. Undeniably, that night, both the Dark Emperor and the Divine Guards were destined for sleeplessness. No one could foresee how the Divine Guards would navigate the forthcoming period. This training had rendered the silent Divine Guards to dwell under the shadow of the Dark Emperor for an extended time. The following morning, golden rays of the sun streamed through the window, illuminating a stunning visage that, bathed in sunlight, appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. Yeshuan stirred beneath his deep, captivating gaze, and upon beholding the exquisite face so close at hand, he could not resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss. Soft, cool. The sensation was delightful and remarkably enchanting. At that moment, a small bell attached to the Phoenix Jade pendant chimed, and a mysterious energy surged into Yin Ruashi's being. Suddenly, an aura began to radiate from her, centered around her form. Noticing the transformation in the girl in his arms, Yeshuan was momentarily taken aback. Has she reached the mid-level of the celestial stage? That bell seems even more extraordinary than anticipated. With narrowed eyes, he sensed the little one's metamorphosis, which was evidently accelerating compared to before. This uplifted his spirits further, and he murmured to himself, at this rate, she would attain the breakthrough pill in no more than half a month. Chapter 90. You youngsters are full of vitality. I shall not disturb you, little man. What are you dawdling about for? The girl, basking in the golden sunlight, with her enchanting eyes fixed on Yeshuan, questioned him. Nothing much. The melodious sound of her voice pulled Yeshuan back to reality. My treasure is becoming increasingly beautiful. He affectionately pinched her delicate face, which dimmed the light around it. Humph. Little man, you are becoming more audacious before your elder sister. She provocatively teased, playfully tugging at his handsome chin. Amidst their flirtation, the atmosphere became quite charming. Suddenly, Yin Ruashi sensed something unusual and, feeling the extraordinary energy, exclaimed, Am I at the mid-level of the celestial stage? Indeed, quite impressive, she declared, rolling her eyes, unwilling to lose face in front of him. Just then, a ringtone interrupted their intimate moment. Xiaoxian. Upon answering, the voice of Yeshuan's mother came through. Are you awake? I hope I'm not disturbing you. What do you think? Yeshuan replied nonchalantly, switching to speaker mode. Yin Ruashi, upon hearing this, her enchanting eyes sparkled, and she playfully pinched him. Cough, cough, you naughty boy. Yeshuan's mother cleared her throat and added with a hint of annoyance, while it's all fun and games. To be careful with my grandson. Don't bully Ruashi, understood? Hello, Auntie. Yin Ruashi's face flushed slightly as she greeted sweetly. Ha. Ruashi is here too. If you have time in the next few days, why not come to Jianqing to meet your uncle? That sounds fine. Upon hearing about meeting the parents, Yin Ruashi felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Ding. The host has triggered a random task. Take Yin Ruashi to meet her parents. Reward. A mysterious ring. Listening to the system's timely task, Yi Xian began to suspect whether the system had conspired with this girl. During his contemplation, Ye's mother cleared her throat and chuckled. You young people are full of vigor. I shall not intrude. After hanging up the phone, Yin Ruashi rolled her eyes at a certain someone, convinced that this guy was doing it on purpose. In Jiangnan, before the Martial Arts Alliance. Leader, you have arrived. Upon disembarking, Luo Qinduan, who had been waiting for some time, approached to greet him. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded slightly, observing the fluctuations in Luo's aura, which indicated he would soon reach the heavenly level. Such as the leader, remarkably youthful. The members of the Martial Arts Alliance, accompanying Luo Qinduan, were taken aback upon seeing Yi Xian, and then their hearts raced in astonishment. It was hard to fathom that such a young man could already be a master at the heavenly level. However, once Yu Xian entered the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance, he perceptibly sensed a faint, lurking malice. Make your move. With Yu Xian's entrance into the alliance, the hidden assassins could no longer restrain themselves. After all, the target had just appeared, presenting them with an opportune moment to strike. Such audacity. Luo Qianduan detected the imminent danger and, having been prepared, immediately signaled the elite members of the alliance to respond. He had not been idle during this period. Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind. Seeing dozens of assailants suddenly appear, Luo Qianduan's eyes gleamed coldly. Good reaction. Observing the response of the Martial Arts Alliance members, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Luo Qianduan. Well done. The leader flatters me. Luo Qianduan dared not take credit for himself and turned his gaze to the scene. These individuals are perfect for practice. Such unexpected real combat is indeed rare. Embrace your demise. Just then, two peak-level Xian assassins launched their attack from the shadows. Leader, be careful. Luo Qianduan found himself hindered by one of the peak-level Xian assassins, unable to assist, urgently warning his leader. Boy, prepare to die. With a cold smirk, the assassin acted decisively, believing that killing him would be a significant achievement. This is what you get for establishing the Martial Arts Alliance. Heh. Before the peak-level Xian assassin could finish his words, Yu Xian swiftly grasped his throat, rendering him unable to utter another syllable. Crack. Before the assassin could react, Yu Xian tightened his grip, snapping his neck. In his final moments, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief at the events he had just experienced. Indeed, he could hardly believe it. As a peak-level Xian, he was no match for this young man, and he hadn't even had a chance to react. A heavenly-level powerhouse. How could he be so young? Impressive. The members of the Martial Arts Alliance were all taken aback by this display. Truly. To become the sub-leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, one must be extraordinary. Achieving the heavenly level is merely the foundation. Leader, magnificent. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qianren was filled with exhilaration, recognizing it as an exceptional opportunity to bolster morale. He was acutely aware that the leader's prowess surpassed even this display. Kill. With their leader demonstrating such formidable strength, the members of the Martial Alliance were instantly galvanized, each one steeling themselves for a counterattack. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. Over a dozen formidable experts of at least the late Xian level surged towards Yi Xian with aggressive intent, leaving him no time to react. Such a formidable assembly could scarcely be resisted even by those at the early celestial level. Damn it, these individuals have come prepared. Witnessing the simultaneous assault of these late Xian-level assassins, even Luo Qianren felt a twinge of anxiety for their leader, as this marked the inaugural combat for the newly established Martial Alliance. Not bad. Observing the oncoming assault of late Xian-level assassins, Yi Xian nodded slightly, flipping his right hand to reveal the Grave Sky Remnant Sword. With a swift motion, the blade gleamed, and in the blink of an eye, all the late Xian-level assassins met their demise, their blood erupting forth as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, the blood essence of the fallen was absorbed by the Grave Sky Remnant Sword. This is impossible. The assassins engaged in battle with Luo Qianren were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sudden turn of events. How could it be? Over a dozen experts of at least the late Xian level were vanquished in a single strike. That young man's strength was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. In awe, Luo Qianren could hardly believe his eyes. It was his first encounter witnessing the leader's direct involvement, and the extent of his power exceeded all expectations. Indeed, it transcended his understanding. Such combat prowess was likely beyond even that of the leader of the Junjianshan Alliance. Since you've arrived, why not show yourself? Yu Xian squinted towards a shadowy corner, causing Luo Qianren and the others to pause in surprise. What? There are others hiding in the darkness. A wave of apprehension washed over them. If there were still individuals at the pinnacle of the Xian level, could it be that celestial assassins were present on this mission? Prepare to die. Before anyone could ponder further, two figures rapidly approached with unprecedented speed. Hey, that kid is doomed. Luo Qianren's opponent sneered coldly. The two masters are but a step away from the celestial level. Before this individual could revel in his triumph, a voice resonated through the battlefield as Yi Xian delivered a resounding slap.